Chapter 861. This song is too tearful. Hearing Jin Sun's shameless words, Jin Fangshu was so angry that she couldn't speak. She turned her head to look at the TV, and only hoped that Bai Hong, the popular young actor, was a useless person, and couldn't perform the song as tearfully as Yilan. It couldn't resonate with the students. On the stage, Bai Hong was still singing. Back to the starting point again. Standing in front of the mirror blankly, clumsily tying the knot of the red tie, combing the hair into an adult style, putting on a handsome suit. You will be more beautiful than you imagined when you see me later. Jin Fangshu's comprehension of words is not low, and when she heard this verse, her heart trembled. She turned her head and glanced at Jin Sun, who looked indifferent, and she became even more angry. Red tie? Hair combed like an adult? Attending the wedding of his ex-girlfriend? This bastard used simple and profound writing to simply describe the regret. Is this the weight of life that those couples who broke up after graduation can bear? He himself has a successful love and career, but why is he so cruel to others? He really just likes to watch the fun and not be afraid of trouble. Bai Hong's singing continued to come from the TV. I really want to go back to those years. Back to the classroom seat, deliberately asking for your gentle scolding. The arrangement on the blackboard, are you willing to unravel it? Who sits with whom? He loves her again. Hearing this lyrics, Jin Fangshu took a deep breath, helplessly, and painfully closed his eyes. He was ashamed. It's over. I have never been in love, but this lyrics brought back memories of my school days. Then these graduates who are in their youth, whose hormones are overflowing, and who flirt with others from time to time, must sink immediately. Jin Fangshu opened his eyes, watched the TV carefully, and found that the audience in the venue was indeed much quieter. The thunderous cheers when Bai Hong appeared just now disappeared. Only some extreme fans were still shouting. Shout Bai. More than 4,000 audiences were looking at the stage, waiting for the chorus to come. Then, Bai Hong's voice suddenly rose, singing the chorus affectionately. The heavy rain I missed in those years, the love I missed in those years. I really want to hug you, embrace the courage I missed. I wanted to conquer the whole world, but I found out when I looked back in the end. Every bit of this world is you. In the venue, there was a sharp explosion of crazy fans. Ah, Xiao Bai. So beautiful. I love you. Just a few shouts, but the venue seemed even quieter. The other audience members were all immersed in the song, and their hearts were filled with sadness. Gradually, the crazy fans also noticed something was wrong and closed their mouths. The whole venue became silent. The singing continued. Many girls' eyes were red, and many boys' noses were sore. Some people looked up at the sky. The sky was so dark, there was not a single star. After the chorus was finished, the interlude began. The hearts of the students in the entire venue, which had just been tightly gripped by the lyrics, seemed to have just resumed beating. They were able to catch their breath and began a series of actions to make up for the regrets of their youth. In various places in the venue, some boys stood up and looked around, looking at the back of a girl sitting quietly in the front rows. The brave boy shouted, "Hey!" When a group of people turned around, he sat down with a wry smile, as if the person who just shouted was not him. Some of the timid ones quietly looked at their crushes, took out their phones, quietly took the last photo, and then sighed. My future wife will definitely not be her, or even, she doesn't even know there is such a person as me. Right? In another corner, some couples started kissing passionately again. They seemed to have used up all their strength, trying to embed each other into their bodies. The fierce momentum made people think that if there were no audiences, they would definitely take off their clothes and start fighting. The students around turned their heads away, pretending not to see it, while some curious people in the distance took out their mobile phones to take pictures and shoot. On the stage, Bai Hong sang again. Back to the starting point. Your immature face in my memory, we finally came to this day. Suddenly, in the venue, a girl screamed hysterically. No! I don't want to be separated from you. Ah! Xiao Bai? A burst of laughter immediately rang out around. The laughter was brief and did not last long. This shout seemed to open Pandora's box. Suddenly, confessions rang out in all parts of the venue. Wanting to have a youth without regrets. Lu Qing, I like you. Another boy shouted. Li Chui, you idiot. I like you. Suddenly, confessions rang out in the venue, mixed with some vows of love. Guoda, I love you. Yu Qian, I like you. Zhu Mengting, Zhang Chuan, the two of us will be together forever. I will. More and more people joined in the confession. shouting one after another. And I didn't know whether they were true or false. It was supposed to be a sweet scene. But their shouts were full of tears. And they almost choked up. It sounded like a confession. But the emotions conveyed were indeed regret and unwillingness. The venue was filled with a stronger atmosphere of sadness. The lounge. Qin Fanshu saw that the atmosphere in the venue was so low. And she was so nervous that she was sweating. The pain of separation. The confusion of employment. And the regret of breaking up. Qin Sun raised the intensity of the students one song after another. Was he really afraid that others would not die? She took a step closer to the TV and carefully read the comments in the live broadcast room. This song is so tearful. Isn't it? The teacher didn't lie. For years is really not long. My first love is my wife, perfect love. I love you, wait for me. The biggest regret in life is to miss someone, rather than say you like them. Qin Sun's lyrics writing skills are amazing. The previous Thousands of Baidu was beautiful and elegant. This one is back to basics, not showy at all. It's really heart-wrenching. Seeing these comments, Qin Fanshu felt a little relieved. It seems that netizens were not too involved. And most people were still optimistic. School leadership area. Qin Jian turned his head and glanced at Director Zhao. Seeing that he was looking at Bai Hong on the stage seriously, his eyes were a little out of focus, as if he was recalling his youthful years. Director Zhao's hand subconsciously touched the cigarette box in his pocket, and then loosened it, touched it again, and loosened it again, suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Jian, said, "Teacher Qin, shall we have a drink tonight?" Qin Jian's heart sank. Damn, even Director Zhao, who had seen a lot of ups and downs, was reminded of his youthful regrets. How could these students who were about to graduate, and were about to be separated from their classmates and lovers, bear this tonight? How did this idiot Qin Fanshu do things? Why was it getting more and more chaotic? Chapter 862 How did a good idol group become a funeral group? At this time, Qin Jian heard a boy yelling, with a loud voice, overwhelming the voices of other confessions. Wang Feifei. My name is Lu Debu. I have liked you for a long time. Then, a girl yelled from several hundred meters away. Lu Debu. Sorry, I don't like you. A burst of laughter rang out at the scene. After a while, the boy's yelling voice rang out again. It doesn't matter. I will go to the dog-licking monument to jump into the lake tonight. Another burst of laughter rang out in the venue. Qin Jian was so overwhelmed that he almost fell off the stool. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Qin Fanshu. Qin Fanshu. Stop Qin Sun from going on stage. Stop Qin Sun from going on stage. Stop Qin Sun from going on stage. Qin Jian's words were very strong. And they were getting louder and louder. He was really scared. He had called Qin Fanshu once before, asking her to guide Qin Sun to stir up the atmosphere in the venue. As a result, the atmosphere was quite lively when Bai Hong first came on stage. But those years was another fatal song for graduates. The atmosphere at the scene became so depressing again. Someone even shouted to jump into the lake by the dog-licking monument. How dare they let Qin Sun go on stage? Who cares what song youth is about? Maybe it's another funeral song in the guise of inspiration. How did a good idol group become a funeral group? In the lounge, Qin Fanshu just hung up the phone and saw Qin Sun stand up from the stool, stretching lazily, yawning. Qin Sun looked at Bai Hong, who was still singing on TV, and complained. Bai Hong is really a god of sound editing. But his live performance is too weak. This debut of those years is a waste. As he said that, he turned around and was about to walk out the door. Qin Fanshu was shocked and hurried over, leaning his back against the door, staring at Qin Sun, and said loudly, "You are not allowed to go out." Qin Sun was shocked and guessed that the call she just received was an order to stop him. So he asked back, "Why?" Qin Fanshu's face flashed with anger, and he said, "The principal I received a call from earlier asked you to quickly mobilize the atmosphere on the scene. Didn't you say it was guaranteed? Look, now there are people shouting that they want to go to the licking dog monument and jump into the lake. Didn't you guarantee it? Didn't you say it was guaranteed?" Qin Sun heard guaranteed again, and suddenly felt like Miss Bao, and said with a smile, "Are you still not satisfied with this? You greatly underestimated the power of this song." He turned around and pointed at Bai Hong, who was still singing on TV, and said, "If I were to sing this song, with the foreshadowing of Yilan and Song Ying, I could kill a few people right away when I open my mouth. Do you believe it?" Qin Fanshu laughed in anger. "Then I have to thank you on behalf of the students?" Qin Fanshu smiled and waved his hands. You're welcome. Qin Fa-shu? This man. So shameless. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun walking forward again, with a fast and firm step, and had already stretched out his hand to push her body away. Get out of the way. I'm going to be the finale. In a hurry, Qin Fa-shu suddenly thrust his chest forward. Qin Sun was so scared that he retracted his hand and cursed. Ouch, what are you doing? Damage someone with a ball? This scene fell into the eyes of the other women, making all of them frown slightly. Qin Fa-shu was completely unaware, proudly holding her chest, staring at Qin Sun, and said in a deep voice, "The finale is the second to last program, and the finale is Baihong. And the last program is called the main program, but you don't need to go on stage, because it has been urgently deleted by the school." Qin Sun was stunned. Unexpectedly the school was so cruel, and sneered. "I've been preparing for so long. Composing, writing lyrics, arranging, practicing singing, working hard for more than half a month. And you just say you won't let me go? I'm like a dog, coming when you call, and leaving when you wave?" Hearing Qin Sun's nonsense, Qin Fa-shu felt sick. Composing, writing lyrics, arranging, practicing singing. This is indeed an objective fact. But where is more than half a month? I'm afraid it's less than half an hour in total. He still has the nerve to say he worked hard? Qin Fa-shu shook his head. Don't sing. I'm really afraid you'll kill them. Qin Sun snorted. Do you know what kind of positive energy song youth is? Sing to death? I'll sing the dead back to life. Qin Sun said this in an exaggerated way. But the song Youth is really a huge hit on Earth. This song is a phenomenal hit song. And it is sung by all the people. At that time, almost all short videos singing bloggers had covered this song. The song Youth has been played more than 10.2 billion times on Douyin alone. At that time, primary and secondary school students across the country were learning this song. Moreover, it was the theme song for the 100th anniversary of the founding of the party. It won the Outstanding Work Award of the 16th Spiritual Civilization Construction 5-1 project. This is a golden song recognized by the country. Qin Fa-shu stared at Qin Sun, opened his arms, and shook his head gently. Don't say it anymore. I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fa-shu saw Qin Sun threatening him. Then, Xia Ning came over, stood beside Qin Sun, stared at her without saying a word, as if to boost Qin Sun's momentum and put pressure on her. Qin Fa-shu had no choice but to explain. Qin Sun, you no longer have any credibility with me. I don't believe that you are giving them positive energy by going on stage. I am really afraid that you will kill them. Qin Sun frowned slightly, and suddenly heard a burst of cheers, applause, cheers, and the sound of Baihong speaking official language from the TV behind him. He knew that Baihong's performance was over, and he would leave the stage after saying a few polite words. Duduti donated 5 million to the school, and prepared more than 20 Snow King puppets, all waiting for him to go on stage and sing a song Youth for publicity. How could I be stopped by a sultry senior? Qin Sun narrowed his eyes, and his voice was very cold. Qin Fa-shu, I'm warning you. Are you underestimating my presence? If I don't go on stage today, it will really cause an accident. There are more than 4,000 students in the venue, and 30,000 to 40,000 students outside the venue. They might take advantage of my absence to cause trouble and riot. This graduation party has given them such high expectations. If I don't satisfy them, isn't this a hooligan? Qin Fa-shu lowered his head slightly, thought for a moment, and raised his head and said, There are nearly 500 security guards inside and outside the gymnasium. Nothing will happen. Qin Sun sneered. Security guards, protect yourself. When nothing happens, they can yell and show off, but when something happens, they will run faster than the other. You might as well rely on our village's second ant instead of them. Qin Fa-shu opened his arms to block the door, shaking his head, said seriously, It was a mistake not to let you rehearse. The school can no longer afford this risk, so if you want to walk out of this door today, you have to step over my dead body. Chapter 863 Going to a banquet alone and pretending to be a fool. All my classmates pretended to be a fool. Hearing this, Qin Sun smiled slightly, took a step back, twisted his wrist, and pretended to hit someone. I like to satisfy other people's unreasonable requests the most. Qin Fa-shu opened his arms, and stared at Qin Sun blankly. There are rumors online that he is particularly good at beating women. Is it true? I wonder if he dares to really hit me today. If his dirty hands touch my body, I will sue him for indecency. Qin Fa-shu looked at Qin Sun with a vigilant face, but saw him smiling and saying, "The Imperial Guards, quickly take down the traitor Qin Fanshu." Qin Fanshu? Is he sick? Seriously sick? You're still cosplaying with me at this critical moment? Song Ying saw Qin Sun twisting his wrist, and was about to help fight, but was stunned when she heard this, and asked, "Who among us is the Imperial Guards?" Suddenly, a pink figure pounced on him, and hugged Qin Fanshu's thigh. "I'm Mr. Qin's assistant, it's me. I'm the Imperial Guards." Qin Fanshu frowned. She often exercises, and her legs are strong, and she kicked Su Luoluo to the ground. Everyone was angry when they saw Su Luoluo lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Xiao Lele yelled, rushed to Qin Fanshu, rolled up her sleeves, and showed off her biceps. "I have plowed the land. I have plowed the land as an ox. I have plowed the land." She kept yelling at Qin Fanshu, but she did not make any extra moves, and did not dare to punch Qin Fanshu in the face. Suddenly, Yilan stood up and walked over quickly, stretched out her right hand, grabbed Qin Fanshu by the collar and pressed her against the wall, and said coldly, "You dare to hit someone with the ball? I can't deal with Xia Ning. But I can't deal with you." As she said that, she pulled Qin Fanshu away from the door roughly, turned around and shouted at Qin Sun. "Qin Sun!" Qin Sun smiled and responded, "Hey!" Yilan cursed. "Get out. Perform on stage." The smile on Qin Sun's face disappeared, and he responded weakly, "Oh." Qin Fanshu was shocked. She never expected that the Queen of Pop could be so vulgar, like a gangster girl in society. And after hearing her words, "If I can't cure Xia Ning, I can't cure you either." Did she misunderstand that I was interested in Qin Sun? It's true. You can't stop a dog when it eats shit. Otherwise it will think I'm stealing it. Qin Sun walked out the door. Qin Fanshu was anxious, turned her head and looked at the door, and shouted, "Qin Sun, get back here." Only a burst of hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. She turned her head and glared at Yilan, ready to fight with her, grab her hair, pull her shoulder straps, bite her arms, whatever was dirty. Suddenly, she heard Xia Ning say, "Qin Fanshu, don't worry. Based on my years of experience, countless days and nights, Qin Sun's work doesn't seem very reliable before the results come out. But the final results are often better than expected." Qin Fanshu looked at Xia Ning and found that the smile on her face was full of confidence and pride, and she felt relieved inexplicably. Xia Ning looked outside the door and said leisurely, "You know, Qin Sun used his strength to support the title of King of Force." On the stage, the principal stopped the host who was about to go on stage to announce the program, grabbed the microphone and walked onto the stage quickly. He first tidied up his few hairs, and then said with a smile, "Classmates, the last program of the graduation party had a little accident, and it was temporarily cancelled." He wanted to start an impromptu motivational speech to the students after he finished speaking, so that they could rekindle their hope for the future and their hope for love. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge boo in the venue. "Shoo, shoo, shoo. What's going on? No! It can't be cancelled. Give us an explanation, give us an explanation. We don't accept it. No! Ah, I'm going to die." In the audience, screams, swearing, the sound of empty mineral water bottles flying around came one after another. "What do you mean by temporary cancellation?" Qin Sun directed his own graduation party, and he didn't perform himself. Who would believe it if I told others? If Qin Sun is not allowed to perform, my graduation party will not be perfect. It's my own school's graduation party, and my own school's rare superstar is not allowed to perform. The school has such a strong official power. Fuck, who poured urine into the water bottle and threw it around? Live broadcast room. With Bai Hong's warm-up, the number of online viewers has reached 900,000. At this time, more than 900,000 viewers criticized the principal in the comment area. Bald guy. Greasy principal. You can tell he has kidney deficiency. He is just jealous of Qin Sun. He is jealous that he is younger, more handsome, more talented, and has more hair than him. When Qin Sun shows his talent, he can make the whole world depressed. The school doesn't dare to let him go on stage. Right? Geneva. Give me your money back. Qin Sun. Get out. Qin Sun. Get out. With the abuse in the live broadcast room, the number of online viewers actually reached 1 million. Qin Jian stood on the stage. Seeing the students so excited, he was also very helpless. This was a major live broadcast accident. It made the leaders of the Education Bureau, the leaders of other schools, and thousands of netizens laugh. But there was no way. The first 3 songs made the students' emotions fall into a trough. If I stop Jin Sun from performing on stage now, it can ignite their anger. Let the students' sad emotions be suppressed by anger, which is also a bad idea. At least it won't let them be filled with so much sadness. The probability of something happening tonight is a little lower. But if Jin Sun comes up to sing another sad song, then the situation will be out of control. His singing skills have been recognized by Professor Wang Fen, a national treasure-level vocal music master. Many vocal music teachers in schools have also said that Jin Sun's singing skills are far above theirs. Both his skills and emotional expression have reached the top level. Fortunately, the song those years just now was sung by Bai Hong. If it was Jin Sun who sang it, I'm afraid that there will be boys tonight who will molest girls in order to avoid leaving any regrets. Jin Jian stood on the stage, took a deep breath to adjust his mood, and prepared to give an impassioned speech. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams, cheers, and applause from the audience. After a while, shouts rang out in unison. Jin Sun! Jin Sun! Jin Sun! Jin Jian heard the overwhelming shouts and felt something was wrong. He turned around and was startled. Jin Sun was wearing an exquisite white tuxedo, which was well tailored and smooth, as if it was tailor-made for him. The collar is inlaid with tiny diamonds, which sparkle under the light. He wears a black silk shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a bit of sexiness and elegance. He wears straight black trousers, matched with a pair of shiny black leather shoes. The overall look is noble and elegant, like a prince walking out of a classical oil painting. Jin Sun smiled, lowered his head, walked slowly onto the stage like a nobleman, feeling a little helpless. I don't want to be so showy. But Ning Ning insisted on spending 200,000 to customize this performance costume, saying it was a graduation gift for me. No matter how I said it. It didn't make sense, but she insisted on giving it to me. Jin Sun walked onto the stage, looked around the gymnasium, heard the loud shouts of his classmates, and sighed in his heart. Going to the banquet alone in chicken feathers. All my classmates are pretending to be chicken feathers. Chapter 864. This brat wants me, an old cadre, to dance with him? Under the spotlight, Jin Sun was wearing a gorgeous performance costume, which was dazzling. The smile on Jin Jian's face disappeared. He turned off the microphone in his hand, took a step forward, wanted to ask him in a low voice why he came on stage. Does he have to make some trouble today? Does he have to kill a few people today? Does he have to use the lives of his classmates to prove his own talent? Just after taking 2 steps, Jin Jian saw Jin Sun nod and smile at him, then turned his head to look at the front of the stage, and opened his arms very showily, and slowly raised them up. Showing off! Jin Jian was stunned. He was still showing off? Like a cult pope. With this show-off action, screams of girls rang out in the stadium. Ah, Xiao Qin. So handsome. Jin Sun! Jin Sun! You are 10,000 times more handsome than Bai Hong. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Wow 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 wow. Suddenly, a man's voice with a crying tone, but still firm and powerful, rang out, and it was actually transmitted through a loudspeaker. Very loud. Jin Sun! I want to be your microphone, so I can stick to your lips every day, and listen to you sing all the love songs in the world. Then I'll tell you secretly, every word of the lyrics has been sung into my heart. The scene was quiet for a moment, and then it burst into laughter. Jin Sun's face was full of black lines. Kong Yang, I'm not a round-faced bearded man. How can I attract so many fanatical male fans? I have to become a microphone and stick to my lips? Wow! Dirty! With Jin Sun's appearance, the popularity of the live broadcast room rose at a terrifying speed, rapidly breaking through 1.1 million and approaching 1.2 million. Gifts of all sizes were given out as if they were free. In less than a minute, more than 10,000 gifts were received. Netizens were making fun of the live broadcast room. Jin Sun was a little too handsome today. God is fair. He gave him talent and good looks. But he lost me. Are there so many rich women in Haicheng? My damned wifehood. I rely on poverty to keep it. And I can't even give a heart. When I think of Jin Sun having a girlfriend, I'm so angry that I scratch my butt in bed. Jin Sun, add your WeChat account. I've been feeling very depressed these past 2 days. Add your WeChat account. In the lounge, Xia Ning and the others let go of Qin Fanshu, and all gathered around the TV to watch the live broadcast. Yilan saw that it was the first time she saw Qin Sun dressed up, and she was a little dazed for a moment. He looked a little handsome. After a while, she found that there were so many lewd words in the comment section, and said unhappily, "Are these all men playing opposite roles? Why are you so shameless?" Qin Sun, who has never packaged himself as a boyfriend, is more popular with girls than Bai Hong? Qin Fanshu, who was sitting in the corner, looked at the women in the room and was a little confused. How could Yilan say such a thing? Is she blind? Besides, I was just talking nonsense in the live broadcast room. I don't know who almost beat me up for a man. Song Ying looked at the shameless words in the comment area, but was a little happy, said, "Sister Yilan, you don't understand this. Brother Qin Sun can be sweet or salty. He can act like a little puppy when he puts on clothes, and a muscular man when he takes off his clothes. Don't even talk about women. Even men can't stand it." She was getting more and more excited, and didn't hear the door open behind her, and someone walked in, and continued. How can Bai Hong's white-cut chicken compare to Brother Qin Sun? When he sang those years just now, he sang out the helplessness of a tuberculosis patient falling in love with a widow next door. He was so weak, I was really afraid he would die on the stage. Behind him, Bai Hong looked embarrassed. I am weak? How presumptuous. On the stage, Qin Sun opened his arms and showed off. More than 4,000 students in the venue cheered. The atmosphere was warm. Qin Jian stood aside awkwardly, forcing a smile on his face, so as not to be broadcast live to the national audience by the camera, and seem petty. But he hated it so much in his heart. Don't mess with me, Qin Sun. Don't mess with me. I didn't have much hair before I came here. If you mess with me again tonight, I won't have a single hair left on my head. I'll retire in a few years, don't mess with me. Leading the area, Director Zhao of the Education Bureau took off his glasses, rubbed his sore eyes, and heard the cheers around him, and felt it was noisy. Unprovoked disaster. Today I really suffered an unprovoked disaster. I haven't attended a college graduation party for many years. Tonight, I attended it for Qin Sun's name, and this happened? From what angle will Qin Sun's youth dig into the students' scars? Some school leaders around heard the students' shouts, but they looked melancholy and could no longer laugh. All the songs just now were good songs. But according to the previous rules, this finale youth is probably not a positive song. If something happens tonight, none of the school leaders present will be able to escape. Today's scene is so big, if something happens, it will be difficult to cover it up. If the higher-ups hold them accountable, it will have a great impact on future promotions. In the lounge, Qin Fanshu sat in the corner, playing with his phone with his head down, not wanting to see Qin Sun's disgusting face. She swiped her phone quickly, to relieve the anxiety in her heart. Funeral? Do you really have to turn the concert into a funeral? Is Qin Sun a psychopath? Qin Fanshu was swiping her phone randomly, and suddenly clicked on Weibo to find that Qin Sun dominated the hot search list, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Some entries were harshly worded and shocking. Qin Sun's new song caused controversy. Graduation party became the fuse of pessimism? Student mental health alarm. The shadow behind Qin Sun's music? Graduation should not be the end. Qin Sun's lyrics triggered doubts about the meaning of life. I hope the school will intervene urgently, review the content of Qin Sun's performance, to ensure the mental health of students. The power of music. How does Qin Sun balance artistic creation and social responsibility? Student voice. What we need is hope, not despair. Hot discussion on the internet. The right to choose music, and the emotional boundary of the audience. Seeing these hot search terms, Qin Fanshu leaned against the wall weakly, feeling that he was about to be forced to resign, leaving this idle job. Teenager? What teenager? These songs are really going to make me a grandson. Is this what teenager means? On the stage, Qin Sun put down his arms, turned his head, and smiled at the dumbfounded principal, slowly raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Snap. A crisp sound. Qin Jian came back to his senses, and asked in a low voice. What are you doing? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of dong-dong-dong sounds. He turned his head, and saw one fat white Snow King puppet, wearing a red cloak after another running onto the stage. More than 20 Snow King puppets surrounded Qin Sun. Qin Jian turned his head, and looked at Qin Sun, and asked, What are you doing? Qin Sun said with a smile. Principal Qin, since you are here, please dance with me. Qin Jian? What? This brat wants me, a department-level official, to dance with him? He wants me to be his accomplice in forcing students to death? Is he going crazy? Chapter 865. Did Chin Sun cast a spell on them? Suddenly, a gentle accompaniment sounded in the venue. Then, a chant sounded. As the accompaniment sounded, a group of Snow King puppets on the stage began to dance randomly, each dancing their own way, and their movements were not uniform at all. After all, they had no rehearsal, and they were not professional dancers. They were just part-time students who earned 100 yuan a day, and they had to wear puppet costumes in the hot weather, and they just had to move. They couldn't have bicycles. But the Snow King puppets were very cute, and they were cute even if they moved around. Chin Sun picked up the microphone and started singing. Change your life, make yourself happy. Give up your obsession, the weather will be good. Every time you walk by, it is a harvest. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. Chin Jian heard the simple and cheerful melody. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then he felt that his shirt on his back was soaked, and he cursed in his heart for the first time in his life. Damn it! This brat finally became consistent in his words, and began to sing positive energy songs. After listening to a few sentences, Chin Jian frowned slightly again. However, isn't this song too cheerful, lacking the positive and powerful force? Can it completely clear the suppressed emotions of the students just now? A wave of shouting like the sea rang out in the audience, almost drowning out the music. Ah, it sounds good. Woo 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 woo. I love you, Chin Sun. Brother. Kill me. They shouted excitedly, disgust. Some people were also questioning. Hey, why does this song sound like a nursery rhyme? Isn't Chin Sun's singing skill very good? Why doesn't he show off his singing skill? Is he not good at live performance? So he picked a nursery rhyme? It sounds like a catchy song. The song written for others is deep and grand, but the song written for yourself is so cheerful. Is it so easy to sing? What a scheming boy! The students in the audience laughed, shouted. The leaders of the school leadership area all looked up, observing the students' emotions, hoping that they would have more fun. There were several leaders of the music school, and they still had a trace of sadness on their faces. They were knowledgeable, and knew that the 3 sad songs had stirred up the sadness of parting in the students' hearts. Although the students were shouting loudly now. What about after the show? Will they be able to continue to have fun? Can they still immerse themselves in the atmosphere of the superstar's appearance? Sad songs have always been more popular than happy songs, because sad things are more likely to resonate with others. The 3 songs before have already entered the students' hearts, like nails piercing into their hearts. If Chin Sun's current song Youth is just a show of skills, and the emotional expression is not in place, and the students' emotions cannot be lifted, many people will just think it is noisy. In the lounge, Yilan stood in front of the TV and laughed slightly mockingly. Chin Sun performed on the same stage with me for the first time. Is he afraid to sing on the same track with me? Write a sad song for me. Write a happy song for yourself that does not require singing skills. Songying clasped her hands to her chest and said excitedly, Brother Chin Sun is really brave. He dares to sing such a song at this time. The first 3 songs were all so sad. Now he sings such a happy song. Isn't this to increase his intensity? He is so fierce. Bai Hong sat in a corner, watching TV silently through the gap between several women, feeling a little unhappy. I just finished singing, and Chin Sun came on stage right after. The atmosphere was so warm. It seemed to overshadow me. Forget it. The home advantage is not real. Qin Fanshu sat in a corner, watching TV, picking up the phone and putting it down and picking it up again, feeling tangled in his heart. After Chin Sun wrote a few songs, she could not see the lyrics but only knew the song titles, so she had to guess what they were going to express. She matched some photos based on the guesses, and played them on the big screen with music. As a result, when she used the photos of the graduate's internship to make the MV for Hello Tomorrow, Chin Sun mocked her for being an accomplice in the funeral. She also said that someone jumped off the building tonight and asked her to take full responsibility. After that, she called the multimedia operator at the front desk and asked the staff not to play the pictures when Bai Hong and Chin Sun were singing. Now Qin Fanshu heard that this song seemed to be a cheerful and positive song, and she was a little confused about whether to ask the staff to play those photos. Suddenly, she sighed and murmured, "Wait a little longer. What if Chin Sun, the bastard, has buried a bomb behind this song?" At this time, a passionate singing came from the TV. Then, Chin Sun's singing voice, slightly louder than before, came. "I am still the boy before. Without any change, time is just a test. And the faith planted in my heart has not diminished at all. The boy in front of me still has the same face as before, no matter how many difficulties and dangers there are. I will not retreat, say never, never give up. Like a fire, Chin Fan Shu immediately stood up and called the staff. There is no pitfall. This song is full of positive energy, full of sincerity. After hanging up the phone, Chin Fan Shu quietly walked to the TV, stood side by side with Xia Ning and others, watched the TV without blinking. Suddenly, on the big screen behind Chin Sun, photos began to play one after another. The photos were rich in material. Some students cut in line and fought in the cafeteria. Some boys played football shirtless on the football field. Some girls played football on the field. Some fat girls ran exercises on the track. In the audience, more than 4,000 students listened to Chin Sun singing, looked at the photos on the big screen, looked at their last student days on the big screen. Suddenly, the cheers surged like a tide, resonating throughout the venue. Many people turned into monkeys and waved their arms in the audience, crying and howling. Woo woo woo. It sounds good. It sounds good. Ah! My God, this is too exciting. I still, la 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 la. Ah, it sounds so good that it kills me. It sounds so good, I love it. Sing louder. Chin Sun, I'm going to die. I'm really going to die this time. The singing, the shouting, swallowed the entire venue. The school leadership area. The school leaders were shocked. They kept looking left and right. The more they looked, the more confused they were. The more they found it incredible. What happened? Are they crazy? Did they take the wrong medicine? Why are they so crazy? The song is nice, but it shouldn't be this serious. Right? It's just a catchy song with a relatively light melody. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Did Chin Sun cast a spell on them? Chapter 866. Beautiful bodies are all the same. Wealthy souls are 1 in a million. Live broadcast room. The number of people broke through 1.5 million at a terrifying speed, and is still growing rapidly. Chin Sun's fans in various fields, partners, set one carnival after another. Especially the mysterious richest woman in Beijing started to give out exclusive gifts to the super rich again. The roar of the mad lion worth 12,000, the Wingwet Songlong, the fire unicorn, and the Kuinping Wanli worth 16,000. Exaggerated gift effects came one after another, and the entire live broadcast room seemed to have become her gift show. Netizens were not calm, and they commented in the comment area. This song is nice, but it's not so exaggerated. Right? Did you buy your gifts with ghost money? What's the matter? What's the matter? Chin Sun's song touched the G-spot of the rich lady. The richest lady in Beijing is full of sincerity. Chin Sun must smother her face. Sunny, cloudy, rainy. Every day when the rich lady misses Chin Sun. Don't be jealous. Beautiful bodies are all the same. Rich souls are 1 in a million. I'm a woman and I want to marry a rich lady. In the lounge, Xia Ning saw the crazy students in the stadium, and the scene of netizens sending gifts crazily on TV. She had a smile on her face, and looked very calm. She remembered Chin Sun's catchphrase, and felt it was quite appropriate. Basic exercises. Don't be six. I've been used to it for a long time. Yilan looked at Chin Sun performing on the stage, and shook her head with a wry smile. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to ignite the atmosphere of the scene with the foreshadowing of the 3 sad songs before. But I didn't expect to worry in vain again. This annoying guy just loves to show off his skills, and pretend to be cool. Song Ying said with stars in her eyes, and a look of admiration. Brother Chin Sun is really awesome. Luckily I'm not the one who appears next to him, otherwise I would be so stressed. Hearing this, Bai Hong looked at Song Ying's back and frowned. Are you polite? Your words are so presumptuous. I'm still standing next to you. I'm not dead yet. Everyone says I'm a girl killer. How come I can't kill any of these beauties here? Thinking about it, Bai Hong quietly looked at Xiao Lele, who was standing quietly by the side, and sighed in his heart. I can't even kill the very strong van driver next to Chin Sun. Sad. Chin Fan Shu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the lively scene, and complained in his heart. Although Chin Sun wrote good lyrics, his writing skills must have been very low when he was a child. Everyone has learned the writing technique of first criticizing and then praising. But where is the first criticizing, then criticizing, and then criticizing again? Aren't you afraid that readers will get depression? In the venue, on the stage, Chin Sun finished singing a paragraph and was about to enter the chorus. At this time, the speakers were playing. Mia 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 call me Mia 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 Mia. He paced on the stage and continued to sing at the music notes. I am still the boy I was before, without the slightest change. Time is only a test. The faith planted in my heart has not diminished at all. The boy in front of me still has the same face as before. No matter how many difficulties and dangers there are, I will not retreat. A burst of cheering and shouting rang out in the stadium again. Thousands of students stood on chairs, feeling that their bodies were about to explode, waving their fists excitedly and singing along. I am still the boy I was before, without the slightest change. Time is only the postgraduate entrance examination. La 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 la. The boy in front of me. La 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 la. Gradually, more and more students sang along with Chin Sun. Fortunately, the song Youth is catchy and can be learned in no time. After a while, the whole venue was filled with relatively uniform singing. In the square outside the gymnasium, 30,000 to 40,000 students also sang along. At first, the lyrics were not uniform, but gradually became uniform, and the voices became louder and louder. It spread far and wide in the dark night. In another university dormitory a few kilometers away, thousands of students ran to the balcony and looked in the direction of Haicheng University of Science and Technology. They were all confused and shouted at the top of their lungs. What's going on? What's going on? Is there a riot at the Haicheng University of Science and Technology next door? Suddenly, a strong male voice echoed between the dormitory buildings. A bunch of idiots dogs. Go to Douyin and search for the graduation party of Haicheng University of Science and Technology. I'm so fucking excited. On the stage, Qin Jian heard the chorus in the venue, and faintly heard the singing coming from outside, and was so shocked that he almost died on the spot. What happened? Do they have to be so excited? A new song, which triggered a chorus of more than 4,000 people. No 30,000 or 40,000 people. What happened to them? Qin Jian stood there blankly, thought for a moment, and finally figured it out. Just now, Qin Sun had people sing 3 sad songs in a row, which aroused the sadness in the students' hearts. They are like teenagers who fell into the water. Now, the positive energy of youth coincides with the graduation atmosphere, which deeply touched the students' hearts. This song seemed to be a shot of adrenaline, allowing students to bravely face the melancholy of parting and the confusion of the future. In the warm night breeze, they found an outlet to vent their emotions, continued to hold on to their dreams, and move forward courageously. Qin Jian figured it out and breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly walked to the middle of the dancing Snow King puppets at the back, and began to gently swing his arms, starting his first dance in his life. Through the big screen, more than 4,000 students in the venue saw the principal's clumsy movements and gave a loud cheer. Some playfully flirted with the principal. So handsome, principal. My friend, 666. Principal, I want to have a baby with you too. School leaders area. The school leaders breathed a sigh of relief. The souls that had just been lost returned, and each of them had a bright smile like a chrysanthemum on their faces. Director Zhao put on his glasses again, followed the students' example, and turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and waved it high, to cheer for Qin Sun and Principal Qin. It's settled. It's settled. These are all political achievements. Luckily, I came to this graduation party today, and gave a lot of guidance on the program, to create such a positive and energetic atmosphere. Qin Sun is really good. I can nominate him as an outstanding youth in Haicheng if I have the chance. Gradually, the hundreds of school leaders behind him, steady middle-aged people, also took out their phones and waved their arms like the director. It was as if they were back in their youth, the age of chasing stars. They also sang softly. I am still the boy I used to be. Nothing has changed. Time is just a test. The faith planted in my heart has not diminished at all. After a few minutes, the music stopped, and the song was over. The cheers in the venue continued. Qin Sun! Qin Sun! Qin Sun! Qin Sun wiped the sweat off his forehead, sat down on the floor, turned his head, and looked at a chubby Snow King puppet behind him, said, Mr. Snow King of Duduti, come here and be my backrest. The Snow King puppet ran over clumsily, and a soft female voice came out from inside. Dancing is 100 yuan a day, and being a human backrest will cost extra. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke out in the venue. Qin Sun smiled and nodded. I'll give you another 100? After saying that, the Snow King puppet lay on the ground, looking like he was letting you do whatever you want without fighting back. This was a plot Qin Sun had designed beforehand. Since he sponsored 5 million, It must have an effect of 10 million, otherwise wouldn't the money be wasted? We need to let the Snow King appear more often. Tea is our own business, so we have to pay attention to it. Shin-sun sat on the ground with his back against the belly of the Snow King puppet, facing the audience, picked up the microphone, and said with a smile, "Dear classmates, then let me say a few words." Qin Jian stood aside like a minion, with a few strands of hair on his head messy in the night wind, and glanced at Shin-sun silently with his eyes slanted. Stealing my job again? Chapter 867. I just don't like to speak Mandarin, not that I can't speak Mandarin. In the venue, there was a burst of applause. Say a few words. Say a few words. Say a few words. Shin-sun leaned lazily on the Snow King puppet, picked up the microphone, smiled and said softly, "At this intersection where the phoenix flowers are blooming, each gorgeous flower carries our deep attachment to the past years, and also indicates the infinite possibilities of the future journey." At this point, there was a burst of boos in the venue. Shoo. Shoo. You are writing an essay. Boring, boring. Speaking official language. Are you scared? Boring, really boring. Why don't you just shit in the street and make things happen for us? Shin-sun heard the noise around him, but he didn't care. He was not a fool. He couldn't make things happen in front of a group of department-level officials. What he wanted now was full of positive energy. He continued, just like the song in the crossroads where phoenix flowers bloom. As he spoke, he began to sing. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally we go our separate ways. No port is a permanent stop. The scene was silent for a moment. Wow, it sounds good. It sounds good. It sounds good. One more. It sounds so good. Shin-sun continued. Every farewell is for a better reunion, and it is also the beginning of our brave steps towards a new chapter. Next, let us accompany the melody of Hello Tomorrow and say with hope. He sang again. Hello Tomorrow, how small the voice is, but it reminds me what courage is. Hearing the cheers and whistles from the scene again, he continued. No matter what the road ahead is, the unknown and challenges coexist, remember to maintain that innocence and tenacity. Because it is these experiences that will shape you to be more tenacious and courageous. Tomorrow is always full of infinite possibilities. It is waiting for us to explore, to create, to embrace every brilliant sunrise. Looking back at those years, the dreams we pursued together, the tears and sweat we shed together, are all the most precious footnotes of youth. He sang again. Back to the starting point again, your immature face in my memory, we finally came to this day, the old photos under the table mat, countless memories connected. The cheers in the venue got louder. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 1.8 million, and the bigwigs from all sides were still sending gifts. Netizens were discussing in the comment area. Wow, is this a combination of graduation speech and song medley? Show me off. Shin-sun's singing skills are good. He can sing at this level while sitting on the ground. Isn't this better than Baihong's singing? Comparing Baihong with Shin-sun? Shin-sun rode on Baihong's head and shit, and Baihong still had to praise Mr. Qin for his good stomach. Fried intestines, he is frying intestines again. On the stage, Shin-sun's voice carried the annoying tone of the student union president, and continued. These memories, like bright stars, illuminate our way forward. Remind us not to forget our original aspirations, and cherish every encounter and growth. He raised his voice. Finally, let's use the lyrics of youth as our clarion call. Then, he sang again. I still am. He sang half a sentence, and with a smile, he extended the microphone to the audience. Suddenly, a burst of singing sounded, which was a little chaotic at first, but gradually became neat. I am still the boy before, without any change. Time is just a test, and the faith planted in my heart has not diminished at all. The students' voices were loud, and everyone had a smile on their faces. After singing once, Shin-sun was about to speak, but they sang it again spontaneously. Again. Again. They sang more and more happily, and sang for 4 or 5 minutes. When they finished singing, Shin-sun stood up from the ground, and gently kicked the Snow King puppet behind him, and it rolled off the stage. He had asked Encore to tell the actor about this role in advance, saying that each role would cost 200 yuan. But the Snow King actor did not agree, and insisted on adding another 50 yuan. In the venue, there was a burst of laughter. I am dying of laughter. Another trick? Does this cost extra money? As the most self-willed and most arrogant artist in the country, his daily routine is to perform extreme operations. Shin-sun took a step forward with the microphone, held a microphone with both hands, said more seriously, and very sincerely, "Classmates, let us carry on with the passion and dreams of youth and move forward. No matter how long and difficult the road ahead is, we must believe that as long as there is light in our hearts, there will be a way under our feet. Keep the love for life, the persistence in dreams. Let youth shine the brightest in this struggle." He raised his arms and shouted. So, dear students, let us take the next step bravely in the season of the phoenix flowers. With infinite vision for the future. Believe that tomorrow will be better. Because we are forever young. With love in our hearts and light in our eyes. And move forward towards a more glorious tomorrow. After saying that, a loud shout rang out in the stadium, reaching the sky. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward. Qin Jian heard the shouts like a tsunami. Looked at the blurred smiling faces in the audience. And his eyes were a little wet. This is the spirit of youth. No matter how sad or upset you are just now, you can forget it in a blink of an eye. Forever young, always full of tears. No student should be depressed tonight. Great. Suddenly, Qin Jian saw Qin Sun coming over, handed the microphone to him, said, "Principal, I'll leave it to you next." After that, he walked off the stage. He only heard bursts of heart-wrenching shouts behind him. "Qin Sun, hold it in. Please hold it in. Goodbye. Qin Sun. Goodbye. Qin Sun. Will we meet again? Will we meet again? Qin Sun. Qin Sun. Qin Sun. Qin Sun. How can I live without you? Qin Sun. Qin Sun. Qin Sun. Qin Sun. Please take me away. Qin Sun. Ah." Qin Jian held the microphone, looked at the boiling venue, and said with a big laugh, "Oh, teachers and classmates, I have to say, this outstanding graduate of our school is really great. What he said just now, it really touched my heart. He said everything I wanted to say, and he said it so appropriately and touchingly. I think, with his eloquence and thinking, he has the potential to be a principal." Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out at the scene. Qin Jian continued. "What surprised me most was that he actually strung together the songs The Crossroads of Phoenix Flowers. Hello Tomorrow. Those years and youth. This kind of thought is not something that ordinary people can have. It can be seen that he really put a lot of thought and effort into today's graduation party. So, I have to thank him again here, and please join me in applauding him again." As he said, he led the applause. There was a burst of warm applause in the venue. Qin Jian continued with a smile. "Qin Sun is not only the pride of our school, but also a role model for all of us. I hope that no matter where he goes in the future, he can maintain this passion and talent, continue to shine, and create more wonderful things." There was another burst of explosive applause in the venue. Chapter 868 Tonight, he put his hands in his pockets. I don't know what an opponent is. The speech is over. Qin Jian returned to his seat, and was immediately surrounded by other school leaders to congratulate him. Everyone said at once, Principal Qin, congratulations on the success of your graduation party this year. This is the best graduation party I have ever seen. No, the best party I have ever seen in my life. It's all positive energy, all positive energy. Your school will be famous tonight. Why don't you lend Qin Sun to us? We will also have a graduation party soon." Qin Jian smiled and waved his hand, said, "Oh, what are you saying? He has already graduated, and is no longer under my control. How can I invite him? You just saw it. There are more than 1 million people watching him in the live broadcast room. More than 1 million. You can't just invite someone like that. If he wants to charge an appearance fee, it will probably be no less than 1 or 2 million. Who among us dares to spend so much money to hold a graduation concert?" There was a burst of laughter in the venue. They knew it was impossible to invite Qin Sun. They were just joking. Suddenly, Director Zhao laughed and said, "Teacher Qin, you are in the limelight today. You must treat us to a midnight snack today. I tell you, I will order a lot of dishes today, and I will not be soft-hearted. We will give you a good meal." Qin Jian bowed his hands to beg for mercy, but smiled and agreed. Okay. I will take out my daughter's husband's money, and treat you well tonight. Don't leave until you are drunk. Don't leave until you are drunk." The graduation party ended, and the students left in an orderly manner. Everyone was still immersed in the warm atmosphere. And as they walked out, they talked with their classmates around them. "I'm here today. I'm so happy. It's true that a great reputation is a great name. Qin Sun's lineup is really big. The stage lighting and sound, as well as the singing guests are all full of sincerity. This lineup is not bad for a CCTV evening party. In another place, several boys were excitedly discussing the number of live broadcast gifts. Did you watch the Douyin live broadcast just now? How many gifts did the school's live broadcast room receive? Do you think it exceeded 1 million? As soon as the classmate finished speaking, he immediately attracted a lot of opposition. 1 million. You underestimated the combined appearance of Qin Sun, Yi Lan, and Bai Yihong. Which one of them can't handle 1 million gifts alone? I feel that the richest woman in Beijing alone has sent no less than 500,000 gifts. Yes. She also sent some gifts I haven't seen before. And the special effects are really domineering. I think I received about 6 million gifts today. When they heard 6 million, everyone was so envious inside. 6 million. 6 million. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. That's all because of Qin Sun's reputation. Think about it. The appearance fees of Yilan and Bai Yihong combined. 6 million may not be enough? It was all because of Qin Sun's face that he invited them. At this time, someone else had a different opinion. I don't think so. They must have come on their own initiative. And Qin Sun took advantage of them. Don't they get another masterpiece by performing? How did Yilan become a queen? And how did Bai Yihong become a top-tier young idol? Don't they have any idea in their hearts? After saying that, everyone thought it made sense. If they had a chance to make Qin Sun anal sex and become a big star, it would be a very profitable business, no matter how you look at it. Suddenly, someone said with a smile, "You said I'll just keep saying the words I said when Qin Sun was born. Is it going to work? Then you might as well live stream eating shit. Or eating shit and saying I'm Jiao." More than 4,000 students were discussing excitedly, and slowly walked out of the gymnasium. Tonight, all the hotels, internet cafes, and night snack stalls within a 5-kilometer radius will be full. Couples in the hotel should stand up and kick. Good friends in the internet cafe should start the last 5 rows of their lives. Singles at the night snack stalls drown their sorrows in alcohol, which only makes them more worried. Lounge. Everyone saw Qin Sun walk off the stage with his hands in his pockets, and they thought it was a bit too funny, and they couldn't help but smile. Yilan smiled and said sarcastically, "Why do you think he left the stage with his hands in his pockets?" Everyone expressed their opinions. Encore, "I don't know." Song Ying, to show off. Misier, to adjust the position of something. After she finished speaking, she saw all the women looking at her in shock. She sighed helplessly and said, Hey, I was born a borderline girl, and talking dirty is my basic skill. Don't look at me like that, okay? As if I've become dirty. I've always been this dirty." As she said that, she looked at Xiaoning and Song Ying, and said with a smile, "Don't forget, I successfully kidnapped Qin Sun." As soon as the voice fell, the lounge was quiet, and many people knew about this. Yi Lan's heart trembled. This big-breasted girl kidnapped Qin Sun before me, and succeeded in kidnapping? Suddenly Qin Fengshu sneered, and said, "Is this all right?" Yi Lan felt threatened, turned around and looked at her coldly. Warning. Don't think too much. Qin Fengshu? What did I think? Xia Ning saw that they were about to quarrel, and felt annoyed. She walked to the middle of the group, raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said, Qin Sun put his hands in his pockets just to show off. "You don't have to quarrel over this. I remember he said before that I put my hands in my pockets today, and I don't know what an opponent is." Yi Lan saw that Qin Sun's legitimate girlfriend spoke up, and felt a little jealous, and her tone was slightly provocative. Qin Sun does this kind of action that only you can understand. Is he just pretending to be cool for you? Xia Ning is not a soft-hearted person. Facing Yi Lan's gaze, she smiled lightly and answered, "Yes, because I am the only one who understands him." Yi Lan heard the arrogance in her tone, frowned slightly, and said unhappily, "Look at you. You are so shy and arrogant. It took 3 years to wear underwear to get through the running-in period. And you are just getting started?" Xia Ning still smiled and answered calmly, 3 years straight, 3 years backwards, and 3 years of mending. This time it's 9 years, and the 7-year itch is over. Yi Lan was angry, and didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she said slowly, "You are better at arguing than before." Xia Ning smiled slightly, turned his back to the TV, and said lightly, "There are famous teachers to guide. Yi Lan? I am so angry. I was sprinkled with dog food again." After a while, Qin Sun, wearing a gorgeous performance costume, pushed open the door of the lounge, and saw that everyone inside stood up and looked at him in unison. Some people looked at him with playful eyes. The atmosphere in the room seemed to be a little wrong. Jin Sun was a little alert and asked, "What are you doing?" Jin Fanshu took the lead, walked in front of him, and bowed deeply. "Jin, go." "I'm sorry." "Jin Sun?" "Jin, go." Chapter 869. What happened? You marked Xia Ning's chest with urine like a wild animal? Jin Sun frowned as he looked at Jin Fanshu, who couldn't bow. He had been uninhibited and loved freedom all his life, and indeed had offended many people, but it was the first time in his life that someone pointed at his crotch and called him by name. Jin Sun laughed angrily and said, "I understand your bowing action, and I also understand your meaning when you called me Jin Go. But when you bowed and called me a dog, I don't understand what you mean. You are quite polite." Jin Fanshu bent his waist, and was too embarrassed to stand up. "Oops. Today I have called him Jin Go thousands of times. I am so good at it, I accidentally said what was in my heart." Jin Fanshu bent over and looked at the floor, not knowing what to do, and suddenly heard Yilan's cold voice. "Okay, stop bending over. You can't expose yourself at that angle." Hearing this, she took the opportunity to straighten up, and there was no trace of embarrassment on her face for being slandered as a scheming bitch. Jin Fanshu looked at Jin Sun, and directly bypassed the previous conversation, and expressed her gratitude again. "I'm sorry. Based on your work attitude, I thought you didn't respect students, the school, or the stage, and that you really wanted to mess around on the stage. You're going to turn this graduation party into a funeral. I never expected that you would put so much thought into it. After listening to your last speech, I realized that you had carefully designed everything from the first song to the last song." She said again, "I didn't respect you very much before, and I was very offended. I'm sorry." Jin Fanshu paused, with a convinced smile on his face, and gave Jin Sun a thumbs up, saying sincerely, "I admit, you are indeed extraordinary. You are a huge wave sweeping the world." Jin Sun? After he became famous, he had heard a lot of flattery, both roundabout and flattering directly in the face, but it was the first time he had seen someone as pretentious and unaware as Jin Fanshu. What huge wave in the world? And a cannon in the world? I am so pure, how can I be so wild? Jin Sun waved his hand, not wanting to pay attention to Jin Fanshu, walked past her and said, "Respect is like underwear. Everyone wears it inside. If someone puts it on their head, it means she has ulterior motives." Jin Fanshu was petrified. Respect is like underwear? This sentence seems quite philosophical. But even if this is the truth, why did he say it so vulgarly? Is he trying to make fun of me for being a man with ulterior motives wearing underwear on his head? What did I do to him? Jin Sun had just taken 2 steps, when he saw Yilan walking quickly to block him in front of him, saying, "Jin Sun, there are no more than 3 people in the country who can sing better than you. Well, no more than 2. Forget it, to be honest, I think you are the best. But you are singing such a relaxing song that even children can sing as the finale tonight? Where is your sincerity?" Jin Sun glanced at Yilan, and always felt that she was a bit too aggressive today, said, "When I was young, I didn't write songs carefully. When I'm old, I can't even sing them even if I hold my buttocks together. I have to think about the future. This is the truth. In the entertainment industry, people say that you should become famous as early as possible, especially singers, because younger idols can harvest a wave of fans from elementary school, middle school, high school. When they grow up and have money, they will go to the idols' concerts for their own feelings. So, in order to easily make money from concerts when you are old, writing more catchy songs that are easy to sing is the best strategy." Yilan looked at him deeply, frowned, and turned away. How could anyone not want to break up with a man who wears open-top underwear and can't hold his butt when closed? It's so unfair. As soon as Yilan walked away, Songing almost jumped over and said excitedly, "Brother Jin Sun, you are so handsome today. You must be charming many people. Today, the whole audience is cheering for your looks. I dare not imagine how crazy your fans will be after the live broadcast is sliced and spread tomorrow." As she said, she looked at Xiaoning. "Sister Xiaoning, you must be very careful in the future, or you will be hit to death by a hired killer driving a dump truck." "Xiaoning? Thank you." Songing turned to look at Jin Sun again, and asked cautiously and expectantly, "Brother Jin Sun, will the singing rights of the song Hello Tomorrow be mine from today?" You really want to give it to me for free? Chin Sun said with a smile. Otherwise, how can I take your money? You came all the way here to help. How can I treat you badly? Bai Hong, who was standing in the corner, suddenly changed his face, and his heart was broken. Damn it! Yilan doesn't have to pay, Song Ying doesn't have to pay. So I'm the only one in the audience who got sucked in, and I have to pay 5 million in copyright fees? Chin Sun is really good at playing double standards. Song Ying looked at Chin Sun quietly, and was very moved. She resisted the urge to throw herself into his arms, and turned around and threw herself into Xia Ning's arms. She rubbed her head against Xia Ning's chest like a cat, and said, Wow, I'm so happy. Sister Xia Ning, you're so happy too. Chin Sun was very possessive, and had a small mind. Seeing Song Ying treat Xia Ning so intimately, he said hurriedly, Xiao Ying, that's my territory. Move your head away. Yilan said coldly as soon as she finished speaking. What's wrong? You marked Xia Ning's chest with urine like a wild animal? Give me back your territory? She looked at the stunned Song Ying and said, Song Ying, don't worry about Chin Sun. Just rub against him to death. Rub. Rub. And Ku and Nisiar looked at each other, with bitter smiles on their faces. Yilan felt less calm than before? This rich and beautiful woman has entered the general offensive stage of poaching? Xia Ning gently pushed Song Ying away, walked to Chin Sun, slightly raised her head to look into his eyes. With a gentle smile on her face, she raised her hands to hold his face, and said softly, Chin Sun, congratulations on your graduation. Chin Sun looked at the soft waves in Xia Ning's eyes, raised his right hand to pinch her nose, and smiled. Then you can't call me little brother anymore. The two smiled at each other. Suddenly, click, a sound, a bright light flashed. They looked in the direction of the light at the same time, and saw Qin Fangshu holding a camera, hiding his head behind the camera, and pressing the shutter again. Click. Another sound. Qin Fangshu looked at the couple in front of him through the lens, and smiled and praised. What a perfect couple. Xia Ning smiled gently. Chin Sun frowned slightly, and he heard a hint of cursing. For some reason, even though Qin Fangshu followed them, and took photos for more than half a month, she did not do anything out of line. She did not seduce him. And she did not seduce Xia Ning. However, he always felt that this beautiful and charming young literary woman was a bit shrewd, and it was difficult to see through her mind. Unlike Enku was more of a green tea, while Qin Fangshu was more of a bitch. Chapter 870. Could Chin Sun be the pimp who blackmailed me back then? Chin Sun looked at Qin Fangshu quietly. He found that Qin Fangshu was holding a camera, completely ignoring the strange looks from others, and still had a calm smile on his face. Chin Sun looked at this smile, and only felt dangerous. He even suspected that the male protagonist of the dog-licking monument was a dog that Shi Piyue kept. As a result, something went wrong during the keeping process, and the jumping into the lake became a scandal in the school. Bai Hong saw that the atmosphere in the room was a little strange, and quickly walked to Chin Sun, and said with a smile, Mr. Chin, congratulations on your successful graduation. Today's graduation party will definitely become a benchmark in the industry. After the spread of short videos in the next few days, your popularity will definitely reach the top. Your status will definitely jump up 3 levels. He laughed, glanced at Qin Fangshu who was taking pictures on the side, and continued, just like what Miss Qin said. You are the giant wave in the world. Chin Sun laughed a few times and said, I dare not. I dare not. How can I be as wild as you? Bai Hong? The two exchanged a few words. Bai Hong said that he had to catch a flight in the early morning to catch the announcement, and said goodbye with his assistant. After Bai Hong left, the room was quiet for a moment. Yilan and the others looked at each other, and exchanged glances. Gradually, their eyes fell on Qin Fangshu's face. Qin Fangshu felt that their eyes were a little unfriendly, and asked, What's wrong with you? And Ku looked at Qin Fangshu, and said with a smile, We agreed to have a barbecue to celebrate. Qin Fangshu heard that they didn't want him to participate and treated him as an outsider. But he just pretended not to understand and said, I know which barbecue place nearby is delicious. I can show you the way. Besides, I'm a regular customer there. I can get a discount by scanning my face. And Ku smiled without saying anything, turned to look at Yilan and the others. Yilan had long disliked this woman who dared to do the dangerous action of carrying the ball to Chin Sun. Walked in front of her and said directly, No need. We are all old friends getting together. It doesn't matter which one is delicious or not, as long as it doesn't kill you. Miss Chin, you've had a hard day arguing with Chin Sun today. Why don't you go back and have a rest? Chin Fangshu saw Yi Lan's weird expression, with a smile on her face, turned to look at Chin Sun, and asked, "Then I'll leave?" Seeing Chin Sun nodded without hesitation, she was slightly startled. She never figured out whether she was so annoying. She had received no less than 200 love letters since she was a child, and she had never been ignored or even despised by any man. She had worked hard during this period without any credit. She had toiled without hard work, and she had to work hard without toil. She couldn't even get a barbecue? Chin Fangshu didn't give up, raised her voice, and asked again, "Then I'll leave?" Chin Sun said with a smile, "I wish you a safe journey." The smile on Chin Fangshu's face disappeared. She said with disdain, walked to the door, held the door handle, turned her head, and said, "The barbecue stalls and restaurants nearby are full tonight. Without me taking you to queue up with facial recognition, you will definitely not be able to eat barbecue tonight." After saying that, she opened the door and slammed it. After walking out of the door, Chin Fangshu did not leave directly, but leaned against the wall beside the door to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. The room was quiet for a moment. Yi Lan sneered. "Does she think that if she says that, we will beg her to stay?" Chin Sun took out his phone and checked the time, and found that it was almost 12 o'clock. According to his experience, all the restaurants nearby should be booked by graduates, not to mention the barbecue restaurants. And today's graduation party was too popular. Yi Lan and himself were not suitable to go out to find food, lest they be killed by crazy fans offline. Chin Sun suggested, "Everyone has worked hard today, but it is not realistic to have barbecue tonight. How about we get together again after a while?" Everyone looked at each other, with a little disappointment on their faces, and no one spoke. Yi Lan said displeased, "Chin Sun, we are all old acquaintances. You are telling me something like I will treat you to dinner tomorrow? I ask you, the barbecue restaurants nearby are full. Can barbecue restaurants in the city center be full?" Chin Sun thought about it, thinking of the big commotion at the graduation party tonight, nodded. "Yeah, it must be full. Yi Lan," she said angrily. "Then tomorrow night, let's eat at the barbecue restaurant nearby that you loved to eat when you were in school." Just after she finished speaking, Wang Chui became anxious and reminded, "Sister Yi, if you have a barbecue tomorrow night, you will have to cancel another announcement the day after tomorrow." Yi Lan, "Then let's do it." Wang Chui thought of the amount of money she would have to pay, and said with some pain, "It will be a lot of money." Yi Lan smiled. "Am I short of money?" Wang Chui, "Nearly 3 million yuan for a midnight snack is really expensive." She sighed and said, "I'll talk to Party A. You're in the limelight now, and your value must have skyrocketed. Let Party A change the time and charge the previous price. They may agree if they don't lose money." Yi Lan gave an okay finger, turned to look at Chin Sun, and asked coldly, "Where shall we meet tomorrow?" Chin Sun had eaten barbecue once when he was in college. It was because he saved a fallen girl, and the girl treated him to a barbecue meal out of gratitude. Chin Sun said the name of the restaurant, Erpang Barbecue. "When the time comes, I'll tell you about my glorious deeds in the back street of the school." Yi Lan nodded and walked straight to the door. "Time, place, you can post it in the group later and book a seat in advance." As she said that, she opened the door and saw the back of Chin Fangshu in the corridor, walking out quickly more than 10 meters away. Yi Lan frowned slightly, gently clenched her fists, and quickly chased after them. Xia Ning saw this, was a little worried. "Will they fight?" Chin Sun snorted coldly. "It's nothing." Everyone chatted all the way, escorted by the security guards out of the gymnasium, and got on the van. Those who were going back to the hotel went back to the hotel. Those who were going home went home. The gymnasium, a dark corner. Chin Fangshu sat on the ground, turned to the WeChat moments and searched for a post that had been posted before by Time. The copy is, "You will get your comeuppance sooner or later." The picture was taken from a distance. There is a blurry figure sitting on a table in front of a barbecue restaurant called Erpang Barbecue, drinking beer and eating peanuts. She murmured, "Erpang Barbecue? No way. Would Chin Sun be the pimp who blackmailed me back then?" Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele returned to the rental house, and began to collect live clips of the graduation party on the internet, and made a compilation video of more than 20 minutes. Put it on Chin Sun's personal Douyin account. After doing all this, Su Luoluo was very happy and praised herself. "I am really a golden assistant. This video will definitely dominate the hot search headlines tomorrow. After saying that, no one agreed, which made her feel embarrassed. She turned around and saw Xiao Lele lying on the bed staring at the ceiling, with a sad face. Su Luoluo shouted, "Sister Lele, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Lele came back to her senses, sat up, looked at her and said solemnly, "I always feel that something will go wrong when we have barbecue tomorrow night." Su Luoluo recalled a figure who was walking away quickly in the corridor and being chased by Yilan, and asked, "Is it because of Qin Fanshu?" Xiao Lele nodded vigorously. "Yes. I think she is not simple." Su Luoluo thought about it. But she didn't feel much. She felt that in Ke, Misier, Song Ying, and Yilan were all not simple. And Qin Fanshu didn't seem to be that special among them. She laughed and said, "Sister Lele, don't worry. Boss Qin's iron fist does not distinguish between men and women. Who dares to act wild? If she dares to mess around, she will definitely be forced by Boss Qin to pay the bill and treat us to barbecue. Do you believe it?" Chapter 871. Don't mention that he still wants me to cosplay as the Queen of the Kingdom of Women. At night, Qin Sun fell asleep. The live clips of the graduation party were spreading rapidly, especially the collection made by Su Luoluo, which was liked, commented, and reposted by countless people. His influence was constantly expanding, to a surprising degree. The next day, Qin Sun opened his eyes dazedly and glanced out the window. Seeing the big sun outside through the curtains, he knew it was already morning. He turned his head and saw Xia Ning sitting at the head of the bed in a black vest that couldn't be any smaller, browsing her phone, with a proud smile on her face. Qin Sun asked with a smile, "Ning Ning, why are you dressed again? We are an old couple. Can't we be honest with each other?" Xia Ning was still looking at her phone. Without even looking at Qin Sun, she used her other hand to pull up the quilt and gently covered Qin Sun's head, and said softly, "Don't make noise." Qin Sun quickly jumped out of the quilt, sat up to show his chest and abdominal muscles, looked at Xia Ning's phone, and asked, "What's so beautiful?" Xia Ning put the phone between the two of them, said with a smile, "Look at your hot search. Don't mention it. I really feel proud that my son has been admitted to Beijing University." Qin Sun? How presumptuous. Qin Sun looked down at his phone, and found that he might have been a bit too pretentious yesterday. 8 out of 10 Douyin hot lists were about yesterday's graduation party. He clicked on one at random. Qin Sun's new song dominates all major music charts. The video plays, the picture shows Qin Sun, Yilan, Bai Hong, Song Ying singing on the stage, but there is no singing. There was only one blogger who used Douyin voice package to say the content. No humanity. No humanity. After writing the three-body problem and shocking the world, Qin Sun has once again worked non-stop to create another feat. He actually invited the Queen Yilan, the top streamer Bai Hong, and the big internet celebrity Xiao Ingongzai to perform on the same stage. In one night, he sped 4 new songs to dominate the charts of major music platforms. As an outsider, I also want to say, please leave a way out for other singer-songwriters. After listening, Qin Sun took a look at the video and found that it had 50,000 likes and more than 8,000 comments. He clicked on the comments section and found that he seemed to be quite popular. Qin Sun said before that he would not sing a song a second time. I thought he was pretending. But he succeeded? I declare that from now on, singer-songwriters must follow his standards. Who would have thought that a small graduation concert would be as good as a CCTV evening party? These 4 songs are all very nice. Really? I listened to more than a dozen songs by Qin Sun for nothing. And I didn't spend a penny. But I am not ashamed at all. Yilan, Bai Hong even gave up his status for a new song? Go to sing in a place like this? Can I come? Qin Sun read some comments, and there was no ripple in his heart. He looked up at Xia Ning and said, "They are just some ordinary compliments. Is there anyone who compliments me on my handsomeness? Show me." Xia Ning sighed helplessly, lowered his head, and clicked a few times on Douyin, and found a trending search. Who is the top streamer in China? The result is both reasonable and unexpected. The video plays, and the voice of a common Douyin dubbing package is heard. As we all know, since Bai Hong and Qin Sun collaborated on The Richest Man in Shihong City, and One Later, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms, his status has risen again and again, and he has successfully become the top star in China. Whether it is from the perspective of appearance, popularity, or character, Bai Hong is impeccable, and is generally recognized as the top young idol by the public. And Jin Sun has always received mixed reviews on the internet, giving people a feeling of being both good and bad. He is not arrogant, not high-handed, and often makes trouble, which makes many netizens think that he is like the annoying big brother next door. And people ignore the many labels on him: singer, composer, director, writer, boxing enthusiast, because he has been dominating the hot searches for many years. He has lost the mystery of a super idol, which often makes people overlook his status. Before, there was even a war of words on the internet: who is the top star in China, Baihong or Jin Sun? Compare them from the aspects of appearance, talent, appearance fee, etc. In the end, Baihong's fans won with strong fighting power. But after a live broadcast last night, Jin Sun's first dress-up performance caused a sensation. The blogger found that things did not seem to be simple. Baihong, who claims to have the most fans on the internet, enough to unify the universe, had 1.3 million people in the live broadcast room when he appeared, while Jin Sun had 1.8 million people. This made the blogger wonder, who is the top star? I dare not say. You are welcome to leave a message in the comment area. After listening, Jin Sun pressed pause, looked up at Xiaoning, and asked, "Have Baihong's fans and my fans quarreled online over their status?" Xiaoning nodded and said with a smile, "That was after you finished writing the three-body problem. I don't know who started the quarrel and insisted on competing with Baihong. But the quarrel was deleted as soon as it entered the public's view. And it didn't cause any commotion." She paused and said with a smile, "Baihong still knows his limits." Jin Sun smiled. "He's not sensible. He's afraid that I'll beat him to death. Because I not only know some Mahayana Buddhism, but I also know a little bit of boxing." Xiaoning. "He wants to cosplay Tang Monk? Not to mention that he wants me to cosplay the Queen of the Kingdom of Women. Boring. Shameless." Jin Sun clicked on the comment section and found that it was very noisy. Using the number of people online during a live broadcast to evaluate the status, what is your intention? Blogger? Jin Sun got his start with Douyin. This is his home court. Douyin must have given him extra streams when he appeared. This doesn't count. How about comparing looks, talent, fist, or donations? Let's not talk about talent. Let's talk about character. In fact, Jin Sun is a very nice person in real life. I saw him riding an old lady across the street the other day. This is an all-round and complete crush on your brother. A bunch of brain-dead fans. A leaf can't see the mountain. Xiaobai is the most handsome. Compared to handsome? I don't know how many people would be fascinated by Jin Sun's outfit yesterday, waiting for the flowers to bloom, orchids in the valley. How dare you compare with him in handsomeness? Fans of Baihong don't have to feel inferior. It's your blessing to be on the same stage with Jin Sun. I just like the lively and coquettish look of Jin Sun yesterday. Jin Sun saw the jokes of the people behind him, somewhat helpless. Those words praising my handsomeness, although the words are rough, some are too rough. He lowered his head to look at the hot search list, wanting to find something he was interested in, and clicked to see. Suddenly heard Xiaoning ask leisurely, "Who is the richest woman in Beijing?" Chapter 872. She seemed to be announcing to the world that Jin Sun was the man. She was sure of it. Hearing this, Jin Sun looked up at Xiaoning, a little puzzled. "I don't know. Why are you asking this?" But Xiaoning was silent for a moment, and shook her head gently. "Nothing." As she said that, she clicked on a hot search video. Crazy for love? The richest woman in Beijing gave 1.2 million in a live broadcast. The voice of a somewhat funny blogger sounded. Last night, Jin Sun sang on stage for 5 minutes, and received 1.5 million in gifts, of which 1.2 million was given by the richest woman in Beijing. As we all know, the richest woman in Beijing is Jin Sun's #1 fan. Every time Jin Sun broadcasts live, there will be rewards. According to statistics from bored people, she has given more than 5 million in rewards. Is it a distortion of human nature, or a loss of morality, that can make the rich woman do such a crazy thing? She seems to be announcing to the world that she has decided to keep Jin Sun. I hate it so much. Finally, I want to say loudly, please keep me, and I will warm your bed. After listening to this, Jin Sun understood why Xiaoning was a little unhappy and said, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone support me easily." Xiaoning frowned slightly. "Easily?" Jin Sun sighed and joked. "Nothing is absolute in the world." Xiaoning. "Cheap." Jin Sun lowered his head, clicked the comment area of this video, and found that there were a lot of people posting quotes, asking for support. Rich sister. Jin-sun can't control you. Let me do it. I can control it. When my waist was at its best, I met the person I wanted to protect the most. Bow your head in front of the rich woman. And you don't have to worry about your 3 generations. No one knows how to love you better than me. It would be great if you could fall in love with my dad. Sister, I have 1,500 yuan for living expenses a month. And I am willing to spend 1,314 yuan on you. And the remaining 185 is my height. The other 8 pieces are my abdominal muscles. Don't ask me why I lost 7 yuan, because I was sentenced to 7 years in prison for my love for you. After reading these words, Jin-sun said with disdain, a group of spineless people, how can you find an old lady to support you just for money? If you want to find someone, you should find a young one. After saying that, he heard Xia Ning's dissatisfied sound. He turned his head and said with a smile, for example, it's reasonable for you to support me. Xia Ning was speechless, looking at Jin-sun quietly for 3 seconds, frowning and saying lightly, just talk if you want to. Can you take your hand off my butt? It's 10:30 now. Strictly speaking, it's working hours. Be more respectful. Don't have an office romance. Jin-sun smiled shyly, took his other hand out of the quilt, and saluted with one hand. He said in a compassionate tone, first marry the empress and then go to the sutra, live up to the Tathagata and you, grasp both the love field and the workplace, and make love and career flourish. Xia Ning was startled, lifted the quilt, went to wash, put on makeup and change clothes, and was about to go out. Jin-sun lay on the bedside, watching her walk out without looking back, and shouted, Ning Ning, what are you going to do now? Xia Ning stood at the door and turned around to say, yesterday you asked Shui Wang to dance on the stage and advertised Dudu tea. I went to dozens of nearby stores to take a look, to see how the advertising effect is. After saying that, she paused for a moment and continued, I made an appointment with a makeup artist, and I will go to put on makeup this afternoon. Jin-sun was a little wary. Don't you usually do your own makeup? Xia Ning said with a smile. Are you going to have a barbecue with Yilan and the others tonight? I think Yilan has been a little dishonest recently. I'm worried that she will outshine me tonight. I found a very expensive makeup artist to do my makeup. I want to shock her tonight. Hearing this, Jin-sun didn't dare to respond and kicked the quilt away. I'll go with you to inspect the store. Xia Ning was a little surprised and asked with a smile. You were tired yesterday. Why don't you take a break at home today? Jin-sun answered seriously. Didn't I just say that you should make love and career flourish at the same time? I'll take you to visit the shops first, and then take you to put on makeup. Just like a ride. Xia Ning put his hands together, bowed slightly, and said in a slightly teasing tone, Thank you, holy monk. Because there are many shops to visit, and most of the shops are on the street where there are a lot of people. It is not convenient to park. So Jin-sun rode his beloved electric bike again. Jin-sun wore a mask and sunglasses. Xia Ning only wore a pair of sunglasses, but she also put on sun protection clothing. They rode all the way out of the community. Jin-sun chatted with Xia Ning. Ning Ning, when did you become so fond of beauty? I wear sun protection clothing when I go out to inspect the store. Xia Ning's voice behind him was a little puzzled. Isn't this basic clothing? I have been like this since I was a child. When you went out to play when you were a child, your aunt didn't let you wear sun protection. Jin-sun sighed and said, So, I don't like to chat with rich girls like you. When I went out to play in the summer when I was a child, my mother would only tell me not to play in the water and drown outside. After a while, Xia Ning's weak voice came from behind him. Oh, but you're not black either. Jin-sun was a little proud. That's not a big deal, I'm a born gigolo. Born to be kept by a man. Just after he finished speaking, he felt a soft and boneless hand touching his waist, and he couldn't help but straighten his back. After a while, the hand loosened again. Xia Ning's voice came. Drive well, and pay attention to safety. Jin-sun smiled. Okay, old cadre. After a while, Jin-sun parked the car outside a commercial street, looking at a Dudu tea shop at the corner from a distance. There was a queue at the door, more than a dozen people. Xia Ning did not get off the car, watched for a while, and said, It seems that the advertisement last night was effective. Saint Monk, let's go to the next store. Jin-sun shouted. Go, turned on the ignition and took Xia Ning to another store 500 or 600 meters away. This store had a better location, and there was a large open space at the door. They parked not far from the door, and sat on the electric car to look over. There were already 20 or 30 people queuing at the door. There was a girl holding a selfie stick, singing at the door of the store. I am still the same young girl as before, without any change. Time is just a test. After singing, the girl asked, "Can you give me a free cup?" The store manager looked a little embarrassed. "Sorry, we don't have this activity." Chin Sun saw it and found it funny. Said, "Ning Ning, there is a fool over there." As he said, he turned his head to look at Xian Ning, and found that her eyes were always on the door. Her eyes flickered a little, as if she was brainstorming. Chin Sun was startled, and gently bumped Xian Ning with his shoulder, and asked, "Ning Ning, you, the CEO of Duduti, are you really thinking about launching this event?" Xian Ning saw Chin Sun looking at him like a fool, and asked with some doubt, "Strike while the iron is hot. Can't we use 300,000 cups for the event?" Chin Sun saw that Xian Ning was serious, and silently raised his thumb. "You can, but it's not necessary." Xian Ning thought for a while, and asked, "What do you mean?" Chapter 873. Are you now stressed by the name Qin Fan Shu? Chin Sun looked at Xian Ning, who was sincere and eager to learn, and probably understood why her coffee shop went bankrupt. He sighed, and said in a tone of regret, 300,000 cups. A full 300,000 cups. Even if the cost of one cup is 1 yuan, it will be 300,000 yuan. That's our money. Xian Ning was a little unhappy when she heard this accusatory tone, and corrected, "It's just my money for now." After saying that, she saw Chin Sun stunned for a moment, seemingly surprised that she would say that, which made her a little embarrassed. However, she did not say anything to comfort him. Chin Sun shook his head gently, turned around and pointed at the internet celebrity at the door, who finally got a cup of milk tea after much persuasion, and said, "It is obvious that the people who come to the store to sing youth and want to get milk tea for free are definitely not normal people, but some short video bloggers who want to take advantage of the traffic of youth. You just need to let the store managers pay attention to those bloggers. They will give a cup of milk tea after singing the song. They will go to invest in Dojia for themselves, promote themselves, and promote us by the way. You just need to pick a few bloggers you like and invest some Dojia, and let them feel good. As long as a video of singing and getting milk tea for free goes viral, it will definitely attract other bloggers to follow suit. And the influence of a blogger is far greater than that of 100 normal customers. Why do you have to give out 300,000 cups of milk tea at once?" At this point, Chin Sun turned around and looked at Xian Ning, and smiled. "Ning Ning, I'm here cosplaying as a fake Tang monk, but I didn't expect you to be here as a real Guanyin, giving away so many milk teas to save all living beings." Xian Ning smiled gently and said, "I just want everyone to get involved and make it more lively." Chin Sun said helplessly, "Ning Ning, do business and charity. Don't mix them up. You are a little too generous. You should learn from Qin Fan Shu in some aspects. Really, she can play with you like a dog. Do you believe it?" Xian Ning's heart suddenly shrank when she heard the name Qin Fan Shu. After a while, she suddenly smiled, put her arms around Chin Sun's neck, and said softly, "Brother Yudi, please buy me a glass of lemonade. I'll check the products in their store." Chin Sun heard this, Brother Yudi, and immediately got off the electric bike happily. "Your Majesty, just wait." He walked 2 or 3 steps towards the store, and suddenly heard the sound of an electric bike starting behind him, and turned his head sharply. Xian Ning rode away on the bike. The speed was very fast, obviously speeding. "Chin Sun?" he shouted at Xian Ning's receding back. "I haven't gotten on the car yet. I haven't gotten on yet." Suddenly he froze. My Jiao. When did she learn to ride an electric bike? When she took over Duduti, she learned bad habits from visiting stores with Enke? For the next half day, Xian Ning seemed to have disappeared. She didn't answer Chin Sun's calls, and she only replied with a smiley emoji when he sent her text messages. She was so weird. Chin Sun had no choice but to stay in the Oak Company office to play games. He thought that if he didn't see anyone after get off work, he would go to eat barbecue alone. She was so rebellious. I must return to secular life at night, and show her some pornography. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was only half an hour left before work. Chin Sun was a little upset, and he was giving away heads crazily in the game. When his teammates clicked to surrender, he clicked no, and then went to play hard. With the blessing of the ability of the extreme sports demon king, he could always make a comeback, but he couldn't protect the family tree, and was cursed by his teammates countless times. It was 4:28. And there were only 2 minutes left until the end of the get-off-work day. Jin Sun put away his phone and stood up. And suddenly saw the office door open. And Xia Ning walked in. He was startled. Sat back on the sofa. Crossed his legs. And said coldly, "Come here." Kneel down. Xia Ning closed the door. Walked over expressionlessly. And sat down on the sofa next to him. "Are you angry?" Jin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning. And asked, "Are you sick? You are so old and still playing the disappearing trick?" But he saw Xia Ning silent for a moment. Took out his phone and opened the circle of friends. It was a selfie of Xia Ning in front of the mirror. The address showed a makeup studio in Haicheng. The caption was, "I'm here," Xia Ning said with a smile on her face. "This circle of friends is only visible to you. I spent 2 hours putting on makeup and waited for you for 2 hours, but you never showed up." Jin Sun's anger suddenly dissipated, and he stammered. "Who would have thought of this? You won't send me a WeChat message directly?" Xia Ning said with a half smile. "Little brother, have you ever seen a woman who doesn't act up? I am also a woman, I have a temper too, I am angry, and you won't let me act up for a while?" Jin Sun was speechless, and simply kept silent. Xia Ning was heard saying again, "You didn't expect to find me on WeChat moments, but I came straight to the office after putting on my makeup, because I knew you would be here. You don't know me that well, but I know you very well." Jin Sun. He didn't want to talk anymore. Why was he the willful one, but he felt a little embarrassed in the end. Is a woman's ability to blame others a natural skill? The two were silent, and no one spoke. After a while, Jin Sun felt uncomfortable holding back and asked, "Ning Ning, you seem to have some special opinions about Jin Fanshu?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a layer of goosebumps on Xia Ning's smooth and delicate arms, and was a little surprised. "Are you now stressed by the name Jin Fanshu?" Xia Ning gently rubbed her arms with both hands to make the goosebumps disappear, turned to look at Jin Sun, and said lightly, "Yes. To be honest with you, I am a little concerned about her appearance. No, I am very concerned. I think she may be a big hurdle between us." Hearing this, Jin Sun opened his mouth in surprise, stood up and looked down at Xia Ning. "My hair? Do you want to hear what you are saying? Will that contrast bitch Jin Fanshu be a big obstacle between us? Why does she do that?" Seeing Jin Sun so excited, Xia Ning smiled, pulled his hand, and asked him to sit down again, said, "Of course it's not because of her fair skin, beautiful face and good temperament." As she said that, the smile on her face disappeared, looking into Jin Sun's eyes, and said seriously, "My worry is not without reason. I think there is some inexplicable fate between you and her." Jin Sun? He was even more confused. Enku is a green tea who is familiar with the 36 strategies to kill men. She is not worried. Yi Lan, a rich woman who always shouts that she wants to support her, she is not worried. Huang Huai, a woman with almost the same name as the heroine of the story she made up, she is not worried. Why is she worried about Jin Fanshu? A contrast bitch? Jin Sun sighed helplessly, reached out, and touched Xia Ning's forehead. "Ning Ning, you don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? She and I have a destiny to have a son." Chapter 874 Inexplicably, I Became a Duck? Xia Ning looked at Jin Sun, smiled, extended a finger, speaking calmly. "First, for years ago, you met her once in the cafeteria because of a chicken leg, and she also put you on her circle of friends." Jin Sun laughed angrily. "This is a coincidence, and being put on the circle of friends by a little fairy is not a good experience." Xia Ning extended a second finger, and continued. "Second, the lyrics you wrote when you were a child wrote about a girl named Xiaofeng in the village, who was beautiful and kind. The surname of your village is Qin, and her name is Jin Fanshu." Jin Sun was slightly startled, and shook his head helplessly. "I just made it up." At that time, the name Xiaofeng was more popular, and it was called Xiaofeng for the rhyme of the lyrics. Xia Ning continued to extend the third finger and said, "Third, your underwear was stolen by your classmate and sold to the male protagonist of the dog-licking monument, who finally gave it to Jin Fanshu. I have reason to believe that it was an original pair of underwear." Hearing this, Jin Sun's body was shocked. "Shit! Is this possible? This coincidence again and again seems a bit weird." Jin Sun was a little upset. What a fucking shitty coincidence. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning put away 3 fingers and said, "You said I was stressed by the name Jin Fanshu. Put yourself in her shoes. If it was you, would you not be stressed?" Jin Sun hesitated, not knowing what to say, so he could only smile. Xia Ning continued. For Yilan, I have no sense of crisis, because I know clearly that you will not fall in love with her. Hearing this, Qin Sun shouted. Then it is even more impossible for me to fall in love with Qin Fanshu. I fucking hate her so much. In order to strengthen his tone, 2/3 of this sentence were swear words, and he once again broke through his low-quality limit. But Xia Ning had a faint helpless smile on her face. And said, This is what I'm worried about. You hated me so much at first. But in the end we were together. Qin Sun raised his hand and made a gesture of swearing to the sky. And explained in a hurry. I didn't. I never hated you. When I first saw you, I saw you wearing those stockings and I thought, fuck. If I could touch them, I would be in heaven. Later. One time. I accidentally saw your breasts again. And I wanted to hack them again. They were so creamy and fragrant. I had to do it 7 or 8 times a day. Xia Ning heard these lewd words. And quickly reached out to cover Qin Sun's mouth. Saying, Okay. 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 You don't have to say what's going on in your heart. And you can say it so vividly and concretely. Okay? She sighed and said. Even if you've never hated me. I'll tell you the truth. I really hated you very much at the beginning. Seeing Qin Sun scratching his head embarrassedly. As if he was ashamed of his slacking behavior back then. Xia Ning smiled and continued. When one person can greatly affect the emotions of another person, and there is no irreconcilable contradiction between the two of them. She lowered her voice. And her tone suddenly became serious. Do you think this emotion will suddenly become a kind of... The word love was stuck in Xia Ning's throat. She hesitated for several times. And was still unwilling to say it. Qin Sun hesitated to help her say it. Adultery? Xia Ning thought the word was quite appropriate. And nodded gently. Yes. Adultery. Qin Sun thought about the long conversation Xia Ning had said, leaned back on the sofa, put his feet on the coffee table. And laughed. The laughter became louder and louder. He laughed very wildly, but he saw that Xia Ning's face was always serious, so he had to restrain his smile. Ning, what's wrong with you? Why do you become like a little girl? Daydreaming all day long? Xia Ning's mouth curled up a small smile. I think our love is too sweet. Everything is natural. Things are going too smoothly. We haven't tasted the bitterness of love. We only enjoy the blessing of love. This is not normal. Qin Sun was stunned. His brain CPU was running at high speed. And finally said something very straight. Have you watched too many bloody romance dramas recently? Sleeping on firewood and tasting gall is gojian. And eating without suffering is a bitch. Xia Ning? You called me a bitch? Qin Sun. I spoke too quickly. The two of them were silent because they didn't agree on the topic. After a while, Qin Sun asked, What do you want? Xia Ning stood up, took a deep breath, and said with a determined look on her face, I will find a chance to have a good chat with Qin Fanshu tonight. I want to ask her what she thinks of you. Qin Sun looked up at Xia Ning, thinking she was so cool, and asked carefully, What if she really has some improper thoughts about me as you think? What will you do? Withdraw and help us. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xia Ning suddenly lower his head, sneered, raised his right hand, made a hand knife gesture, and swung it down violently. I'm not that generous. I will cut it off in 2, sever your fate. Seeing this murderous knife, Qin Sun's anus tightened, and he stood up suddenly said, Ning, what you said really makes me feel cold. What fate do I have with her? Yes, it's a bad fate. Xia Ning smiled, took Qin Sun's hand and walked to the door, said as she walked, I don't know what the final result will be, and I don't know how God designed it. I don't know whether Qin Fanshu is the tempering of our relationship, or the absurd discovery in the end, I am the obstacle of your relationship. As she said, she stopped, put her hands gently on Qin Sun's shoulders, and smiled confidently. But, little brother, I'm telling you, I'm very difficult to deal with. I've been planning to snatch the position of the helmsman of a 100 billion group since high school. You're a little white face. I won't let you go easily. Qin Sun. Rich women are more domineering than ordinary people when they act like hooligans. Oh! Qin Sun looked into Xia Ning's eyes and suddenly laughed. Big sister. But we have already made a fait accompli. And we have made many kinds of rice. Boiled rice, steamed rice, fried rice with eggs, and clay pot rice. Xia Ning was slightly startled. Thinking of those ear-sizzling postures, she calmed down and said coldly, If you find out that she is the one you were destined to marry, then this period of lingering will be a thorn in her heart. As she said this, she turned her head away and looked at the closed door. You don't have to feel guilty about me. You are a good cook, and I am not at a disadvantage. Jin-sun? Inexplicably, I became a duck? Sister is a little domineering today. Ba. Jin Fanshu. You'd better not show up tonight. Otherwise you will be beaten into a spitting top by Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 875. You can't convince me. But you can sleep with me. Jin-sun and Xia-ning walked out of the office, and found that everyone in the company had left. After all, overtime is fined, and colleagues are used to completing work efficiently during working hours. After get off work, they don't have to worry about anything, and they just spend the money they earn outside. There are rumors in society that being able to join Oak Company is a big happy event that is enough for people to set up several tables to celebrate. The two walked hand in hand towards the elevator. Suddenly, Jin-sun asked, Ning-ning, if you defeat your imaginary enemy Jin Fanshu today, how are you going to celebrate? Xia-ning stopped, turned around, and used her hand that had just been done with nails, gently hooked Jin-sun's chin and smiled. Then you will have a good life in the future. I will officially support you. Jin-sun saw her slightly aggressive look, and his inner chauvinism suddenly erupted, and said, I am very rich now. Xia-ning smiled gently. But where do you spend money? You are the strangest person I have ever seen. You are so rich, but you don't buy a car, a watch, or a house. Your biggest expense is sending 10 million to your family. And you don't seem to have too high material desires? Sometimes, I can't figure it out. If you don't spend money, why do you make so much money? This conversation touched Jin-sun's sore spot, and he closed his eyes helplessly. The system panel was called up. Slacking value, 301000000. There is still nearly 700 million short of 1 billion slacking value. I don't know when I can accumulate enough. Although the abilities I have now are amazing enough, I haven't fully utilized any of them. I haven't even used my extreme sports devil ability much. That's it, it's enough to live a life without worries. But who would complain about having too many superpowers? What if I can really become a Chinese? With such a good thing as slacking value, money is really beyond my body. Money can be made, and it can be made at any time. So it is not surprising. Now he really understands what Boss Ma said. I am not interested in money. As for Xia-ning's so-called love of making money, the main purpose is not to make money but to work. How can there be a chance to slack off if you don't work? After a while, Jin-sun opened his eyes, and said in a sincere tone, I love work, and I am not good at spending money. Xia-ning smiled. If you don't know how to spend money, then I will teach you. I will be a good teacher. As she said, she let go of Jin-sun's chin, pointed at her face, and said, Guess how much I spent on my makeup this afternoon? Hearing this, Jin-sun was slightly startled. He then remembered that Xia-ning disappeared in the afternoon to put on makeup. He stared at that beautiful face for a long time. Is there 2 more eyeliners at the corners of her eyes? The face seems to be more rosy than usual. The lips look thinner than usual. But it seems that there is not much difference from usual. Jin-sun shook his head gently. I don't know, I can't guess. Xia-ning smiled and made a 5 sign. Jin-sun was shocked. 500 for this? Xia-ning laughed. 5,000. Jin-sun? He was stunned, and looked at Xia-ning's face carefully again, and found that it was really no different from usual. Ning-ning, you were not defrauded by someone. Were you? Xia-ning laughed out loud. Look, your concept of how much money you have is still stuck in your school days, she said, grabbing Jin-sun's collar with both hands, and began to sort it out carefully. When the box office share of the richest man in Shihong City comes down, you will also be a small rich man, with a net worth of nearly 400 million. If you spend money in the usual way, you will never spend all this money in your lifetime. Jin-sun looked at Xia-ning's matter-of-fact look, and felt that she was really a spendthrift woman, and said, But 5,000 yuan for a one-time makeup. And it doesn't look much different from usual. That's a big loss. I'm rich, not sick. Xia-ning heard the word sick and felt offended. Trying to persuade him. Suppose you are a normal graduate. You may have about 5,000 in savings when you just enter the society. And you now have 400 million. Which is 80,000 times that of an ordinary graduate. A senior makeup artist charges 5,000 yuan for a makeup. Divided by 80,000. Which is 0.0625 yuan. Or 6 cents. At this point, she looked into Qin Sun's eyes and said, "A worker with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan spends 6 cents on makeup. Do you still think it's expensive?" Qin Sun frowned, thought again and again, felt that he was being fooled, and shook his head. "You are good at math. But I still think it's expensive." Xia Ning sighed and smiled bitterly. "It seems that I can't convince you. In a few days, I really need to take a few days off to take you out to spend money and change your view of money." After saying that, she saw Qin Sun staring at her face, with a naughty smile on his lips, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "What do you want to do?" Qin Sun just laughed. "You can't convince me, but you can make me sleep. Before going to bed tonight, don't remove your makeup. Don't waste the 5,000 yuan makeup. Make the best use of it." He paused and laughed even more evilly. "If you beat Qin Fanshu to death tonight and win the final victory, can you blow the horn of victory for me tonight?" Xia Ning? She was stunned. Blow the horn of victory. Although she and Qin Sun have spent many days and nights together, she has never done that. That thing doesn't look like something edible. However, Qin Sun seems to have been working towards this goal. Xia Ning turned around, walked towards the elevator, and said lightly, "We'll talk about it later." Qin Sun was overjoyed. "There's a chance?" "Yoshi." The two walked towards the elevator. After a while, Xiao Lei and Su Luoluo, one holding a mop and the other holding a rag, came out of the bathroom and stood in the aisle for a long time. Because they had an appointment to have a barbecue tonight, they did not get off work on time. Seeing Xia Ning go to the office, they thought Qin Sun and Xia Ning were going to have a long quarrel. With nothing to do, they took tools to clean the toilet to the standard of a 5-star hotel. They never expected to hear such an exciting conversation. Su Luoluo was distraught and asked in a low voice, "Sister Lei, will we be killed to silence us?" Xiao Lei, "Not really. If you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know?" As soon as the voice fell, they saw Xia Ning hurried over at the intersection, saw them head on, and froze in place. The 6 eyes met, and the atmosphere was awkward. In just a moment, Xia Ning recovered, with a smile on her face, and walked over quickly, greeting them calmly. "I left a lipstick in Qin Sun's office." When passing by them, Xia Ning stopped and joked, "You two secretly worked overtime today. If Qin Sun knew, you would be fined 200 yuan. Su Luoluo was already panicking, and she took this joke as a threat, and said with a sad face, "Sister Xia Ning, we didn't hear anything." Xia Ning, "Ah, this? Are you trying to cover up the truth? Some things can actually be tacitly understood." Chapter 876. Do I have such a deep prejudice against ladies wearing glasses? Xia Ning looked at Su Luoluo and said with a smile, "Luoluo, I don't understand what you are saying." At this moment, Su Luoluo panicked even more, grasping Xia Ning's arm tightly with both hands, showing her loyalty, said, "Sister Xia Ning, please don't fire us. Tonight we will obey your orders, help you deal with Qin Fanshu that. In order to keep her job, she said the dirtiest words of her life. That bitch. We'll beat her for you." Xia Ning? Awkward. Too embarrassing. Let Chengwan give this little girl some social skills training some other day. Xia Ning saw that Su Luoluo was almost crying, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her helplessly. "Okay, I'll leave it to you then." After that, she walked quickly towards Qin Sun's office. Su Luoluo looked at her back as she left, clenched her fists, with a determined look on her face. Suddenly, she found that Xiao Lei was a few steps away from her, and asked, "Sister Lei, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Lei was embarrassed and hesitant. I don't want to talk to an idiot." Su Luoluo was stunned, and a look of pity and anger flashed across her face. And she said with great pain, "Sister Lei, you can't refuse to fight with Qin Fanshu. That bitch. Just because of your mental cleanliness. In order to keep our jobs, we can only be a little bit worse and help Sister Xia Ning scold her more, even if it's against our conscience. Boss Qin said that once a person loses his conscience, he will earn more. This is a very important lesson for us to enter society." "Xiao Lei?" She sighed. "I believe it now. There are really fools who have good fortunes in the world. How did Su Luoluo grow up? How did he get into college? How did he get employed as Master Qin's assistant? This is so unfair. This is totally unfair." Looking at Su Luoluo's burning eyes full of fighting spirit, Xiao Lele helplessly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, saying with a lack of confidence, "Well, I will try my best to scold Qin Fanshu." "That idiot." Qin Sun and Xia Ning returned to the villa. Xia Ning refused Qin Sun's request to take a bath together in the bathroom, added milk, essential oils, flower petals into the bathtub, and soaked for half an hour. Qin Sun took a shower and lay on the bed in his shorts playing games. Suddenly, he smelled a faint fragrance, looked up and saw Xia Ning walking and wrapped in a bath towel, and immediately became energetic and said, "I lost every game just now, and I saw you win these few games." Xia Ning. She looked like she had no desire to live. Pointing at Qin Sun, who was eager to try, and said, "Be honest. My makeup is waterproof, but it can't stop someone from licking saliva on my face. I'll change my clothes first, and then match you with a set." Qin Sun snorted coldly and lay down again, turned his back, and continued to play the game, chasing the enemy's auxiliary and slashing 3 streets. Half an hour later, he suddenly heard Xia Ning calling him softly from behind. "Qin Sun, do you think my outfit looks good?" Qin Sun was dissatisfied, and he didn't even turn his head. "Looks good." After saying that, he felt the temperature in the air dropped by several degrees, and felt the murderous aura that was as solid as a substance. He turned around slowly, and was stunned when he saw Xia Ning, and it was difficult to take his eyes off her. "Fuck. This is really good looking. Fuck." Xia Ning opened her hand slightly, and turned around gently. A well-tailored black dress outlines her graceful figure, matched with a pair of simple yet elegant high heels. Her high ponytail hairstyle, with a few strands of hair scattered casually in front of her forehead, shows her capable yet gentle, full of the charm of a cool and noble sister. Xia Ning raised a smug smile at the corner of her mouth, with a bit of sharpness in her eyes, pointing at Qin Sun, who was about to sneak down from the bed, said, "Little brother, get back to bed, don't mess around. I haven't finished dressing up yet. I'm going to give you enough face today." She walked to the dressing table, opened the drawer, selected a pair of silver frameless glasses from the 3 pairs of glasses inside, and put them on, turned to look at Qin Sun. "Wouldn't it look better this way?" Qin Sun's eyes lit up. But he was rejected again and again by Xia Ning, and he was very unhappy, and said, "Not very good. Haven't you heard the saying that airplanes are the highest in the sky, and glasses are the coolest on the ground?" Xia Ning was a little surprised when she heard this jingle, and asked hesitantly, "Did you make this up yourself? After all, you are so good at writing lyrics. It's not difficult for you to rhyme casually." Qin Sun's face immediately showed a wronged look of being wronged, and his tone was a little excited, and he defended, "Ning Ning, you know me. I respect women. How could I make up a jingle to describe girls?" Seeing Xia Ning looking at him quietly, with a look of disbelief, he continued to explain. "This jingle not only has the saying that the plane is the highest in the sky, the eyes are the most sexy on the ground, but also that the plane is the fastest in the sky, and wearing glasses is the worst. Did I make it all up? Do I have such a deep prejudice against ladies wearing glasses?" Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun suspiciously for a moment, slowly turned her head, looked at herself in the dressing mirror, took off her glasses, and smiled. "If you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it. This is enough to deal with Qin Fanshu." Summer nights, they get dark very slowly. At 6:30 in the evening, Qin Sun, wearing a mask and sunglasses, and Xia Ning, wearing sunglasses, came to the door of her Pang barbecue restaurant. As the host, they came earlier to book a room. Xia Ning stood at the door, and could tell at a glance that this was an old restaurant. The sign was worn and full of oil stains. On the open space to the left of the store door, a fat man and a tall and thin woman were busy in front of the barbecue stove with their backs to them. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue and the smell of charcoal fire. Xia Ning looked at the huge contrast between the fat and the thin, lowered his voice, and smiled at Qin Sun beside him. "Qin, hey, it's called our Pang barbecue restaurant. Why is there only yapong?" Qin Sun shook his head and said, "How should I know? I've only eaten barbecue here once." Xia Ning slowly glanced around, and saw that on the open ground outside the store, there were more than 10 tables arranged in an orderly manner. 5 or 6 tables were occupied by customers. In the hot summer, they ate barbecue and drank beer, relying only on a roaring big fan to bring a little coolness. Obviously, the private room in the store should be full. Suddenly, Xia Ning found that many boys were looking at her furtively, and said to Chin Sun in a low voice, "There are no private rooms now, and it is not convenient for you and Yilan to eat outside with your status. Or should we pack up and rent a private room in a nearby restaurant?" Chin Sun thought for a while and said, "Many restaurants on this street have a minimum consumption for private rooms. Maybe there are private rooms inside. Let's go in and ask first." As he said that, he looked at the fat man who was busy grilling meat. His eyes fell on the tongs next to the grill, and his voice became even lower. "Ning Ning, I heard that the owner of this restaurant has a bad temper. It is said that he has stabbed drunk students with red-hot tongs. We will go and ask questions later. The other party's attitude may be a little bad. You have to be mentally prepared." Hearing Chin Sun giving him a shot of prevention, Xia Ning's heart was a little nervous, and he asked in a low voice, "The service is not good. How come his business is so good?" Chin Sun sighed helplessly. "Some people are just mean. If the boss doesn't say a few words to them, they still think the boss's barbecue is not authentic." Hearing this, Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun in shock, said, "This is the barbecue restaurant you recommended. Don't we have to go to this one?" Chin Sun. How presumptuous. Chapter 877, As she appears within 300 meters of us now. I will eat. Chin Sun walked in holding Xia Ning's hand. At the same time, in front of the barbecue stove outside the door, the tall and thin female barbecue chef suddenly turned her head, looked at Chin Sun and Xia Ning walking in, and said with a smile, "Boss, the two people I have been waiting for seem to be teasing you just now." The fat boss took the towel on his shoulder and wiped his face, and continued to flip the skewers on the grill, saying with a smile, "I don't care about them. Don't play crickets with them in the private room later. I'm a black-hearted boss." Chin Fanshu skillfully turned the skewers in her hand, brushed them with oil at the right time, and when the sizzle sound came, she grabbed a handful of seasoning and sprinkled it evenly. She put several skewers of meat on 4 iron plates. "Boss, these 4 plates are free." The fat boss cursed with a smile. Black-hearted employees. Chin Fanshu smiled, grabbed a few beans, corn, enoki mushrooms, and other vegetables, and placed them on the grill, and said to the smiling boss beside her, "Boss, if I fight with them later, remember to come in with the red-hot tongs to save me." The fat boss thought she was joking. This gold medal part-time barbecue beauty in his store 4 years ago suddenly came to book a private room at noon today, and said mysteriously that it was reserved for the most beautiful women tonight. At 6 o'clock, she came early again, changed her clothes, put on an apron, and grilled on the stove, saying that she wanted to get a feel for it. She was obviously preparing to entertain the guests. How could she fight in the private room? The fat boss said with a smile. Okay. I will definitely send you the tongs in time. Just use the red-hot tongs to stab those blind people in the buttocks like before." Chin Fanshu thought of the scene of stabbing someone in the buttocks with the tongs and laughed. "That makes sense. I should also try to get a feel for this skill of dealing with perverts." The fat boss laughed out loud. Chin Fanshu said hurriedly, "Boss, watch your saliva." The fat boss immediately closed his mouth. Chin Fanshu put down the skewers, took off his apron and hung it aside, said, "Boss, I'm going to change my clothes. Please take a look at these vegetarian dishes. I'll be back soon to bring these plates of barbecue." Chin Sun and Xia Ning walked into the barbecue restaurant. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw a chubby middle-aged woman rushing out from the counter on the left side of the entrance and blocking Chin Sun and Xia Ning. Her face was covered with sweat and her flesh was trembling, but her smile was as bright as a sunflower. "Hey, handsome guy and beautiful girl. Are you here to have dinner with a little girl named Su Luoluo?" Chin Sun was slightly startled, seeing the overly enthusiastic smile on the boss's face. He suddenly thought of Sun Earnyong and had an ominous premonition. He nodded. "Yes, she's here?" He was somewhat satisfied with this. This silly assistant seemed to have become smarter. The fat lady boss pointed to the innermost private room on the right and said, "They've been here a long time ago. I'll take you there." As she said that, she walked over there with her fat thighs, panting heavily. Seeing this, Chin Sun felt that walking 2 steps was a bit too hard for her, and hurriedly said, "Lady boss, we can go by ourselves, we can go by ourselves." After saying that, Chin Sun walked over there. Xia Ning followed him, and when she passed by the fat lady boss, she suddenly stopped and asked, "Lady boss, how did you know we were here to see Su Luoluo?" The lady boss glanced at Chin Sun, then looked at Xia Ning, and laughed. Someone told me that all the best-looking women who came to the store tonight are in the same group, and they will be placed in a private room. I have been running a store here for more than 10 years, and I have seen hundreds of thousands of girls. Although you are wearing sunglasses, you can be ranked among the best-looking ones no matter how you look at it. Xiaoning felt a little embarrassed when she saw the lady boss praising her sincerity because of what happened in the afternoon. Su Luluo was afraid that I would make things difficult for her, so she actually said such greasy and disgusting things to the boss lady? Qin Sun walked back and asked the boss lady with a smile. Boss lady, is my girlfriend the best-looking one among the hundreds of thousands of girls? The smile on the boss lady's face became a little awkward. After hesitating for a while, she said with a smile, No. I think the best-looking one is a part-time worker in my previous store. Qin Sun originally wanted to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha, but he didn't expect to borrow loneliness. He smiled, took Xiaoning's hand and walked to the private room, whispering, that part-timer worked for the boss's wife, and let her exploit her. She was looking through a filter. Of course the boss's wife thought that the part-timer was prettier. Don't take it to heart, Xiaoning said with a smile. Second place is also good. After a pause, she continued, I think the boss of this company is very enthusiastic and has a good temper. Don't listen to those rumors in the future. Qin Sun smiled and said nothing. Rumors? Who knows? The most mysterious story in the back streets of every university is probably the story of school prostitutes. When he was the receptionist at the small hotel, he heard a lot of urban legends. The two chatted all the way and walked to the door of the private room. Qin Sun did not knock on the door, reached out to twist the door, revealing a crack in the door. Suddenly, he heard Xiaoning's voice suddenly became higher, seemingly a little surprised. Qin Sun, do you think the part-time worker the boss lady mentioned is Qin Fanshu? Qin Fanshu is the most beautiful in her eyes? Qin Sun heard this, with a helpless look on his face, said, Ningning, have you been bewitched by Qin Fanshu? Why is she on your mind? Hearing Qin Sun's ridicule, Xiaoning smiled awkwardly, and said in a low voice, I seem to be a little too crazy, but I really think there is some inexplicable fate between you and Qin Fanshu. I feel a little uneasy. Qin Sun sighed deeply, and said in a decisive tone to reassure Xiaoning, there is absolutely no such possibility. If she appears within 300 meters of us now, I will eat. Before he said the word shit, he heard a cough behind him. Qin Fanshu's voice was like a devil's whisper, exploding like thunder in his ears. Are you looking for me? Qin Sun was startled, and swallowed the shit that he hadn't said. He turned around slowly, and suddenly found that Qin Fanshu was really standing behind him, less than 3 meters away. Qin Fanshu had big wavy hair and a bright red dress, which formed a sharp contrast with her white skin, red like blood, white like snow. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and held a tray in both hands, which contained 4 large plates of grilled meat and a large plate of grilled vegetables. Qin Sun saw a faint smile on Qin Fanshu's face, as if mocking him for wanting to eat shit just now. He was a little embarrassed, and turned around to see Xiaoning's eyes on Qin Fanshu's clothes, and his face was still a little ugly. He was even more angry, and said to Qin Fanshu in dissatisfaction, Sister, what are you doing? Why do you keep following me? Qin Fanshu laughed loudly, and laughed so hard that her body shook. I followed you? Brother, I came to book a room at noon. Who is following who? Qin Sun was choked and couldn't speak. Suddenly, he saw Xiaoning pointing at Qin Fanshu's skirt and asked, This is the skirt I wore when I first met you. Why are you wearing the same skirt now? Qin Fanshu held the barbecue with both hands and replied with a smile. I saw you wearing it last time and thought it looked good, so I went to buy the same one to try. Unexpectedly, I found that I looked good in it too. Xiaoning was alert. She wanted to replace me, starting with the same clothes? Qin Sun was also alert. She wanted to steal Xiaoning away, starting with stealing her clothes? Chapter 878. This Su Luluo is usually as timid as a mouse, but now, he can start cursing at 0 frames? Qin Sun stared at Qin Fanshu. His eyes fell on the glasses on her face, and he spoke slowly. The old saying is true, the plane is the highest in the sky, and the glasses on the ground are the coquettish. How can you wear Penru's clothes? Xiaoning was startled, and was stunned. Penru? Who is Penru? Is this another curse word that I don't know? Qin Fanshu felt aggrieved. This was the second time in her life that someone called her coquettish in person, and she felt that the glasses on her nose had weighed several pounds, and she fought back. You made this up yourself, didn't you? Jin Sun looked at Xia Ning, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a crazy hint. Ning Ning, do you think I made this up? Xia Ning immediately figured it out. These words were indeed made up by Jin Sun to fool her this afternoon. However, she decided to help her relatives instead of the others, and said to Qin Fashu, how could it be made up? Jin Sun respects girls very much, and he would not make up such words to frame women. Seeing that Qin Fangshu still looked unconvinced, she added, besides this, I've also heard another sentence. Plane in the sky is the fastest. She deliberately kept it a secret. Glasses on the ground are the worst. Qin Fangshu saw Xia Ning was so serious, squinted his eyes, and began to wonder. The conversation of the three people was transmitted to the private room through the crack of the door. Inside, in the private room, Yi Lan and Ke, Song Ying, Misier and other girls took off their glasses and hid them in their bags when they heard this. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Wearing glasses is obviously very popular this year, which can enhance one's temperament and style. Why did they get scolded for no reason? At this moment, the door opened and Qin Sun and the other three walked in. Qin Fangshu asked anxiously as soon as he entered the room. Have you ever heard that airplanes are the fastest in the sky and glasses are the worst on the ground? Xia Ning paused, feeling a little uneasy. Since they entered the room, Su Luolu's eyes have been on Xia Ning's face, ready to accept the instructions of the female boss at any time. Seeing Xia Ning's embarrassed face, she immediately stood up to help her, said, You've heard of it. Why haven't you heard of it? Can Sister Xia Ning lie? Others also echoed. Yi Lan said calmly, This sentence is very popular, haven't you heard it? Song Ying nodded and said, The plane is the highest in the sky, and the glasses are the coolest on the ground. It's not a trend for just 1 or 2 days. Misier added fuel to the fire. I have been traveling all over the country for so many years, and I have heard similar words everywhere. Girls who are not nearsighted but wear glasses have fun, which is quite a contrast. And Ke smiled like a green tea, took out a pair of glasses from her bag, put them on for 2 seconds, and took them off again and said, When I want to seduce someone, I will wear glasses, to suggest those boys with overflowing hormones I am thirsty, I will flirt with them quickly. When Qin Fangshu heard this, she was completely confused. Can I be out of date when I deal with college students every day? Hey! Did that little green tea girl named Ke just secretly call me slutty? Call me thirsty? Xia Ning saw that everyone was helping her against their conscience, felt a little embarrassed, and quietly walked to the table to pull out a stool, to facilitate serving the dishes. Suddenly, she saw Su Luolu's big eyes, like radar, staring at her. Xia Ning had no choice but to force a smile at her and nodded gently. It meant, You did a good job just now. Su Luolu immediately smiled, and felt that half of her job was saved. Xia Ning pulled the stool away quickly, turned around and took the tray from Qin Fangshu, and put the barbecue on the table one by one. She looked like a housewife entertaining guests. Several people sat down. There was an unexpected guest, Qin Fangshu, in the dining room, which was a little quiet. The atmosphere was awkward. Xia Ning was very conscious of being a hostess. She stood up and prepared to say something to break the ice and ease the awkward atmosphere. She smiled and slowly looked at everyone. Suddenly, she saw Su Luoluo staring at her with big eyes. She thought it was a bit funny and smiled. She subconsciously shook her head slightly. But this shake made Su Luoluo angry. She thought to herself, Is Sister Xia Ning giving me a look? Or do you think I didn't deal with that witch enough? Her heart tightened. She turned to look at Qin Fangshu, and found that Qin Fangshu was like a female gangster, raising her eyebrows at her. It seems that he discovered the secret between her and Xia Ning. Now, Su Luoluo was completely furious. She slapped the table, stood up, stretched her neck, and fired a barrage of duds at Qin Fangshu. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Su Luoluo never cursed anyone before. Besides, Qin Fangshu didn't seem that hateful. She didn't have enough confidence and anger. She regretted it as soon as she started. She wondered why she was so useless. She had just entered society, and had become a villain who learned to curry favor with the powerful for a monthly salary of 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. For a moment, Su Luoluo felt sad. He uttered a few curse words, each one less powerful than the last. And finally, he couldn't even say the word mother. Everyone in the room was stunned. Everyone looked at Su Luoluo. who was as crazy as Teddy, and then looked at Qin Fangshu, who was a little confused, and their jaws dropped. Oh my god! This Su Luoluo is usually as timid as a mouse. But now, he can curse people at 0 frames? As a quality person, Qin Sun, when he heard Su Luoluo's cursing momentum, his heart was full of regret. Swearing without mentioning the mother is like playing the pipa. Qin Fangshu was stunned for a few seconds, recovered from his senses, waved at Su Luoluo, indicating her to sit down. Okay, I know. Put away your dirty desires, I'm not interested in women. As she said that, she added with a smile. At least, women like you are not my type. Su Luoluo's face flushed to her ears, and she quickly turned to Xiao Lele for help. Sister Lele, she teased me. She teased me. As she said that, she winked wildly, wanting this strong woman who could plow the land to teach Qin Fangshu a lesson. Xiao Lele was so embarrassed that she hurriedly pushed a pack of tissues to the ground, immediately bent down and crawled under the table, and said loudly, "Oops. My chopsticks fell." Su Luoluo saw that the situation was not good, sat down dejectedly, and dared not look at Xiaoning again, fearing that she would see her disappointed eyes. Xiaoning looked at all this, feeling a little helpless. Society is complicated, but not that complicated. She didn't need to make up so many things inexplicably, and took the initiative to add a scene of workplace bullying to herself. The room became quiet again. At this point, Xiaoning didn't know how to break the ice and ease the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Qin Fangshu suddenly slammed the table and turned to question Qin Sun. "Qin Sun, how did I offend you? Why do you scold me like that?" Qin Sun looked innocent. "What does it have to do with me? I didn't scold you." Qin Fangshu sneered and said, "Without your instructions, would Su Luoluo, a little girl as docile as a golden retriever, become a teddy bear in heat everywhere? Dogs bark randomly because of their owner's indulgence. Or even hints. Chapter 879. Every single person is beheaded. If you want to love, don't be afraid of being beheaded." Qin Sun's eyes fell on Su Luoluo, and she saw that her eyes were red, and she was so wronged that she seemed to cry in the next second. He took the blame without saying a word, and said frankly, "Yes. It was me who instructed classmate Su to scold you." Qin Fangshu frowned when he heard this, and his tone was a little incredible. "Are you sick? Did I provoke you? We all contributed to the graduation party, and you had to show off to me at the celebration party?" Qin Sun had many dissatisfactions with Qin Fangshu, and the one he was most reluctant to mention was that she might have bad intentions towards Xiaoning. After all, Xiaoning was shy, and it was not easy to talk about it openly. So, he found a random excuse to evade the question. "How dare you mention the graduation party? Who asked you to interview my mother? Who asked you to put the lyrics I wrote when I was a child on the big screen? For more than 4,000 viewers in the audience and more than 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room to watch? Those were all my clumsy writings when I was a child. Don't I have any face?" Qin Fangshu's chest rose and fell when he heard it. "I clearly carefully selected a few decent lyrics to show, especially thousands of times, which made him proud. This bastard is so good. He doesn't know how to appreciate kindness." Qin Fangshu angrily took out his cell phone, flipped through a few photos, and threw them on the table. "I've given you enough face. If I put those really disgusting things of yours on the big screen, I don't think you'll have to live anymore." With a bang, the cell phone fell on the table. Like the sound of a gavel, the whole room instantly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the cell phone. Full of curiosity, Qin Sun stretched his neck to see what was going on. But the distance was too far, and he could only vaguely see the small words on a picture, which he couldn't recognize at all. At this time, Yilan on the opposite side stretched out her hand. "Let me see it." Qin Fangshu said nothing, and pushed the phone hard, and the phone slid over the table. Qin Sun was stunned. Yilan quickly picked up the phone, and the women around her stood up, formed a semicircle, and lowered their heads to get close to the phone. Even Xiao Lele, who had been hiding under the table, quietly poked his head out and silently joined the crowd. Only Su Luoluo still sat on the stool with grievance, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Qin Sun looked at the group of people watching his little secret, his face pale, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. "Unsightly things? I wrote unsightly things when I was a child. Young woman by Jia? How can a golden fish stay in a pond?" Aubin's high school grades were not ideal? No way. I can't write those things. Suddenly, Jin Sun saw Yilan and others sometimes looking down at their phones, sometimes looking up at him, with a playful smile on their faces. His heart was in his throat. And he said secretly, "Fuck. What era is this? How can there still be people who don't respect privacy? I am still sitting here alive." Just when he was extremely anxious, Jin Sun felt his shoulder being gently patted twice, turned his head and saw Xia Ning's gentle smile. "It's okay." Jin Sun forced a smile, and then froze. Because Xia Ning stood up, walked behind Yilan, bent down to check his phone, became a peeper. Jin Sun was confused, turned his head, and glared at Qin Fanshu, and cursed in a low voice. "You're breaking the law. You know that?" Qin Fanshu crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, turned his head, and gave him a cold look. Xia Ning stood at the end, and the content on the phone screen came into view. It was a yellowed old paper, which was full of strange words and phrases. It's like a lyric. But not quite. A strange city, a familiar little girl, we have comforted each other, we have hugged and sighed, no matter what the ending is. Every single person is beheaded, if you want to love. Don't be afraid of being beheaded. We sat beside the tall ashes, listening to Mom telling the stories of the past. How precious the steamed buns are, chewing chicken manure, getting drunk in the toilet with hot pot and barbecue. Zhang Yixing was born dark and fat, fuck, ruthless. This is money. I moved durian. I watched the shit in front of me. I am willing to go through fire and water to beat him up. Give me 2 more green onions. Let me fry the Christian carp into cakes. Don't melt the salt. Don't put tofu pudding. How to fry cashews. Remember you call me Wan Lao Ba. After a while, everyone finished watching. Why Yilan smiled, and pushed the phone back to Qin Sun. "Qin Sun, you have not been in a good mental state since you were a child." Song Ying disagreed. Brother Qin Sun has always had a good sense of music since he was a child. Whatever he writes is so rhyming. I think it's quite funny. Qin Sun picked up the phone and took a look. I was relieved immediately. It turned out that they were all funny lyrics that could easily cause misunderstandings. These were just child's play. His image of being upright and righteous had not collapsed after all. He quickly deleted the photos. Just when he was about to click on recently deleted to completely delete them, Qin Fanshu's leisurely voice rang in his ears. "Are you sure you want to go into my photo recycling bin?" Qin Sun heard this and suddenly looked up at Qin Fanshu, seeing a malicious smile on her lips. His heart was alarmed, and he immediately thought of the cool selfies in Qin Fanshu's camera. Could it be that the photos recently deleted from the camera were nude photos? Qin Sun hesitated for a moment, but finally did not dare to take the risk, and pushed the phone back to Qin Fanshu, saying coldly, "Delete it yourself." Qin Fanshu did as he was told, turned the phone over for Qin Sun to check, and asked provocatively, "Satisfied? Do you want to check it again?" Qin Sun raised his middle finger to her, without any verbal response. Qin Fanshu looked at the middle finger, and continued to mock with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by this? How can you be so shameless, making up nonsense? I went to your house and interviewed your mother. And then I found out that your catchphrase, 'I don't even want to say anything about you.' What do you mean my family is particularly difficult? My mother has always told me that children from poor families should take charge of their own affairs early. Is your family really that difficult? Is your family difficult? Ah? Difficult? Why are you playing such a pity?" Qin Sun was amused by her series of questions, and sneered. "If one day I don't play the victim anymore, I will definitely be so miserable that I will sell myself." Qin Fanshu was choked by this, and was speechless. The room fell into silence again. Xia Ning walked back to her seat, turning the glass turntable on the table, arranging the 4 plates of meat skewers, and 1 plate of vegetarian dishes more evenly. She said with a smile, "Today Qin Sun invites everyone to eat the barbecue restaurant he loved most when he was in college. For Qin Sun, this is not just a barbecue, but also a farewell dinner for his student life." Her eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and finally fell on Qin Fanshu's face. "You are a guest today. As a woman who is destined to be with Qin Sun for life, I have the responsibility to take care of all the guests for him, and let you eat and drink well. I hope that everyone can put aside all the grudges, and don't make Qin Sun unhappy. Otherwise I will have a bad temper." Qin Fanshu saw Xia Ning kept saying everyone and you, but her eyes were always on her face, and she couldn't help laughing. "Good. Good. Good. Eat well. Drink well. As she said that, she pointed to the plates of skewers on the table, turned to look at Chin Sun, and said with a smile, "I heard that you are a good cook. Try my cooking. What's the difference from 4 years ago?" Chapter 880. Who is on the second floor of Hong Lang? Hearing this, Chin Sun was slightly startled and asked, "Your cooking skills?" Chin Fanshu replied with a smile, "Yes, my cooking skills. You may not believe it, I worked as a part-time barbecue chef here 4 years ago. Just now I tried it out, and found that my skills are still there." She blinked. "Maybe 4 years ago, you ate barbecued skewers." Chin Sun and Xia Ning smiled at each other, and the words of the fat proprietress appeared in their minds at the same time. It turns out that the girl that the boss lady thought was the most beautiful was actually Chin Fanshu. Xia Ning heard Chin Fanshu say that Chin Sun had eaten her grilled skewers 4 years ago. This was originally a small matter, but the accumulation of coincidences gave it a very strong power. Her heart was moved, and she unconsciously looked at the plates of grilled meat. The surface was slightly burnt, oily, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled meat. Chin Fanshu's cooking skills seemed to be a bit better, at least better than mine. 4 years ago, Chin Sun might have eaten her grilled skewers? More than 3 years earlier than the oyster sauce lettuce I made? She seemed to always be one step ahead of me. Chin Sun saw Xia Ning sell emotions, but he couldn't comfort her in public. He grabbed a skewer of roasted lamb, smelled it, took a bite, and savored it carefully. He put it in his mouth and chewed it gently. After a while, he looked at Chin Fanshu, who was expecting, and said with a smile, "The color, aroma, and taste are a big part of it." As soon as the words fell, Song Ying laughed so hard that her body shook, as if she had heard the best joke in the world. Xia Ning smiled lightly, with a little worry. Chin Fanshu didn't care about it. She knew that Chin Sun was prejudiced against her, like a wild dog that had taken the wrong medicine. "Chin Sun, you speak so harshly. I don't know how Xia Ning can get along with you." She smiled lightly, and pushed the menu in front of Xia Ning. "Xia Ning, order the dishes. You can't just rely on my face to get something for free here. Right? Order as much as you can." Xia Ning smiled slightly, picked up the menu and pencil, and in a few seconds, ordered almost half of the dishes, and ordered dozens of skewers of each. After ordering, she passed the menu to Chin Sun. Chin Sun took a look, handed it to Enke, and said, "Order whatever you want. I'm much richer now than I was 4 years ago." Everyone ordered some dishes according to their preferences. Chin Fanshu picked up the menu and stood up. "I'll go through the back door, add some stuff, and bring over the dishes that the boss has prepared for others. Beer, 3 boxes of ice and room temperature, how about it?" No one answered. She didn't care, smiled and closed the door. As soon as Chin Fanshu left, the atmosphere in the room was obviously much more relaxed. Song Ying breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Do you feel that this Chin Fanshu is very weird? She is a very strange person. She is even thicker skinned than brother Chin Sun." Chin Sun was speechless, and could only drink water silently. Yi Lan looked at Xia Ning, who had a polite smile on her face, and teased, "Oh my! Miss Xia Ning is wearing makeup today. So beautiful that it makes my heart flutter. Are you trying to outshine the others, or are you targeting Chin Fanshu?" Xia Ning's face darkened, and she snorted coldly, "Yi Lan, you are getting more and more boring." Chin Sun sat aside, silently reducing his presence. "This place is dangerous, and it is best to stay out of trouble." After a while, Chin Fanshu came back with a large tray of dishes and put it on the table. "I don't know if it's on the menu, but it looks very rich anyway." Everyone started to eat and chat, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Chin Sun talked about the weather in Haicheng, which was like a regular menstruation, saying that although it was close to the sea, it was really cold when it was cold. Enke talked about the taxi drivers in Haicheng, saying that they were fierce on the road, and that she almost thought she would not be able to have this barbecue today. Monsieur talked about the business of the tavern, saying that the business was very good, but there were several men who wanted her prestige every day, which made her a little distressed. Song Ying said that she had another quarrel with her stepmother before leaving home today, and she was so angry that she wanted to run away from home again. Xia Ning talked about Fatal Identity, which is almost scheduled for release in August, but she and Chin Sun will go to Country J at that time. Yi Lan mentioned that she had a house in Country J, and asked if she would lend it to them. Xia Ning smiled and declined, saying that her family also had one. Xiao Lei and Su Luoluo could not get a word in. and sat quietly eating. It was delicious. I love it. Qin Fangshu also kept silent, just eating skewers and drinking until she was exhausted. Although she was thin, she ate a lot. Qin Sun looked at the table full of barbecue and was filled with emotion. This is the first time I've eaten barbecue since I got rich. I finally experienced the feeling of ordering skewers without looking at the price. In the past, I usually treated myself to barbecue with a bottle of beer, 5 skewers of lamb, a grilled eggplant, and a plate of fried noodles. Otherwise I wouldn't be full. As he said this, he sighed. This time last year, I often went to the Hongleman Bath Center to sleep because I couldn't rent a suitable house. As he said this, he turned his head to look at Xiaoning, raised his glass, and joked, "Thank you, Miss Xiaoning, for not firing me when I was at my lowest point, taking me in, and supporting me. I love you." After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. The room became quiet, and everyone looked at them. Xiaoning recalled the words "I love you." A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she also picked up the wine glass and drank it slowly. "Me too." Yilan frowned as she watched from the side. "What are you two doing? Saying such cheesy words in public?" Qin Fangshu sat next to Xiaoning, and there were already 2 blushes on her fair face. She supported her chin with her right hand, tilted her head to look at them, and said with a big tongue, "So sweet. So delicious." Xiaoning turned around and saw Qin Fangshu's tone was casual and sincere. Suddenly, she felt that she was worrying too much. Is this Qin Fangshu really not having any bad intentions? Or, her bad intentions are hidden deeper than the sea? Qin Fangshu's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. Seeing Xiaoning staring at her in a daze, she naturally pouted her lips to make a kissing gesture and said a boo. "I love you too, Xiaoning." If she were a man, she would definitely be a hooligan. Qin Sun was anxious and he cursed loudly. "If you can't drink, don't drink. What are you talking about when you're drunk? Loving everything will only hurt you. Do you believe I'll send you to the 2nd floor of Hongleman to work part-time?" Qin Fangshu tilted his body slightly, avoiding Xiaoning between them, looking straight at Qin Sun and asking knowingly, "I've seen many bath centers with a sign on the 2nd floor saying no ladies allowed. You're a frequent visitor to the bath center. You should have been to the 2nd floor quite often. Tell us, who is on the 2nd floor?" Chapter 881. You don't look sick. Why do you keep coughing? As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Qin Sun. They were also very curious. Although Qin Sun's character was not bad, it was not too good. The beauties on the 2nd floor of the bath center. Did he really resist the temptation? You know, there are many massage shops near every university town, providing heat-reducing services for a group of self-depraved male college students. How could he not get his shoes wet when he often walked by the river? Qin Sun noticed their expressions, a little annoyed, patted the table lightly, and said, "What are you looking at? What do you think is on the 2nd floor of the bath center?" They put up a sign at the door saying, "Ladies, please don't enter." How can there be women in a place where women are not allowed to enter? Everyone was choked by this answer. After looking at each other, they burst into laughter. So this is what "ladies, please don't enter" means. It's really an octa-core processor. It's really fast. Sister Xiaoning, you have to be careful of him. Be careful not to be sold by him, and count the money for him. Brother Qin Sun, is there really someone selling groceries on the 2nd floor? As they talked and laughed, everyone talked about the upcoming graduation party. Song Ying was very dissatisfied with Bai Hong's singing of Those Years, said. The song Those Years is obviously written for Qin Sun's brother's White Moonlight. What a tear-jerking song. Bai Hong's pretentious singing skills really waste this song. Yilan looked at Qin Sun, who was eating skewers, and asked with a smile, "Hey Qin Sun, I heard that a man's white moonlight is usually the girl you met in junior high school, when you first fell in love. When you wrote Those Years, who were you thinking of in your heart? Which heavy rain did you miss in those years? And whose love did you miss?" Qin Sun was happily eating skewers, and heard Yilan's question, and felt full of malice. This big sister doesn't want to eat barbecue. She wants to roast me on the fire. What white moonlight? An abnormal vaginal discharge. Suddenly, Qin Sun found that everyone was staring at him, especially Xiao Ning's gentle eyes, which showed a different feeling. According to his experience, this is a dangerous signal. As the only man present, Qin Sun didn't want to lose to anyone in drinking. Just now, he had been drinking hard, and his head was dizzy at this time. My brain was slow, and I didn't know what to do for a while. Just when he was at a loss, Qin Fanshu suddenly laughed. Bai Yueguang? Bai Yueguang has never been a person, but a period of time. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his remarks, Qin Fanshu took a sip of the wine glass, turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and said in a lazy voice with drunkenness, "Don't worry, Xia Ning. No matter how much Qin Sun misses that person, if you pull her over and stand in front of him now, he won't even bother to pay attention. The most powerful thing about Bai Yueguang is that it's useless even if Bai Yueguang himself comes. What he misses is the unfulfilled ambitions of his youth." The time when the sunset glowed brightly, Xia Ning was slightly startled, smiled at Qin Fanshu, and was confused. Is she comforting me? Or is she helping Qin Sun out? Strange. Yilan found out that she graduated from a foreign university on the internet, but in fact, in China, she dropped out of high school and had average grades. At this time, she saw Qin Fanshu's face was slightly red, her body was crooked, her tone was lazy, and her whole body exuded a strong feminine smell. Moreover, she talked about literature, and spoke so literary all the time. Yilan felt that she was pretending, and was a little unhappy. She decided to interrupt Qin Fanshu's pretense, looked at Qin Sun, and reminded him. "Hey, Qin Sun, didn't you say yesterday that you would tell us about your glorious deeds in college?" As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, and made a pleased gesture. "Come on. Please share with us the most amazing things you did in college. Qin Sun, please pretend." Qin Sun put down the stick, drank a glass of beer, rubbed his hands, and said with a big tongue, Okay, I like to pretend the most." He stood up and began to speak. "In the first semester of my freshman year, because my roommate stole my underwear and sold it. I thought he was really perverted. So I moved out." Before he finished speaking, he heard Xia Ning coughing violently, and quickly reached out to pat her back, and poured her a glass of water. "Clean up your throat, glutton." Xia Ning quietly glared at him. This guy loves to drink even though he can't hold his alcohol. He's really a glutton and a playful person. You let the cat out of the bag. How could you mention that your underwear was sold? The victim, Qin Fanshu, was sitting next to him. Xia Ning looked at Qin Fanshu quietly, and found that she was holding her chin with her hand, half closed her eyes, with a dull smile on her face, as if she didn't realize anything. Yilan was a little surprised when she heard that Qin Sun's underwear was sold, and asked, "Your underwear was sold? Your underwear was sold as a man. Who could you sell it to?" Qin Sun was so angry that he slapped the table and said, "Who said it wasn't? Even if my underwear is a bright red one that has been blessed by a master, with a Buddhist swastika embroidered on it, not everyone can wear it to ward off evil spirits." Xia Ning coughed even more violently. Qin Sun patted Xia Ning's back gently again, and poured her another glass of water. "Ning Ning, do you have bronchitis?" Xia Ning ignored Qin Sun, and found that Qin Fanshu suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of shock, knowing that she had guessed it. She finally died of her worries, picked up the water cup and took a sip, and said, "It's okay, I'm fine now. No more coughing." Qin Sun was relieved. That's good. Qin Fanshu's dizzy mind was in a mess. Red? Swastika print? That pair of underwear seemed to be given to me by Fei Yangyang at the beginning of the school year in September. Was it a few days after I posted Qin Sun on WeChat Moments? Is this Qin Sun's? Qin Fanshu's mind was getting more and more confused. Qin Sun's somewhat excited voice reached his ears. "My blessed underwear, I wear it to ward off evil spirits. If others wear it, then their whole family will die, and they will have good luck when they go out, and be crushed into 3 pieces by a truck." Brains popped out. Then the dog came over and licked her brain. Fuck. Qin Fanshu came back to his senses, and looked at Qin Sun in shock. Is it necessary to be so vicious? Cough. 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 Xia Ning heard Qin Sun curse Qin Fanshu in person, and coughed hard again, feeling that her lungs were about to cough out. Qin Sun immediately leaned down, half-hugged Xia Ning, and asked, "Ning Ning, what's wrong with you? You don't look sick, why are you coughing?" Xia Ning looked at Qin Fanshu, and found that her eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at Qin Sun, and smiled bitterly. "It's okay, I'm completely fine. I really don't cough anymore." Qin Sun was relieved again, and stood up, and saw Qin Fanshu staring at him with a pair of big, round eyes, incredibly. He smiled. "Look at how well I tell this story." This drunk fool suddenly became alert. "Xia Ning, I don't know who is the fool. I hope Qin Fengshu doesn't think too much. It's all coincidence. It has nothing to do with the so-called God's will. Fate. It's all coincidence. Chapter 882, Saving a Young Woman Who Has Fallen from Grace? Anyway, I moved out after living in the dormitory for less than half a month. Qin Sun continued to speak. His speech was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. His pronunciation was not very clear, but fortunately his narration was quite fluent. There was a small hotel near this store. I worked part-time as a receptionist in that store to register the ID cards of couples who checked into the hotel. After getting off work at 1 a.m., I slept in the hotel. I fell asleep to the sound of gunfire every day, and was woken up by the sound of gunfire again. Everyone was listening with great interest, but when they heard this, their faces were a little embarrassed. Xiaoning, on the other hand, looked calm. Suddenly, she noticed that everyone else took a sip from their wine glasses, and suddenly realized that she might be the only woman with sexual experience. She quickly took a sip from her wine glass. Follow the crowd, pretend to be innocent. Qin Sun continued to talk. The above background is explained. Next, I will tell you a story about a brave bull who is not afraid of difficulties and saves a fallen girl. No, it should be a young woman. Hearing this, everyone was startled, and their appetite was immediately whetted. Brave Nyo? Qin Sun, you drank too much, you started talking nonsense? Save the fallen women? Brother, you don't save them for money. Do you? Have you liked to save other people's souls since college? Qin Sun smiled, poured another glass of wine and drank it, said. Speaking of which, it was a dark and windy winter night. I got off work. It was already past 1 in the morning. The boss suddenly gave me 100 yuan, and asked me to help him distribute some flyers. I was hungry, and I got 100 yuan for free, so I thought I would reward myself before going to work. That day when I was registering the ID cards of a couple, I heard them talking about the delicious Erpang barbecue. I came to take a look. As he said, he stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction, probably pointing to the back of the barbecue restaurant. I came from the small path behind the store, and suddenly heard a faint noise coming from the corner. It was the sound of several drunk men flirting with women. As he said that, he imitated the tone of the little gangster. I'll learn a few sentences for you. Yo yo yo. I came. And you left. Don't you give us brothers some face? No. I don't want anyone else. I want you. Your cooking skills are the best. And you're the most sexy. I like your sexy energy. You work overtime today. And we brothers will eat some sexy kidneys to replenish our body. Qin Sun said here. He stopped and looked at everyone with a smile. Girls like to listen to gossip by nature. The room immediately became lively, and everyone started talking. Wow, brother. It sounds like several clients want to force prostitution. Maybe the lady can't serve multiple people at a time, and she feels that her body can't bear it and it's too dangerous. So she refused. Unexpectedly, she angered them. Maybe the price is not right. This is too much. The lady is also a woman, and you can't go against her wishes. This is illegal. Xia Ning heard everyone chattering, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he found that Qin Fengshu was staring at Qin Sun without saying a word, and his face was not good. There was a hint of hatred in that look. What was she hating? Qin Fengshu slapped the table and asked, Hey Qin Sun, you just said that the boss gave you 100 yuan to distribute flyers. What flyers do you want to distribute at night? Is it some shameful little cards? Qin Sun was stunned when he saw that Qin Fengshu had guessed it. He smiled and waved his hand, and said, It doesn't matter. After saying that, he ignored Qin Fengshu's unhappy expression and continued to say with a smile. At that time, I hadn't practiced boxing yet, I wasn't very good, and I didn't want to get involved in the grievances between the prostitutes and the prostitutes, so I turned around and wanted to leave. At this time, I suddenly heard a woman screaming. He said in the woman's tone, Get out of the way, get out of the way. I'm off work today. Please let me go, I'm off work. Then, the men's teasing voices rang out again, saying something. Look at my body, I really need you to replenish me. All the people present were women, and it was easy for them to put themselves into the roles of women, and their hearts were suddenly hanging. Even though they knew that Qin Sun succeeded in saving the beauty, they were still worried that the woman was taken advantage of, even though she was a lady. They looked at Qin Sun nervously, and asked one after another, Brother, you won't call the police? These people are so hateful. If I meet them, I will tear off their offspring. They are really not human beings. Even young ladies have personality. Don't you think, Qin Fanshu? Qin Fanshu was already angry after listening to Qin Sun's story, and suddenly being provoked made her even more depressed. She drank a glass of wine, and asked Qin Sun with a smile. Then what? Qin Sun glanced at Qin Fanshu, clenched his fist as big as a casserole, and said loudly. I immediately rushed over, turned the corner, and saw two burly men surrounding a thin woman on the left and right under a broken street lamp. The woman was forced against the wall by them, and she couldn't escape. The two men kept saying sorry. Sorry. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey. These two prostitutes are quite polite when they urge others to work. What's even more disgusting is that one of them is a short guy doing push-ups on the side, shouting while doing it. I need to make up. I really need you to make up for me. At this point, he stopped, looked around, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Actually, when I saw that lady, I felt that it was not entirely the fault of the clients. At that time, I looked at the lady in the dim light. The lady was wearing a mask, and a thin white down jacket in the middle of winter, which did not cover her figure. She was curvy where she should be curvy, and thin where she should be thin, and the hem of her down jacket just past her thighs, and she was wearing black stockings on her thighs. Her legs are longer than my life. A woman with this figure wearing this in the middle of the night in winter, which pervert can resist such temptation? As soon as the voice fell, everyone was talking about it. Alas, life is not easy. The employment pressure these days is indeed a bit high. All walks of life are in a state of internal competition. There is nothing we can do about it. Just because someone is dressed coquettishly is not a reason for them to force her into prostitution. Is this kind of dress coquettish? Who here is not dressed like this? The lady should be judged by law if she is guilty, not by fighting evil with evil. 3 grown men are making things difficult for a poor woman. It is a bit mean. Qin Sun, did you beat them? Since Xia Ning noticed that Qin Fanshu was a little strange just now, she has been paying attention to her expression. At this time, she lowered her head and rubbed her temples vigorously with both hands, and laughed a little mockingly from time to time, like a drunk crazy woman. Xia Ning vaguely guessed something and asked in a low voice. Qin Fanshu, you have a headache? Hearing this, Qin Fanshu raised her head, put down her hands rubbing her temples, and said with a smile, It's okay. I just suddenly felt that something dirty had entered my head. Probably because I was drunk. I'll rub it to sober you up. As she said that, she looked up at Qin Sun. Make it up? You continue to make it up. After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth, laughed softly, and said, No. Please continue to tell the crosstalk. Mr. Qin. Chapter 883, a story about a diligent female college student who came home late at night from a part-time job and was forced by a pimp to treat her to a meal. Crosstalk? Qin Sun glanced at Qin Fanshu and thought she was just praising herself for being humorous in a sarcastic way, and continued to speak with a beaming face. At that time, I shouted hack your grandmother and rushed up immediately. One move of the black tiger grabbing the crotch, one move of the monkey stealing peaches, one move of catching the moon from the bottom of the sea, one move of the kick that cuts off the offspring, and drove away the 3 dirty men. After that, as a moral pioneer, I naturally did not let go of the immoral woman who had fallen. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a burst of exclamations. Brother, what did you do to her? Did you do it to boost my sales? Did you beat her too? Oh, Qin Sun is different from others when he saves a beautiful girl. Others save her and pledge their love to her. But you only target the abuser and the victim. Qin Sun heard the teasing from everyone, waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said earnestly, Can I be that kind of person? I just taught her that she has hands and feet and can do anything else. Even if she can work as a waiter at her Pang's barbecue restaurant. Why bother selling? But the woman who fell from her way said that she was a student at school, which made me even angrier. Who is not a child from a poor family? Who has not had a particularly difficult family since childhood? I didn't sell anything. So what are you selling? At this point, he showed a satisfied smile on his face and sighed. Finally, she was persuaded by my persuasion and said that I would never sell again. Since then, I have never seen her in the alleys behind the school. That day, she treated me to a barbecue to repay me. I got her a free meal after all. After that, applause broke out in the room. Good. Good. Brother Qin Sun has been a good boy who is brave and righteous since he was a child. The most precious thing is that Mr. Chin didn't have any bad intentions. If you are willing, she would probably repay your kindness with her body. The bitch is ruthless. How can she be persuaded so easily? I think she changed her territory to do business. At that time, the boss used dirty tricks. You are wrong. Now Master Chin also likes to use dirty tricks. Ha ha! A happy laugh broke out in the room. After a while, everyone gradually stopped smiling. But there was still a burst of laughter. Everyone looked over. Chin Fa-shu was lying on the table, shaking with laughter, as if he was about to pass out. Chin Sun saw this and asked, Chin Fa-shu, are you crazy? Chin Fa-shu continued to laugh for a while, and then stood up and applauded. Wonderful. Wonderful. Really wonderful. As she said this, she took out her mobile phone and operated it for a while, and found a circle of friends from 4 years ago. Her eyes swept across everyone's faces, with a playful smile on her face, and her voice smelled of alcohol. Chin Sun's story is lively and interesting. I won't spoil your fun. I have a story to tell, too. Or, I'll tell you a story about a diligent female college student who came home late at night from a part-time job and was forced by a pimp to treat her to a meal. Everyone saw Chin Fa-shu's crazy look, and heard the story she was going to tell, which seemed to be similar to the main line of Chin Sun's story just now. It's just a different perspective. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the fallen woman was Chin Fa-shu? Is there something else going on in the story? Chin Sun stood and glanced at Chin Fa-shu's phone, and found that the photo in the circle of friends she clicked on was a scene of a young man sitting in front of a barbecue restaurant eating in the dark. He couldn't help but shudder. The bastard in the photo looked a bit like me. Damn it! Is there really a bad fate between her and me? The room fell into silence. Chin Fa-shu held the phone in his hand, smiling, waiting for everyone's response. After a while, Xiaoning propped up his chin with his hand and said, Then let's listen. Chin Fa-shu obeyed the order, said, Okay, picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine to moisten his throat, slammed the bottom of the glass hard on the table, and composed a poem to set the scene. Laughter and talk come into my dream, and interesting stories unfold in my heart. Don't say there is no joy in the world, and listen to my words and laugh. This move immediately stunned everyone. Everyone looked at Chin Fa-shu with a different look. Although this is a doggerel, it fits the theme in a casual remark, and it also rhymes. This is very rare in the modern era when poetry is not popular. This woman full of literary and artistic atmosphere seems to have a lot of knowledge, and she has the confidence to pretend to be a literary young woman. Chin Fa-shu is used to marking the time, place, and weather when recording her life and moments. She looked down at her phone and said, November 21st. 4 years ago. Saturday. Weather. Cloudy. The story happened around 1:30 in the morning. When everyone heard her describe the time, place, and weather so specifically, they immediately pricked up their ears and looked more serious. Xiaoning stared at Chin Fa-shu intently, with a faint smile on her lips. Compared to Chin Sun's version of the hero saving the bitch, Chin Fa-shu's version of the girl who came home late at night and suddenly met a pimp is obviously more credible. I don't know. What kind of bad fate did they have that late night 4 years ago? Chin Fa-shu continued to talk. That day was Saturday, and business was good. The barbecue restaurant was busy until after 2 in the morning. But I usually got off work at 1 in the morning. I usually change my clothes and go out the back door of the store after work, so as to avoid the drunk men in the front hall whistling. That day, I walked along the path behind the store, about 50 or 60 meters, turned the corner, and walked to the main road, and suddenly heard someone drunkenly calling me barbecue shisha at this point. She glanced at everyone, with a smile on her face, and said, This is what people who often come to eat barbecue say about me. I look okay, so I should be worthy of it. After saying that, she saw a few women showing contempt on their faces, but they couldn't say anything to refute. Chin Fa-shu was a little proud and continued. I turned around and saw 3 men standing at the foot of the wall in the dark, pulling up their pants. They should have just finished peeing. I guess they were customers of the store. And while I quickened my pace to walk towards the main road, I wanted to use words to delay them. So I asked, What's the matter? As a result, the 3 men suddenly ran over and surrounded me, and pushed me against the wall. They said they came from the neighboring school today to eat my barbecue. When they came, I left without giving them face. I just say that the master chef in the store is still here, Any grills better. But they ignored it, and laughed with their tongues sticking out, and said in a particularly vulgar and cheap tone, "No, I don't want anyone else's grilled lamb. I want you. Your cooking skills are the best. And your grilled lamb is the most sexy. I just like your sexy energy. You work overtime today. And we brothers will eat some sexy kidneys to replenish ourselves." Hearing this, everyone felt familiar, and suddenly remembered that this was the words in the story Chin Sun told before, and they all looked at Chin Sun. It's confirmed. The fallen woman in the story just now was Chin Fan Shu. But this seems to be a misunderstanding? There is no whore. Then how did Chin Sun become a pimp? It's also a misunderstanding? Chapter 884. What right do you have to say my brother is a big idiot? Hearing this, Chin Sun sat on the stool blankly, and his head was a little heavy. Suddenly, he saw Chin Fan Shu turn his head and look at him, and said in a vague voice, with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Chin Sun, your ears are not working well. They said that my roasted lamb is smelly, not that I am smelly. Do you understand? You deaf. I am not a fallen woman." Chin Sun? He was scolded, and was a little unconvinced, and retorted, "Why do I feel like they are making indirect accusations? Using objects to describe people?" Chin Fan Shu was choked and speechless. After all, what Chin Sun said was true. Those rascals did use mutton to tease her. Chin Fan Shu ignored Chin Sun and continued, "I repeatedly emphasized to them, I'm off work. Let me go. I'm off work. Let me go." But they didn't give in. Two of the three men, the tall ones, blocked my way on the left and right. And the other short one actually did push-ups on the ground. While doing push-ups, he panted and said, "Look at my body. I really need you to replenish me," Chin Fan Shu said calmly. But it caused waves in the hearts of the other women present. They all put themselves into the role, thinking, if they were in this situation, how would they escape? Fight them directly? But it seems too difficult for a woman to deal with three drunks at the same time. Shout and ask people who are eating barbecue nearby to come to help. But I don't know if they will cover their mouths quickly, retaliate against them, and be molested for real. Call the police? Take out your phone in front of the three drunk men. Dial the police, and explain the situation clearly. It will take several minutes. If this happened to a second man, it would be too late. Xia Ning looked at Chin Fan Shu with a complicated expression and asked, "Did Chin Sun appear and save you at this time?" Chin Fan Shu rolled his eyes, as if he particularly disliked the name Chin Sun, and said, "No. It was Chin Sun who hurt me." Xia Ning's heart was hanging when she heard it. Chin Sun didn't do anything extreme to her. Right? Chin Fan Shu continued. "I took out my phone and used the shortcut key to open the camera. Quickly took a photo of them, and then threw the phone into the grass on the roadside a few dozen meters away." Hearing this, Xia Ning was slightly startled and smiled bitterly. "You are so cruel. What a good move to survive in a desperate situation." Hearing Xia Ning's words, Yilan and Ke, Mishir and others seemed to be thinking about something, and soon nodded one after another, and their eyes changed when they looked at Chin Fan Shu. "You like taking risks. You are willing to take risks. They are drunk. You are taking too much risks. You are too impulsive." Song Ying, Xiao Lele, Su Luoluo were all confused, and they couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Song Ying couldn't bear it anymore, and asked in a low voice, "It's not that I'm stupid, I just don't quite understand what the point of doing this is. What else can you get besides 2 slaps? Why should they let you go?" Chin Fan Shu laughed, poured a glass of wine and drank it, put down the glass, and continued talking. "At that time, after I lost my phone, the 2 tall guys around me were stunned for a moment." As she said this, she raised her right hand and grabbed the collar of her skirt, pretending to tear it apart, and continued talking. "I took advantage of the moment when they were stunned, reached out, and grabbed the zipper of the down jacket, gently pulled it down to the collarbone, revealing a red thermal underwear inside. At that time, I clearly saw the 2 men swallowing their saliva. They seemed to be getting drunk, but I immediately made them sober. I said to them, 'Do you want to see what's inside my clothes? Okay, you can tear my clothes. You can do what you want. But I tell you, even if you touch me through my clothes, I will hit this wall and die within 3 minutes of you leaving here. The photos I took just now have been automatically uploaded to the cloud, and none of you can escape.'" As soon as the voice fell, Song Ying, Xiao Lele, Su Luolu's eyes widened immediately. "Oh my god! Is this okay? To raise a minor case of verbal harassment directly to the level of a murder case? In country C, there is a slogan called, "Murder cases must be solved," which reflects the public security organ's high attention and firm determination to solve murder cases. Isn't it just that the opponent made a flat attack, and you directly used a big move? It's really cruel. Qin Fanshu continued. When the two tall guys heard me say such cruel words, their eyes seemed to be much clearer. After hesitating for a while, they hurriedly apologized to me, saying that they were joking with me. After saying a few sorry words, they also shouted to the little guy who had been doing push-ups to leave quickly. At this point, she glanced at Qin Sun meaningfully. Qin Sun. How presumptuous. Isn't it just that you heard "I'm sorry" as "I'm sorry" and told the little gangster doing push-ups to leave quickly? And heard Qin Fanshu to leave and go to work quickly. Is it necessary to stare at me like this? At this time, Xia Ning coughed lightly, interrupting Qin Fanshu's gaze towards Qin Sun, and asked, "Then what?" "I remember that in the story Qin Sun told, he should appear at this time." Xia Ning finished speaking. Qin Sun felt that everyone's eyes were looking at him. With a trace of worry in his eyes, he smiled and waved his hand. "Don't panic, there may be some misunderstandings in the whole story, but you know me, I am always warm-hearted. It is impossible to collapse." He said it seriously, but found that everyone looked unconvinced. The scene was a little awkward. Qin Fanshu said with a half-smile, "Oh, really?" She took a sip from the wine glass and started to tell the story again. "Just when the two tall guys made way for me, I was about to leave. Suddenly a big idiot jumped out from the corner behind the wall. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of slapping the table in the room. Song Ying stood up and cursed. What right do you have to say that my brother is a big idiot? Although he meant well, but my brother also wanted to save you." Qin Fanshu didn't care and continued. "Because that person was wearing a hat." Song Ying was not convinced and interrupted. "What's wrong with wearing a hat? Isn't it normal to wear a hat in winter?" Qin Fanshu explained. "He was wearing a hat that only showed his eyes and mouth, and covered his head completely, the kind of hat that the bank robbers in TV dramas wear." Song Ying shouted. "So what? This hat is a little ugly, but at least it keeps you warm." Qin Fanshu sneered. "Can you be less impatient? Can you listen to me?" As she spoke, she stood up, recalling the scene of the past, and her tone became a little cold. The man wearing the gangster hat jumped out, pointed at the little guy doing push-ups on the ground and started cursing. "Stop your dirty behavior. The motherland's territory is sacred and inviolable." Chapter 885. Fame, there are good and bad. It was the past, now it is a pervert. After these words came out, the room became quiet. Song Ying sat down quietly, took the wine glass, and took a sip of wine, and lowered his head silently. What Qin Fanshu said was right. Sometimes people can't be so impatient. Brother Qin Sun's words really sounded a bit like a psychopath. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in shock, and was about to say something but stopped. Qin Sun closed his eyes helplessly. This happened several years ago. He only remembered how majestic he was, and other insignificant details had gradually faded. At this time, when Qin Fanshu said this sentence, "The territory of the motherland is sacred and inviolable," the dead memory suddenly attacked him. More details gradually emerged in his mind. Qin Sun opened his eyes, and found that everyone was still staring at him, which made him feel uncomfortable. "Kong Yang, is my reputation going to be ruined today?" Qin Sun faced the eyes of the crowd, and tried to excuse himself. "I have been walking under the red flag since I was a child. And I grew up in the spring breeze. My ideological awareness is so high. Believe it or not, the sweat from my palms is redder than your blood." Some women in the room nodded, and some shook their heads. Suddenly, Yilan sneered. "Qin Fanshu, your words are somewhat personal. Idiots are idiots. Why do you have to add a big word?" Qin Fanshu ignored Yilan and continued. The mysterious man suddenly jumped out and shouted. And the little man who was doing push-ups on the ground got up in fear and cursed. "Are you sick? Who the hell are you?" Her eyes fell on Qin Sun's face, and she said with a smile. The mysterious man said that it's okay. "I will not change my name, and I will be called Sangbiao." Qin Sun got goosebumps when his dark history was dug up. Qin Fanshu continued to say with a smile. "Anyone who has watched TV dramas knows that this name cannot be used casually by ordinary people. It is usually either a mad dog or an idiot. Plus, he was dressed in a gangster hat, which really shocked the three drunks. Of course, I was shocked too." One of the tall drunks asked Sangbiao, "I haven't heard of your reputation." The mysterious man came over with a big laugh, took out a stack of cards from his pocket, gave one to each of them, and finally gave one to me. As he gave them the cards, he said that reputations are good and bad, the past was the past, and now it is a pervert. As soon as the voice fell, everyone stared at Chin Sun with wide eyes. Calling him Sang Biao is fine? He also said he was a pervert in a jingle? This is too perverted. Yilan laughed so hard that her body shook. I take back what I said just now. He is indeed a big idiot. Chin Sun was extremely embarrassed and explained weakly. You know, I hadn't practiced martial arts at the time. When I jumped out, I found that the little guy was only about 1.6 meters tall. But the two tall guys were really tall. It felt like 1.9 meters. I wanted to stop their dirty behavior, so I could only pretend that I was a psychopath. You know, mentally ill people have a special bonus in hurting others. After saying that, everyone looked weird. However, they are willing to support Chin Sun, even if it is against their conscience. Although it sounds funny, the situation is critical, and there is nothing Chin can do. Monsieur, Chin is right. The most difficult guests in the tavern are not drunkards, but those crazy people who look like psychopaths. Su Lulu, who had been quiet for a night, looked worried and spoke very sincerely. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was flattering or not. Chin must have felt like he was walking on thin ice when he faced so many bad guys. Although he was afraid, he still stood up. Chin, you are always a reliable man. Chin Sun looked at Su Lulu, nodded in appreciation, sighed, and said, Yeah, I was so scared at that time. I didn't even dare to breathe heavily when I spoke. Just after I finished speaking, I heard Chin Fanshu laugh a few times. Oh, you didn't dare to breathe heavily? When I received the card and took a look, I found that it was the kind of dirty little card that was stuffed under the door of the hotel. The little man took the card and asked the mysterious man, Are you a prostitute? His tone was obviously half joking. But the mysterious man got furious and yelled in a super loud voice. He said that you didn't wash your hands after picking poisonous mushrooms and had hallucinations. Do I look like a prostitute? The room was quiet again. Doesn't this sound like walking on thin ice? 1 against 3, they all rode on their faces and opened fire. Has Chin Sun been so brave since he was a child? Chin Sun found that everyone was paying attention to him, somewhat helpless, and explained. I shouted those few times, just to attract the attention of the people eating barbecue not far away. If there are people watching the fun coming over, wouldn't we be safe? Everyone agreed. That makes sense. Brother Chin Sun is smart. If the boss becomes a policeman and goes undercover, he will definitely be a good hand. Boss Chin really imitates the stinky gangster. He can even say jargon like picking mushrooms and hallucinating. Chin Sun felt better after hearing everyone's praise, and suddenly heard Xia Ning ask, How did you get a dozen of those small cards? Chin Sun looked embarrassed, and explained in a low voice, The hotel owner gave them to me, and asked me to sneak under the door of the rival hotel at night to stuff them. He said he wanted to discuss those girls, who checked into a room with boys, and thought that the hotel was not decent, and the beds were dirty because prostitutes had slept there. Then they would not go to the rival hotel, and the boss's business would improve. Xia Ning asked with a smile, So you wear a bandit hat? Don't you want the surveillance camera to see your face? Chin Sun shook his head and said, That's not the case. I didn't want to stuff the card in. I was going to find a trash can and throw it away. I wore that kind of hat mainly to keep warm. Xia Ning was startled, and then laughed. Your boss doesn't know you well enough. You can never pay in advance when doing business with you. Chin Sun smiled, turned his head to look at Chin Fangshu's face. His face darkened, and said, Just tell the story if you want to tell the story. Don't keep calling me mysterious, and be sarcastic. What's wrong with you just saying my name? I don't deserve a name. Chin Fangshu snapped his fingers, and said with a smile, Okay, you said that. She paused for a moment, her face darkened, and her tone became a little hurried. After Chin Sun scolded the little guy, the 3 men were ready to fight him. But Chin Sun, the bastard, suddenly turned his head and looked at me, grabbed my collar, pushed me against the wall, and cursed. This is Brother Long's territory. You are so horny that you come here. Believe it or not, I will drag you to the alley and ask 20 brothers to drive you. Just when I was about to speak, I saw him raise his head and pretend to slap me, and scold me again. You dare to talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I will slap you and make you have a regular menstruation. Believe it or not, I will beat you so hard that you will have incontinence. And your crotch will be full of shit. As he said, Qin Fanshu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and slammed them hard on the table, making a loud noise. At that time, I was angry but didn't dare to say anything. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Sun again. Qin Sun leaned back in the chair, looking up at the ceiling. This world, let it be destroyed. It is not worthy of being a good person. Chapter 886 Robbery? I want her clothes and shoes. After a while, Qin Sun retracted his gaze from the ceiling, looked at the crowd, and found that they were still staring at him. He sighed and said, I don't remember the words Qin Fashu said just now, but it does sound like my language style. However, I didn't say those words randomly, each sentence has its meaning behind it. Let me explain it to you. As he said, he drank a glass of wine. First, I mentioned the name of Brother Long because I wanted to pretend to be his younger brother and scare those 3 bastards. Brother Long was a gangster in this area before he was stabbed to death. He had a bad reputation in the neighborhood. He poured another glass of wine and drank it. Second, I mentioned 20 brothers because I wanted to tell them that I have people behind me. And there are a lot of them. So they should be honest. After all, I'm not the kind of middle school boy who always thinks about fighting 3 people alone. I know that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. He poured another glass of wine and drank it. And continued. Third, what menstruation? Shit. Piss. Fart. I deliberately made it so disgusting. After all, every girl should know that when facing the molestation of criminals, you can poop and pee to make yourself disgusting, so that the other party loses the original desire. As soon as the voice fell, the women in the room rushed to speak. I don't know. No. Why have I never heard of it? No. No. Qin Sun? Kong Yang? Compared to being molested, do they think that a crotch full of shit and urine is more disgusting? Isn't this self-protection trick learned in the political class in junior high school? Are the textbooks used by everyone different? Qin Fangshu saw Qin Sun was frustrated, laughed, and continued. After Qin Sun said those disgusting words, the 3 men really leapt in shame. I also guessed that Qin Sun might be trying to save me, but it was too disgusting. I glared at him and walked to the bushes not far away to find my phone. After walking a few steps, I was so angry that I walked over and pointed to the barbecue restaurant a few dozen meters away, and said to Qin Sun, I'm telling you, I'm also a student nearby. I just sell there. Her tone became a little impatient. As a result, Qin Sun didn't let me finish, interrupted me directly, and scolded me. I don't care where you sell it. What do you mean you are also a student of this school? Does it mean you are more tender? Or more expensive? Your parents paid for your college education, not for you to gild yourself and sell more expensively. Big sister, stop it. The inspections are strict recently, and there are police everywhere. Qin Sun wants to save me in a long-winded way, which is really funny. I scolded him and turned to leave. Maybe the sentence angered him. He stopped me and said, you are leaving like this. I saved you. Why don't you treat me to a meal? I turned around and asked what would happen if I didn't. Qin Sun said no. Then no. Can I still beat you to death? At this point, Qin Fangshu stopped. As expected, the room immediately became lively. No one cared about being wrongly accused of being a prostitute. Their focus was all on the fact that Qin Sun forced them to treat him to a meal. Boss Qin, you didn't really want to use the meal as an opportunity to persuade a young lady to change her ways, did you? Brother, you see she called you a big idiot again. You should put aside your desire to help others and respect the fate of others. Boss, do you think you had any bad intentions at that time, actually wanting others to pay you with your body? Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun and said with a smile, Hero saves beauty? You are quite capable, Brother Sangbiao. Qin Sun. It was a good story of a hero saving, bitch, but it turned into a psychopath blackmailing someone for a meal. What a mess. Do I need this meal so badly? Yilan was also a little drunk. Sucked at Qin Sun a few times, and when Qin Sun looked over, she teased. Qin Sun, using words or violence to force others to give you money is considered robbery. You robbed people back then. Do you know? Qin Sun said, a little angry. Why did I rob her? Her clothes? Her shoes? Or her execution? Everyone was amused by his words, and there was a burst of laughter in the room. Qin Fangshu was happy to watch the fun, laughed a few times, and continued. At that time, I only took Chin Sun's words if you don't invite me. Don't invite me. I can't kill you as a threat. So I had to take him to her paying barbecue restaurant. I thought that since we were at my place of work, wouldn't it be easy for me to go to the kitchen and ask the boss and his wife to get the boning knife to deal with him? Hearing this, Chin Sun frowned. Kong Yang. It turned out to be a Hong'an banquet, and he was almost roasted as lamb. Chin Fanshu continued. I asked him to sit at the table outside, and asked him what he liked to eat, and then I went into the store and observed him quietly. I saw him take off his hood, and started playing with his phone, as if he really wanted a meal. I felt relieved, and reported the dishes to the boss in the kitchen, and asked him to deduct it from my salary, and then I left through the back door of the store. I found my phone in the bushes, and took a photo of Chin Sun from a distance, and posted it on WeChat Moments, with the caption that you will be punished sooner or later. As she said this, she took out her phone and found the WeChat Moments post, and slapped the phone on the table, and gently rotated the glass turntable. The phone was spinning on a turntable like a dish in front of everyone. They all looked down, and then looked up at Chin Sun, with a strange look on their faces. The phone was in front of Chin Sun, and he looked down, and found that it was indeed a blurry figure sitting in front of the barbecue restaurant eating barbecue. Although the person in the photo was blurry, it still couldn't hide his handsomeness. Who else could it be but himself? Chin Sun sighed, looked up at Chin Fa-shu and said, I can only remember the general idea of what happened 4 years ago, and I can't remember so many details at all. And so many years have passed, I don't believe you can remember so many conversations, so I have every reason to believe that you made it up. Chin Fa-shu put away the phone, and sneered. Fabricated? Of course you don't remember it clearly, because you are the beneficiary, you got a barbecue meal, and a few bottles of beer from me for free. But what about me? Imagine a poor weak woman, after working part-time and returning home late at night, being pressed against the wall by a pervert, who said he would beat me up to irregular menstruation, beat me to incontinence, and take me to drive a train. What a scary thing it is. In the next few days, I took a leave, and didn't go to sell barbecue, because I had nightmares every night. Do you think I can forget these things? I will never forget them until I die. She became more and more angry, slammed the table heavily, stared at Chin Sun and cursed. Fuck you. Chapter 887. No, is she sick? The curse words were loud. Chin Sun was slightly startled, and immediately stood up and started to curse. Fuck your mother. Chin Fa-shu was also unwilling to suffer a loss, and started to curse. Fuck your mother. The two of them were talking back and forth, and the battle was fierce. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. Suddenly, Chin Sun noticed that Xia Ning's face was not right, and thought of what she had said before, and was worried that the hatred between him and Chin Fa-shu would suddenly turn into an affair. He knew he couldn't continue to curse, and immediately changed his words. I'm not going to hack you. Chin Fa-shu was stunned, and for a moment, he lost his rhythm, and didn't know how to respond. After a few seconds, he asked, What did you say just now? Chin Sun said unhappily. I said I'm not going to hack your mother anymore. Chin Fa-shu felt greatly insulted, and cursed again. No matter what. I still want to hack your mother. Chin Sun frowned, with a look of contempt. What kind of character do you have? After saying that, he saw Xia Ning's face became even uglier, and he felt helpless. It's wrong for me to hack her mother. It's also wrong not to hack her mother. Her mother is really embarrassed. The room became quiet, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Everyone's face looked a little strange. They all noticed something was wrong, but no one had the nerve to point it out. Yi Lan's eyes moved between Chin Sun, Xia Ning, and Chin Fa-shu's faces, and suddenly laughed, and directly tore the window paper, saying, After listening to the stories you two shared, I found that the matchmaker seemed to have tied a red string for you, but it was torn off by a steely straight man. As soon as the voice fell, Chin Sun and Chin Fa-shu cursed at the same time. Fuck you. As soon as the words came out, Chin Sun and Chin Fa-shu were stunned, looked at each other, and cursed at the same time. Fuck you. Yi Lan smiled and clapped softly. Good guy, you look so tacitly like a pair of happy enemies. Hearing this, Chin Fa-shu stood up suddenly, walking towards the door and saying, 4 years ago, I forgot to give Chin Sun something, I'm going to get it now. She slammed the door and left. The room was quiet again. Xia Ning sat quietly on the stool, staring at the beer in the glass without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Song Ying asked curiously, What gift do you think Chin Fa-shu is going to give to brother Chin Sun? And Ku said with a smile, Didn't you just hear her say that she was going to observe Mr. Qin 4 years ago, and was going to use a boning knife to deal with him? It should be a boning knife. Song Ying was shocked. No way. Su Luluo became nervous, and picked up an empty bottle, and held it in his hand. Suddenly, the door opened with a bang. Everyone looked over and saw Qin Fanshu standing at the door, with a pair of black fire tongs in his hand. Xia Ning was a little dazed when she saw this scene. She remembered the scene when she chased Qin Sun with an electric baton. She couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Everything seemed so familiar. If the pursuit of Qin Sun was a plot arranged by God, then who stole whose script between me and Qin Fanshu? At this moment, Qin Fanshu raised the fire tongs and stabbed Qin Sun in the waist. I'll make you call me a whore. I'll make you foul-mouthed. I'll make you a slut. Qin Sun was sitting near the door, very close to the furious Qin Fanshu. When the others saw the fire tongs about to hit Qin Sun's waist, they all shouted, "Stop it! Stop! Are you looking for death?" Suddenly, Xia Ning stood up so suddenly that the stool fell over, and slapped the fire tongs with her right hand, making Qin Fanshu's hand move more than half a meter away. Then, she stretched out her left foot and hooked Qin Fanshu's foot. Qin Fanshu stumbled, cried out, and sat on the ground crookedly. She was stunned for a moment, and wanted to raise the fire tongs to fight. But her hand was stepped on by a fiery red high-heeled shoe. Xia Ning looked down at Qin Fanshu and said coldly, "Qin Fanshu, don't get drunk and go crazy. Qin Sun is under my protection." Qin Sun felt warm in his heart when he heard this, and cheered for Xia Ning loudly like a little brother of the boss. "Qin Fanshu, have you always been so brave? Don't you know that my wife knows martial arts?" Xia Ning felt a little embarrassed, and let go of his foot that was stepping on Qin Fanshu, squatted on the ground, took away the fire tongs, and helped Qin Fanshu up. Qin Fanshu sat on the ground and stared at Xia Ning blankly. Xia Ning also sat on the ground and looked into her eyes and said, "I have to admit that you are a very good woman, with good looks, good temperament, culture, and a good family background. If it were an ordinary man, he would definitely be confused by you, just like the licker who jumped into the lake. However, Qin Sun is not an ordinary man, and my methods should be better than yours, so please don't be naughty. Your little tricks are useless to him." Qin Fanshu's eyes flickered slightly. She turned her head away guiltily and immediately turned back. She sneered, stood up, her eyes swept across the faces of many women, and said, "No wonder people say you should never stop a dog from eating shit. Otherwise it will think you are trying to steal it." She laughed twice, walked back to her seat, poured a full glass of beer, turned to look at Qin Sun, and said, "Qin Sun, your wife is too fierce. I am afraid. How about we forget our grudges with a smile?" As she said that, she smiled at Qin Sun, waiting for his response. Qin Sun walked back to the table expressionlessly, and poured a glass of beer. Xia Ning also poured a glass. Seeing this, the others knew that today's party was about to end, and they also poured themselves a glass of beer. Qin Fanshu raised the wine glass with both hands, toasted to everyone, said with a smile, "After a short day of getting along, I found that you are all very interesting people, and I am very happy to meet you. I like traveling. If I have the opportunity to visit your place in the future, I will definitely bother you shamelessly." Everyone smiled politely when they heard her sincere words. Qin Fanshu sang softly, "The river of time flows into the sea. Finally we go our separate ways. There is no port." After singing 2 sentences, she stopped singing, and said very literary, "A true farewell, there is no long pavilion and ancient road, no persuading you to drink more wine, it is just that on a morning like usual, someone stayed in yesterday. I hope this is not the last time we meet." After saying that, she raised the glass with both hands and drank it all. Qin Fanshu put down the glass, seeing that everyone drank it with respect, turned to look at Qin Sun, snorted coldly, and walked to Xia Ning again. "Xia Ning, I want to tell you a secret." Seeing that Xia Ning was slightly startled, she did not immediately refuse. She quickly put her mouth close to Xia Ning's ear, and said in a very small voice, "Little Ning Ning, compared to little Xuan Xuan, I think you smell better." After saying that, Qin Fanshu turned around, took the bag from the chair, and quickly walked out of the room. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning standing there in a daze, as if she had lost her soul, and was a little worried, and gently shook her shoulders. "Ning Ning, what's wrong with you? What did she say to you? Are you okay?" Xia Ning came back to her senses, looked at the door, and Qin Fanshu was no longer in the corridor. Chapter 888. Your family has 100 billion. I only have 300 or 400 million. I am so poor. Xia Ning looked at the empty corridor through the crack of the door, only to hear the hurried sound of high heels going away. The hurried look, like a hooligan who touched a woman's butt and ran away. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning like this, shake her shoulders gently, and asked, "What did that little bitch Qin Fangshu say to you just now? Why do you look like you have lost your soul?" Seeing Xia Ning's embarrassed look of wanting to say something but stopping, he became even more anxious, and gave her a little reminder directly. "What did he say just now, that it smells so good? Did this shameless guy say that you smell so good?" Qin Sun has the ability of a martial arts genius. He is proficient in fighting techniques from all over the world, and his physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. His five senses are particularly sharp. Although Qin Fangshu's voice was very low just now, he still heard a few words. Xia Ning guessed it immediately after hearing Qin Sun, and her face became a little embarrassed. Ever since Qin Fangshu took a sneak shot of her for the first time, Qin Sun thought that Qin Fangshu had bad intentions towards her. It was like a thorn in Qin Sun's heart. She found that Qin Fangshu was also a person who would not tolerate toughness. And he was a bit weird. Very self-confident. In the room, whether she was facing a rich girl, a popular queen, a millionaire, or a guy like Qin Sun who was notorious on the internet, she could treat them with a normal heart. She could scold him if she needed to. She could also pick up a weapon immediately if she wanted to fight him. Xia Ning really didn't want Qin Sun to continue to entangle with her. So she lied and said coldly, "He said you smelled good?" Qin Sun was stunned, turned his head to look at the empty corridor, and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it. Is she sick?" Yilan looked at Qin Sun and Xia Ning and laughed. "Today I was thinking of having a Shura battle with Xia Ning. But I didn't expect to hear two different versions of the story. Seeing you two love and hate each other." Qin Sun interrupted immediately and corrected. "There is no love. Only hatred." Yilan was not annoyed. Picked up a glass of wine and drank it. And said with a smile, "Okay. I have to catch a plane soon. I don't have time to argue with you. I am very dissatisfied with you now. Don't look for me if you have nothing to do in the future. Even if the fatal identity that is about to be released requires me to cooperate with the promotion. You should tell Xia Ning and let her contact me. I don't want to care about you at all now." Hearing this, Qin Sun thought again and again, and said, "Well, I don't think I've ever taken the initiative to look for you, either for personal or work matters." Yilan slammed the table, stood up suddenly, and cursed. "I don't know which dog called me 2 days ago to ask me to come to the party to help out. We haven't even finished the celebration banquet. And you said that?" Qin Sun scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Damn. I'm drunk." Yilan put on a mask, picked up her bag, and walked to the door while saying, "In the future, if Qin Sun is beaten to death for being rude, you must not go to help." As soon as she reached the door, she heard Song Ying's hesitant voice. "Sister Yilan, I think there are not many people in the world who can beat my brother to death." Yilan suddenly turned back to look at Song Ying's side, and said what Qin Sun said. "Song Ying, licking everything will only hurt you." "Song Ying, why is this person talking so harshly? Who is the licker?" Yilan left. Qin Sun stood up. Xia Ning immediately stood up, said some simple farewell words to everyone, and agreed to meet again when doing movie promotion in a while. Everyone left. Each goes home and each mother. The next day, Qin Sun slept very late. When he opened his eyes, he found that there was no one beside him. He guessed that she must have gone to work. He was a little dissatisfied. After a night of drinking yesterday, she was still able to go to work on time today, which made me lose another morning exercise. A rich second generation who is too ambitious and always wants to prove himself is terrible. Once she takes power in the Xia group, Chun Chun will be a disaster. How much money can be spent on eating, drinking, whoring and gambling? Starting a business means ruining your family with a large group of outsiders. If I mess up, I'll have to beg on the street in the future. Qin Sun sat up, stretched his body, and suddenly saw the door open. Xia Ning walked in and smiled. "Are you finally awake?" Qin Sun saw Xia Ning changed into a gauze pajamas that he had never seen before, and immediately began to take off his clothes, but was stopped by Xia Ning. "Stop it. Not today. Didn't I tell you before that I would take you to spend some money? From a certain perspective, money is just a string of numbers without spending it, and it is meaningless. Today I will take you, a small rich man with a net worth of nearly 400 million, to experience the charm of money. Jin Sun heard the 3 words small rich man and asked, Ning Ning, how much money does your family have exactly? Xia Ning walked to the bed and sat down, only half a meter away from Jin Sun, said with a smile, It's hard to say exactly, after all. Our family has so many businesses, such as the private hospital in Shanghai, medical equipment company, Dudu Tea, shopping malls, stock market. And our family's largest business is real estate. And we also do some angel investment, involving all aspects of the industry, changing every day and even every hour. How can I tell you exactly? But if you add up all the scattered businesses, it should be more than 100 billion. Jin Sun's heart suddenly tightened when he heard. Real estate. Stock market. Earth and Blue Star are 2 parallel worlds. And the laws of everything are similar. Now the real estate of Blue Star is hot. But things will turn into the opposite. Not to mention that within 5 years, the real estate in Country C will also collapse one after another. And countless people will go bankrupt. You know, because of the changes in the real estate market on Earth. Countless capital tycoons have lost their glory overnight and become deadbeats. Xia Ning's family's biggest industry is real estate, so they won't go bankrupt. Right? At that time, Xia Zhen will set up a stall to sell dog egg pills. Xia Shujie will work as a bath scrubber. And Xia Jing will pick up water bottles. And Xia Shuheo, Ning Ning's cheap father, was caught soliciting prostitution. I'm afraid he can't even pay the 5,000 yuan fine. If I asked Xia Shujie, this bastard, to sell the property at a low price, he will probably stab me to death with a fruit knife. Right? It's hard for people to listen to other people's opinions when they're in the limelight. Kong Yang. It seems that I have to work hard to make money and save more money. At least I have to save 1 million. So that Xia Ning won't get used to the poor life with only 300 or 400 million in savings. When Jin Sun was in a daze, Xia Ning kept looking at him with a smile. Xia Ning said so much with a hint of showing off, wanting Jin Sun to know how expensive he was, and that he had gotten a good deal. But she found that Jin Sun was in a daze after listening, and there was a hint of worry on his face. She couldn't help but ask, Jin Sun, what are you thinking about? You seem a little unhappy? Jin Sun came back to his senses and said casually, Your family has 100 billion. And I only have 300 or 400 million. I'm so poor. Xia Ning saw Jin Sun speaking lightly and seriously, and felt as if someone had kicked her in the face. Does this guy have no concept of money? We are a wealthy family, but we can't take out 300 or 400 million in cash at once. He is telling me now that he is so poor? Xia Ning reached out and pushed Jin Sun down on the bed, got up and sat down in front of the dressing table, and said with her back to him, Poor bastard. I will put on some makeup and take you out to spend money, and use the money to improve your temperament, so that you won't be so wretched. Chapter 889. All in is a kind of wisdom. Jin Sun was lying on the bed bored, closed his eyes, called up the system. Slacking value, 3011000000. Seeing this string of numbers, Jin Sun was a little puzzled, because of his previous slacking behaviors, which were spread through various gossips. Many netizens would call him a slacker behind his back, and his slacking value could steadily increase by about 1 million every day. Jin Sun opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling, and used his brain. When I checked yesterday, I had 301 million lazy points. How come it has only increased by 100,000 today? What happened? Why has it increased so slowly from yesterday to today? Is it because my graduation party made a big fuss, making netizens mistakenly think that I am a lazy person who forgets to eat and sleep, and rehearses programs in the practice room every day? They think I am a hard-working person, and praise my character everywhere? They praise me without my permission, which is simply superfluous. How presumptuous! Jin Sun stared at the ceiling for a long time, still couldn't figure out the specific reason, and felt a little irritated. This feels like being stabbed. But I don't know who stabbed me. I have no place to take revenge, which makes me feel very depressed. Jin Sun closed his eyes again, called up the system panel, and started the lucky wheel. Damn it! It seems that I can't save up 1 billion lazy points in the near future. Besides, my ability is already amazing. I can live well without being stronger. I might as well go to the lottery and try my best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Jin Sun thought and mobilized 100 million lazy points to draw the lottery. The turntable, as big as a Ferris wheel, was spinning wildly, and finally a stream of light popped out. A yellow talisman paper appeared. The talisman paper was antique, and a human brain was painted on it with a brush. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Name, Genius Talisman. Quality, top quality. Expiration, 1 month. How to use. Light the talisman paper and burn it into ash and mix it with sugar water to drink. Shout I am 253 times. And you will get a super IQ. Note, the zombie opened your brain. And it was so excited that it made a pig cry. Shin-sun opened his eyes in fear. With God-level medical skills, he fully understood what an IQ of 250 meant. Most people have an IQ between 90 and 110. People generally believe that those with an IQ between 120 and 130 are excellent talents, and those with an IQ above 140 are geniuses. If it exceeds 200, it is an extremely terrifying number. The well-known Einstein had an IQ of 200, and some even believe that it was only 160, but this IQ of just under 200 made him a master of physics. And everyone speculates that Leonardo da Vinci's IQ is around 230. Many people think he is just a painter, but he is actually a famous sculptor, musician, architect, engineer, mathematician, inventor, cartographer, anatomist, geologist, botanist and writer. He can achieve the top level in every industry he is involved in. There is also a Korean named Kim Un-young on the earth. His IQ is 210, which is recorded in the Guinness World Records. This guy can walk and talk at 5 months old. He started learning calculus at the age of 3 and learned Japanese, Korean, English, and German at the age of 4. He joined NASA at the age of 12. At the age when others were playing with cigarette cards, he played with big rockets. Shin-sun was a little shocked. What about this IQ of 250? Although it is only a short month, but if you give this month to a scientist who wants to overcome difficulties, maybe there will be a breakthrough. Or, give it to Xia Jing before she takes the college entrance examination. Wouldn't it improve her review efficiency and get into Beijing University? Shin-sun opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling in surprise. 250. 250, what a 250. Shin-sun looked at Xia Ning in front of the dressing table and asked, Ning, if Xia Jing's IQ suddenly becomes 251 day, and she is admitted to Beijing University, will she pose a threat to your management of Xia Group? Xia Ning said coldly without turning her head, still putting on makeup seriously. You are talking like a fool. Why don't you suddenly become a fool? Shin-sun was choked and speechless. He snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. All in is a kind of wisdom. He called up the system panel, started the lucky wheel, and all the remaining 200 million fishing points were all Indiana. The wheel was spinning wildly, and it felt like it was going to go out of the sky. Suddenly, a golden stream of light jumped out. The light disappeared, and only a pitch-black mobile hard drive was floating in the air. Shin-sun's heart trembled. No way. Don't tell me that it's worth it to slack off so much. Give me all the porn movies in the universe. This, I don't need so much. I can download it on Blue Star. There are also art masters on Blue Star. I don't miss you Mikami, Kana Momonoji, Minami Aizawa, Arina Hashimoto, Keat Hana Run, Tiancher Mo, Sakura Sora, these teachers. Please don't give me a bunch of AV girlfriends. I'm not into women. Shin-sun's eyes fell cautiously on the mobile hard drive, and the item information popped up immediately. Congratulations to the host to get the prizes. Name, Original God Gift Pack. Quality, superb. How to use. Download to the computer, operate with mouse keyboard, start your adventure journey. Remarks, towards the stars and abyss. Shin-sun's heart is tight. At the same time when I was relieved, I feel deeply regretful, I vomited madly. It's not those enlightenment teachers of Dei Shuangxin, but there was a bunch of two-dimensional beauty. But I don't like AV girlfriend, I don't like the two-dimensional paper person. Although I played Genshin Impact for a while. I am not a fanatical player who can shout, I am Kamisato Ayaka's dog. I don't have to play it. I spent so much time playing, and it was all for nothing. Shin-sun lay on the bed, feeling infinitely sad. If he was a sentimental person, tears would flow from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, a thought with an IQ of 250 flashed through his brain, making him tremble all over and get goosebumps. Shin-sun sat up suddenly and slapped himself twice. Kong Yang, I'm such an idiot. Xia Ning was startled by the noise, and her eyebrow pencil drew a long mark at the corner of her eye. She turned around, looking at Shin-sun with a red cheek, asked in confusion. Did you slap yourself twice just now? Shin-sun nodded. Yes. Xia Ning, Why? Qin Sun, because I'm an idiot. Xia Ning. She was silent for a moment, and felt that Qin Sun suddenly realized that getting up early every day to pull her to do exercise was a beastly behavior, and he felt guilty, so he hid himself. Xia Ning said with a smile. Although you are sometimes stupid, especially when it comes to romance between men and women, you don't have to be so cruel to yourself. Right? Qin Sun raised a somewhat excited smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen a gamer with a sword drawn on Thor's chest, asked in a deep voice. Ning, which one is more profitable? The entertainment market or the game market? Chapter 890 Making a Game. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Xia Ning was a little surprised when he saw Qin Sun's excitement, and asked, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly concerned about the game market? Are you going to market the game? Qin Sun said. Don't ask me first, I'm asking you, which one is more profitable? The game market or the entertainment market? Xia Ning shook his head gently, and smiled. The entertainment market is a broad and diversified field, not only covering games, but also movies, music, TV, radio, performances, and even theme parks and other subfields. Why do you ask such a stupid question? Are you really stupid? Qin Sun. He asked again, with an awkward smile on his face. I may be too excited. I asked the question of who is bigger, the grandfather or the grandson. Actually, I want to ask which is bigger, the entertainment industry market or the game market? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, not knowing why he was so excited, and said, It must be the game market. Last year, the game market in Country C was about 300 billion, and the box office of movies in the whole year last year was only more than 50 billion. These two are not even on the same level. Hearing Xia Ning's answer, Qin Sun felt relieved and felt that he was going to make a fortune. I played Genshin Impact on Earth. I, who had never bought a skin in League of Legends or Honor of Kings, actually spent 180 to buy a 6-month monthly membership card in Genshin Impact, just for 90 Primo Gems on that day. He didn't know how much money Genshin Impact made, but I knew that this game must be profitable. It even made money from me, so how could it not make money? There is no similar open-world adventure 2D game on the Blue Star market right now. If Genshin Impact is launched on the market, it will make at least 5 billion? 6 billion? Or even more? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun smiling, with a hint of excitement on his face, and his heart sank, and asked, Qin Sun, I said I'd take you to spend money to improve your temperament. You wouldn't think of investing in games to make money, would you? After she finished speaking, she saw Qin Sun gave her a thumbs up. Xia Ning was anxious and said loudly, No, don't even think about it. Everyone knows that the game market is a hot commodity, and its size will continue to grow. But now the global game market has entered the red ocean stage. The competition is extremely fierce. Besides liking to play games, you don't know anything about games. Blindly investing will only make you go bankrupt quickly. Even if you have 300 or 400 million now, you may lose it all if you make a mistake once or twice. Investing in games is really a gamble. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning so excited and felt a little funny. She also knew that she shouldn't make high-risk investments. But she herself was playing the world's most risky game, starting a business. It's really like the governor is allowed to be angry, but the people are not allowed to light a lamp. Qin Sun said with a smile, I don't want to invest in games. Hearing this, Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then, Qin Sun said in a relaxed tone, I want to make a game. Xia Ning was stunned, and after thinking about it 3 times, he confirmed that he was not hallucinating, and his voice suddenly became louder. Qin Sun, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Do you know how difficult it is to make a game? How many fields are involved? How can you say such a thing so lightly? Qin Sun really didn't know much about making games. He just thought it was just a matter of making a map and letting the characters run. He asked weakly, Is it difficult to make a popular game? Xia Ning was speechless when she heard the word popular. She didn't know why Qin Sun, who was always very smart, got stuck in a dead end today. It seems that he must invest in, no, bury himself in the game market. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun in a daze. In a trance, she seemed to see the day when Qin Sun was truly supported by her after he fell into poverty. She stood up and walked to the bed and sat down, holding Qin Sun's hand, and said in a gentle voice, Qin Sun, we are rich, but this is all your hard work. At this point, she felt it was inappropriate and changed her words, even if it was not so hard-earned. There is no need to invest in games. Wouldn't it be better for you to make a few more movies? A movie investment of 100 million yuan can be considered a big production. But with the current market conditions, investing 100 million yuan in a game is likely to not make any splashes. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's persuasive look and was even more confused and asked, "Is it so difficult to make a game?" Xia Ning heard Qin Sun ask this question again and was a little impatient. He let go of Qin Sun's hand and said, "Why are you so arrogant? It made me think that you can take out a game like taking out a pack of napkins from your pocket." Qin Sun showed an awkward smile on his face, but he was a little proud in his heart. "Yes, I can." Xia Ning saw the smile on Qin Sun's face and was silent for a while. He was ready to teach Qin Sun a lesson and let him give up. Xia Ning said, "Qin Sun, I tell you, let's put aside those shoddy games. Nowadays, mainstream game production is a comprehensive field, which requires mastering a variety of professional skills and knowledge. It is a much more difficult project than making a movie, writing a song, writing a novel. It includes computer science and software engineering. You need to know programming languages, data structures, algorithm design, computer graphics, network programming, etc. There is also digital media art. You need to know art design, character design, scene design, animation production, visual effects, etc. There is also game design. You have to learn game design theory, rule design, level design, player experience, plot construction, etc. Xia Ning spoke very quickly and spoke very urgently, creating a solemn atmosphere. But what surprised her was that she saw Qin Sun getting more and more excited as he listened, and his eyes actually shone. She couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? Could it be that Qin Sun, this lazy guy, is still the kind of person who knows there is a tiger in the mountain, but still goes there? How can he get more and more excited? Xia Ning paused for a moment, and her tone became more serious, and she continued, "There are also interactive design, user interface design, user experience design, human-computer interaction, etc. Digital media technology, which also covers multimedia production and interactive design technology, including image processing, audio production, user interface design, etc." At this point, she saw Qin Sun's eyes were bright and round, and there was an irrepressible smile at the corner of his mouth, as if she was about to burst into laughter in the next second. Xia Ning reached out and touched Qin Sun's forehead and found that he didn't have a fever and decided to continue. Although it is a game, there is also script creation, focusing on cultivating students' ability in story construction and script writing, providing a wonderful plot and world view for the game. Her speech speed became slower and slower, and finally she said helplessly, "Of course, you can write the three-body problem. I think you should be able to do this." Qin Sun laughed and said, "Then, do we have to compose music for the game?" Xia Ning, "No, what is he excited about?" Chapter 891 Original God Start. Xia Ning saw the smile on Qin Sun's face, like looking at a fool hanging on the gallows and swinging his body. "Investing in games is like dying, and you are still having fun." Xia Ning sighed, nodded, said, "Yes, game production also has areas you are good at, such as sound design and music production, providing suitable sound effects and music for the game, enhancing the immersion and realism of the game. You should be able to do well in this. But games are generally pure music, and you don't have any pure music works, so it's hard to say." After saying that, she saw Qin Sun smiling without saying anything, looking extremely confident. Xia Ning was annoyed by this stone in the toilet. Okay. I won't say you make a game independently. Even if you invest in a game company, lead a team of hundreds or thousands of people to make a good game, you still have to promote the game and do marketing. Speaking of this, Xia Ning silently looked at the marketing god in front of him, and immediately closed his mouth and stopped talking. Nothing to say. No way to say. Too lazy to say. It doesn't make sense. It seems that after everyone has made great achievements in certain areas, they always want to cross borders to prove themselves. Well, indeed, Qin Sun has crossed borders again and again, and has indeed proved himself again and again. But it is really easy to lose money on a game. Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's detailed explanation just now, and finally realized what he had gained by spending more than 200 million yuan. It turns out that making a game is a much larger project than making a movie. Not to mention the game Genshin Impact, which is a global hit. The production cost must be at least 300 million. Now I have a ready-made one. Isn't it equivalent to saving 300 million yuan in costs? What's more gratifying is that this is not a game that costs a lot of money, but can't make a splash. It has set off a huge wave in the game market on Earth. The original God is a real money-making beast. The 200 million plus slacking off is worth it. In the bedroom, the two were silent for a while, each with their own thoughts. Qin Sun suddenly said with a smile, "Ningning, I want to invest in a game company." When Xia Ning heard this, her chest rose and fell slightly. She had the urge to strangle Qin Sun to death. She said in a deep voice, "Why don't you listen to advice? To tell you the truth, our family once invested in a game company. We recruited talents from various famous game companies in China, and finally spent 500 million to make a game, but the revenue was less than. She stopped, seemingly a little embarrassed to speak up. 3 million. Qin Sun was startled, trying to hold back the smile on his face, not letting himself laugh out loud. Xia Ning saw his expression, stretched out her hand and pushed him down on the bed, and stood up to walk to the dressing table. "I don't want to bother with you. I really think your IQ is only 250 now. And you don't understand a word of human language." Qin Sun realized that he was a little too proud just now, and the corners of his mouth were not suppressed like AK. He stretched out his hand and hugged Xia Ning's waist tightly, saying, "Ningning, my brain is not smooth now. I need to wake up. Maybe the beer I drank yesterday was too fake. I need you to help me wake up my brain." As he said, Qin Sun rubbed his face on Xia Ning's elastic buttocks. Xia Ning turned her head, looking at the shameless Qin Sun, said coldly, "Don't make such ridiculous excuses for your excessive energy. I'm almost done with my makeup now, but I don't have the energy to put it on again." She paused, said unhappily, "You have to learn to think from others' perspectives. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." Qin Sun reluctantly let go of his hand, raised his head, said, "Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Understood? When you are 30 years old, I will also do to others what I don't want others to do to me." As he said that, he stood up, turned around and walked towards the door, like Shiman de Guaran, who was confessed by Wangpa, his steps hurriedly. "I'm going back to my bedroom to play computer games to wake my brain." Xia Ning looked at his back as he left, and frowned slightly. She always felt that Qin Sun's tone of voice, when he said "do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you," was a little strange. He secretly scolded me again? Why does he always talk so coquettishly with the same mouth? I have to make up for all the old jokes these days, or I can't keep up with his version update speed. Qin Sun's bedroom. He sat in front of the computer desk, and turned on the computer that he hadn't turned on for a long time. With a thought, a black hard drive appeared in his hand, and he plugged it into the computer. With a trembling hand, he opened the hard drive and found several folders inside. Named Game Introduction, Game Code, and Original God Installation Package. Qin Sun was stunned. What the hell? Game code? What is this? The initial code of the original God? This slacking system is really... Everything is prepared. And it really doesn't want me to do any work. It wants to completely deprive me of my right to work. Qin Sun opened the Game Introduction folder, and there were several documents in it. Basic Game Information, Game Production Cost, Game Commercial Value. Qin Sun was overjoyed. Skip Basic Game Information directly, and clicked on Game Development Cost to read it. Initial Production Cost, Initial Budget of $100 million, equivalent to about 600 to 700 million yuan. Subsequent investment, annual cost increases from $100 million per year to $200 million per year, about 1.3 to 1.4 billion yuan, to support the continuous development and content updates of the game. Accumulated cost, with the continuous update and expansion of the game. The accumulated investment in Genshin Impact is also increasing. By September 2022, the development cost of Genshin Impact is expected to reach $500 million, which is about 300 to 340 million renminbi. This figure makes it one of the most expensive games ever to develop. Cost composition. Seeing this, Qin Sun was stunned. Damn! Is Genshin Impact so expensive? The initial development cost is $100 million? The cumulative development cost has reached $500 million, which is about 3 billion renminbi. Is this one of the most expensive games in history? It turns out that the game I played before was such a super masterpiece. Qin Sun suddenly felt that playing Genshin Impact while sitting on the toilet was a little disrespectful to this game, and a little impolite to this work worth more than 3 billion. He laughed a few times, So this hard drive is so expensive. My 2D wife is worth more than all the AV teachers in the world combined. Jin Sun looked down and found that the following was about the cost structure of the game, which was exactly the same as what Xia Ning had just said. It was all some labor costs, technical costs, operating costs, etc. Jin Sun closed this document and opened game commercial value. As soon as the document was opened, it was full of dense words. From global revenue data, market performance and ranking, user base and activity, business model and revenue source, industry influence and recognition, the commercial value of Genshin Impact was explained in 5 aspects. After a quick glance, Jin Sun was almost blinded by a striking sentence. Since its launch in September 2020, Genshin Impact has accumulated more than $4.1 billion in global revenue, about 28 billion yuan. He stared at this sentence for a long time, silently closed the document, with a stern face, and whispered to himself. Calm down, calm down. It's just that you don't have to spend 3 billion production costs to get a game for free, excluding other copyrights, excluding peripherals, etc., and the in-game recharge alone is 28 billion. What's the big deal? I spent more than 200 million slacking off to get this is what I deserve. After saying that, Jin Sun lay on the table and laughed so hard that his shoulders twitched, and he almost laughed. After a while, Jin Sun stood up and shouted, Genshin Impact start. Chapter 892. How much does it cost to buy a car? Buy a company. Jin Sun opened the original God installation package and installed the game. Suddenly, he found that he could not enter the game. It took him a long time to figure it out. There is no server. Can't play. He laughed at his own stupidity. Turn off the game, then uninstall it, and put the hard drive back to the system. How do I get the server? Is it expensive? My understanding of the game seems to be the same as Xia Ning said. I know nothing except how to play. Jin Sun leaned back in the chair and was stunned for a while, with a smile on his face. He was immersed in the great pleasure brought by money and couldn't extricate himself. He felt that the slacking value was a good thing. A mere 200 million slacking values could actually be exchanged for nearly 30 billion in cash. Wonderful! Jin Sun closed his eyes, called up the slacking system, and checked the slacking value. Slacking value, 5,000. You need 100 million slacking points to leave the next lottery. He opened his eyes, and was a little annoyed. Damn it! How come the slacking value only increased a little bit? Was it really because I made this graduation party too grand, making netizens mistakenly think that I was a hard-working person? Those black fans can't black me anymore. Jin Sun clenched his fists and roared. Fuck! I want to touch it! Outside the door, Xia Ning was startled by the shout as she walked to the door. She slowly stopped and put her ear to the door to eavesdrop. The bedroom was quiet. Xia Ning was a little puzzled. I didn't let him take advantage of her, but he hid alone. And touched himself? Can men touch themselves? Why am I so dirty? Xia Ning turned the doorknob and found that the bedroom door was locked. She thought that her absurd idea might be true. This guy usually wants to run naked in the villa every day. Let alone lock the door. He is too lazy to even close it. What on earth was he doing secretly? Xia Ning knocked on the door, but no one answered, so she knocked harder. Jin Sun, we are leaving. After a minute, the door finally opened. Xia Ning looked Jin Sun up and down, quietly took a deep breath, and found that the air was fresh and had no special smell. She walked past Jin Sun into the room, and saw a mahjong game on the computer monitor, and laughed. Jin Sun, so you can play mahjong? Jin Sun smiled and said, This is our village's ancestral craft, and we have been playing cards and mahjong since we were young. Xia Ning turned around, looked at Jin Sun, and asked, Did you masturbate just now? Jin Sun was startled, his pupils dilated, jumped back suddenly, and covered his chest muscles tightly with his hands. You smelly rascal. Xia Ning? She took Jin Sun's hand and walked out of the bedroom, admonishing him coldly. You'd better quit playing mahjong. If you get addicted to gambling in the future, no matter how much money you have, it won't be enough for you to squander. The two of them went to the basement. Xia Ning chose a red coupe and sat in the driver's seat directly. After driving for more than half an hour, she took Jin Sun to a luxury car store in Haicheng. Driving all the way to the parking lot in front of the luxury car, when there was still some distance, the security guards raised the bar. Xia Ning drove in smoothly. Jin Sun smiled. As expected, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. You drove this car here from a long distance, and they raise the bar. It seems that they can't wait to rush out and lift your car in. Xiaoning smiled and said nothing. For this kind of situation, she has been used to it since she was a child. Money makes the devil work, which is true most of the time. The car drove into the parking lot in front of the store, and a security guard came up and saluted immediately. Xiaoning parked the car, but did not turn off the engine. She unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. Qin followed. The security guard greeted him, and then got into the car to park. Xiaoning walked into the store elegantly and said, "Qin, you don't drive the car Xiaoning gave you very often. You used it for transportation. How about choosing a supercar now?" "Qin, supercar? Aren't those used to pick up girls? It's useless to me now. And it's uncomfortable to sit in a supercar for a long time." Xiaoning smiled. "How about buying a business car and hiring a driver?" Qin immediately thought of a middle-aged man holding a thermos cup full of wolfberries, shook his head, and said, "I want to take another 30 years of Dieters. And you already have 3 cars in red, white, and black. And I also have a car. A total of 4 cars. We don't have to spend money. Money should be spent wisely." Xiaoning stopped and turned to look at Qin, wondering why he had no interest in cars at all. This doesn't look like the mentality of a young man who grew up in a particularly difficult family and suddenly gained huge wealth. Now is the time of spring breeze and horse hoofs. Doesn't he want to drive a supercar to blow up the streets? Qin saw Xiaoning's thoughts and said, "Luxury cars, 5 million cars, 1 million for cars, 4 million for face. When I only had 300 or 400 million in my pocket, I might need these things to keep up appearances. But when I had tens of billions, I wasn't very interested anymore." Xiaoning was speechless for a long time. "You are so arrogant, then wait until you have tens of billions before saying this." Qin smiled but said nothing. Tens of billions, as if everyone has them. Xiaoning saw that Qin was still not very interested, and said again, "You can deduct taxes if you buy a car in the name of the company." After saying that, she saw Qin looking around like a thief, as if he was afraid of being pinned to the ground and dragged into the police station, and smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, it's legal and compliant." Qin smiled. "Then buy one?" Xiaoning finally smiled. "Then hang it in Oak Company or Grapefruit Company, or buy one for each company." Qin thought for a while and said, "Game Company." Game companies make a lot of money and need a lot of tax deductions. Xiaoning heard him mention the game company again, and it was like a madman, and he fell into a dead end and couldn't get out. She said coldly, "A game company that can make tens of billions. Do you have it?" Qin said confidently, "Yes." Xiaoning was startled and asked with a smile, "Oh, what's the name?" "Qin, me, Hemiyu." "Xiaoning, where is this company?" Qin said with a smile, "Buy one first, and then change its name. How much does it cost to buy a car? If we want to show off our wealth, we can spend money to buy a company. You are responsible for management, I am responsible for game planning, and we will make it bigger and stronger and create more glory." Xiaoning turned and left. "You are hopeless. Really hopeless." She walked to the security guard who had just parked the car, took the key from him, and got in the car. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing Qin standing there stupidly, she honked the horn twice. Then she saw Qin jogging all the way to the passenger seat, and said while fastening his seat belt, "Ning, I thought you were going to throw me away." Xiaoning ignored her, started the car slowly, and said while looking forward, "Now I understand how my father felt when I wanted to start a business. You are as stubborn as me, so annoying." Qin smiled, and said nothing. The car drove out of the parking lot. Qin looked back, and saw through the car window 3 or 4 salesmen in suits standing at the door, staring at the car, with a look of loss on their faces. They seemed to recognize us, and their expressions were as if they had lost millions. "Are we just leaving like this, and not buying a car?" Xiaoning's voice was cold. "What else? You want to buy a game company, invest in games, and you'll soon become a real pauper. Where can we get the money to buy a car?" Qin suddenly turned around, and looked at Xiaoning's profile, with some surprise. "You agree?" Chapter 893. It's time for Huang Huai to repay me for saving his life. "What else?" Xiaoning held the steering wheel, still looking forward, and let out a deep breath. "I'm stopping you now, but we'll definitely have a fight about this after we get married. When you see the game market is getting more and more popular, and feel that you missed the opportunity, you will definitely say in front of the children that it was your mother who stopped me from investing in games, otherwise our family would be in more trouble than this. Jin-sun was stunned. This fuck. Who said that a cold and arrogant lady can't say sweet words? The words she said when she was angry were so nice, and they made people feel warm inside. Jin-sun saw that Xia Ning was holding the steering wheel with both hands, and put his left hand on Xia Ning's thigh, and said with a smile, "If this investment is successful, I will scold you in front of more than 20 children in the future. Fortunately, your mother didn't stop me at the beginning otherwise. How could our family property be enough for you guys to share?" Xia Ning was stunned, and her voice was cold. "Jin-sun, I'm warning you. First, I can only have 2 children at most, 3 at most, and even with an unexpected pregnancy, I can only have 4 at most. Second, when driving, you must obey traffic rules." Jin-sun said with a smile. "I'm not driving." "Xia Ning, take your hand away." Jin-sun smiled awkwardly, and after rubbing it hard, he took away the hand of God. Xia Ning drove the car aimlessly around the city for half a circle, turned the steering wheel, turned out of the city, and drove towards the winding mountain road. Outside the right window of the car, the mountains are lush and green. Outside the left window, the sea is rippling. Xia Ning lowered the window, and the sea breeze rushed in, making her feel much better. She asked, "What type of game company are you going to acquire?" Small game companies on the market now generally focus on games in a certain field, and they almost have no ability or funds to dig deep into several fields at the same time. If there are game companies involved in various fields, they are all backed by super consortiums, and Jin-sun's wealth is not something he can covet. Jin-sun immediately recalled the time when he was sitting on the toilet and grinding for relics, and said, "It doesn't matter what company it is. In fact, I already have a rough idea of a game in my head. Xia Ning, tell me about it." Jin-sun smiled and talked freely. "Suppose you are a player, you will play a mysterious character called Traveler in this game, and explore a world called Tibet. This world is very big. There are many different places, such as mountains, grasslands, deserts, snowfields, etc. Each place has its own scenery and creatures." Hearing this, Xia Ning's heart sank. Such a grand map? So many scenes, so many characters, it must cost a lot of money to model them. Jin-sun continued. "The main gameplay of the game is exploration, fighting, raising characters and drawing cards. You can walk around in the game, complete tasks and challenges, and get resources to make your character stronger and your equipment better." Xia Ning nodded. "Go on." Jin-sun continued. "Fighting is also a major feature of this game. You can use different characters and skills to fight in various ways. Moreover, Genshin Impact also pays special attention to the plot and story. There are many characters and storylines in the game. You can interact with the characters, complete tasks, and you can get a deeper understanding of the world of this game and the background of the characters." "How is it?" Xia Ning thought about it, organized the language in his mind, and concluded. "According to you, Genshin Impact is a game with open world, adventure, and role-playing as the main gameplay. It allows players to experience the fun of exploration, fighting, and plot. At the same time, there is a card drawing system and character development elements, allowing players to invest money and emotional costs." Jin-sun looked at Xia Ning's profile and smiled. "Or else you are a top student. You summarized it very well." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a few traces of sarcasm on Xia Ning's face, as if he had already seen the tragic end of this game from his own story. Xia Ning said with some self-mockery, "Congratulations, your idea coincides with the game called Fantasy Tales that our family made at the beginning, and it is actually the same type of game. We have invested 500 million yuan in total. Are you going to bet your entire fortune?" She paused for a moment, and immediately persuaded. "I suggest you only invest 100 million yuan, and stop immediately if you don't see the effect, and never fall into this bottomless pit." Jin-sun was shocked and said loudly, "Are you kidding? I can invest 30 million yuan at most, and bet my entire fortune? My money is not blown by the wind." Hearing this number, Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Jin-sun, and found that his face was serious, and he was actually speaking the truth, and suddenly felt a little funny. She was in a complicated mood, smiled and shook her head, and sighed. "I really don't know whether I should be happy or sad now. I'm happy because I lost less. I'm sad because I'm 100% sure to lose." At this point, Xia Ning was suddenly startled and a little surprised. It was obviously a 100% sure investment. Why did I still hold on to a glimmer of hope that I could make money? Because of the personal charm of Chin Sun? When did I become his crazy fan? The car fell into silence again. Xiaoning drove the car expressionlessly, driving slowly along the mountain road. Chin Sun laid down the seat, reclined on it, and closed his eyes to rest, with a faint smile on his face like a rich man. Rich people should be calm, and not change their expression even when the sky is falling. After a while, Chin Sun heard Xiaoning say, "Since you have made a decision, I can only support you with all my strength, but I still want to remind you that it is not so easy for you to lead the development of a game. After all, you are an outsider, you know nothing about game production. Can you tell whether the people under you are doing it according to your ideas?" Chin Sun opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoning. Xiaoning continued, "I visited our game company. Although I always pretended to be very professional. Looking here, looking there, nodding from time to time, smiling from time to time. But in fact no one in our family understood. Everything went smoothly in the early stage. When various problems came one after another in the later stage, 300 million yuan had been invested, and the sunk cost was too high, making it difficult for people to make up their minds to stop the loss in time. Those hundreds of millions were wasted. Only some executives and technical backbones of the game company were enriched. I suspected several times whether our family was defrauded." Hearing this, Chin Sun frowned slightly, feeling that the matter was indeed a bit tricky. If I don't know anything about games, and suddenly come up with such a phenomenal game, it will indeed make people suspicious. After all, this is a prize drawn by lottery, not the ability to make games directly. If someone doubts and questions me, I can't prove my innocence at any time like writing songs, cooking, and boxing. Wouldn't I be unable to clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River? Would I be caught and sliced for research? Damn it. Do I have to learn how to make games? But making games involves too many fields. Even if I turn on the overclocking mode, I can't learn it in a short time. Unless I am a genius with an IQ of 250? Seeing Chin Sun silent, Xiaoning thought that he was loosening up, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively suggested, "Or I can give you the game Fantasy Legend that we made, and you can find a game company and ask them to modify it according to your ideas?" Chin Sun immediately waved his hand and said, "No. Although Fantasy Legend and Genshin Impact are the same type of games, their achievements are definitely different. Just like everyone has the same textbooks. But some people go to technical schools, and some people go to Beijing University." He smiled with great confidence. "The game types are the same, but there are definitely different levels of realm." Xiaoning was speechless, and was too lazy to persuade him anymore. It was like talking to a cow. Chin Sun said again, "Ning Ning, it's time for you to contact Huang Huai and let her repay me for saving her life." Xiaoning was startled and turned to look at him. "What are you going to do?" Chin Sun put the chair straight, tidied his clothes, sat up very straight, and said, "I'm going to study at Jingsheng University. Chapter 894 Changing my character without my consent is simply superfluous." Xiaoning saw Chin Sun's serious look, but was amused. "You just graduated and are going to study again? And to Jingsheng University?" Chin Sun looked serious. "Well, I love to study. I'm going to Jingsheng University to study courses related to game making." As he said that, he reached out and gently supported the steering wheel, allowing the car to turn a corner smoothly. Xiaoning was startled, and quickly turned around to drive carefully, pulling the car to the side of the road. "Have you forgotten what I told you? Game production is a huge project. It requires proficiency in computer science and software engineering, digital media art, game design, interactive design, digital media technology, script writing, sound design and music production." She randomly bent her fingers. "I can hardly bend my fingers anymore. And you touch your upper lip to your lower lip now. And you say you want to go to study? Or go to Jingsheng University to study?" Xiaoning was a little annoyed. "You really think you are a god? A god? Even if you are a genius, it won't work." Chin Sun saw Xiaoning getting anxious, and laughed. "I don't need to be proficient. I just need to understand the general idea and not let others fool me. I just want to be a knowledge idiot who knows everything but is good at nothing." Xiaoning was silent. Just like a gourmet doesn't have to be proficient in cooking, as long as he can eat. Chin Sun's statement seems useful. Xiaoning knew that there was no more persuasion. People can't teach others, but things can be taught once. People will never mature if they don't suffer a few big losses. Chin Sun has been going too smoothly recently, so it's good for him to fall. Xiaoning reminded. Although Jingcheng University opens its educational resources to the public and allows people from the public to audit courses, you may not be able to get an audition certificate. Or you can go to another school? As one of the top universities in Country C, Jingcheng University still has some character. Qin Sun heard this and suspected that Xiaoning was led by the black fans on the internet, thinking that he was really an actor, forgetting that he was also a family. He said with a smile, "First, I can donate 10 million to Jingcheng University, which will be considered as an investment in the game. Second, if you still don't let me audit the class, I will let Huang Hui jump off the building again and die in front of the administrative building to scare the school leaders to death." "Xiaoning?" she sighed. "I still suggest that you go to another school. The students of Jingcheng University are all gifted children. They may not be too friendly to you, a big star, and give you so many conveniences. Look, Huang Hui has never contacted us since he was cured." Qin Sun smiled meaningfully. Haicheng University of Science and Technology. Xiaoning immediately thought of Qin Fanshu and frowned. "Let's talk about it later." She started the car and drove all the way back to the villa. The two of them no longer had the heart to spend money. After Xiaoning called 3 hourly workers to clean up, she stayed in the living room to play with the turtle. Qin Sun lay on the bed playing games. After playing a game, he closed his eyes and called up the system panel. Slacking value, 6,000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. Damn it! I spent a lot of time and only got 1,000 points. Qin Sun opened his eyes and continued to play games to vent his dissatisfaction. A long spear was stabbed into the anus of the enemy, causing hemorrhoids all over the sky. After the game, he closed his eyes and called up the system panel. Slacking value, 6,100. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Qin Sun sat up, was stunned for a while, opened Douyin and typed the word Qin Sun, and many prompt entries popped up. Qin Sun's graduation party may go down in history. Qin Sun is talented, and he really doesn't sing a song a second time. The story that Qin Sun, Yi Lan, and Bai Yiheng have to tell. Qin Sun's senior sister revealed that he is actually a super workaholic. His eyes fell on the word super workaholic, and he immediately clicked on it, and a video popped up. This is a video of a reporter interviewing Haicheng University of Science and Technology. The school asked Qin Fanshu to be interviewed. Reporter: "Hello, Mr. Qin, this is Haicheng News. The school said that you followed Mr. Qin Sun throughout the preparation of this graduation party?" Qin Fanshu: "Yes." Reporter: "Then I saw many students from your school on the internet saying that Qin Sun was not deeply involved in the directing of the graduation party, and almost never appeared, but only Yilan, Bai Hong, Songying and 3 others came to help. Is that right?" Qin Fanshu: "Nonsense. For some of the works performed by the students themselves, Qin Sun. I have seen some, but I really didn't give any guidance. He said he saw some flaws in the works, but he didn't correct them." "You mean a youth without regrets can be called youth?" He also said that when those students look back at their graduation party works in a few years, they will be so ashamed that they cover their faces with their hands and dare not look at them again. This is the taste of youth. Just like the sayings on Chiocho's space. When they wrote them, they were full of vigor and vitality. But when they read them again after growing up, they would be so embarrassed that they would pick their toes. But this kind of imperfection runs through life all the time. This is normal and healthy. Reporter: "Teacher Qin, you mean that Qin Sun adopts the policy of non-intervention in directing students' works?" Qin Fanshu: "Yes. But in addition to that, the crossroads where phoenix flowers bloom. Hello tomorrow. Those years, youth are all carefully crafted by him. For more than half a month, every day from 9 am to 10 p.m., he really kept the music in his mouth, the lyrics in his hands, and constantly modifying and improving. In more than half a month, these 4 songs have been modified dozens of times. So, the school is not surprised that these 4 songs can dominate all the music platforms now. He deserves it." Reporter: "So the online rumor that he is a lazy guy is a rumor?" Qin Fanshu: "Nonsense. There are geniuses in the world. But if he doesn't work hard enough, God will take away his talent. And Qin Sun is a hard-working genius." Interview ended. Qin Sun saw that this video had 1.2 million likes, which meant that it must have been viewed nearly 20 million times. He looked at the comments and found that there were 30,000 of them. He immediately clicked on it and found that the comments were all praising him. He is both talented and hardworking. And he is not leaving any room for others to live? Which door did God open for him? And which window did he close? I actually believe that you were a lazy person before. I am really damned. Sweat will not let down anyone who works hard. My role model. Chin-sun finished reading it, was stunned for a long time, and was so angry that he threw his phone hard on the quilt. Chin Fanshu. This bastard. Changed my character without my consent. Which is simply superfluous. You can't use my slacking points to flatter the school. Dirty. Obscene. He lay down on the bed helplessly, looking at the ceiling, thinking about how to wash away the stigma of his diligent character. After a few seconds, Chin-sun's mouth gradually showed a smile. Chapter 895. Take this 10 million. This is mental damage compensation for your school. In the living room, Xia Ning threw fish food into the bathtub one by one, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind her. Looking back, I found Chin-sun had rushed behind her. She was startled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chin-sun asked, "Have you found Huang Huai?" Xia Ning, "I just sent her a WeChat message, but she hasn't replied yet." Chin-sun nodded and said, "She's not the kind of ungrateful person. I just asked her to jump off the building again. She wouldn't refuse. She should be in class now, and didn't see Wei Xian. So, you can just call." Xia Ning? Is his language a little messy? Or am I not able to understand? Just asked Huang Huai to jump off the building. She wouldn't refuse. Didn't see Wei Xian in class. So just call. Xia Ning took out his cell phone, found Huang Huai's phone number, and handed it to Chin-sun. "I won't call. You can call if you want." Chin-sun immediately took the phone and pressed the dial button without hesitation. He had taken the college entrance examination and knew how difficult it was to get into Beijing University. The phrase "the pride of heaven" was often used to describe college students. Later, when colleges expanded their enrollment and college students were everywhere, students at Beijing University were still worthy of the title of the pride of heaven. The total number of undergraduate students admitted by Beijing University each year is about 4,000. This includes a variety of admission types, such as college entrance examination candidates, recommended students, national special programs, and international student admissions. There are about 13 million college entrance examination candidates each year. Only 3 out of 10,000 students can enter Jingcheng University, which can be regarded as 1 in 10,000 talents. They may be modest on the surface, but who hasn't made it all the way from high school? How can they not be a little arrogant? Chin-sun listened to the ringing of the phone, feeling a little impatient. There are a lot of bad reviews about me on the internet now, saying that I am a hardworking person. Rumors are killing people. I urgently need to change my reputation now. And Jingcheng University is obviously a good place to change my reputation. In a group of students who are extremely proud, a poor student who paid to audit the course and slacked off all day, suddenly got mixed up. They were so angry that they went online every day to expose my crimes of slacking off. Then netizens felt that they were deceived by Chin Fanshu and scolded her. Then I jumped out and said, I forced her to say that. I actually did nothing. Then, a hurricane like cyberbullying swept the internet and slapped me in the face. They scolded me as a slacker day and night, and my slacking value increased. Just when Chin-sun was almost drooling, suddenly, he saw the phone was automatically hung up because of the timeout. He was stunned. The most loyal people are butchers, and the most unfaithful people are scholars? This Huang Huai is not as good as Qiao Lele. Song Ying was sleeping in class, and rushed out of the classroom to answer my phone call. Yilan never puts on airs as a diva. You are just a little. When Chin-sun was so righteous, the phone rang. It was Huang Huai calling. He hesitated, answered it, and pressed the speaker. Huang Huai's voice, calm but with a hint of excitement, came from the other end of the phone. Sister Xiaoning? Chin-sun, it's me. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then said, I was attending a seminar just now, and I just called back after it ended. Chin-sun felt much better, and asked her with concern, Is your brain okay? The other end of the phone was obviously stunned, and then smiled. Very good, my brain has recovered very well. I can eat by myself when I'm hungry, and I can run home when it rains. Chin-sun heard that she would joke, and knew that she had indeed recovered very well. His medical skills were indeed god-level. Not only did he save the person from the hands of the devil, but he also left no sequelae. Chin-sun got straight to the point. Huang Huai, now it's time for you to repay me. The voice on the other end of the phone was more serious. You said, I will go through fire and water. I want one. No. 3 auditing certificates for Jingcheng University. Okay. I'll talk to the class teacher right away and try to give you an answer tomorrow. You can tell your school that I will donate 10 million yuan to you, and you must get the auditing certificate. Huang Hui on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Actually, it's not necessary. The school will open auditing qualifications to people from the public. With your current fame and achievements, it shouldn't be a problem to get 3 auditing certificates. Qin Sun smiled. I need to audit your school for a whole month, and I will cover a lot of courses. I will go around to attend classes, which will probably cause some trouble to your school. Huang Hui, then 10 million seems too much. Qin Sun felt that Huang Hui was a bit long-winded, and his tone became a bit tough, said, Take it, this is the mental damage compensation for your school. After hearing this, Huang Hui finally realized the seriousness of the problem, and after a moment of silence, he said seriously, Okay, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. I hope you don't blow up the school. He hung up the phone. Xia Ning circled around Qin Sun, looking him up and down. She knew that the 2 tickets Qin Sun wanted were supposed to be for herself and Su Luoluo, but she didn't really want to go, and said, You're a little strange today. Qin Sun joked. Strangely cute? Xia Ning said coldly. Don't act cute. How come you suddenly become so motivated? You just decided to go to Jingcheng University a few hours ago. And now you have already started to apply for an auditing certificate? Qin Sun took the fish food from Xia Ning, poured it into the fish tank, and let the turtle happily spin in the water. He said with a smile, Didn't you say that you would use money to support my temperament? Isn't it the most cost-effective for me to spend money to buy knowledge? After all, knowledge is priceless. Xia Ning saw that he was serious, understood his determination to make gains, and felt helpless. It's summer now, the peak season for Dudu tea, and your song youth is deeply associated with Dudu tea, which makes our business even better. I need to spend more energy on it. Also because of this graduation party, Oak's business has increased, and the company needs to recruit new people again. She saw Qin Sun frowned, but she didn't stop, and continued. Also, you just called me, saying that my uncle and Mr. Zheng Mingquan have already set up the plan, and are waiting for your fatal identity to be released to hit Beiying film and television hard. Let the investors completely lose confidence in Beiying, and give up resistance. Qin Sun laughed when he heard this. I understand. This is like a girl who was molested. When her underwear was torn, she gave up resistance. And fatal identity was the god's move that tore Beiying Film's underwear. Xia Ning was choked for a long time before she spoke. Why can you always say dirty words so calmly? After she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. She was actually led astray by Qin Sun. She returned to the topic of auditing at Jingcheng University and said, I'm very busy. I don't have time to accompany you to audit the game-making course. Qin Sun snorted coldly, and said with a hint of sarcasm, If a company needs a CEO to run, then this CEO is a failure. Xia Ning smiled and waved her hand, turned around and looked at the black fish eating in the fish tank, and said, Provocation doesn't work on me. Besides, I admit that I am not a successful CEO at this stage. It's almost July. This month is very important. It is a critical period for whether you can become a billionaire this year. I will follow and pay attention to it throughout the process. After she finished speaking, she heard Qin Sun sighing behind her, and said, Then I can only acquire a game company myself. I hope I'm not wrong. Xia Ning turned around suddenly, looking at Qin Sun blankly. You're going to start acquiring game companies as soon as you go to Beijing? Qin Sun was confident. What else? Flowers may bloom again, but people can never be young again. Time is money, and money can't buy time. Xia Ning resisted the urge to push Qin Sun into the fish tank to feed the fish, took out his phone, booked 3 tickets to Beijing tomorrow, and said through gritted teeth, I'm really going to be pissed off by your intermittent ambitions. Qin Sun slightly raised his chest, looking proud. Chapter 896 Despicable. That night, Xia Ning received a call from Huang Hui. She said that she had reported the matter to the class teacher in the afternoon. The class teacher was very happy. After discussing with the school, it was decided to get Qin Sun 3 auditing passes. And she played a trick and only said it was a donation of 3 million, saving Qin Sun 7 million. Huang Hui was very happy. Xia Ning was very happy. Qin Sun was a little unhappy. I was pretending to be a 10 million bitch. How come she took the initiative to make me a 3 million bitch? You really have become stupid from studying. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun pretending to be angry, but couldn't hide his boasting, with a helpless look on his face. That's enough. Be careful of being struck by lightning. Qin Sun, hee. Xia Ning couldn't bear it anymore, and pinched his thigh with one hand. Qin Sun howled in pain. No. Hee. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Sun and Xia Ning went to Oak Company. In the meeting room, executives from Oak and Pomelo were there. Xia Ning briefly said that he would be away on business for a month, and then told the executives of the two companies not to slack off when they were away on business, and not to put pressure on the employees. Chung Wan is a veteran of Oak Company, whose position is relatively high, and she smiled to show her loyalty. Boss Xia, don't worry. How can anyone in the company be lazy? Everyone gets a lot of commissions, and everyone works very hard. She lowered her voice and said in front of everyone, I have been in Oak Company for less than a year, and I bought another house. Who among us would be lazy? If it weren't for the company's rule that overtime is not allowed, I would sleep in the company to work overtime. A burst of laughter immediately rang out in the conference room. Qin Sun looked at Chung Wan, smiling somewhat helplessly. Now that he had bought another house, he was almost in a high position, so he had to think of ways to make more money. Half an hour later, the meeting was over. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and Su Luoluo dragged their suitcases out of the company. Xiao Lele looked at Xiao Lele's back, feeling a little envious. She was a college student, although a little stupid, but she could go on business trips with her boss. Unlike me, I was asked to stay in the company to train the acting skills of the trainees. But where's the trainee in Yozu Company now? Who should I train? Qin Sun and the other two had just walked to the transparent glass door of the company when they saw the elevator door in the corridor opened. And two people, one fat and one thin, rushed out. When they saw Qin Sun and Xia Ning were about to run away, they pounced on the glass door with their claws and teeth bared, and slapped it hard. Evil beast! Do you really want to run away? Open the door! Open the door quickly! Qin Sun looked at the violent Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun through the glass, feeling a little depressed. This was a bad start. Xia Ning opened the door. Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun rushed in, and dragged them back to the meeting room. Close the door. Wu Yu stared at Qin Sun and questioned. The old nun said you are going to study at Jingcheng University? Qin Sun nodded. Wu Yu shouted. For the movie Fatal Identity, you didn't care about the editing, you didn't care about the soundtrack, you didn't care about the review. Now it's set, there's only 1 month left before the release, it's time to start the promotion. You're a leading actor and you're a marketing guy, you said you were going to study and learn how to make games? Qin Sun frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't participate in the production of the movie throughout the whole process, he also played a key role. He said dissatisfiedly, I didn't care about the editing? If I didn't care, you would understand the plot, and the order of the materials? Can you edit out a ball? I'm afraid you'll even edit out the part where Zhu Yuanji was raped by me. Wu Yu was yelled at, and was silent for a few seconds, and said with a sigh, feeling guilty. Okay. Even if I wronged you just now. But at this critical moment, are you suitable to run around? The box office of this suspense film is definitely not as high as The Richest Man in Shihong City, but my father has asked some professionals to watch it. And they also predict that the box office will reach about 1 billion. Besides, this movie has a high probability of winning an award. Qin Sun waved his hand calmly, like a hermit who is indifferent to fame and fortune. Win an award? As long as you make enough money, you can buy as many awards as you want in China? Wu Yu was speechless. Indeed, the awards in the domestic entertainment industry are often at odds with the public's aesthetic taste, and sometimes the dark side is presented to the public without any concealment. Because many awards are not awarded based on the strength of the actors in the works, but on the capital gain behind them. Wu Yu was speechless, looking at Xia Ning for help, but found that she turned her head away and ignored her. She became even angrier, and cursed in anger. Our parents are most worried about us starting a business, because we have lived a comfortable life since childhood, received a good education, and have various resources, so we will always have an inexplicable ambition at some point. She pointed at Qin Sun's nose, and continued to curse. Look at you. You haven't even got the money yet. But you're so arrogant. You've got the second-generation rich disease. You don't even consider money. And you dare to get involved in the gaming industry. How arrogant. Such a good movie. But you don't want to eat it. But you have to play some imaginary game. Wu Yu had been scolding Qin Sun. But when she saw the gloomy smile on his face, She was furious. She sat down on the chair, slapped the table, and scolded. You are such a slut. Qin Sun saw that she had finished scolding him, and ignored her, and took Xia Ning's hand and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, he heard Wu Yu calling him again, and turned around. The anger on Wu Yu's face dissipated a lot, and there was some worry between his eyebrows, and said, Qin Sun, you know, I deleted all the scenes of Mao Qianni, Gao Man, and Zhu Yuanju. If they don't collapse by then, when the movie is released, they find that they are not in the movie at all, and they come to our door to blame us, and ask us for an explanation. What should we do? Hearing this, Qin was surprised, laughed a few times, and said, Wu Yu, I didn't realize you were such a nice person. They still dare to ask for an explanation? Have you forgotten that you are the director? Have you forgotten that you are the capitalist? You should be hanged on the street lamp, not under the accusations of others. As he said, he looked at Niu Xiaojun, who rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was going to fight, and said, If they come to ask for an explanation, you let Niu Xiaojun slap them in the face alone. Then tell them, this is what I, Qin, said to them. Niu Xiaojun likes to use violence the most. His eyes lit up. That makes sense. Qin Sun put his hand on the door handle, and suddenly thought of something, and turned to walk to Niu Xiaojun. Fatty Niu, as the legal representative of Yuzu Company, you can't take my 100 million or 200 million a year for nothing. Recruit some trainees for the company recently, with big breasts, thin waists, long legs, and girls who can be COS. I want them to be cosplayers for my game characters. Niu Xiaojun was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Qin Sun. 3 seconds later, the two smiled at the same time, which became brighter and brighter, and then gradually became vulgar. Suddenly, the two realized something was wrong. Niu Xiaojun thought, why does he, a man with a girlfriend, smile so vulgarly? Qin Sun thought, why does she, a woman, smile so vulgarly? The two cursed in unison. Vile. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the plane landed in Beijing. Huang Huai, with short hair, stood in the airport reception hall with a smile on his face. Chapter 897. Old Qin Pickles. Did your father change his last name? The crowd walked into the hall. Huang Huai recognized Qin Sun and Xia Ning at a glance, even though they were wearing masks and sunglasses. But people who knew them well could recognize them very easily. The two handsome men and beautiful women standing together were as dazzling as fireflies in the dark night. Huang Huai walked over quickly, not making a loud noise, so as not to be recognized by the passers-by around them. Brother Qin Sun, sister Xia Ning, long time no see. Qin Sun and Xia Ning smiled and nodded to greet. Huang Huai looked at Su Luoluo, who was standing obediently beside him, dragging a suitcase and carrying a large backpack on her thin body, and greeted him with a smile. Su, you too? Su Luoluo smiled a little awkwardly. You too. Huang. Qin Sun carefully looked at Huang Huai's complexion, and saw that her face was rosy and shiny. Her eyes were bright, and she was full of youthful spirit. It was just that her eye circles were a little dark, probably because of the excessive academic pressure. After all, not every school's college life is easier than high school life, and you can get a pentacle in class. Seeing Huang Huai looking at her with some doubt, Qin Sun smiled, very energetic, not losing face. Huang Huai smiled and explained, my dad wanted to come with me to pick you up today, but I refused. I was afraid that he would kneel down and kowtow to you to thank you for saving his life, which would attract other people's attention and cause trouble to you. She smiled and said, Lao Qin's pickled vegetable shop has been opened, using your recipe. Qin Sun heard the words Lao Qin's pickled vegetable shop and joked, did your father change his surname? Huang Huai. She turned to look at Xia Ning and complained, Sister Xia Ning, look at him. Everyone laughed. Huang Huai took the suitcase from Xia Ning's hand, as if he was half snatching it, and said, as he led them out, my dad said that he would be able to save 7 million to pay you back in less than 15 years. The first payment will be made to you at the beginning of next month. Qin Sun was a little surprised that she knew that the cost of letting Stan Kong fly the knife was 1 million beautiful gold. He waved his hand. No need, this is all the money in the charity fund. And yesterday I wanted to donate 10 million, you saved me 7 million, isn't this just enough to offset it? Huang Huai said. One thing for one thing. Xia Ning had always had a good impression of Huang Huai before, sunny, cheerful, filial. Although she didn't contact him later, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, But now seeing her like this, she probably understood. Jin Sun's kindness was too great. She wanted to save up 7 million, at least pay the money back once before contacting them. I just don't know, how much money does Lao Chin's pickle shop make, and how much money can be saved in the next 3 or 4 months. Wang Huai led the way in front, turned his head and said with a smile. The first payment will be a little more, and there will be payments every month, but it will be much less. The first payment will be 2.49 million. Xia Ning was shocked. The pickle shop makes so much money? Wang Huai smiled and said nothing. Jin Sun frowned, slightly angry, and cursed in a low voice. Wang Huai, where will you live after you sell the house? As soon as the voice fell, everyone stopped. Xia Ning looked at Wang Huai with a complicated expression. Su Luoluo opened her mouth in shock. Wang Huai didn't care and kept smiling, saying, I live in the school dormitory most of the time, and my father lives in the pickle store warehouse most of the time. The house is empty anyway, so why not sell it? Jin Sun looked at Wang Huai in silence for a few seconds and said, Wang Huai, you are really sick. Wang Huai laughed. Indeed, mental illness is also a disease. She looked at Jin Sun without blinking, and reached out and slowly tapped her temple. You can cure the disease in your brain. But fortunately, I can cure the disease in my heart myself. Jin Sun sighed and said, You really have become stupid from studying. Why don't you just collect another 10,000 yuan next month, and send me 2.5 million yuan? After saying that, he saw that Wang Huai looked a little embarrassed, and suddenly realized that he was talking too recklessly. This 2.49 million yuan may have been collected by Wang Huai and her father after careful calculations. If she needs another 10,000 yuan, she probably can't even afford sanitary pads. You know, when I just graduated, I said stupid things like the company is my home. Everyone loves it for 2,500 yuan. Wang Huai hasn't graduated yet. Jin Sun said with a smile. Just kidding. Give me 2 million first. 200 is my lucky number. It can boost my luck and make me rich next month. Wang Huai smiled. Didn't say anything, but kept the 2.5 million in mind. She decided to go to the game company that was about to go bankrupt in the next few days to ask the boss for the part-time job fee that was not paid last month. 2.5 hours later. It was already past 6 o'clock. The sky was still bright, but the people on the plane were hungry. Jin Sun and his friends dragged their luggage into a restaurant near Beijing University and asked for a private room. Wang Huai was the first to use his mobile phone to scan the code to open the menu. Several people ordered mixed noodles, Beijing-style pork shreds, dry fried meatballs, and 3 kinds of fried food. Suddenly, Wang Huai asked with a smile, Do you want to drink soy milk? I've seen most tourists order a bowl of soy milk when they arrive in Beijing. Do you want to drink it? Jin Sun and the other two looked at each other, thinking that the other party wanted to try it, and no one was embarrassed to say no. Wang Huai just took it as a tacit agreement and asked for 3 more bean juices. Soon, the bean juice was brought in by the waiter. Wang Huai placed bean juice, fried dough rings, and pickled vegetable shreds in front of the 3 people, and moved the trash can behind them with his feet, and then looked at them expectantly. Jin Sun looked at the bowl of bean juice and felt something was wrong. This Wang Huai looks like a frivolous kid. There are always villains who want to harm me. I am a man with the ability to eat food at the level of a master. How can I not know what bean juice tastes like? Jin Sun picked up a fried dough ring and put it in his mouth to chew it dry, and said, It smells really good. He looked at Xia Ning, who looked embarrassed, and asked, Ning Ning, have you ever had it? Xia Ning hesitated for a moment and said, When I was 3 years old, I asked my grandfather for a bowl and drank a small sip. Jin Sun, did you swallow it? Xia Ning, you know, our family education is very strict. If I vomit, I might be forced to drink a whole bowl. That was all he said. Everything was self-evident. Jin Sun felt a little sorry for her. I still remember it when I was 3 years old. How much psychological damage it must have caused. Suddenly, Jin Sun and Xia Ning noticed Wang Huai's expectant eyes, looked at the bean juice in front of them, and said at the same time, I'm going to the bathroom. The two were stunned, laughed, and said at the same time, Together? The two stood up and walked out, wanting to escape from this place of trouble. Just as they walked to the door, they heard a vomiting sound behind them. Wow. You? Jin Sun turned around, and saw Su Luoluo bending over and vomiting into the trash can. He smiled. Curiosity kills the cat. Jin Sun walked slowly behind Su Luoluo and hummed a little tune happily. It's impossible to get around the fate of the capital. It's cloudy for a while, and sunny for a while. The sky of the Forbidden City. You are all looking at me. Sir. It's for face. Su Luoluo bent over, reached out, and grabbed a few tissues from the table, covered his mouth and rushed out of the room, shouting vaguely. Go to the bathroom. Xiaoning looked at Su Luoluo's back, closed the door, and said angrily to Jin Sun. You even wrote a song to tease Su Luoluo? Jin Sun looked proud. Suddenly, he saw Huang Hui bowing to him solemnly, and he was a little surprised. Huang Hui. What are you doing? Huang Hui bowed 90 degrees and said. Thank you. Dr. Stancombe. Chapter 898. Sometimes I also think he is not a human being. Jin Sun was slightly startled when he heard Huang Hui bow and say, Thank you, Dr. Stancombe. Xiaoning was a little nervous, worried that Jin Sun's illegal medical practice would be discovered by others. She walked forward, gently helped Huang Hui up, and said, Huang Hui, you recognize the wrong person. This is Jin Sun. How can it be Dr. Stancombe? Huang Hui glanced at Xiaoning, raised his hand and rubbed his temple, and said with a smile, It seems that there are some sequelae left. I can't recognize people anymore. Xiaoning smiled. She knew Huang Hui was a smart man, and understood her hint. We don't want to admit it, so don't mention it again. What, Dr. Stancombe? It's not true at all. The three of them sat down. Jin Sun stirred the soy milk with a spoon, and suddenly looked up at Huang Hui and asked, When did you find out? Huang Hui was a little surprised, and looked at Xiaoning. She smiled helplessly, took a sip of the soy milk, and swallowed it with a frown. It seemed that she didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. Huang Hui smiled, turned to look at Jin Sun, and said, When I was recuperating in the hospital, I watched a video on Douyin in which Dr. Stancombe stood on the stage in the hospital square to thank God for his hand after he had performed surgery on me. At that time, I felt familiar when I heard him say 2 sentences in English, and immediately remembered a video I had seen before the surgery. The title was, The Poor Russians Have No Guns to Fire, and Can Only Get Up Early in the Morning to Bark. It's miserable. Xiaoning coughed twice, and looked up at Huang Hui. She remembered this video. She was worried that Jin Sun's illegal medical practice would be discovered, so she took away the hospital's hard drive, the hotel's hard drive, and later found such a video on Douyin, and bought it. Unexpectedly, Huang Hui had seen it before the operation, and remembered it clearly. Huang Hui continued. In that video, the cameraman pointed the camera at the door, and Stancombe's voice came out. The world needs me, and even more, it needs you. Let us keep striving for the noble cause of eradicating diseases. She looked at Jin Sun and smiled. I checked it later. This is the speech of Dr. Stancombe at a foreign university. When Douyin filmed the video, he was still abroad, and it was impossible for him to stay in such a small hotel. So, you should have been practicing Dr. Stancombe's voice and accent in there at that time. And at the end, you said a Chinese accent and said, Get lost. Believe it or not, I will give you 2 woos. At this point, she showed a look of shock on her face. You are worthy of being the god of singing. You have controlled the voice and intonation to this extent. Jin Sun continued to stir the bean juice with a spoon, smiled, and said, Isn't your reasoning too far-fetched? Huang Hui didn't care, and continued, Dr. Stancombe's behavior in the hospital square was a bit crazy. Crying, laughing, and kneeling to thank God. He said that the success of my operation was God's masterpiece. And she looked at Jin Sun, hesitated, and smiled and shook her head. Forget it. Jin Sun frowned. Go on. Huang Hui laughed twice and said, Dr. Stancombe said that God looks exactly like him. And suddenly appeared, and went up to him and gave him 2 woos in the eye sockets. It came to his crotch again. God's hand. She looked at Jin Sun and said, Except you. I can't think of anyone else in the world who acts like this. She thought for a long time, and couldn't think of a positive word to describe this behavior. So she had to say, So unconventional? Jin Sun laughed and waved his hand gently. Alas, I advise the gods to shake themselves up and send down talents in an unconventional way. It's all old news. Let's not talk about it anymore. Xiaoning knocked on the table and said in a low voice, Huang Hui, this matter is known to heaven and earth. Huang Hui nodded and said, I understand. This is the first time I've said this. I feel much better after I've said it. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that I'll get sick. She paused, sighed slightly, and said with a wry smile, I know how difficult this operation is. So since I found out that you performed the operation on me, I was in great fear for a while. I think you. She looked into Qin Sun's eyes. Not a human. Qin Sun? He turned to look at Xia Ning for support, but saw Xia Ning nodding vigorously, jokingly. I agree. Sometimes, I also think he is not a human being. Qin Sun was helpless. He felt that it was a wise move for him to come to Jingcheng University to learn how to make games, rather than just launching Genshin Impact at once. Otherwise, he would have been caught and sliced. You know, after Einstein's death, his brain was cut into many pieces for research. What's even more disgusting is that some perverts even ate a little of his brain, trying to gain magical powers. Huang Hui watched Qin Sun stirring the soy milk with a spoon, but he was never willing to challenge. She reached out to take it, held it up with both hands, and saluted like a toast. Qin Sun, you not only saved my life, but also my father's life. I'll use soy milk instead of wine. Thank you for saving my life. As she said that, she stood up, to show respect, held a big bowl with both hands, and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Sun and Xia Ning looked up, heard the sound of Huang Hui drinking, and their brows gradually frowned. After a while, Huang Hui put down the empty bowl, licked the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Qin Sun clapped his hands gently. I feel your sincerity, you are a real warrior. Huang Hui smiled a little embarrassedly. Suddenly, she heard a noise at the door, and turned to look. She saw the door opened. Su Luoluo stood outside the door in amazement, looking at the corner of Huang Hui's mouth, and then at the empty bowl on the table, and suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. Her stomach was churning, and she turned around and ran, as if she had made up her mind. You? Huang Hui. I am the one who drinks bean juice, why are you running? This is very rude to those who can drink bean juice, or even like to drink bean juice. The food was served. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and Su Luoluo were busy eating. It is said that the lack of delicious food in Beijing is due to poverty, which is more or less true. However, all the people present were gentlemen, and no one turned the table. After all, these dishes were not extremely delicious, nor were they extremely unpalatable. After eating, Qin Sun put down his bowl and chopsticks, did a one-arm big loop, and gave a thumbs up. Authentic. The other three looked at each other. Authentic was understandable. But why did they have to do such an exaggerated action? Because this dish was authentic. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, led by Huang Hui, Qin Sun and the other two sneaked into Jingcheng University, ready to bring a little shock to this holy place of learning. Chapter 899. Hurry up. Hurry up, take me to see your boss. I want to acquire his company. I don't know if Jingcheng University has its own style, or because of Qin Sun's hot search physique, they don't want to be involved too deeply. The people who came to receive Qin Sun and his party were simple, and there was not much fanfare. There were only 3 school leaders of medium positions, who took them to a conference room. The two parties sat down. After a simple greeting, a school leader said, You are really a responsible social entrepreneur. Not only did you donate money to save our school students, you also donated 3 million to the school. You are really a blessing to this society. Qin Sun said hurriedly. I dare not. I dare not. It's just a small favor. This seemingly modest remark was made by him again. The meeting room was quiet for a moment. The school leader asked again. I just don't know what kind of courses Mr. Qin wants to learn when he hurried to the school. Although they said so, they still thought that Qin Sun came to the school to get a gilded degree. After all, there are many stars who spend money to go to famous schools to get a gilded degree. What surprised them a little was that Qin Sun had a copy of the 3-body problem in his hand. So why should he learn the tricks of those actors? Maybe it's because the money in the entertainment industry is easy to make. Qin Sun naturally wouldn't tell them that he wanted to slack off during class, to make the students and teachers angry, and to use the unyielding spirit of the tens of thousands of students in Jingcheng University to increase his slacking value. He smiled like a model student and answered seriously. After graduation, I felt that I was not knowledgeable enough. You see, many people criticize the writing style of the 3-body problem for not being good enough, especially when it comes to writing about women. It is a straight male style. I want to study at Beijing University, and audit the course for a whole month. I hope that every woman under my pen will be vivid and colorful in the future. Hearing this, several school leaders looked at each other. Their faces were a little unnatural, and they had an ominous premonition. A female leader asked with a smile, "Mr. Chin is going to continue writing traditional literature and engage in artistic creation?" The majority of netizens generally think that online literature is too explicit, which is actually a misunderstanding. In terms of describing certain things between men and women, the ceiling of online literature cannot even reach the ankles of traditional literature. In traditional masterpieces, the women described by those literary masters are really full of sexual tension. If Chin Sun writes an erotic work that transcends the secular world in 1 month at Jingcheng University, the school may be criticized. Chin Sun saw their concerns and explained with a smile, "No. I'm going to start making a game. I'm mainly responsible for the creation of the story script, the creation of the character design, and the modeling of the characters. There are many female characters in it, so I need to learn and try to design a series of charming characters." Hearing this, the school leaders were relieved. The scale of game works and literary works is different, and there are requirements for the degree of exposure of the character's clothing. Even if Chin Sun drew a few overly cool characters, they would definitely not pass the review. Then no matter how sexy and attractive the female characters in Chin Sun's mind are, they cannot be presented to the public. The school's reputation will not be damaged. The school leaders were reassured and welcomed him with a smile. Mr. Chin is really constantly breaking through his own limits. After leaving a strong mark in one field after another, he has started a new chapter. I wish Mr. Chin good academic success. I hope you can come up with a good game idea in our school. I wish Mr. Chin a happy student life in school." A burst of laughter rang out in the conference room. After a pleasant, brief chat, a school leader took a sip of tea and said, "Mr. Chin, we all know that wherever you are, there is traffic. You are a hot search physique. The school hopes that you will not cause too much trouble in the school. After all, this Beijing University has a special status and bears more social responsibilities. People have higher expectations of it. Some things that may be insignificant in other places will be magnified by public opinion if they are placed here." Chin Sun felt a little funny. His notoriety actually put pressure on Beijing University. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Definitely. Definitely. I have been a 3-good student from elementary school to junior high school, and I almost got into Beijing University in the college entrance examination. I will definitely adapt to the excellent atmosphere of the school quickly, and will not bring shame to the school. I will only bring honor to the school," he said meaningfully. "I will compose a song based on my learning experience in Beijing University this month, and give it to the school." The school leaders were slightly startled, and then burst into a happy laugh. "Mr. Chin, you are? Hey you. Hey. That's not what we meant. Ha ha ha. Okay then. It's better to obey than to be respectful. Then, I would like to thank Mr. Chin in advance on behalf of all the teachers and students of Jingcheng University. Jingcheng University has a music school. Every year, many students write songs praising the school, but none of them become popular. Although they don't need a song to become famous, it's better to have one than nothing." The conference room was filled with laughter. Only Su Luoluo sat in the corner, calculating silently. The admission score difference between Haicheng University of Science and Technology and Jingcheng University was more than 100 points. How could Mr. Chin say that he almost got in? Half an hour later, everyone said goodbye with laughter and joy. Chin Sun, Xiaoning, Su Luoluo, Huang Hui were walking on a sparsely populated path. Huang Hui walked in front, walked a few steps, and looked back at Chin Sun, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Chin Sun saw it, was a little puzzled, but didn't say anything. The men continued to walk forward. Huang Hui looked back from time to time, his face became more and more embarrassed. Chin Sun thought it was funny, but he just didn't ask. Women say what they want to say. They don't say anything until others ask. If a man doesn't ask, she will sulk, and then label the man as a straight man. Is there still law here? Is there still law here? After walking a few steps forward, Huang Hui stopped, turned around and looked at Chin Sun and said, "Chin Sun, there is something I want to say. I don't know if I should say it or not." Chin Sun smiled and continued to walk forward. "Then I won't tell you." Huang Hui was startled and walked forward beside Chin Sun, saying, "I don't recommend you to start a game company, because I saw with my own eyes that a game company was established less than 3 months ago, and it had already invested more than 20 million yuan. And it didn't even make a prototype of a game. This company has recruited many talented people in the game industry, and many of them graduated from Beijing University. Even with this relatively strong team, it couldn't keep the company going through this year, and it will soon go bankrupt. Qin Sun heard the word bankruptcy and instantly became energetic, turning his head to look at Huang Huai. Bankruptcy? Huang Huai thought Qin Sun was persuaded, nodded vigorously, and said with emphasis, "Yes, bankruptcy. It's a huge loss." After saying that, she saw the smile on Qin Sun's face blooming like a flower, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Did he hear it? Didn't he understand what bankruptcy meant? Qin Sun asked. "Do you know the boss of the game company?" Huang Huai nodded in a daze. "I know him. He is my boss. I used to work for him part-time. He can't even pay last month's salary now." Qin Sun was overjoyed. "Quick! Quick! Quick! Run! Take me to your boss right now." Huang Huai was a little surprised. "You want to ask for my salary?" Qin Sun waved his hand. "I want to acquire his company and start being a woman right now." After saying that, he quickly added, "Be a female character in the game." As soon as the words fell, Huang Huai was confused. Su Luoluo was confused. Xia Ning was confused. This guy is crazy about making games? Is he so resolute? He hasn't even started learning yet. And he wants to acquire a game company first? Chapter 900 what? He took Huang Huai to skip class. "I have classes later. I have a public class this morning." Huang Huai saw that Qin Sun looked serious and didn't seem to be joking, so he said hurriedly. Qin Sun was a little surprised and asked, "You have never skipped class?" Huang Huai shook his head and said, "No, never. Except for the time when I was sick, I have never skipped class at any other time. Even if I went to the airport to pick you up yesterday, it happened to be a period when there were no classes." Qin Sun smiled. "You dared to jump off the building. You dared not skip class?" Huang Huai, is it polite to talk like this? Will jumping off the building become my black history for the rest of my life? I don't know who shouted "run forward" with a loudspeaker when I was sitting on the roof, and was not afraid that I would really jump down. If I had known, I would have splattered you with blood. Huang Huai hesitated for a moment, and snapped his fingers. "Let's go!" She turned and left, taking Qin Sun and his group to the road not far away to pick up a few shared bicycles, and slowly drove towards the school gate. The sun was shining. The wheels squeaked on the cement road. An hour later, the several school leaders who received Qin Sun, after a brief impromptu meeting in the office, they started chatting openly. "What course do you think Qin Sun will audit first? Should we apply for an open class on motivation for him? Let him be the lecturer. I think he is quite positive when he writes positive energy songs. Huang Huai is an outstanding talent in the school. Qin Sun is an outstanding talent in another school. Excellent young people should communicate more with each other, learn from each other, and make progress together. It's also a good story." Suddenly, the cell phone of a school leader rang. He answered the call, frowned, listened, and smiled bitterly. He said to everyone, "Huang Huai's instructor just called." Qin Sun took Huang Huai to skip class. Hearing this, the other two were shocked. This, is he so unworthy of praise? Qin Sun spent 3 million to apply for an auditing certificate just to skip class? He just came and led our national scholarship winner astray. Why skip class? Go online. This kid just got back from the brink of death. I heard that he has been studying hard and actively doing social practice part-time. Is he being led astray now? No. Huang Huai is kind-hearted and should not do anything bad. At this time, in a large classroom that can accommodate hundreds of people, some classmates took advantage of the break to discuss who spread the rumor that Qin Sun would come to class today. Qin Sun didn't come at all. Even Huang Huai skipped class. I suspect Qin Sun kidnapped our school beauty. He's just here to gild himself. Do you really expect him to study hard in school? Really, I got up early today to put on makeup. I wanted to take a photo with him. On the main road. According to the address given by Huang Huai, Xia Ning took a luxury 6-seater business car. The starting price was 515 yuan per kilometer. The distance is 30 kilometers. And the estimated toll is 500 yuan. In the car, Huang Huai and Su Luoluo sat in the middle row. Qin Sun and Xia Ning sat in the back row. Huang Huai looked curious, looking left and right, reaching out to touch here and there, not hiding the fact that he was a country bumpkin at all. Su Luoluo sat upright, keeping her head still. But her eyes kept moving around, looking around at this luxury car. She had seen many luxury cars since she became Chin Sun's assistant, but this was the first time she saw a taxi that was so luxurious. Just now the driver ran down to open the door, bending and bowing. The driver obviously recognized Chin Sun and did not bother him too much, did not ask for a photo, did not ask for an autograph. He was very detached. Sure enough, it's expensive for a reason. Xia Ning looked calm, thinking about asking Grandpa for a special car and a driver in the evening, otherwise it would be inconvenient to take a taxi every day. And the car he took now was a bit ordinary, which did not match Chin Sun's crazy momentum of immediately spending 30 million to acquire the company. Thinking about it, she looked down at the sneakers on Chin Sun's feet, and was somewhat glad that he didn't wear slippers to class. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage when negotiating the acquisition of the company. Chin Sun sat in the back with his eyes closed, thinking about the strategy of acquiring the company. On the way to the school gate by bike, he learned some basic information from Huang Huai. The game company called Magic World, where Huang Huai worked part-time, was co-founded by two rich second generations. Since its establishment, they have invested more than 20 million yuan in it. But they found that making a game is not easy. After spending 20 million, there is not even a shadow of a game. After a big quarrel between two rich second generations, one of the more reliable rich second generations quit last month, leaving only the yellow-haired rich second generation. He yelled in the company with passion. The company is alive, and the people are alive. The company is dead, and the people are dead. As long as I am here, I will never reduce your salary by a penny. Then, the salary for last month was not paid. This month, he secretly said several times that the company might be in trouble, and he would find a way to pay the owed salary. In the next few days, the yellow-haired rich second generation brought 4 or 5 groups of people to see the company, wanting to sell the company, but failed to sell it. Recently, he went to the company less and less, looking like a scoundrel who was ready to run away at any time, and asked employees to move computers, desks and chairs to pay off debts. Just now, Huang Huai called the yellow-haired rich second generation, and at first, he said that he went abroad for inspection. Later, Huang Huai said that he would bring a big boss with strong capital to acquire the company. And he immediately changed his face, and said that he could get to the company in just 15 minutes. Chin Sun closed his eyes and rested, rubbing his fingers on his knees, looking calm as if he was planning a battle from afar. After a while, he opened his eyes and asked, "You women should be good at bargaining, right?" Xia Ning smiled confidently. "I have learned business negotiation skills." Su Luluo turned around from the front row and looked at Chin Sun with a proud face. "When Sister Lele and I went to buy vegetables together in the vertical store, we witnessed many fierce bargainings, and I have rich experience." Chin Sun asked with a smile. "When Xiao Lele was bargaining, what did you usually do beside her?" Su Luluo's face turned a little embarrassed. "I was helping her," saying, "Sister Lele was right. Sister Lele said it well." "That's it." Chin Sun and Xia Ning were amused. Huang Huai thought carefully for a long time, and said seriously, "I will give you 3 million to acquire this company. Not a cent more." Chin Sun was overjoyed, and looked at Su Luluo praising Huang Huai, and said loudly, "Look, what is bargaining? This is bargaining. You should use the dragon-slaying sword to bargain. Cut off his life with one knife." Su Luluo showed an embarrassed and lost smile on his face, and glanced at Huang Huai secretly, and imitated Chin Sun's black tone in his heart. "He is a top student from a top university, and he flatters me so exaggeratedly but decisively. I can't compare to him. I can't compare to him. He invested more than 20 million in a company, and bought it for 3 million. I don't even dare to brag so much. No wonder he was admitted to Beijing University." 6969. 6 has to be repeated over and over again. Chapter 901. All they want is to make money. It doesn't matter who is the boss. In the car, Huang Huai turned his head, looked at Chin Sun, and explained seriously, "I guess his bottom price is 3 million. Because I heard him scold a group of people who looked at the company but didn't want to buy it. He said 2 million. You are sending beggars. I won't sell it for 3 million. I paused after hearing him say 3 million, as if he was regretting after shouting out his inner thoughts. Chin Sun was slightly startled, laughed, and said, "Huang Huai, my psychological expectation is 5 million. 50% of every penny you can cut is your commission. What do you think?" Huang Hui heard it, looked at Qin Sun, and shook his head vigorously. No, it's just a small favor. You don't have to give me 1 million for nothing. Qin Sun said with a smile. Are you looking down on me? A human-shaped self-propelled money-printing machine? If you do things for me, and I don't pay you, then am I still a human being? Huang Hui shook his head and explained. No, things can't be calculated like this. I always feel that you are deliberately looking for opportunities to give me money. Before, you jumped off the building once, and you contacted me for surgery again. You saved my life twice in a row. How can I make money from you when this kind of favor is hard to repay? Qin Sun looked at Huang Hui in silence for a moment, and said with a smile. One thing is one thing. The past is the past, and the present is the present. And I saved your life not because of you, but because of your father. I just don't want an old father to lose his daughter. Whether his daughter is you or not, or whether she is a top student or not, I will save her. He and I have a special fate. He paused, put away his smile, and said seriously, if you want to repay a favor, it should be your father who should do it. With your body. Huang Hui. Suddenly, Su Luluo burst into laughter, and quickly covered her mouth with both hands, and spoke vaguely. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I just laughed a little, I'm sorry. Huang Hui sighed helplessly, and laughed softly, and said to Qin Sun, I should have discovered that I had a tumor in my head earlier. If I wasn't mentally ill, how could I have been a fan of someone like you? Qin Sun laughed. Xia Ning laughed along. Su Luluo laughed again. The driver drove the car steadily, glanced at Qin Sun from the central rearview mirror, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He drove the car more steadily, fearing that Qin Sun's but would be damaged. Some people are Buddhas, who have descended to the world, and there, but should be on the throne. Mo Tianxia Game Company. After hanging up Huang Hui's phone, the yellow-haired rich second generation rushed to the company immediately, and stood in the office building of several hundred square meters, shouting with his hands on his waist. Tidy up your workstation. Wipe off the dust. Pick up the trash on the floor. Tidy up your clothes. Tidy up your hair. Turn on your computer, pretend you're busy at work, stay positive, and don't play Minesweeper secretly anymore. Whether you can get your salary for last month depends on today. Be more alert, don't lose face. Hey Tian Wenjing. Are you still slacking off and putting on makeup at work? After saying that, he went into the office and started cleaning and wiping the table. The more he wiped, the more sad he felt. I am fucking mentally ill. Why would I start a game company? Knowing how to play does not mean knowing how to develop. I am fucking a cheapskate. 1 hour later, Huang Hui led Qin Sun and others into a grand office building, took the spacious elevator, and arrived at the 8th floor. The elevator door opened. Everyone walked out. Huang Hui led everyone to the Mo Tianxia company on the left, stood in front of the glass door, and waved to the receptionist at the counter inside. The young lady saw that it was the part-time worker who often came to ask for wages, and nodded with a polite smile. She was a little embarrassed whether to let her in. If she let her in, she could argue with the boss. And maybe she could get the wages for everyone. But she might be scolded by the boss and dragged to the hotel. Suddenly, the front desk lady saw Xia Ning and recognized her as Qin Sun's girlfriend. Her eyes immediately moved to a man wearing a mask and sunglasses next to her. She immediately guessed that it was Qin Sun, picked up the landline, and pressed the shortcut key to report to the boss. Boss Huang, the person you're waiting for is here. She lowered her voice and said, It's Qin Sun. Yes. It's the big star Qin Sun. She hung up the phone. She trotted out of the counter, opened the door, and bowed slightly to the people. Hello, VIP. This way. The group followed. Qin Sun was thoughtful, and felt that he had heard this phrase hello, VIP somewhere before. It sounded interesting. Let the front desk staff of Oak and Grapefruit learn it from now on. Hello VIP. Hello VIP? Hello VIP. Who would be unhappy to hear that? Xia Ning followed behind, looking around carefully, sighing in his heart. Even the front desk staff are probably technicians that the boss poached from the club. How can such a company not go bankrupt? This is not the first time Huang Hui has set foot here, but he feels that his steps today are particularly heavy, thinking silently in his heart. 3 million. 3 million. 3 million must be taken. Su Luoluo looked at Huang Hui's firm back, and secretly competed. She was praised by President Qin just now. I have to show off my skills later. Otherwise my position as assistant may be lost. Chin Sun and his friends, led by the front desk lady, walked through the corridor and came to the office area. As soon as he walked in, he saw a young man with yellow hair, wearing a suit and tie, clapping his hands vigorously. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Welcome Mr. Chin Sun to guide the demon world. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Chin Sun's face was dark, looking at the little yellow-haired man in front of him. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to shit all over the floor. This little fool can cheat 20 million from his family to invest in a game. How spoiled must he be at home? I can't let such a rebellious child grow up in the future. Then, a more enthusiastic applause sounded. Chin Sun looked around. This public office area was very large, enough to accommodate about 200 people. At this time, there were 50 or 60 people standing at their workstations, looking at the entrance in unison. They were all clapping hard and shouting loudly. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. I'm your fan. Ah. I love you. Chin Sun. Ah, Chin Sun. Chin Sun was surprised to see the warm atmosphere. He silently took off his mask and glasses, walked towards the yellow-haired boy, shook his hand, and said hello? Mr. Huang, hello. Huang Mao. Huang Huai reminded quietly. Our company's boss's last name is Huang. Chin Sun's expression remained unchanged, shaking Huang Mao's hand vigorously. Hello. Mr. Huang. Huang Mao shook Chin Sun's hand vigorously, said loudly. Hello. Mr. Chin. The office immediately rang with cheers, shouts, applause. The sound was loud, and the atmosphere was warm. Chin Sun was a little surprised. Looking up, and seeing the overly excited expressions on everyone's faces, he felt a little strange. What's the matter they are? What's the matter with them? What Chin Sun didn't know was that the entire company was very satisfied with Chin Sun, the person who acquired the company. Huang Mao knew that he was generous, and spent more than 8 million to treat Huang Huai. And according to the analysis of the front desk lady, Huang Huai was still a virgin. What was Chin Sun trying to do? Isn't he just being silly and generous? Otherwise, he would be willing to give the crew members sea cucumbers, dried abalone, birds' nests, shark fins? And Chin Sun is really good at making money. Then he must be sold at a good price? The employees in the company are happy because they heard that Oak Company has super good benefits. Since Chin Sun took power, no one has left. Now it is as difficult to join his company as to become a civil servant. High salary, high commission, start work late, leave work early, no overtime, lots of business. It is really a life and work life. If Chin Sun acquires this company that is about to go bankrupt, won't it be revived? Everyone will turn over and become the master, running naked on the road to wealth. Chin Sun is here. The company will be peaceful. Chin Sun is here. The future will be here. Chapter 902 Mr. Huang, I think Miss Xia is right. Chin Sun and Huang Mao are not serious people. There is no business praise, nor too much greetings. They just get straight to the point. Chin Sun said directly. I had the intention to acquire a game company recently. Suddenly, Huang Mao was like chicken blood, called several company executives to follow, took Chin Sun and his party to walk around the company. He began to praise his own company. Boss Chin, look at this computer, this configuration, it's so authentic. Oh my god! Look at this game development software, game engine, they are all from the United States, and these things alone cost millions. Look here, this high-end audio and video equipment, listen to the sound. Oh my god! It's amazing! And look at our professional team, they are all core talents that I spent more than half a year looking for headhunters to dig out from big game companies. If they were put outside, they would all be top-notch players. He saw that Chin Sun always had a faint smile on his face, and he looked like he couldn't tell the depth of his smile, and he was a little anxious, and he reached out and knocked on the table. Look at this table again. Listen to the knocking sound. It's so loud. I'm not bragging. Even though my company has some problems now, its foundation is definitely good. It is a company armed to the teeth. At the beginning, my partners and I set the tone for the scale of a 100 billion company. I didn't expect that we would take such a big step. Oh, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Dozens of people in the office sat at their workstations, typing on their keyboards. They looked like they were working seriously, but their attention was always on Chin Sun. At this time, seeing that Mr. Huang was bragging, Chin Sun remained unmoved. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Buy it. Buy it. UF*King buy it. The office tacitly heard a more intense keyboard sound, as if to cheer for the business negotiation and create an atmosphere. Every sound of keyboard tapping was a call to Chin Sun. Uncle, come and play. King come. Chin Sun just followed Huang Mao for a walk. Although he didn't know much about game production equipment, he could guess that these things were really good by looking at the yellow-haired man's enthusiastic introduction, which sounded just like a salesperson in a 4S store. He pondered for a moment, looked at the yellow-haired man's expectant expression, and showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Mr. Wang, sometimes you have to pay attention to the cost-effectiveness of the product to determine whether it is good or not. If the price is right, I would be willing to acquire this company. As soon as he finished speaking, a keyboard sound like a rainstorm rang out in the office. Huang Mao looked at it blankly, feeling a little sad. Damn. Are you forcing me to sell it? If I don't sell it, will you beat me up today? We told them to be wolf-like before, but they were all like a group of sick dogs. Today, they all became wolf kings? Huang Mao took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and smiled and stretched out his hand. My company has invested 25 million in Kuayo. Now, for Mr. Chin's sake, I will only sell it to you for 5 million. Just treat it as a friend. Chin Sun smiled lightly and gave Xia Ning a look. Xia Ning stepped forward, with a gentle and confident smile on her face, and said, Mr. Wang, you are joking. How much a company can be sold for does not depend on how much it was invested in the beginning, but on how much it is worth now. First, your company is about to go bankrupt. And as far as I know, you didn't even pay last month's salary. The company has a high legal risk. Second, this company is actually not worth saving. After all, it has not produced any results. No game copyrights, technical patents, etc. Third, you should also know that it is now a red ocean of games. And the competition is so fierce that it can be said that there are a lot of life and death. There are not 10 game companies in Beijing that are anxious to get rid of them, but there are at least 8. So, Mr. Chin actually has many choices. And for you, there are not many people like Mr. Chin who are willing to pay millions immediately. She paused and said with a smile, Boss Wang, excuse me for being blunt, 5 million is too high. Huang Mao was shocked after listening to Xia Ning's story. How come other people's girlfriends are pretty and eloquent? How come my girlfriend is only eloquent when she's moaning in bed? Xia Ning's explanation was very coherent and well-reasoned, which put Huang Mao in a dilemma. He turned to look at the operations manager standing beside him. Manager Chen, come over and discuss this deal with me. Manager Chen is from the operations department, but the company has no products, and has been living a lazy life and pretending to be busy for the past 6 months. It seemed that he had a low presence in the company. At this moment, he was suddenly called by Mr. Wang, and he immediately noticed that all the colleagues in the company were looking at him, and he felt the importance he had never felt before. He hurriedly stepped forward, and was determined to prove his worth. Manager Chen's eyes slowly passed over the faces of Huang Mao, Chin Sun, Xia Ning and others, took a deep breath, and said loudly, Mr. Wang, I think Miss Xia is right. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Xia Ning, Chin Sun? Su Luluo tried hard to hold back her laughter. This guy stole my line. Huang Hui smiled slightly, and kept calculating the lowest price he could get today. 3 million? Too high. Mr. Wang actually asked everyone to clean up today, put on suits, and fix their hair, looking cautious as if he was afraid that the employer would not buy. He must be anxious. This company is likely to get it at a lower price. As Manager Chen finished speaking, the office rang with a more intense keyboard sound, as if cheering for him. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, and waved his hand to drive Manager Chen away with an impatient look. Hey, get lost. Which side are you on? You are a rebel. Manager Chen smiled and retreated behind the crowd, enjoying the admiring eyes of his colleagues, who looked at him as if he was a great hero. Great. Huang Mao looked at Chin Sun, with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, and asked, Then how much do you think is appropriate? Chin Sun did not answer, and looked at Su Luluo. Su Luluo immediately felt the pressure, and blurted out, and said loudly, 3 million. Not even a penny more. Huang Mao was startled, and pursed his lips tightly like a girl, frowned, and looked very entangled and embarrassed. He was still hesitating, brewing a feeling of being taken advantage of, unwilling but helpless. He was about to open his mouth and say there is nothing we can do, when he heard Huang Hui speak. 2 million. Not even a penny more. Huang Mao was shocked and anxious. Oh my! Another traitor. You bastard. You are a part-time worker in my company. You have a new partner. And you come here to make trouble for me. Fuck you. Hearing Huang Mao's scolding, the keyboard sound in the office became much quieter. And they were worried that they would break up. If Huang Mao didn't sell the company to Qin Sun in anger, wouldn't his bright and glorious career be over? Huang Huai looked calm, looking at Huang Mao openly, not panicking at all. Huang Mao was furious, but he couldn't curse too badly in front of Qin Sun. And he couldn't hit her. He looked at Qin Sun and complained. Boss Qin, you are known as the living Buddha on the internet. A great man. You spent nearly 10 million yuan on Huang Huai's treatment, and donated 2 songs. The staff meals for the crew members are all dried abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, and bird's nest. Why did you bargain down to my ankle when you came to me? A company worth 25 million? 2 million? Isn't that an insult? Chapter 903. This is my attitude towards life and work. You can treat others badly but not yourself. Qin Sun looked at Huang Mao's anxious look and said loudly. Misunderstanding. Seeing Huang Mao was stunned, he continued to explain. The living Buddhas on the internet are all my own personal settings. Who knows whether the things on the internet are true or false? As he said, he pointed at Huang Huai. 8 million, she has to pay it back. If she doesn't, I will sell her to Southeast Asia as a pole dancer. Huang Huai. This seems a little rude. Give me a computer, I can definitely earn more than dancing striptease. Qin Sun pointed at Su Luoluo again. And the super luxurious employee meals posted by classmate Su are all fake. What about the sea cucumber and abalone employee meals? They are all inferior products. Not dried abalone but fresh abalone, not shark fin but vermicelli, not bird's nest but white fungus, not sea cucumber but sea eggplant. It would be fine if I didn't feed them shit, but I gave them a big meal. Do you think it's possible? The yellow-haired man was stunned. No wonder he could make a fortune. It turns out he is so evil. He actually thought of feeding his employees shit. In the office, all the employees stopped typing, craning their necks to look at Qin Sun. Seeing that he was speaking seriously, his face was also serious, full of convincing power. Their hearts sank and broke all over the floor. Qin Sun was talking excitedly, and pointed at Su Luoluo and said, She is my assistant. I give her 4,500 yuan a month. And I force her to post short videos to deceive netizens that I give her 10,000 yuan. Otherwise, I will deduct her salary, her social security, and her provident fund. Huang Mao was shocked and looked at Su Luoluo. You do all this? Su Luoluo and Qin Sun sang a duet, opening her big eyes and speaking sincerely. Although the salary is not high, it provides food and accommodation. The food is very good. I love it. Qin Sun took over the conversation and continued. I have liked eating fish since I was a child. But my family was very poor, and my mother always bought dead fish to eat. Because it was cheap. It has only been better in the past 2 years. I eat live fish, but I still eat dead fish for employees. It won't kill anyone anyway. As he said this, he looked at Su Luoluo. Su Luoluo got the hint, hesitated, and said very shamelessly, I love to eat. Qin Sun said with a smile. This is my attitude towards life and work. I can treat others badly but not myself. In fact, I am not a very generous person. On the contrary, I am very stingy. Huang Mao was completely stunned. This person's heart is not only black, but also smells bad. The spirit of the employees in the office was immediately scattered. Some people leaned on the chair and yawned like an old man. Some crossed their legs, and some put their feet on the table and shook their legs. They showed off their wolf-like team culture to the fullest. They wanted to make Qin Sun, the black-hearted capitalist who escaped from the streetlight, give up. Huang Mao saw the employees' actions, and it was not easy to scold them, after all. They were owed wages. He saw that the situation was not good, and took Qin Sun's hand and walked towards the office. Boss Qin, look at what you said. That's not how you joke. Let's go in and have a good chat. Xia Ning and his group followed them into the office. The door closed. The office area was immediately filled with curses, and it was as lively as a vegetable market. Qin Sun is as shameless as people say on the internet. No wonder he has so many haters on the internet. He deserves it. He is so evil. He deserves to eat dead fish all his life. I have never eaten dead fish. If he buys the company, if he dares to order me to work, I will slap him in the face with my shoe sole. I might as well crash my head and die at my workstation and blackmail him into bankruptcy. Suddenly, someone said, "Damn it. He wouldn't start cutting salaries, laying off employees, and not giving in +1 right after he took over the company. Right? Besides, he has never lost a war of public opinion on the internet. Not to mention that his fans even cyberbullied us, the victims." In the end, then, a group of people came up with a plan. If Jin Sun really acquires the company, in the first few days, everyone should be careful to secretly take photos with their mobile phones and record evidence. I am in charge of the company's surveillance, and I will keep the evidence. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone stick together for warmth. If he wants to mess with us, we will work together and make him lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Manager Chen, who had just bargained for Huang Mao, stood up and said loudly, "If things get out of control, I will jump on the table and shout, and you will all rush over to beat him up. The law does not punish the masses. He can't do anything to us." Everyone echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. Beat him up. He should be hanged on the streetlight." It turns out that no one in the entertainment industry is a good person. It's all a persona. In the office, Jin Sun and his group sat around the coffee table and had a few rounds of negotiations on the price. But no one gave in. Huang Mao said anxiously, "I really want to sell it. Please give me a sincere price." Jin Sun smiled but said nothing. Huang Huai asked Huang Mao for his salary several times, but he was always evaded. He was already angry, and now he turned into a vanguard and charged forward bravely. "Boss Wang, don't blame me for speaking harshly. Your company is not big. You don't have any game IP. Your technical team is professional but unstable, and you don't even have any user groups. To put it bluntly, what else is there except a bunch of second-hand equipment that is half price when it lands? What's the difference between this and a big sale at a closed internet cafe?" She paused and said, 2 million. That's fine. Several $100,000 in salary was not paid last month. And if it's delayed for another month, there will be another several $100,000 in salary. Boss Wang, why are you doing this? Huang Mao glanced at Huang Huai. Although what she said made sense, he still felt it was unpleasant. He looked at Jin Sun, and his voice was pleading. 2 million is too little. I can't get over it psychologically. Jin Sun crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, I wonder if you have heard of the game Fantasy Tales. This is a large-scale game that my girlfriend's family invested 500 million yuan in, but the final revenue was only 300. When they invested 200 million yuan, they found something wrong. But they were reluctant to give up the initial sunk costs, and ended up losing more. In the game industry, you only invested 30 million yuan, and you can get back 2 million yuan. You are considered a business tycoon. What a talent." The yellow-haired man's eyelids trembled. Fuck the business tycoons. Fuck the talents. Jin Sun saw that Huang Mao was silent, and he stood up and walked out, saying as he walked, "Ning Ning, you go downstairs to rent an office building. Huang Huai, you go contact some teachers in the school, use their connections, and dig up some talents in the game industry. Su Lulu, you go find an agent to register the company, and try to get the license within 10 days. After 10 days, Hamiyu will officially open." Huang Mao heard Jin Sun's simple and straightforward instructions, and felt his financial resources and strength. He knew that if he didn't keep Jin Sun, he might not be able to sell it in the future. Huang Mao looked at Jin Sun's back and shouted anxiously, "Sell, sell, sell. One price. 2.5 million. Is it okay for me to sell it?" Jin Sun turned around, walked to Huang Mao, held his hand tightly, and said with a smile, "Congratulations. A pile of junk sold for 2.5 million. Huang Mao." He sighed and suddenly laughed. Jin Sun laughed too. The two looked at each other as if they were looking at a fool. What a 2.5 million. Chapter 904. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Who else wants to resign? In the office, Xia Ning looked at Jin Sun and Huang Mao helplessly. They didn't look like businessmen. They negotiated the sale of a company just like selling CDs on the street, and they were pirated ones. It was a bit too much of a joke. She stepped forward at the right time and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Mr. Wang and Mr. Qin for reaching a cooperation intention. If both parties have no objection, I will contact the auditing agency to audit the company tomorrow. After we know the financial accounts of your game company clearly and legally and effectively separate the claims and debts before the transfer, we will draft the contract. Let's sit down and sign the contract then, okay? As soon as these words came out, Qin Sun and Huang Mao were both stunned. They each had their own thoughts. Qin Sun was afraid that something might happen if he delayed. He got a great bargain by spending 2.5 million to acquire a company with first-class hardware, software, and team. It was like meeting a crush while washing feet. Following the process, Xia Ning said, the duck in his mouth would fly away. How could I really have the time to rent a venue, buy equipment, software, engines, and spend half a year to recruit people? Huang Mao was even more nervous. Hey, this woman is not stupid. Does she want to delay the signing of the contract, wait for Qin Sun's excitement to pass, don't want to invest in the game company anymore, and then run away? Leave such a big mess to me? A delaying tactic, not simple, not simple. The yellow-haired man coughed lightly, said, That's the truth, and the process should indeed be like this. But I'm going to fly to the United States tomorrow to start a new project, and I don't have that much time to stay here. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell the company at such a low price. He patted his chest, said, Wang, have a good reputation. The company's financial situation is absolutely clear and good. The supplier's money has been settled long ago. There is absolutely no debt dispute. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Huang Hui cough lightly. His face became a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly said, It's just that the salary for last month has not been paid. There are less than 900,000 for more than 40 people. Huang Mao saw Qin Sun was silent, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. Boss Qin, let's sign a letter of intent first, and you can pay me a deposit of 750,000 first. I will pay the salary, and there will be no problem. After the audit is completed, I will fly back from abroad to sign the contract. Qin Sun pretended to be entangled, lowered his head and pondered for a while, raised his head and hesitated again and again, opened his mouth with difficulty, and said, Okay. The word right was not even uttered. The yellow-haired man clasped his hands together. Thank you, Mr. Qin. You are a very nice person. He quickly stood up and walked to the door of the office, opened it, and shouted at the office area. Manager of the legal department, come here quickly. The company has been sold. Come here quickly and draft the contract. Quick, quick, quick. After a while, a fat middle-aged man with an ugly face, under the funeral-like gazes of his colleagues, walked slowly towards the office with heavy steps. The door closed again. The office was in an uproar. Sold? Why was it sold? 2 million? This Mr. Wang, this yellow-haired guy obviously looks down on us. Let alone the advanced equipment in the company, are we worth this little money? Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Damn it, Qin Sun will definitely make a big move when he takes office, exploiting us vigorously. Let's teach him a lesson later. Yes, let him know how powerful we are. After a while, the door opened. Su Luoluo came out. Just as Xia Ning and the manager of the legal department of Mo Tianxiao were jointly drafting a letter of intent, Qin Sun sent her a WeChat message, asking her to go to the bank to withdraw money to prepare a red envelope for the start of work. Su Luoluo hurriedly walked through the corridor of the office area, looking at her future colleagues with a smile on her face. She saw that those colleagues were all frowning and angry, as if they regarded her as the enemy who killed their father. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. What's wrong with him? Could it be that they took President Qin's words, that he was a black-hearted capitalist, seriously? Are they too easy to deceive, or is President Qin's acting too good? My assists are also very good, best supporting actress. More than an hour later, the office door opened. Huang Mao walked out in high spirits. He had just received a deposit of 750,000 yuan. Thinking that the penalty for breach of contract in the letter of intent was as high as 10 million yuan, he felt very relieved. Finally, this hot potato was thrown away. Rich second generations should not start businesses. They should just eat, drink, and have sex, and they can't burn that much money even if they have sex until they die. An investment of more than 20 million yuan ended up with 2.5 million yuan, and they still had to pay a salary of 1 million yuan, leaving only 1.5 million yuan. This is really... Huang Mao suddenly changed his mind. Anyway, I didn't pay the 20 million alone. I only paid 10 million, and I was left with 1.5 million. It was like I cheated 1.5 million from my family under the guise of starting a business. I'm really a genius. The yellow-haired man immediately felt better. He stood at the door, and saw the employees all looking at him, and he shouted confidently, "What are you looking at? Your salary from last month to today will be credited to your account before you get off work tomorrow afternoon. Don't think I don't know that you've been scolding me behind my back. Fuck." As he said this, he trotted all the way to the company exit. At the entrance, he suddenly stopped and turned around, with a look of relief on his face, and shouted, "We have settled the money and goods, and we will never see each other again." As soon as the words fell, someone shouted, "I want to resign." The open office area immediately rang with shouts one after another. "I want to resign. I want to resign. I want to resign." Huang Mao laughed angrily, pointing at Qin Sun and his group standing at the door of the president's office, and shouted, "From now on, he is your boss. Go talk to President Qin." After saying that, he turned around and ran away, like a whore who had been holding back for 300 years. The scene became quiet. Qin Sun saw his colleagues turning their heads to look at him. Some people stood up one after another, and soon all stood up. He walked to the middle of the corridor with a smile on his face, turned to face the crowd, and was about to start a sensational speech. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That! I want to resign." Qin Sun was startled, and nodded with a smile. "Okay, what's your name?" The man was stunned for a moment, and said, "My name is Zhou Jia. I won't come tomorrow." Qin Sun nodded, still smiling. "Okay, I'll satisfy you." As he said that, he turned to look at Xia Ning and said, "Write down Zhou Jia's name, and help him with the resignation procedures later." After that, he looked at the crowd and said, "Who else wants to resign?" Chapter 905. Then life has dreams. Each of them is wonderful. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect it to be so easy to resign. You know, most of them were recruited by headhunters, and it was extremely difficult to resign last time. They were forced to stay by their original company several times, but they didn't expect Qin Sun to let them go with just a word. They didn't even want a 1-month buffer period, and they were asked to leave tomorrow. Everyone was stunned for a while. Another person shouted, "My name is Xiao Lun. I want to resign too." Qin Sun smiled and nodded, and said to Xia Ning, "Mr. Xiao Lun, please write down your name too." Xia Ning wrote down the name in the memo on his phone expressionlessly. Then, there were shouts of resignation. "My name is Wang Mini. I want to resign." "My name is Wu Xieshui. I want to resign." "My name is Feng Baobao. I want to resign." Qin Sun kept nodding, and Xia Ning kept writing down. After a few minutes, the office area became quiet. Qin Sun looked at everyone and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to resign?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. Qin Sun asked again, "Is there anyone else who wants to resign? If you apply for resignation today, you can leave tomorrow. If you apply for resignation tomorrow, you will have to apply to the company 1 month in advance." The colleagues were silent for a while, and Manager Chen from the marketing department stood up and said loudly, "Everyone in our company has applied for resignation. No one else has applied for resignation." Qin Sun smiled and nodded and said, "Then everyone has their own dreams, and they will be wonderful. I wish you all the best." Everyone felt complicated. They suddenly felt that it was a bit too much to resign all at once. And they all looked at Qin Sun a little embarrassed. They just acquired the company, and they all resigned collectively. It's really not very respectful. But who wants to work in a sweatshop? Qin Sun is a mean, sly, bad-tempered bad guy. Everyone sat down one after another, and began to pack up, preparing to run away directly after get off work in the afternoon. They looked at the time, and found that it was already 12 o'clock, and it was time for lunch. Manager Chen stood up, and found that Qin Sun was still standing in the middle of the corridor, watching everyone packing up with a smile on his face, and said, "Boss Qin, it's lunch time. We're going to eat." Qin Sun smiled and nodded. "Go! Eat and drink." Manager Chen was a little confused. He always felt that Qin Sun was holding back his fart. This smile looked eerie and scary. Everyone stood up one after another. There was no noise as usual. They stood up quietly from their workstations, and walked silently to the corridor and out of the company. Those who could avoid Qin Sun did so. Those who couldn't avoid him walked past him without looking away. It seemed that no one took Qin Sun, the ugly vampire, seriously. After a while, Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and Huang Hui were the only 3 people left in the company. Huang Hui finally couldn't help asking, "You just let them leave like that?" "Let me tell you, although the company hasn't produced any decent works, but I can tell you from a professional perspective that many of the people here are really skilled. You want to find another headhunter to recruit people to build a team like this, but I guess you can't get them by paying the headhunter $2 million in commission. Why don't you explain to them that what you said before about being a beast who would rather let the world down than let the world down was just some joke? Chin-sun said calmly. Why are you in such a hurry? There's still an afternoon left. Maybe they'll change their mind about me. He paused and said with a smile. Besides, we're all here to work. Does it matter if the boss is a good person or not? Whether you can make money is the most important factor. As he said that, Chin-sun felt the phone in his pocket tremble. He took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from Su Luoluo. Boss Chin, I've arrived safely, and I'm already in the elevator. Chin-sun said with a smile. In less than 5 minutes, they will all be back. Outside the Motianxia company, dozens of people crowded in the corridor waiting for the elevator. Usually they go down in batches, to avoid being too crowded and waiting too long. But today they really don't want to stay in the office. They are annoyed by Chin-sun's ugly face, so they would rather squeeze here and wait. Everyone is talking. Do you find it strange that Chin-sun let us go so easily? I guess he looks down on us. Heh. Another self-righteous guy. Chin-sun doesn't know our weight. Damn it. Coming to this company for half a year is really a black history in my career history. I don't know if it will affect my worth. If it weren't for Mr. Wang and Mr. Xiao, who always wanted to guide the experts and let us develop a game by ourselves, the company wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Yes. Yes. I hate those who don't know anything and just like to talk nonsense. In the future, if everyone finds a good place, let each other know, and we can keep each other warm. Suddenly, someone sighed. Everyone on the internet is talking about how good the benefits of oak and pomelo are. When I first met Chin-sun, I thought I was lucky. But it was all a lie. Chin-sun is playing with traffic. And his fans are so good at whitewashing him. I don't know how many ignorant girls he has deceived. His assistant is also a bitch. What can he do with 4,500 yuan? And how good can the food be? What's so delicious about dead fish? And she likes to eat it. I think she just covets Chin-sun's beauty. A burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. Ha ha! Suddenly, the elevator door opened. There was only one person inside, Su Luoluo. When the elevator door opened, she looked at the crowd of people at the door, and was startled, and hurriedly lifted the cloth bag in her right hand, and hugged it tightly to her chest. The transparent plastic bag in her left hand swayed with this violent movement, making a rustling sound. The bag was transparent, and everyone looked over, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. In the bag, there was a pile of big red envelopes. The style is very nice. And it is very big. It is obviously a super large red envelope that can hold thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Su Luoluo covered the cloth bag on her chest, lowered her head, and said in a low voice with a proud and shy smile on her face, "Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me." Su Luoluo walked out of the elevator. Dozens of people did not enter the elevator until the elevator door closed. They were attracted by the red envelope in Su Luoluo's plastic bag and the cloth bag on her chest. They saluted Su Luoluo, and their eyes were always on her chest. The cloth bag on her chest was bulging, and the things inside were a big square piece. What else could it be but bundles of new money? Such a huge pile. Probably about 400,000 or 500,000. What is going on? Chapter 906. Aren't you going to eat? Su Luoluo lowered her head, and squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, and walked towards the company. Suddenly, she heard someone ask in a nervous voice, "Student Su, the things in your bag can't be money, right?" Su Luoluo felt her face getting hot, and slowly raised her head. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, she felt even more embarrassed. She pursed her lips and said unforcefully, "It's money." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and various exclamations came one after another. At this time, someone else asked loudly, and his voice was a little distorted, "What is this money for?" Su Luoluo tilted her head in confusion. Aren't they all top students? Why are they so stupid? She saw everyone staring at her with an anxious look, swallowed her saliva, and answered in a low voice, "This is a red envelope for the start of work." After saying that, she squeezed out of the crowd and stood outside the glass door. She was dumbfounded. She didn't have a fingerprint to open the door. At this time, everyone looked at Su Luoluo's back standing in front of the glass door, with mixed feelings in their hearts, and remembered the rumors on the internet. Chin-sun. This bastard. No, when this internet living Buddha was filming Fatal Identity, he gave red envelopes to employees at every turn. He gave out 1,000 or even 10,000. At that time, De Chiang Mai was just helping Chin-sun cook the big pot dishes, and she received a red envelope of tens of thousands? He really doesn't care about money. He gave it to an employee who didn't want it. Isn't that a rumor but true? Is Chin-sun really an internet living Buddha? Just now he said that he was a stingy person, and that the black-hearted capitalist was acting to lower the price? Then his acting skills are too good. Has his acting skills reached this level? Fuck, this has really hurt us. Everyone looked like they had eaten 3 pounds of leprosy. Looking at me, I look at you, and their faces became very ugly. Damn it, which dog took the lead in resigning just now? How can you resign? Are you so impatient? No wonder Chin-sun is not in a hurry for the whole company to run away. People dare to bring a big bag of bonuses for the start of work. Are you afraid of not being able to recruit people? There is no problem in recruiting 10 three-legged frogs as security guards. Suddenly, Su Luoluo turned his head to look at everyone, with an embarrassed look on his face, and asked in a low voice, can anyone help me open the door? The corridor was quiet for a moment, and everyone rushed forward. I'll do it. I come, ah. Don't stop me, let me do it. Su Luoluo looked at the crowd rushing in like zombies, shrank back in fear, and leaned against the door with her back, and her face turned pale with fear. What's wrong with them? Why are they so eager to show off even when opening a door? I'm just a little assistant. There's no need for them to be so attentive to me. Are they so good at flattering? I've met an opponent again? It seems I still need to practice. The noise at the door spread to the company's open office area. Chin-sun and the other two turned to look at the entrance of the company. Su Luoluo was holding the cloth bag tightly in front of his chest with both hands, lowering his head, and running into the company in small steps, followed by a crowd of people. Oh, Assistant Su slowed down. Be careful not to fall. Walk slowly. Don't worry. Huang Hui looked at the scene that looked like a eunuch following a princess to catch butterflies, and couldn't help but be stunned. Aren't they all senior science and engineering talents recruited? Where's the character? Where's the arrogance? Where's the domineering attitude of if you can't stay here? I'll find another place to stay just now? How come it's only been a few minutes, and he looks like a father-in-law who has been smacked in the balls? Su Luoluo walked to Chin-sun's side, took a few deep breaths, raised his head and showed a bright smile, and said, Boss Chin, I arrived safely, and was not robbed. Chin-sun praised with a smile. Great. Su Luoluo smiled even more happily, put the cloth bag and plastic bag on the partition wall beside him, hesitated for a moment, opened the bag and began to put money into the red envelope. Showing off wealth in public must be very pretentious. Boss Chin will definitely be secretly happy. But with his status, he certainly can't issue this order. Then I can only pretend to be stupid and show off my money in a seemingly stupid way. I'm so smart. What a flatterer. Colleagues saw Su Luoluo stuffing a thick stack of money into the big red envelope, 10,000 yuan in one red envelope, and in less than a minute, more than 100,000 yuan was stuffed. They looked at each other, and sat back at their workstations in tacit understanding. Turned on their computers, turned off Minesweeper, put away their melon seeds and snacks, and put the things they had just packed up on the table. Huang Hui looked at the scene, and felt angry and amused. Many people here are seniors from Jingcheng University. Although they are not the strongest group in the school. Before graduation, they were so proud that they never thought that one day they would bow down for a few dollars. However, there are rumors on the internet that the average salary of Oak Company employees has reached more than 50,000. Work starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 4:30 p.m. No overtime allowed. 2 days off. Paid annual leave. Generous holiday benefits. High year-end bonus. Now I see Su Luoluo with red envelopes one after another. Generally, the red envelopes for starting work are only 288. 666 for the more generous ones. And 999 for the most generous ones I have heard of. It is rare to see a red envelope worth 10,000 yuan, which shows the company's welfare benefits. Knowledge is often used for money, and it seems that it is not difficult to understand their cowardly behavior now. The office area was quiet. Colleagues were pretending to be busy, typing on the keyboard, wiping the table, printing documents, but their eyes would occasionally glance at Su Luoluo, while paying attention to Chin-sun's expression. Suddenly, Xiaoning smiled. Everyone, She dragged the last sound of these two words for a long time. Everyone turned their heads to look at Xiaoning, wondering if they heard. Everyone. Followed by the words. Colleagues, so that they could put their hearts at ease. But Xiaoning just said, everyone, and did not pick up the subject, and continued to speak. Aren't you going to eat? As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at each other. No one dared to speak, with a little dissatisfaction in their hearts. We have expressed our feelings with actions. Why are you still speaking in a rude way? You may be rich, but you can't be so disrespectful to us. It's just like what they say on the internet. Chin Sun plays the good cop, and his girlfriend plays the bad cop. Aloof female CEO so awesome. The office was quiet for a while. The front desk girl didn't have a workstation in the office area, and she stood not far from Chin Sun and the others and watched. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent at this time. Although she was a college student, she had worked in a shameful industry, and did not have the backbone of other top students. And she said half-jokingly, we are not hungry. We have a strong desire to work. And we want to be busy for a while. We will go to eat when we are hungry. As soon as the voice fell, the other people in the office saw that someone was taking the lead. And they immediately lost their psychological barriers and echoed. Yes. We are not hungry yet. The elevator is very crowded now. We will go later. I will list the work plan for the afternoon and go to eat. Boss Chin. I know where is the best place nearby. I will take you there later. Boss Chin just took over the company. We can't let down. Chin Sun looked around, and knew that the time was almost right. He picked up a big red envelope from the plastic bag, walked slowly to the front desk girl, and said with a smile, Call. Chapter 907 We are human beings, not cattle or horses. And we are not meant to be exploited like this. The girl at the front desk was stunned and asked, What do you call me? Chin Sun said with a smile, Call me something nice. The girl at the front desk looked at Chin Sun's mysterious smile, and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. She felt that her part-time job in the club had been seen through. She looked down at the bright red envelope in Chin Sun's hand, mustered up her courage, and whispered, Ah. Chin Sun was confused. Ah? The receptionist heard Chin Sun's exclamation, thinking that he was not satisfied, and felt a little dissatisfied. It is said that the big stars in the entertainment industry are very extravagant. Today, I saw that they were indeed very extravagant. He actually wanted a girl to scream in public. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, reached out, and took the red envelope as if half grabbing it, no longer having any burden, with the other hand. She pinched her orchid fingers, and screamed very seductively. Ah. Chin Sun. Bad luck. The whole office area was quiet. Everyone stared at the receptionist in amazement, with shocked expressions on their faces. It is said that this is the receptionist specially recruited by Mr. Wang from outside. After spending some time with her, I feel that she has no other advantages except dressing coquettishly. I didn't expect to open my eyes today. This woman's understanding ability is worrying. But her psychological quality is very good. She is really open-minded. Chin Sun turned around, took another red envelope from the plastic bag, handed it to Su Luoluo, who was putting money in it, and said, Yo? Su Luoluo was overjoyed, took it with both hands respectfully, and shouted loudly, Hello, Mr. Chin. Chin Sun smiled and nodded, stretched out his hand to grab a handful of red envelopes, and slowly walked into the work area of his colleagues. Su Luoluo immediately followed with a plastic bag, following him step by step like a lackey. Everyone stood up, straightened their clothes, and looked at Chin Sun eagerly. Chin Sun walked over with a smile on his face, handing out red envelopes one by one. After handing out one, the employee shouted, Hello, Mr. Chin. Chin Sun felt very happy as he handed out the red envelopes and heard hello, Mr. Chin all the way. Otherwise, there is an old saying that wealth and honor are like walking in the night in fine clothes. If you have money, you have to show it off. It feels good to show it off. There are only 40 or 50 people in the company. It took less than 10 minutes to go around, and everyone got a big red envelope. It's not that they have never seen money before. On the contrary, some of them have high salaries, but none of them have seen such a big red envelope for starting work. Holding a red envelope of 10,000 yuan in your hand makes you feel at ease, and it feels great. There was only one person present who didn't smile. That was the girl at the front desk. She heard other colleagues shouting hello, Mr. Chin, but she was the only one who shouted bed. And she felt ashamed. Suddenly, She stamped her feet and said coquettishly, "Oh, what are you doing? I will be too embarrassed to see anyone in the future." As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at Jin Sun and saw that he couldn't help laughing. And then there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! Oh! 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 The office was filled with a happy atmosphere. After a while, the laughter gradually died down. Jin Sun walked to the center of the corridor. His eyes swept across the smiling faces. He had a smile on his face, but his voice was a little oppressive. "Hello, fellow Hamiu friends." As soon as he finished speaking, a neat greeting rang out in the office. "Good," Jin Sun continued. "You are very happy to get the 10,000 yuan start of work bonus. And I am happy for you too. But I want to tell you now, you are too happy too early." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. They suddenly had a bad feeling. "Is this a trick?" Jin Sun raised his voice and said with a smile, "This is your life-saving money." Everyone was startled. Suddenly, there was a buzz of whispers in the office. "What's going on? What do you mean by life-saving money?" Others give a sweet date after a slap. He gives a sweet date and then a kidney? Are you going to kill us? The discussion became more and more loud, and it was as noisy as a vegetable market. But no one took the lead to attack Jin Sun. After all, he did not follow a rule. Whoever took the lead might be shot. Suddenly, Jin Sun jumped in the air, jumped onto the partition wall between the corridor and the workstation, and stood tall. The office area immediately became quiet. Everyone looked up and saluted Jin Sun. They were shocked, and they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't take the lead to cause trouble just now. Otherwise, with the athletic ability shown by Jin Sun, he would have picked us up like a chicken in each hand and beat us up. Jin Sun looked down at us, his voice full of majesty, and said, "Why do I say this is your life-saving money?" His eyes slowly swept over the crowd. They all lowered their heads guiltily, as if they were afraid that he would jump over them and pee and shit on them. Jin Sun nodded with satisfaction, asking and answering himself. "I believe everyone has heard some rumors, saying that Oak Company and Pomelo Company have very good benefits. Go to work at 9 o'clock every day, get off work at 4:30 in the afternoon, and can be late for half an hour. Closed every Wednesday. Paid annual leave. The salary is not high, but the performance is very high. The average salary is 50,000 to 60,000. He said one by one, seeing the people below nodding one after another. They all showed excited smiles on their faces. Jin Sun paused and said, "I tell you, this rumor is," seeing that everyone was holding their breath, and some people were standing on tiptoe. He said slowly, "Really?" As soon as the voice fell, the office area erupted in a tsunami of applause, like a pyramid scheme member who was injected with 3 pounds of chicken blood. "Good. Great. Good. Good. Good." Jin Sun smiled, changed the subject, and said loudly, "But I just told you, you are too happy too early." The office immediately became quiet, and everyone was confused. Jin Sun continued to speak loudly. "I acquired this company to make money, not to show my love. Making money is my first priority. In the next period of time, I will become the most vicious capitalist in the world and start to exploit you. I want you to make a large-scale game in the shortest time, maybe 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, but definitely not more than half a year. Starting tomorrow, I will start to exploit you." After that, the office area was dead silent. Everyone felt the power of Jin Sun's crazy criticism, and their hearts were hanging. In their minds, they could not help but think of a donkey that was blindfolded, tied to a millstone, and whipped until it was bloody. Everyone gritted their teeth, holding the red envelope tightly in their hands, as if they were holding a hot potato. Manager Chen of the marketing department was furious, and he deformed the red envelope and was ready to take everyone out of the company as agreed before. Anyway, he had just resigned, and at worst, he could throw the red envelope back at Jin Sun's face. "We are human beings, not cattle and horses, and we are not for you to exploit like this." Damn! Jin Sun looked down at the eyes that were hiding anger. His face was serious, and his voice was low. "Starting tomorrow, the company will implement 965. Who is in favor? Who is against?" As he said, he quickly added, "It's no use to object." His voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was loud and clear. The whole room was silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Ah? Hmm? Chapter 908 Don't Curse the Company. Slap. Office area. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, my mind was a little confused. 965 means 9 a.m. to p.m., no to 6 p.m., 5 days a week? We usually work 996. How can this be called exploitation? How can this be called squeezing? Everyone looked at Jin Sun, all of them felt ridiculous for his black heart. How could he show the momentum of a big devil in a strict manner, but do what a living Buddha does? After a moment, Manager Chen was the first to react, and raised his hand vigorously. I agree. I agree. I agree. The office area became lively again. Jin Sun stood on the partition wall, heard the noisy voices below, and smiled. He looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the office, and saw a cafeteria on the first floor of the shop across the street from the office building, and said, I have told you several times, you are too happy too early. The company's meal allowance will be cancelled in the future. Everyone was stunned, they exchanged glances, their expressions became complicated, but no one spoke. This company has a good meal allowance. You can cancel it if you want. Look at how capable you are. Jin Sun pointed at the buffet restaurant at the bottom of the opposite building and said loudly, Did you see the buffet restaurant opposite that said Wonchong store transfer? I'll go over there later. From tomorrow, it will be the employee cafeteria of Hamiyu. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, plus a bowl of soup, a piece of fruit. The cost of the standard meal ingredients is only 30 yuan per person. And it's breakfast, lunch, plus afternoon tea, the whole day's expenses. Dinner is not provided. Everyone was a little confused when they heard Jin Sun's aggressive exploitation. This, what should we do? Before, Motianxiao Company didn't provide meals. Every day we had to spend money to order takeout, or go to the opposite commercial street for fast food, and each meal cost 20 or 30 yuan. Why do they have to rent a restaurant as a staff canteen all of a sudden? According to the general catering cost of 30% of the ingredients, the cost of ingredients is 30. Which means the dishes are priced at 100 yuan. Damn! Our usual meals for the whole day plus afternoon tea will not cost 100 yuan. What is this? Reverse exploitation? Arrange a month of luxurious working meals right away? Jin Sun saw the reactions of the crowd, nodded with satisfaction, put his hands on his hips, and continued to speak loudly. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the company only provides some cheap milk tea from Dudu Tea, and fried chicken, French fries, cakes, etc. that are extremely high in calories and easy to fill you up. In the future, the coffee, functional drinks, those drinks that can refresh you and improve your work efficiency in the company's tea room, will all be put into self-service vending machines. It's charged. You can only buy 1 bottle for 1 yuan. You can't take it out? Everyone looked at Jin Sun stupidly. Oh my god. I heard that Jin Sun's company has very good benefits, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Aren't they here to show their love? They even prepared enough refreshing drinks? Even so, he still looks so proud of bullying us to death. I wonder how good the employee benefits of Oak Company are. No wonder there are rumors online, saying that joining Oak Company is worth setting up a few tables of wine to celebrate. We all want to set up a wine to celebrate now. Jin Sun saw that everyone stretched their necks like ducks to look at him, said gloomily, Your salary is the same as before. When the game production achieves a breakthrough, I will not increase your salary for the time being. Are you convinced? The office was silent, and everyone was stunned. The salary is the same as before? Isn't that pretty good? Although it's not very high, most of us are poached, and the salary is much higher than the previous company. Being able to maintain the original salary, it's considered a blessing. Before, it was just the performance that was zero, after all. The company had never made a game. However, with Jin Sun's ability, he will definitely lead the company to glory. At that time, he will be able to share a lot of money. With Jin Sun's current fame, even if he makes a pile of shit, there will be many fans who will go to taste the saltiness for his face. Right? After a while, Manager Chen shouted awe, and climbed onto the table on the stool. The people around him remembered that in the previous discussion, Manager Chen said that if Jin Sun said something rude, he would jump on the table and raise his arms to lead everyone to rebel. They were so scared that they tried to pull him. What are you doing? Get down. Old Chen, are you crazy? You want to revolt? Get down. Don't force me to hit you when I'm happiest. Manager Chen was very agile, and he broke through all the obstacles at once, standing on the table, clenching his fists and raising his arms. I surrender. It's better to meet in person than to hear about it. It's better to meet in person than to hear about it. People on the internet say that Mr. Chin is a living Buddha on the internet. No, they are wrong. Mr. Chin is our godfather. Chin-sun? As expected of a marketing manager, he is really thick-skinned. It's not enough for him to acknowledge his father at such an old age. He also has to bring others to acknowledge him. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Then, the crowd began to flatter him. Boss Chin is as generous as he is said to be on the internet. In fact, my family is also in great difficulty. I will follow Boss Chin in the future and never eat dead fish again. No wonder you have so many fans on the internet. You are worth it. From now on, I will bring my whole family to follow you. Just tell me what dirty and tiring work you have. You don't have to treat me like a human being. I am the best cow and horse. A nuclear-powered cow and horse. Boss Chin, I deserve to die suddenly at my workstation. It's my fault that my health is not good enough. You don't even have to give me insurance. Just take me to the crematorium. Hearing the flattery, Huang Hui felt his face getting hot, and was ashamed to be with these people. They are all science students. How can they be so creative and flattering? Scholars. Scholars. Have they all been corrupted by Chin-sun? Thinking of this, Huang Hui looked up at Chin-sun, and could not help but admire him. This guy is willing to spend money, and his words are very inspiring, and he is a master of pyramid schemes. After a while, the flattery gradually subsided. Manager Chen climbed down from the table, but he didn't dare to stand at the same height as the great President Chin. If President Chin fell, everyone would rush up to act as a cushion, and if I fell, many people would take the opportunity to step on me. Manager Chen stood on the ground, raised his head, and said loudly, Boss Chin, we are so strong now. Please give us tasks quickly. The mission must be accomplished. As soon as the voice fell, a uniform roar rang out in the office area. The mission must be accomplished. Chin-sun smiled and said, Task? Not yet. I just have a rough idea in my mind now. It's not specific enough, and I don't know anything about making games now. I have to go to Jingcheng University to audit and study. When I have learned enough, I will issue tasks to the company one after another. During my study, I hope everyone will work hard. After saying that, he jumped down, turned around and walked out of the company through the corridor. Let's go. Let's go. If you don't go back to learn how to design 2D beauties, you will be criticized. Xian Ning and others immediately followed. After watching Chin-sun go away, everyone was confused again. After a while, a small discussion sounded. Without tasks. And we are asked to work hard. What should we do? I don't know. Boss Chin said he wants to learn how to make games. And then issue tasks? Why do I feel that the company is going to go bankrupt again? Bah. A bad mouth. Don't curse the company. Slap your mouth. Believe it or not, I will smash your balls. Will you speak? I hope Boss Chin will study hard. And bless us with something to do every day. At least until the end of the year. Then what should we do at work this afternoon? Isn't it a bit bad to continue playing cards and watching dramas? Spring cleaning. Chapter 909. You must clearly record every penny he spends. Just now, I was showing off in the office, which took a while. At this time, there were many people going upstairs in the office building, but few people going downstairs. Chin-sun was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and he and Xian Ning and a few others just occupied an elevator, so there were no outsiders. Suddenly, Chin-sun saw Xian Ning looking at him with a smile, and realized that the smile was a little dangerous, and asked, Ning, why are you looking at me with such disrespect? Xian Ning said with a smile, Do you feel good? Chin-sun quickly reached out to cover Xian Ning's mouth, looking around and said nervously, You are a woman, but you are full of dirty words. How can this be allowed? Xian Ning? Su Luoluo and Huang Hui retreated to the corner of the elevator in tacit understanding, looking up at the ceiling, looking at the nose with eyes, and the heart with nose. Can't see, can't hear. Xian Ning pried Chin-sun's hands apart with both hands, and hit his waist with an elbow, saying coldly, In public, be serious. Chin-sun rubbed his waist, adjusted Xian Ning's white shirt collar with both hands, and looked at her face, not knowing whether it was red from anger or shame, and asked, You just asked me if I was happy or not. Xian Ning said helplessly, It's just a letter of intent. The legal person of the company hasn't changed yet. And you sent out 450,000 yuan in bonuses for starting work. You're also going to buy a restaurant to use as a canteen. It's only been half a day. How much money have you spent? Are you rich? Qin Sun smiled but didn't say anything. Quietly put his hands behind his back. And slightly straightened his chest. According to the basic information of the original gift package, this is a game that has been on the market for less than 4 years and has a revenue of nearly 30 billion. Almost 500 million in revenue a month. Almost 20 million a day. And my game is ready-made, and the development cost is infinitely close to zero relative to the profit. What's wrong with spending a few million a day? What can it do? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's dead look, and was even more furious. The survival rate of game companies is already low. I thought you had some special understanding of making games, but I didn't expect you to be even less reliable than that yellow-haired Wang. I can meet the end of this company, but at least I can die decently, okay? Wang Hui thought it made sense, and said, yes, you really spent too much money today. They don't need such high benefits. And they can also do the job you posted very well. Qin Sun glanced at Wang Hui and sighed. Wang Hui. Xia Ning just said a few words to me, because her family is a big capitalist. But you are different. You are also a part-time worker in this company. As he said that, he walked to Su Luoluo, took out a red envelope from the cloth bag she was holding, and turned around to give it to Wang Hui. You should empathize with the workers. Wang Hui took the money and stuffed it back into Su Luoluo's bag, feeling a little helpless. Giving red envelopes to part-time workers in the company? I've never heard of it. As she spoke, she looked at Qin Sun and said frankly, don't corrupt me with money anymore. I can't stand too many tests. Wang Hui paused and said in a low voice. Besides, I have a feeling that this game company will drag you into a financial quagmire. Save as much as you can. Qin Sun smiled and didn't mind. He knew that Wang Hui said these unlucky words to correct his attitude. Qin Sun's expression became more serious, and his tone was unquestionable. According to what we agreed before, I expected the purchase price to be 5 million. And 50% of the reduced price is your commission. Half of 2.5 million is 1.25 million. It will be used to offset your 8 million medical expenses. Wang Hui just opened his mouth. But when he saw Qin Sun frowning seriously, he had to close his mouth and bowed slightly to Qin Sun. Thank you. Qin Sun waved his hand casually, and was about to walk back to Xia Ning, when he suddenly saw Su Luoluo with her head down, looking tangled. He asked, Su, what's wrong with you? Su Luoluo raised her head. A look of determination flashed across her face, and she reached out to take out the big red envelope from her bag and quickly put it back into the bag. I'm not an employee of this company. Giving red envelopes to assistants. I haven't heard of it either. As she spoke, she raised her voice again, as if to cheer herself up. A gentleman does not eat food given out of pity. Qin Sun? He turned to look at Wang Hui, and scolded with a smile. Look at what you have done to a little money grubber. As he said that, he walked to Su Luoluo, took out a red envelope from the cloth bag, and threw it on the ground. Do you want it? Su Luoluo was stunned. At this time, the elevator reached the first floor. The door opened. Su Luoluo saw a large group of white-collar workers, who had just finished their meal standing at the door, and were about to squeeze in. Frightened, he suddenly stepped on the red envelope, quickly bent down, and grabbed the red envelope with force. She thought about it, and stuffed it into her bag. The white-collar workers outside the door wanted to squeeze in immediately after someone came out. But when they saw Su Luoluo suddenly put on a silly show, they were all stunned at the door. Seeing this, Su Luoluo lowered her head and followed Qin Sun and the others out of the elevator. Not far away, she heard a whisper behind her. What was that girl doing just now? I don't know. She suddenly stomped her feet wildly, and then slowly squatted down to take the red envelope, as if she had a seizure. Did she think that no one would see her picking up a red envelope? That's not a red envelope. How can there be such a big red envelope? It feels a bit stupid. That's right. Su Luoluo blushed when she heard it. It's so embarrassing. Qin Sun and his friends were going to walk to the opposite side of the office building to acquire that restaurant. They stood at the intersection waiting for the traffic light. Xia Ning nudged Qin Sun with his elbow and said seriously, Qin Sun, you said before that you would only spend 30 million to make the game. And I won't let the finance department pay you more. From today on, every penny you spend in Beijing must be recorded. Qin Sun nodded indifferently. Oh, okay. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun agreed so easily, and he seemed to have not realized how much money it cost to make games. She was a little speechless. But she was too lazy to reason anymore. So she turned around and said to Su Luoluo beside her, "Luolu, you have been following Qin Sun all these days, and you must clearly record every penny he spends. During these days in Beijing, you are just a temporary financial officer." Su Luoluo suddenly felt a great responsibility and said him with force. The green light at the intersection came on. Qin Sun and his group walked across the street. When they reached the other side of the street, he suddenly saw an old man carrying a candy ball pole under the eaves a few meters away, shouting Tonghulu. He successfully took over the game company today, and he was in a good mood. He was ready to reward himself. So he walked over and bought 4 strings of candied haws. He gave Xia Ning, Huang Huai, and Su Luoluo a string each. Huang Huai peeled off the plastic wrap and stuffed it into his mouth, not feeling anything wrong. Xia Ning held it in her hand but didn't eat it. She never ate on the road. Eating noodles while walking or riding a bike, like Jiang Cheng did, was no different from beating her up. Qin Sun had already eaten 2 fruits. And seeing that Su Luoluo hadn't eaten either, he held the candied haws between his fingers, typing quickly on his phone with both hands. He glanced at it, and found that it was written on it, "For sticks of candied haws, 60 yuan. Qin Sun was startled and asked, "Su, do you remember all this? Can you make false accounts?" Su Luoluo suddenly looked up, looked at Xia Ning, shook his head vigorously, and said firmly, "I can. Qin Sun?" He quickly reached out, and snatched the candied haws from Su Luoluo's hand. "Give it to me." Chapter 9:10 This money cannot be saved. Suddenly, the candied haws were snatched away. Su Luoluo was frightened and screamed "ah," and then a feeling of grievance surged in her heart. She pursed her lips, and almost couldn't help crying. Qin Sun noticed it, and was a little confused. "Is this so fragile?" Xia Ning came up, stuck the candied haws in her hand into Su Luoluo's hand, and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Although you are Qin Sun's assistant, you are just hired by me. You just need to listen to me. In the future, you should keep a clear account of all the money he spends, big or small. When it reaches 30 million, we will stop and leave, leaving Qin Sun here to beg for food." Su Luoluo made a strong sound, peeled off the plastic wrap, stuck the candied haws into her mouth, and bit it with a crunching sound, with full momentum. A few people walked to the restaurant entrance and took a look. They found that there were still some customers dining. So they went to the nearby tea shop, ordered a few cups of milk tea and waited. An hour later, they rushed to the buffet restaurant again and started to discuss the acquisition plan with the boss. With the experience of negotiating a multi-million business before, this time the bargaining team composed of Xia Ning, Huang Huai, and Su Luoluo beat the boss to a pulp. They cut the 500,000 yuan proposed by the boss to 250,000 yuan. They still felt that it was not enough, so they spent another half an hour and bargained it down to 200,000 yuan. Qin Sun stood quietly by the side wearing a mask and sunglasses, his temples throbbing. Are these 3 women evolving so fast? Give them a few more hours, would the boss give them money? And they seemed to enjoy the bargaining process. Oh, women! After bargaining, Xia Ning and the boss went to the printing shop next door to print the contract, signed, and put fingerprints. The boss took the contract and breathed a sigh of relief, said, "From tomorrow, no, from this afternoon, this store is yours. I don't care anymore." After saying that, he ran to the store to pick up his things, riding the electric donkey at the door, and disappeared. Xia Ning, Huang Huai, and Su Luoluo looked at the boss, who disappeared at the corner of the street, and their hearts sank. After a while, Xia Ning spoke first. "We seem to have given too high a price?" Su Luoluo, "I feel the same way." Huang Huai comforted them. "This should be the same as Mr. Wang of Demon World. He must have lost money by selling for 200,000 yuan. But the longer he delays, the more he loses. So the price of 200,000 yuan should be considered a blood-spitting price." Xia Ning nodded. "That makes sense." She turned to look at Qin Sun, and said with a smile, "Qin Sun, did you hear that? This is another poor guy who has tasted enough of the pain of being forced to start a business. You." She raised her hand, and clenched her fist, and said softly, "Come on. Try to close down later." Qin Sun clenched her fist and smiled. "Come on." Beside him, Su Luoluo took out her mobile phone and recorded it carefully. Buffet restaurant, 200,000. Chin Sun has a special status. She did not go to the restaurant to inspect the store and lecture the employees, but went to the duty shop next door to play with her mobile phone. Xia Ning took the contract and went around the restaurant. He found that the ingredients were clean, hygienic, and the taste was okay. The boss did nothing wrong. But the competition was too fierce. Moreover, the rent was more than 60,000 yuan a month, which was really too difficult to bear. Xia Ning found the store manager and the kitchen supervisor and held a meeting. He gave them both a salary increase of 5,000 yuan each and asked them to work as usual. However, it was no longer open to the public. Only employees with HAMUID cards could come in to eat. After Xia Ning took Su Luoluo and Huang Hui away, the store manager and the chef looked at each other, both somewhat unbelievable. Why did our boss run away so quickly, without even saying goodbye to us properly? He lost 300,000 in the past few months, and now he can pick up 200,000 and run away, which is a blessing. Is this game company rich? Using this place as an employee cafeteria? Who cares? Anyway, we only need to cook for 45 people in the future. The work will be much easier, and the salary will be increased. Isn't it great? Great, great, great. I'm just afraid that it won't be great for many days. All we can do is to make the store clean and the dishes taste good. May the Buddha bless the devil to make a fortune. Don't you think the boss lady looks familiar? You think all pretty women look familiar, dirty? Afternoon. Chin Sun used the taxi app to call an ordinary commercial vehicle to return to Jingcheng University. He got off the car. Su Luoluo immediately took out her phone and asked, "Mr. Chin, how much did the taxi cost just now?" Chin Sun was startled and said, 158 yuan. Su Luoluo recorded it on her phone and muttered, 750,000 yuan for the company deposit, 45, no, for 60,000 yuan for the red envelope, 200,000 yuan for the restaurant transfer, 56 yuan for milk tea, 60 yuan for candied haws, 158 yuan for the taxi. She looked up at Chin Sun with a nervous look on her face. Boss Chin, you really need to save money. Today I spent. She frowned and calculated carefully, and suddenly heard Huang Hui speak. 1.41,274 yuan. Su Luoluo was startled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was just about to say that. Boss Chin, you need to save money. Chin Sun laughed and said, Okay, I will save money. Su Luoluo was very happy, and raised her mobile phone and said, I will urge you. Huang Hui looked at Chin Sun deeply, and walked into the school with him, saying, I don't have classes in the afternoon. Where are you going? Chin Sun replied with a smile. The library. I want to learn how to make games right away. Hearing his light words, Huang Hui felt a headache, and was too lazy to argue with him about how huge the project was, and walked towards the library. The four of them walked on the green path, and there were many couples walking in front of them. Sisters, and good friends. They were all attracted by Chin Sun and his group, let alone Xia Ning's appearance. Huang Hui, who had short hair and a beautiful appearance, had long been a celebrity in the school. Add to that the rumors these past 2 days, saying that Chin Sun would come to the school to audit classes. They immediately guessed that the man next to them, who was still wearing a mask in the middle of summer, was Chin Sun. When they passed by Chin Sun, their eyes stayed on Chin Sun's face for a while, intentionally or unintentionally. Several ways of people did this one after another. Su Luoluo noticed something strange and said, Boss Chin, they all seem to have recognized you. I just looked back and saw someone taking out their phone to take a photo of your back. Since they all recognized you, why are you still wearing a mask? It's stuffy and hot, and it's very uncomfortable. Chin Sun replied, I know they recognize me, and they know I know they recognize me. But the mask I wear is like the do not disturb sign on the door handle of a hotel room. If I don't take it off, they can't come up to me to ask for autographs or take photos with me. Su Luoluo thought about it and felt that it made sense, and suddenly he was moved. The quality of students at Jingcheng University is higher. If it were our school, whether you were wearing a mask or a hood, as long as they recognized you, they would definitely rush over to ask for your autograph. Xia Ning said with a smile. Masks protect against gentlemen, but not villains. Huang Hui smiled, feeling that they were a little overpraised. Where are there no star-chasing girls? It's just that there are fewer in this school, and they are more rational. However, Once someone takes the lead to ask for autographs, or forms a group of 3 or 5, they will feel comfortable coming over. After all, catching the hot and sour chicken alive is a particularly vain thing. Who says that academic masters don't like to show off? Recognizing Chin Sun, but deliberately not asking for an autograph. And even saying to others lightly, "Look, this person is that person." Isn't this also a kind of show-off behavior? Several people walked along the tree-lined path for more than 30 minutes. And they were sweating. Chin Sun complained. "Huang Huai, why didn't you take us to buy a bicycle just now?" Huang Huai, save money. Chin Sun? This money should not be saved. Su Luoluo hesitated, and said with a guilty laugh, "That's right." After walking for a while, they finally saw the library and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a surprised cry came from behind them. "Huang Huai, you really came to the library?" Chin Sun turned around and saw 3 clean and fresh female students running towards him with parasols. They looked at Chin Sun and chattered around Huang Huai. "Huang Huai, why did you skip class today?" The class teacher was very angry. "The final exam is coming soon. If you skip class like this, you will fail the exam." When Chin Sun heard that the exam was about to start, he felt like he was kicked and froze in his place. Kong Yang. It's the end of June now. And they are about to have summer vacation? Then my slacking plan must be put on the agenda as soon as possible, otherwise my slacking show will be shown to the devil? Then the slacking value will never increase to 1 billion even if it increases to death. Chapter 911 How Could I Sleep in Class? Chin Sun came back to his senses, and saw Huang Huai's 3 roommates chattering around her. Their voices were lower than usual, but they still reached his ears. "Huang Huai, why did you skip class today? Do you know how bad people said some things? You have been attending classes seriously since you were discharged from the hospital, catching up with the progress, and persisted for so many days. But today when Chin Sun came, you skipped class, and some bad things were spread. They said you were led astray. Some people also said that you wanted to use Chin Sun's relationship and enter the entertainment industry as a female academic bully of Jingcheng University to make a lot of money. Some people also said that you went to get a room." Hearing this, Huang Huai glanced at Xia Ning nervously and saw that she looked calm, and he relaxed. She gently pushed the 3 classmates to the library. "You are so gossipy. Go study. The final exam is coming soon. There are too many people reviewing, and there will be no room for you later." The 3 female classmates walked away, looking back every few steps. Chin Sun walked in front of Huang Huai, snorted coldly, and said, "I didn't expect that the top student also likes to gossip and spread dirty rumors." Huang Huai smiled lightly, and smiled calmly. Chin Sun was a little surprised and asked, "You don't mind at all?" Huang Huai sighed and smiled bitterly. "I'm used to it." Chin Sun was surprised. "You can get used to this?" Huang Huai explained. "Every good-looking girl has probably been rumored to have had a dirty rumor spread. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Xia Ning." Chin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, and saw her nod, and said coldly, "Yes, there will always be such boring people." He moved his eyes to Su Luoluo's face again, and only for a moment. He moved away again, but he heard her slightly angry voice. "Boss Chin, you underestimate me. Although I didn't hear it with my own ears, I should have been rumored too. Since junior high school, Xiuqiu's mailbox has occasionally popped up some messy confession letters, the kind with animations and music attachments." Suddenly, the 3 women looked at Chin Sun at the same time. Their eyes were full of scrutiny. Chin Sun understood what they meant, smiled slightly, put his hands behind his back, and said very proudly, "I, Chin, am known as a big show-off. I have been a girl killer since kindergarten, all the way to high school. In various versions of Huang Yao in school, I have not only played the male lead, but also the female lead. I am the kind that is popular with both men and women." As he said this, he sighed deeply. "Alas, my damn charm." Xia Ning couldn't listen any longer, frowned tightly, gently pushed him, and said coldly, Okay, handsome Chin. I'm going to take the exam soon, and the class will be suspended in a few days. If you want to learn something now, hurry up." Huang Huai added immediately, "Today is June 20th, and the exam will start on June 30th. Summer vacation will start on July 6th, but the library is open during the summer vacation. You can study on your own, but there will be no professor to answer your questions. Qin Sun let out a deep breath, lowered his head, and began to organize his thoughts. Based on almost a year of experience, there are several key factors that determine how fast the slacking value increases. First, how many people know about the slacking behavior. Second, how angry the audience is with the slacking behavior. Third, the status of those who are almost angry to the point of spiraling up. Then I have to do the most vulnerable work in the shortest time, in front of the most people? At Haicheng University of Science and Technology, I let Qin Fengshu, the bastard, be the mouthpiece, and made the school leaders so angry that they screamed, and the slacking value increased by almost 300 million. The leaders of Jingcheng University have a higher status. The president and the secretary are all ministerial-level cadres. If they were to scream, wouldn't the value of slacking off increase by 700, 800, or 900 million? Qin Sun raised his head, looked at Huang Huai, and said, Huang Huai, please prepare a class schedule for me this afternoon, starting from tomorrow morning until you suspend classes, based on the number of students in the class and the academic status of the teacher. Fill up the classes for me. Give priority to teachers with hot tempers. The hotter, the better. Huang Huai heard these unreasonable requests, and her smart brain, which had been stabbed, couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Didn't he come here to learn how to make games? According to his request, there shouldn't be any courses related to making games. Sure enough, he might really come to school to gild himself, just to show his face in front of as many people as possible. Huang Huai sighed and reminded, I'll tell you in advance, some fierce teachers are really fierce. If you sleep in class you will be kicked out. Qin Sun said seriously. Who are you looking down on? I look like the kind of student who sleeps in class. Huang Huai hesitated for a moment and said, like. Qin Sun chuckled. You figured it out. Huang Huai was speechless. Xia Ning was used to it. Su Luoluo frowned, still upset about Qin Sun's contempt for her not having been raped, and decided to record every penny he spent. Revenge. Suddenly, Xia Ning looked at Huang Huai and asked, Huang Huai, you don't have to follow Qin Sun for a while. Go to class and review according to your own courses. Don't let Qin Sun delay you. Huang Huai thought for a while and said, It's okay. There are very few classes in the next few days. I only have 1 or 2 classes every day. I will come to you according to the scheduled class schedule after I finish the class. I can hide in the back of the classroom to review secretly. Qin Sun was unhappy when he heard it. What do you mean by the last row? I won't sit in the last row. Only poor students sit in the last row. I want to sit in the first row. I want to sit under the teacher's nose. We must be the teacher's left and right protectors. Xia Ning saw that this lazy guy was acting out of character. In the past, he would hide in the corner at work and adjust the surveillance camera, for fear that his boss would see him. Why is he so arrogant today? As if he took the wrong medicine? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's puzzled eyes, and said with a smile, I really want to improve. Huang Huai was puzzled, but he didn't ask. Then I will go to the first row to listen with you. Otherwise, my father will ask and say that I am not a good host. Xia Ning reminded. You can't secretly review the exam content if you sit in the first row. Huang Huai smiled and pointed to his head and said, Although I was stabbed in the head, it didn't have much of an impact, and I wouldn't fail the exam. Besides, my impression score will be better, and the teacher will give me some leniency. She paused and said with a smile, The teachers are also afraid that I will jump off the building again. Everyone was startled, and then burst into laughter. The laughter stopped. Qin Sun thought for a moment, slowly raised his hand, took off the mask, and revealed his whole face. Opened the door. Welcome the guests. In the sun. So sexy. Chapter 912. So many books. You must read them to death. Right? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun took off his mask, looked around with some caution, and found that some students were looking at him not far away. Qin Sun, why did you take off your mask? What door are you opening? What guests are you welcoming? Qin Sun wanted to attract more people's attention and watch his slacking show, so he had to let the students know he was here. However, he couldn't tell Xia Ning the truth. Didn't I say it before? This mask is equivalent to the Do Not Disturb sign on the door handle of the hotel. Now that it's taken off, it's of course telling the students that you are welcome to disturb us. Xia Ning heard a hint of worldly airs and frowned slightly. She didn't understand, and didn't bother to ask, lest she get angry to death. Qin Sun said to Huang Huai, Huang Huai, I won't go into the library later. I want to go around the school and feel the cultural atmosphere. Please lend me all the books for the courses needed to make games. I'll take them back to the hotel to review. Wang Hui worked part-time in a game company and knew that making games involves many fields. She, the so-called academic master, only did a small part of the work. And Qin Sun asked for all the courses on game production? But aren't his classes arranged according to the number of students in the class, and whether the teacher is fierce or not? Why did he borrow these books? Huang Hui looked at Qin Sun in silence for a while, then nodded. Okay. She turned and walked towards the library without hesitation. There were many books to borrow, and it was unknown if they could be found in the whole afternoon. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps was heard. Qin Sun looked over and saw two girls holding books running over, standing 3 or 4 meters away from him and slowing down their pace, looking at him cautiously. Hello. Excuse me. Are you Qin Sun? Qin Sun smiled. It's me. The two girls saw the smile on Qin Sun's face. And the two women beside him did not come out to stop him. They quickened their pace and walked forward, saying happily, Hello, I'm your fan. Me too. Excuse me, can you give me an autograph? I want one too. Qin Sun raised his hand and said, Where's the pen? The two girls shouted excitedly. One of them hurriedly opened the book, took out the signature pen inside, and handed it to Qin Sun with both hands. Qin Sun signed the books of both of them. They thanked him repeatedly and turned to walk into the library. Qin Sun called them. Don't you want to take a photo? The two girls were stunned and immediately turned their heads, overjoyed. Is it okay? Really? Qin Sun raised his hand and made a scissor hand gesture commonly used in taking pictures. Why not? The two girls stamped their feet with joy, and they took turns standing next to Qin Sun, and the other person was responsible for taking pictures. After a while, the filming was finished. The two thanked him again. Qin Sun, you are nothing like what those haters on the internet say. You are very friendly. You should take care of your health recently. Don't work as hard as you did at the director's graduation party. Your health is the root of everything. Yes, you can love your work, but don't be a workaholic. Qin Sun smiled, but he was cursing in his heart. Qin Fanshu, this bastard, just accepted a small interview, just because the school endorsed him. Did he become so convincing? She said I was a workaholic, and overturned the lazy persona I had worked so hard to build. The next time I see her, I will kick her into the dog-licking lake. After Qin Sun saw the two girls enter the library, he glanced around and walked towards the 5 or 6 boys who were walking towards the library not far away. Xian Ning immediately followed. Su Lulu took out a parasol from her bag and opened it to shade her from the sun. Qin Sun looked straight ahead, passing by the 5 or 6 boys who were laughing and chatting, and heard them suddenly stop talking and let out a surprised exclamation. He walked a few steps without looking back, and did not hear the boys calling him, and felt a little regretful. It seemed that he was not charming enough, and could not be popular with both men and women. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind him. Hello, please wait a moment. Excuse me. Are you Qin Sun? Qin Sun immediately stopped, turned his head, and said with a smile, I am. The boys were obviously startled. They looked at me, and I looked at you. They all felt that it was unreal. It seemed that they did not expect Qin Sun to really stop. They rushed forward and surrounded Qin Sun, with excited expressions on their faces. Qin Sun, we are all your fans. We heard that you came to school this morning and thought it was a rumor, but it turned out to be true. I am your fan. Now I play the song on repeat every day. I am your movie fan. I like Wang Buyu the most. Mr. Qin, I have a dream too. Can you give me a ticket for the movie Fatal Identity? I am a boxing fan myself. I have watched your fight with Kato Oki repeatedly. I think you have definitely reached the professional level. You are really amazing. I am your anti-fan. I used to be, but not now. You are not a big shot at all. From anti-fan to fan, definitely from anti-fan to fan. Qin Sun smiled as they rushed to tell each other about their love for him, and took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with him. After shaking hands, he asked, Do you need to take a photo with me? Several boys were stunned again, suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears. They had been thinking about taking a photo, but no one was too embarrassed to ask. After all, they had already wasted several minutes of their time. It is said that the time of big stars is very precious. Not to mention Chin Sun, a humanoid self-propelled money printing machine. Isn't it equivalent to wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars? One of the boys asked cautiously. Can I? Chin Sun said with a smile. Why not? I have been brainwashed by my family since I was in elementary school. They said they wanted me to get into Beijing University. It's my fault that I was not motivated enough and missed the mark. I came here to improve my knowledge. You can learn as long as you live. It is my honor to take a photo with so many top students today. Several boys said they didn't dare. You are joking. You are the real celebrity. We can't compare with you. It is our honor to take a photo with you. Su Luoluo stood aside with an umbrella and corrected silently in his heart. Mr. Chin, it's more than 100 points. It's not just a few points. Chin Sun took photos with the 5 boys separately and then asked Xia Ning to take a student's phone and took a photo of the 6 of them together. The 5 boys thanked him profusely and said goodbye to Chin Sun. Suddenly, a fat man turned his head and remonstrated loudly. Don't work so hard in the future. Your health is the most important. Pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Chin Sun had a faint smile on his face, raised his hand, and waved gently, saying goodbye to them. Chin Fa Shu, don't let me see you in the future. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Next, Chin Sun walked around the school, wandered everywhere, and took photos with others non-stop. Soon, he attracted hundreds of people to watch in a square. Soon, more than a dozen security guards came to maintain order. Xia Ning and Su Luoluo, with the help of the security guards, let the students line up to take photos with Chin Sun. They also cooperated very well, gradually forming a long line. This time, the group photo lasted from the afternoon to the evening. I don't know how many photos I took. Chin Sun's face was almost stiff from laughing. Chin Sun felt miserable. It turns out that selling smiles is so hard to make money. At 7 o'clock, Chin Sun and his group finally walked out of the school with difficulty. And those classmates who wanted to take a photo but didn't get one were so angry that they stamped their feet and prepared to watch when Chin Sun came to audit tomorrow. Then, kill him offline. That night, the news that Chin Sun appeared at Jingcheng University became popular on the internet. But he didn't mind, lying on the big bed in the hotel playing with his phone. Suddenly, his Weixin received the class schedule set by Huang Huai. He saw that it was indeed packed. The class lasted from morning to night. Then, another picture was sent. It was a pile of 7 or 8 books on a desk. About 100 or 200 books. There was also a sentence attached. I found these today. I will give them to you tomorrow. I will look for them after you finish reading them. Chin Sun looked at the nearly 200 books, fell on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Damn. Are you bragging too much? You will die from reading so many books. Chapter 913. Chin Sun parachuted into Beijing University. Is he going to cause trouble again? The next day, Chin Sun was awakened by Xia Ning in his sleep, opened his eyes, and saw that she was already dressed. He stretched, grabbed Xia Ning's wrist, looked at the time, and found that it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning in the sense of ordinary people, isn't it equivalent to the middle of the night for him? Chin Sun yawned and said lazily, let me sleep for another half an hour. Xia Ning didn't indulge him, pulled his pajamas collar, lifted him up like a chicken, and said, you said it once at 6:30. Your first class today starts at 9 o'clock. If you sleep in, you will be late. You worked as a photo model yesterday. Now your news is everywhere on the internet. Many people are watching your performance in class today. Hurry up and get up. Chin Sun thought about it. It seemed that he had been woken up once before. He stretched his arms and took the opportunity to hug Xia Ning, rubbed her face affectionately, and then got up leisurely. Study hard and make progress every day. An hour later, Chin Sun, Xia Ning, Su Luoluo finished breakfast in the hotel restaurant and came to the hotel parking lot. At this time, a luxury business car was already ready. This was the car that Xia Ning and her grandfather Lu Shaoquan wanted. As soon as they approached the car, a driver in a suit came down from it, and after greeting them with a smile, he opened the door for them. Several people got in the car. Chin Sun asked Xia Ning, is this car free? After asking, he saw Xia Ning was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he had not considered this question. Xia Ning was confused for a moment, then answered with a smile. The car. The driver is free. You have to pay for the gas. Chin Sun. I shouldn't have asked. Su Luoluo silently remembered it in her heart. and she must record the money for the next gas. Less than 3 minutes after getting in the car, Chin Sun yawned, fell to the side, and rested his head on Xia Ning's thigh to sleep. After a while, he felt Xia Ning's thigh shaking violently, and then there was another round of mumbling. Chin Sun, get up. Cheer up. Stay energetic. I don't know how many people are watching you online now. Wu Yu is worried that you will cause trouble again, which will affect the popularity of Fatal Identity. She called me at around 6 in the morning and asked me to keep a close eye on you. She has been taking Elon, Song Ying, and me Sheer to promote Fatal Identity everywhere. It's very hard. You can just give up. But you can't hold us back. Chin Sun closed his eyes, covered his ears with his hands, and looked painful. Stop reciting. Master, stop reciting. Suddenly, he felt a hard slap on his buttocks, feeling the burning pain, and immediately opened his eyes, and his eyes became extremely clear. Behave yourself. Chin Sun sat up silently, and took out his phone without saying a word to refresh himself. When he opened Douyin, he saw a Douyin hot search. Chin Sun landed at Jingcheng University. Is he going to make waves again? When he clicked on the video, it was a blogger who collected some photos of him and others at Jingcheng University yesterday and made them into an album, with a voiceover. Hello. Do you know? Chin Sun is making trouble again. His new movie Fatal Identity is being promoted in full swing, and has been scheduled for July 15th. But the leading actor of the movie, who is also the producer and the composer, actually ran away and appeared in Jingcheng University. Yesterday, that is, June 20, he appeared in Jingcheng University and attracted countless students to line up to take photos with him. The line for taking photos was long as 300 or 400 meters. According to incomplete statistics, he took about 4 people per minute. Frequency, lasting more than 4 hours, a total of nearly 1,000 photos. This may have created the strongest record of celebrity group photos in history. According to people familiar with the matter, Chin Sun parachuted into Beijing University to study, to audit classes, to listen to the voice of wisdom. Between movie box office and knowledge, he chose knowledge. This spirit of seeking knowledge is really admirable. Salute. Chin Sun heard this funny voice broadcast, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether this blogger was a white, black, or a fool. He clicked on the comment area, and it was very lively. The first few were all pictures, one after another of Chin Sun and boys and girls, which attracted the attention of netizens. Oh my! Why is Chin Sun a bit handsome in the boys' camera, but a bit ugly in the girls' camera? You don't understand this. Some girls usually only care about looking good in selfies, regardless of others' lives. And they have big eyes, and their face slimming is very big, which makes some good-looking people look ugly after such beauty filters. Indy, is this the benefit of being a top student? He didn't take pictures with his classmates at his own school, and he hides himself all day long. Chin Sun flipped down finally. The photo below was not his own. Netizens expressed their opinions on his sudden admission to Beijing University. I never thought that Chin Sun would enter the university. I had always dreamed of in this way. He really lives and learns. No wonder he can achieve such great success. Oh my, so amazing. He went to Beijing University to get a gold medal right after graduation. Does he look down on his own school? It's hype. Is this another hype? He took 1,000 photos in one day. He didn't even maintain his celebrity status. You are as down-to-earth as the second uncle at the entrance of my village. He went to class? I don't believe it. I think he went to pick up girls. Running around all day long. No wonder the movie has been scheduled, and there is no trailer yet. This Fatal Identity is going to be a mess. Chin Sun put away his phone when he saw this. He knew why the trailer for Fatal Identity had not been released, because Wu Yu, a girl with small breasts and a bad temper, was waiting for Mao Qianyi Gao Man and Zhu Yuanji to be exposed. If Beijing Film and Television did not expose their dirty laundry, we would have directly cut out the trailer, and those 3 people would have had no role at all, which might have caused some trouble. Chin Sun shook his head helplessly. Do you have to force others to expose the secret? This washboard can't even expose the secret and frame Beijing Film and Television, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a super professional genius girl. The car drove to Jingcheng University. Chin Sun sat and looked out the window. His head was shaking like a spring doll's head, and it seemed that he could fall down and fall asleep at any time. Xia Ning saw it, felt a little distressed, reached out, and put his arm around his shoulders. Or do you want to sleep a little longer? As soon as the voice fell, the car slowly stopped on the road next to a teaching building. Chin Sun turned his head, looking at Xia Ning with a tired face, and his voice was full of resentment. Thank you. Xia Ning. Is it my fault? Chapter 914, is he really here to attend the class? How despicable. Qin Sun sat in the car, through the car window, and looked at the campus outside. Many students walked into the teaching building with books in their arms. Some of them had youthful smiles on their faces. Some had bitter faces. Some were yawning. Qin Sun smiled. Could it be that in a place like Jingcheng University where so many top students gathered, there would be a difference between top students and poor students? He didn't know where the classroom was, so he had to sit in the car and wait for Huang Huai. Xia Ning had just called Huang Huai, saying that they were waiting outside the teaching building designated by Huang Huai. After 5 or 6 minutes, Huang Huai rode a shared bicycle and stopped beside the car, knocking on the door. Qin Sun rolled down the window and asked, "How do you know it's this car?" Without waiting for Huang Huai to answer, he began to brag. "Is it because this car is luxurious enough? This is given to me by my master for free. I am my master's most beloved disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Luoluo quickly added, "But we have to pay for the gas ourselves." Qin Sun. Huang Huai sat on the bicycle with one foot on the ground, looked around, said, "Apart from this bicycle, are there any other bicycles here?" Qin Sun. "Ah, it's said that the emperors in ancient times like treacherous ministers. Although treacherous ministers are treacherous, they can flatter the emperor and won't hit the master's face." Qin Sun opened the door and got off the bicycle. Seeing that there were 10 thick books in the basket of the shared bicycle, they were stacked as high as 3 floors, he was shocked. "Is this the textbook I will use for class today?" Huang Huai parked the car, took the books out of the basket, held them up and handed them to Qin Sun, said, "The top one is the book you may need today. The ones below are books about programming languages, C++, C, Java, Python, etc. To put it simply, games are just some codes. You should start learning from the basics." Qin Sun held the heavy books, and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. In order to make the original God come out legitimately, don't suddenly pop up like Sun Wukong, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. "I'm going to suffer." While a few people were chatting, a noisy sound gradually came from nearby. Qin Sun looked up. Many people rushing to the classroom stopped and looked over here. Some people saw him looking over and raised their hands to greet him from a distance. If it weren't for the class about to start, they would definitely rush over to kill Qin Sun alone and take a group photo. Qin Sun smiled, raised his hand, and waved gently to greet the classmates. Suddenly, he heard Huang Huai sigh impatiently, saying, "Qin Sun, ancestor, my savior, please put away your celebrity style and listen carefully to me talking about the key points to pay attention to in class today." "Okay." Qin Sun put down his hand, looked at Huang Huai, saw her face tense, and asked in surprise, "Today's teacher is really cool?" When Huang Huai heard the word cool, the image of a hot and beautiful teacher appeared in her mind. She shook her head and said, "The professor who teaches today is an old professor. He is old-fashioned and has a strange temper. He is upright and can't tolerate any injustice. You must have a correct attitude during class. Don't play with your phone. Don't be absent-minded. Don't talk secretly. And don't sleep." Qin Sun heard her tone as strict as that of the head teacher, and was a little dissatisfied. "Huang Huai, how did you see that I would play with my phone? Be absent-minded, talk, and sleep in class?" Huang Huai looked at Qin Sun with a scrutinizing look and said seriously, "If you had been more serious in class in high school, with your intelligence, how could you not be admitted to Jingcheng University?" Qin Sun held the heavy books tightly in both hands and walked forward with big strides. "Just think of it as a compliment. Let's go to class quickly, take a good seat, let the teacher open his eyes, and see what a correct learning attitude is." Just as he took a few steps excitedly, he heard Huang Huai shouting, "You're going the wrong way." He stopped, frowning and carefully observing the direction of the teaching building, the direction of the students' movement, and determined the direction after careful reasoning. He turned and walked to the right front with a confident step, and heard footsteps behind him. Huang Huai rushed to Qin Sun in front of him, and walked to the left front without hesitation. "Follow me," Qin Sun said calmly while holding a book. "Oh, that's okay." Huang Huai paused, frowned and looked at Qin Sun with some doubt. "What do you mean by okay?" "It means that this is the only way to go." "Are we going in circles?" Led by Huang Huai, the group walked to the door of the classroom. As soon as Qin Sun appeared at the door, the noise in the classroom suddenly paused. And then a burst of joyful shouts broke out. Ah! Chin-sun! Fuck! You really came to class? Come sit here. Sit on my sister's lap. Chin-sun smiled and waved hello. He looked around and found that this was a large classroom. There was a huge LCD screen on the wall in front of him, and a large dark green blackboard next to it. In front of the screen was a podium, on which were placed some remote control devices and a standing microphone. In front of the podium are the student seats, forming a huge fan-shaped space with the podium as the center. The seats rise in a stair-like manner, with the highest seats at the back. This classroom can accommodate about 200 people, and most of them are already seated. What Chin-sun finds strange is that the back rows are full, while the first and second rows in front have many empty seats. Could it be that there are many poor students in Jingcheng University who like to hang out in the VIP entertainment area of the classroom? Huang Hui saw Chin-sun's doubts and explained. Professor Zhao, who teaches in class, has a strange temper and is particularly strict. He can't stand students being lazy, and he even observes students' micro-expressions to see if they are daydreaming or listening. If he catches you, he will call you up and ask you some tricky questions, which will be embarrassing. Chin-sun smiled and nodded, praising, as expected of a teacher from a prestigious university. He is so serious and responsible. No one in a general university cares whether you are serious in class or not. University mainly relies on self-study, and teachers only play the role of guiding, inspiring, answering questions, and evaluating and giving feedback. Your school actually has teachers who can see if students are distracted by micro-expressions. It's really... He paused and said with a smile, how vulgar. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the classroom suddenly shut down, and more than 100 students put away their mobile phones and sat upright. Just as he was wondering, a slightly old voice came from behind him. Classmates, the class is about to start. Don't block the door here. Chin-sun turned his head and saw a thin old man with a goatee holding a book and a thermos cup in his hand. He guessed that this was Professor Zhao, who had a weird temper in this classroom, and quickly put on a smile to make up for his mistake, said, the old professor is really extraordinary and full of energy. Before he finished flattering, he heard Professor Zhao's impatient TSK. Either you stand at the door, or go in quickly. Chin-sun walked into the classroom with a pile of books in his arms, and sat in the middle of the first row, facing the podium. Xian Ning and the others hesitated for a moment, and sat down beside him. Professor Zhao walked up to the podium, picked up the thermos cup to drink tea, but his eyes fell on Chin-sun quietly. Seeing that he was sitting upright, but yawning, he complained in his heart, is he really here to listen to the class? Why don't I believe it? How despicable. Chapter 9:15. So this is what it feels like to be held down and flattered? The bell for class rang. On the podium, Professor Zhao stood up straight, looking around, making the already quiet classroom even quieter. It seemed that all the students had long heard of Professor Zhao's great reputation, and no one dared to act rashly. Professor Zhao's eyes finally fell on Chin-sun's desk, looking at the thick pile of books on his desk, with a half-smile on his face. He pointed his finger at the title on the large LCD screen, and said, my classmate, our class today is Understanding Country C, Problems, Methods and Practices. Where did you collect so many related books? Are these all related to this class? Chin-sun was called, and he stood up very respectfully, smiling. No, teacher. Most of these are books about programming languages. I plan to bring a phenomenal game to the world. I want to start learning from programming. He turned around, looked at the more than 100 students behind him, clasped his hands together and saluted, jokingly saying, I hope that all the students will show their support when the time comes. Save all the money for meals, drinks, and gifts for your girlfriend, and use it to boost my game performance. He deliberately said it in a humorous way, but saw that all the students looked at him with stern faces. Some people wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh, and their faces were distorted. Suddenly, Chin-sun heard Professor Zhao's cold voice behind him. Don't be so dramatic. Turn around quickly and look at me. Chin-sun turned his head, looked at Professor Zhao's stern face, and showed a harmless smile. Professor Zhao's voice was stern. You mean these are books that have nothing to do with my class? If you still want to stay in my class, then you should put these irrelevant books under the table. Otherwise, please go out, go to the library, go to the cafeteria, go to the lake, go to the grove. I can even give you my desk. But please don't stay here and disturb other students' classes. Okay? Qin Sun quickly picked up the books on the table and put them on the partition under the table. He saw that Professor Zhao's face was still not good, thought for a while, and silently took out a book from the top of the pile and put it on the table. This book is about the classroom, Qin Sun said seriously. I want to stay here. Teacher, your lectures are famous, and the quality is well known. You are really a lofty figure, although I can't really yearn for you. Professor Zhao was stunned. He had never been flattered in front of more than 100 people in his life. He flattered randomly and hard. Professor Zhao was not happy, but a little embarrassed. You said I am famous, then tell me, what is my name? Qin Sun answered loudly. Professor Zhao. Professor Zhao had no expression on his face. I was talking about the name. Qin Sun looked at Professor Zhao's chest and found that he was not wearing anything like a work badge. Hesitated for a moment, and said in a sincere tone from the bottom of his heart, Students dare not call the teacher by name. Professor Zhao was flattered again. He was stunned for a long time. So this is what it feels like to be flattered by someone. It's a bit intoxicating. He was too lazy to argue with Qin Sun again, lest he say something lewd again, and nodded lightly without leaving a trace. Qin Sun saw this, and sat down silently. He sat upright, in a good mood, and looked to the left. He saw Xia Ning immediately turned away, pretending not to recognize him. Qin Sun was a little helpless, and turned his head to the right again. On his right was Huang Huai. Huang Huai stood straight, his face flushed, as if he had something stuck in his throat, a thorn in his back, and was sitting on pins and needles. Huang Huai saw Qin Sun looking at him, and his heart was bitter. It's not easy to repay the life-saving grace. It seems that Qin Sun still has a lot of face. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be kicked out by Professor Zhao just because of his behavior of selling games in class just now. On the podium, Professor Zhao glanced at Qin Sun quietly. His expression did not change, but he felt a little stressed. He had read the book The Three-Body Problem and knew that it contained rich philosophical thoughts. These thoughts involve many aspects, including human destiny, free will, human nature, the rise and fall of civilization, science and morality, human beings and the universe, and faith and reason. From this, it can be seen that Qin Sun is a person with a keen insight into society and human nature. And the class he took happened to be a social research course, with the depth of thought revealed in the book. He believed that Qin Sun could definitely walk up to the podium and teach the students below. He believed that Qin Sun was fully qualified to have an equal dialogue with him and conduct in-depth discussions and exchanges, rather than sitting upright and listening attentively like a primary school student. Professor Zhao felt better when he saw Qin Sun sitting upright, although Qin Sun's flattering words were a bit exaggerated. Generally speaking, he was also respectful to his teacher. I think he was also a positive, humble and studious student. Then let him stay in the classroom for a collision of ideas and a brainstorming session. Professor Zhao coughed, and his voice was slightly louder than usual in class. Students, in order to let you fully appreciate the beauty of high-level social science research, and improve your research ability to analyze social problems using scientific methods and paths, we can choose 6 popular frontier research areas: economy, population, family, retirement, religion and health. As he spoke, he glanced at the audience quietly. Qin Sun folded his hands on the table, sitting upright, his eyes sparkling. He looked like a good student. Professor Zhao felt a little proud, thinking that his lectures were good, and he could attract a thinker like Qin Sun. He continued to talk, citing cases from ancient and modern times, and occasionally called on students to answer questions. The teaching atmosphere was very good, and the whole class went smoothly. Qin Sun listened for a while, and felt a little bored. Seeing that Professor Zhao was not staring at him, he pulled out a book about programming languages from under the table. He opened the book and began to read. Since graduating from high school and entering college, he has learned most of his courses by himself, and he has never even asked the teacher a question. He can understand this entry-level computer language book, but his speed is a bit slow. The front of the book is full of nouns that need to be remembered. Qin Sun memorized it silently in his mind, but after turning 2 pages, he forgot the things in the front again. So he had to go back and memorize it again. He read it over and over again for an unknown period of time, and he felt more and more bored, and yawned. Suddenly, Qin Sun felt that Professor Zhao's lecture voice was a little quieter, and he looked up and found that his eye shot out 2 rays of light, staring at him. Chapter 916, I have made contributions to the school. I have shed blood for the school. You can't do this to me. Qin Sun just showed a harmless smile on his face, but he saw Professor Zhao turned his head away with some disdain and continued to talk, as if he didn't want to care about him. He was happy in his heart, just thinking that Professor Zhao agreed that he could read other books in class. Qin Sun picked up the book and stood it up, and continued to study programming language well. After a while, he felt his eyelids were a little heavy, and yawned. As the fight went on, Qin Sun simply lay on the table and closed his eyes. Qin Sun and Xia Ning had been fighting for too long last night, and he was woken up so early this morning. It was like being dragged up to attend class in the middle of the night. Coupled with the hypnosis of those obscure books, he fell asleep in the classroom in a second. Qin Sun lay on the table and slept soundly. Professor Zhao saw it and could no longer bear it, so he closed his mouth. The whole classroom became dead silent. Suddenly, a faint snoring sounded. The whole classroom seemed even quieter. Huang Huai's face changed. She remembered a student who had fallen asleep in Professor Zhao's class. As a result, in the final exam of that semester, the student's test paper was graded with high standards, and he failed 3 subjects. No more. No less. 59 points. Suddenly, Huang Huai changed his mind. Why am I nervous? Qin Sun is here to audit the class, and he doesn't have to take the exam. No, this teacher won't put this on me. Right? Su Luluo sat upright in her seat, with a pair of innocent big eyes, staring at Professor Zhao without blinking, trying to use this gentle look to arouse the kindness in Professor Zhao's heart, so as not to be thrown out of the classroom and expelled from the campus. Xia Ning sat next to Qin Sun, and saw Professor Zhao's eyes lightly falling on her face, and felt embarrassed and itchy all over. It was like a mother attending a parent-teacher meeting, and being criticized for her child's mistakes. Xia Ning quietly put her hand on Qin Sun's thigh, and pinched it hard. Qin Sun suddenly woke up and screamed. Fuck. He turned his head to look at Xia Ning, who was littered beside him, and said loudly in panic. Ning Ning, I just dreamed that a wild dog bit my crotch. As soon as the words fell, he heard a few bursts of laughter behind him, like someone was farting secretly. Qin Sun immediately came back to his senses, realized that he was still in class, wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth, sat up straight, folded his hands on the table, and looked up obediently. He saw that Professor Zhao's goatee was shaking, and a harmless smile slowly appeared on his face. Teacher, please continue to teach. Your class is like the music of heaven, floating and ethereal, mellow and lingering, making people relax, just like drinking nectar, making people feel numb, floating, drowsy. Professor Zhao's goatee was shaking even more, and a word jumped out from between his teeth. Get out! Get out! Xia Ning and Huang Huai were startled. They both stood up at the same time, grabbed Qin Sun's arms on the left and right, and dragged him outside. Qin Sun had only touched the fish for a short while when he was dragged away. He was not happy, and shouted loudly into the classroom. I have made contributions to the school. I have shed blood for the school. You can't do this to me. Help! Let me go! Let me go! I'm a good person. The students in the classroom couldn't help it anymore and burst into laughter. Some people had been secretly filming with their phones for a long time. Now they stood up and filmed more brazenly. The classmates were talking about it. Oh my god, I've been to classes all my life, and I've never seen such a fierce person. I did see someone who beat up a teacher in class in high school, but he's in jail now. I know why Qin Sun didn't get into Beijing University with his intelligence. With his attitude in class, he was able to get into Shanghai University of Science and Technology, which is a great honor. Ha ha ha, I never thought Qin Sun was so capable. The beautiful teacher at his alma mater said that he wrote songs diligently every day, worked hard, and forgot to eat and sleep. Why do I not believe it now? Is he really a workaholic? I have made contributions to the school. I have shed blood for the school. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. Xia Ning and Huang Huai dragged Qin Sun all the way to the classroom door with difficulty. Qin Sun yelled, refusing to go out. Teacher, I'm not slacking off. You have to believe me. I'm really listening carefully. I never slack off. Xia Ning and Huang Huai felt like they were holding a pig for the Chinese New Year, and always felt that he could break free at any time, and scolded anxiously. Stop making trouble. If you make trouble again, the teacher will call the security guard. What medicine did you take today? Are you crazy? Suddenly, the bell rang. Qin Sun immediately stopped struggling, and was dragged to the door by the 2 women. As soon as he reached the door, He stretched out his hands to hold the door sill, shook his shoulders, and broke free from their restraints. He straightened his clothes, bowed deeply to Professor Zhao on the podium, and then turned around and bowed to the more than 100 students in the classroom. Qin Sun said very sincerely, "I'm sorry to disturb your class. I'll leave now. I'll leave now." After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. The classroom was silent, and everyone was confused. What was Qin Sun doing? Qin Sun walked very fast, and soon he left Xia Ning and the other two far behind. When he reached the stairs, he stopped, closed his eyes, and called up the system panel. Slacking points, 201000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. Ouch. It seems that Professor Zhao is not an ordinary person. He should be a well-known figure in the industry. Moreover, these nearly 200 top students must have been influential figures in their high school years. After graduation, who knows how many of them will be outstanding. It was just a short class, but my slacking value increased by more than 20 million. When they upload the video to the internet, and let netizens criticize me, abuse me, and cyberbully me, won't my slacking value increase even faster? Jingcheng University is really my blessed place. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's somewhat cold voice behind him. "Qin Sun, what sin have we committed? You want to bring us here to accompany you to class?" Qin Sun turned around and saw Xia Ning's cold face, and sighed. "Ning, I can't help it. You have to believe me, I have my reasons." Xia Ning lowered her head, was silent for a moment, raised her head and said softly, "I know you have your own reasons for doing things. You are pretending to be crazy here to echo Wu Yu's promotion of fatal identity. This is actually another carefully planned marketing of yours. But why do you have to go to this extent?" Qin Sun was slightly startled, looking at Xia Ning with a smart look, then his eyes became gentle and sincere, and he sighed. "Alas, I can't hide anything from you." Chapter 917. You spent so much money, are you really going to support them for nothing? Xia Ning noticed that before Qin Sun's eyes became gentle, there seemed to be a hint of teasing, and he couldn't help but be suspicious, looking at him quietly. Qin Sun felt something was wrong and said, "Your family is so rich, I have to make enough money as soon as possible. Every time I go to your house for dinner, I feel inferior in my heart." Xia Ning's mind immediately emerged the scene of him and his grandfather eating. The two of them told dirty jokes, boasted, and even swore brotherhood at the table, and there was no sign of him being inferior at all. Xia Ning was silent for a moment, raised his hand, and gently rubbed Qin Sun's cheek. "Why would you do this?" Qin Sun sighed and said, "Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. Men, it's hard to be a man during the day and a man at night." Xia Ning, Wang Huai and Su Luoluo immediately turned around, looking around, with the innocence of kindergarten children. This made the atmosphere even more awkward. The next morning, Wang Huai was unwilling to take Qin Sun to the classroom to audit the course, and took him to the school cafeteria. It was not lunchtime yet. Most of the students in the cafeteria were preparing for the final exam. They found an empty corner and began to study. Xia Ning checked emails on her laptop and handled company affairs. Su Luoluo went to the commercial street for a walk, brought back 3 cups of milk tea and some snacks, and secretly took out her phone to write down the account. Snacks, 101.8 yuan. Putting down her phone, she saw Qin Sun subscribe to a video on Douyin, and it was 100,000 yuan. That must be 4 to 5 million views? Su Luoluo walked over quietly and saw the title of the video. Qin Sun went crazy in the classroom of Jingcheng University. "I have done meritorious service to the school. I have shed blood for the school." She was stunned. Isn't this the sentence that President Qin shouted when he was kicked out of the classroom for sleeping in the classroom, just now? The whole classroom burst into laughter at that time. Professor Zhao's life expectancy is estimated to be reduced by 10 years because of this class. This is pure black material about President Qin. Why did he post his own black material on Douyin? Is he really going to keep running on the track of being a psychopath? Qin Sun noticed someone behind him, but he didn't mind. He clicked on the comment area and admired the netizens' online violence against him. "I said Qin Sun couldn't have gone there to study. Look at him sleeping in class. You said you want to gild yourself. Then gild yourself. According to the routine of the industry, why do you have to go to class? You made such a high profile, but you didn't understand and fell asleep and were kicked out of the classroom. He wants to learn how to make games in other teachers' classes, or start with programming languages. Isn't this the same as him wanting to raise a chicken, but he has to start with the evolution of paramecium? I believe he has made contributions and shed blood for his alma mater, otherwise. The beautiful teacher named Qin Fangshu would not have said he was a workaholic and a guilty conscience. The movie is about to be released, but instead of doing proper promotion, he is going to play some games? This is also a dereliction of duty. He is clearly a lazy person. Beijing University, the holy place in the minds of many college entrance examination candidates, he is actually committing suicide there. I originally thought that Qin Sun went to audit courses at Beijing University for mutual benefit, but I didn't expect that he wanted to drag others into the water. Qin Sun looked at these insulting remarks, and his mouth was almost stretched to the back of his ears. He liked these comments that insulted him with his small account. After a while, he felt a little sleepy, yawned, piled a few books together as a pillow, and lay down to sleep. Professor Zhao's class was 2 classes in a row, and after he finished the second half of the class, he rushed to the administration building angrily, and found a school leader who received Qin Sun that day, and started to complain. I have been teaching for so many years. It's not the first time I have seen people sleeping in class, but it's the first time I have seen someone as arrogant as him. Can you raise the threshold for us to audit classes in the future? I have made contributions to the school. I have shed blood for the school. Do you think this is human language? He also said that he did not slack off. Although sleeping in class is not slacking off at work, it is also an extremely irresponsible behavior. He is wasting his life. He is wasting his life. He is even wasting his own talent. It's so chaotic, it's out of place. The good school spirit is going to be ruined by him. Professor Zhao complained, and did not give the school leaders a chance to reply, and turned away. The school leader wiped the spit on his face with his hand, picked up the thermos cup on the table, and drank tea silently. After a while, 3 middle-aged men walked into the office and closed the door. Old Zhang, look at what happened. Qin Sun has no choice but to listen to Professor Zhao's class. Isn't this just walking into a trap? Professor Zhao has a bad temper. If we don't punish Qin Sun, I guess he will bother us later. But Qin Sun is an outsider, and we don't have the power to deduct his credits or scholarships. He donated 3 million yuan, and he will write a song for our school in the future. Otherwise, let's just forget about it this time. At worst, I'll let Professor Zhao spit on my face again. The closer this old man gets to retirement, the angrier he gets. He doesn't take a school leader seriously at all. We warned Qin Sun before, and he promised everything. But he turned around and did this. He doesn't seem to take us seriously either. Bad luck. Everyone, be careful. Don't let the principal hear it. Otherwise, everyone will be in trouble. Near noon, Qin Sun was awakened by a noisy sound. He opened his eyes and turned around to look. There were already queues of people waiting to eat in front of the windows of the cafeteria. He lay on his books and looked at the young men and women full of youthful spirit, with a smile on his face, missing his student life. After watching for a while, Qin Sun closed his eyes and opened the system panel. Slacking points, 50202000. The next lottery requires 1 billion points of slacking points. Very beautiful, very beautiful. The slacking points increased by nearly 30 million after a night's sleep. The 100,000 yuan bean plus investment just now was not a loss at all. It seems that I have to go to class quickly, let the teachers and the top students feel the style of the poor students. Let the slacking value continue to rise. Qin Sun smiled and opened his eyes, seeing the thick pile of books on the table. The smile on his face disappeared immediately. I worked hard and carefully for a whole morning, but I only read 5 pages. I forgot 3 pages after sleeping. When can I finish reading this book? Suddenly, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning say to himself, Qin Sun, I have contacted the auditing company to audit the Demon World Company. The results will be available in a few days, and then we can transfer the equity and change the legal person. Speaking, Xia Ning paused for a moment, and his voice was a little serious. You spent so much money yesterday, acquiring the company and buying the restaurant, and you invested so much money. You haven't issued a single work instruction until now. Are you really supporting them in vain? I'm going to take a look this afternoon. Are you going? Chapter 9:18. Something terrible has happened. Boss Qin went to the restroom with beer. Hearing these words, Qin Sun looked at the books in front of him and felt that Xia Ning was really ignorant. What a joke. Is this because I don't issue work instructions? This is because I simply can't issue it. I can't just copy the code of Genshin Impact into a USB drive, plug it into the company's computer, and let the employees copy and paste the code again? When the time comes, it will be hard to explain the unknown origin of this thing. Jin-sun became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it, and sighed. No wonder there are a small number of people in this society who are so keen on money laundering. Sure enough, I feel uneasy when I spend money from unknown sources. Jin-sun gently stroked a thick pile of books with his fingers, turned his head, and looked at Huang Hui and asked, "Huang Hui, how many books did you prepare for me?" Huang Hui replied, "I spent the whole afternoon looking up information yesterday afternoon, and found that game making includes more courses than I thought. The courses to be learned include programming languages, art, audio technology, game engines, game testing and tuning, etc. So I prepared 150 books for you yesterday. I will go to the library to choose after you finish reading these 150 books. I can probably pick out a few hundred more." Jin-sun sighed to the sky with a look of despair, and closed his eyes on the pile of books. He was a little upset, and his mind was in a mess. 150 books were only a small part. How many hundreds of books were there to read? These books were obscure and difficult to understand, and you would not be able to understand them after reading them. I only read a few pages this morning, less than 1,000th of them. It seemed that with my current brain, I was not able to teach myself to become a game genius and guide the employees of Hamayu Company to create a large-scale game according to the idea in my mind. Jin-sun opened his eyes and found that the three women were looking at him with a strange look. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm going to the toilet." Jin-sun got up and walked towards the canteen. Along the way, students kept coming to greet him and asking for photos. He stopped and took photos with them, without any airs. This section of the road was not far, but Jin-sun walked for more than 10 minutes. Xiaoning looked at Jin-sun's back, and suddenly sighed and said, he seemed to realize how much he had boasted before, and how naive he was to say that he would make a hit game in just a few months. Huang Hui smiled bitterly and said, "Yesterday, he acquired the company with great ambition and spent so much money. If he suddenly realized it today, wouldn't yesterday's money be wasted?" Xiaoning said happily, "If that's the case, then I have to thank you for collecting so many books for him, and scared him to stop. Otherwise, we would lose more." Su Luoluo saw Jin-sun walking towards the canteen, and he didn't reach the short distance for more than 10 minutes, and she was a little worried. "Sister Xiaoning, do you think President Qin will wet his pants halfway?" Just after she finished speaking, she saw Jin-sun standing at the entrance of the canteen, taking a photo with the boss lady, and then carrying a bag of things, turning around and rushing to the bathroom. Su Luoluo stood up suddenly. "Sister Xiaoning, I'll go ask the store owner, what did Mr. Qin buy? Go and record the account." Xiaoning pulled her hand and said, "No need, just ask him later." Su Luoluo shook her head and said, "No, Sister Xiaoning. Mr. Qin will definitely lie. He asked me to make false accounts before." Xiaoning glanced at the store from a distance, somewhat speechless. All the things in the store should cost less than 100,000 yuan. Why did Jin-sun have to make such false accounts and lie about it? Su Luoluo trotted over and lay on the counter. She saw the boss lady holding her phone and admiring the selfie of him and Jin-sun. With a silly smile on her face, she called out, "Boss lady, what did Jin-sun buy just now?" The boss lady put away her phone, stood up and looked at Su Luoluo, the mushroom-headed beauty, and said with a smile, "Are you going to buy the same thing as him? Jin-sun's canteen meal?" Su Luoluo was stunned, and understood the boss lady's hidden meaning, that she had to buy the things herself before telling him. She nodded and said, "Yes." After that, the boss lady took out a bottle of beer, a bottle of mineral water, a pack of tissues, and a lighter, and put them in a red plastic bag. The boss lady said with a smile, "I gave Jin-sun a discount, and charged him 10 yuan, but you and I will charge the original price, a total of 15 yuan. Su Luoluo looked at these things, was stunned, and subconsciously scanned the code to pay. "Boss lady, did he also buy a pack of cigarettes?" The boss lady didn't know that Jin-sun didn't smoke, and didn't know why Su Luoluo asked this, and answered truthfully, "No, I don't think there are any cigarettes in my store that he would like." Su Luoluo thanked him, picked up the things and ran back to Xiaoning, put the plastic bag on the table and opened it, and said in a hurry, "Sister Xiaoning, something bad has happened. I asked the boss lady what Mr. Qin bought, and I bought the same one. Look at what this is." Mr. Qin went into the bathroom with these things. Xiaoning looked at the things in the bag, and gradually frowned. "Paper towels? Why didn't you ask us? What are the beer and mineral water for? Is he going to quench his thirst or get drunk? And why did he carry beer and mineral water into the toilet? Xia Ning suddenly saw a small lighter, picked up the lighter, pressed it. A string of small flames came out. Seeing this, Su Luoluo said in advance, Sister Xia Ning, I confirmed with the boss lady, he didn't buy cigarettes. Xia Ning frowned, turned to look at Huang Huai, and asked, Do boys have the habit of borrowing cigarettes from each other when they go to the toilet? Huang Huai was startled. How would I know? Xia Ning. Su Luoluo became even more anxious. It's over, Sister Xia Ning. Boss Qin must be under too much pressure, and his mental state is not good. She immediately started brainstorming, and scenes appeared in her mind. Boss Qin drank a bottle of beer first, and then rinsed his mouth with mineral water. As she said this, she looked at the flame on the lighter, and thought of a possibility, and her voice trembled a little. And then used the lighter to burn something? As soon as the words came out, Su Luoluo immediately covered her mouth, and her eyes widened. It's over. I'm dirty. In the cubicle in the farthest corner of the toilet, Qin Sun locked the door, bite the cap of the beer bottle with his teeth, and poured tons of beer into the squat toilet. A smell of alcohol immediately came out, filling the entire toilet. The smell of alcohol. Urine and feces mixed together, forming a unique smell. It caused the people in the cubicle not far away to exclaim, Fuck, is it urine or vomit? This smell is strong enough. Classmate, do you need help? Qin Sun listened to these voices, feeling helpless. He didn't want to buy beer. But the store didn't have mineral water in glass. Nor did it sell canned food. The only drinks in glass were beer and liquor. Although the cafeteria had plates and soup bowls, it was a bit strange to take tableware into the toilet. Qin Sun opened the mineral water bottle, poured water into the empty beer bottle, and rinsed the remaining beer in the bottle. He closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and a bright yellow talisman paper appeared in his hand. Let me see the power of 250. Chapter 919, He must be drinking, smoking and creating art in the toilet. Qin Sun looked at the bright yellow talisman paper and recalled its instructions. It was very simple. Just burn it into ash and add water to drink. Qin Sun squatted down, put the beer bottle flat on the floor, rolled the talisman paper into the size of a cigarette, and lit it with a lighter. After the talisman paper caught fire, quickly put it into the beer bottle. Qin Sun's technique was very fast, for fear that a little ash would fall on the floor and affect the magical effect of this talisman paper. He had to lie on the toilet floor like a dog and lick the ashes. But just as the talisman paper was stuffed into the beer bottle, Qin Sun's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! This is a mistake. The mouth of this beer bottle is so small. Will the air inside not be enough to support its complete combustion? Will it go out later? Qin Sun stared at the beer bottle nervously, and saw the talisman paper burning slowly. And it seemed to be unaffected at all. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard a noisy noise outside the toilet. What's that smell? Is someone burning something in the toilet? Is someone making a fire in the toilet? What are you doing? Cooking? Footsteps sounded, and someone knocked on the door. Hello, classmate. Do you need help? Qin Sun was afraid that the perverts outside would lie on the ground. Looking inside from the gap under the compartment, and quickly picked up the beer bottle and answered, No, I'm fine. Thank you. Go. I'm constipated. Don't bother me. Outside the door. Everyone talked at once. Then what are you doing? Why is there a burnt smell inside? You didn't do anything weird, did you? Classmate. Arson is a serious crime. Qin Sun answered helplessly. I'm smoking. The person outside the door obviously didn't believe it. Your cigarette smells a bit strong, Qin Sun said. Foreign cigarettes, branded goods. There was a commotion outside the door, but no one continued to talk. After all, they couldn't kick the door open to find out what was going on. What if they angered the people in the cubicle, and someone picked up shit and smeared it on their faces, which would be bad for everyone. Qin Sun heard the sound outside the door getting quieter, and there were footsteps leaving. He picked up the beer bottle and watched the last flame gradually go out. He picked up a mineral water bottle and poured half a bottle of water into it, plugged the mouth of the beer bottle with his thumb, shaken it vigorously and evenly, raised his head to his mouth and drank it all in one breath. A burnt smell filled his mouth, making him frown with disgust. Qin Sun looked at the little soup left in the beer bottle and cheered himself up secretly. Money is hard to make, shit is hard to eat. Let's go! He picked up the mineral water bottle again, poured some mineral water into the beer bottle, shook it evenly, and drank it all. Suddenly, Jin Sun felt his brain become clear and transparent. It was like a stinking ditch that had been blocked for 800 years, and was suddenly washed away by a stream of mountain spring water. There was no more dead air, and it became full of vitality, lively and jubilant. The hard work of making games these days went through his mind. Jin Sun was stunned, and suddenly raised his hand to slap himself, cursing in his heart. I am such a big idiot. I want to make games by self-study in just a few months, and guide a company of dozens of people to make a super large game from scratch? This is impossible. There are ready-made games. Why not just use the ready-made ones? Just write some bugs in Genshin Impact and tell the staff of Hamayu that this game is a game company that Xiao Ning and his company invested more than 500 million yuan in. And it is a complete semi-finished game that has not been listed. I was seen by myself a while ago. I feel a little interesting. That's why I acquired Emotianxia Game Company, ready to improve this game and launch the market. As for who jumped out of the employees of the magic world, there is no such game at all. He rushed directly with the water army. Watch some netizens' remarks on the internet. It's easier to make a game. Think of this. Jin Sun's boredom was swept away. There is a kind of pleasure in the village and another village. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, moist with a very low voice. And I only need to shut up one person. Xiao Ning's mouth. Because she knows that their game company doesn't have such a game. I just need to prove to Xiao Ning my talent in making games, my unique super talent in games. I will write out the game code in front of him, and then secretly put some bugs into the game. With my current IQ of 250, it shouldn't be a problem to learn to write bugs in a month. When the time comes, I will let Ning Ning board my pirate ship and complete this lie of the century with me. After all, she won't send me to the Institute of Science for slice research. The more Jin Sun thought about it, the happier he became, and the smile on his face became wanton and dangerous. Several key courses involved in making games, programming, art, audio technology, game engine, game testing and tuning, etc. I can learn programming, game engine, game testing, and tuning can all be handed over to the company. As for audio technology, as he said, he raised his hand and slapped himself lightly. Audio technology, I know it. Art, I know it. I have a pig brain. How come I only realized today that I know art and modeling? Film, audio, art and games are connected. There are so many animated movies on the earth that cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan per frame. I can draw them by hand. Jin Sun raised his hand, watched it over and over again, moved his smart fingers, and said with a smile, as expected of hands that have been doing manual work for so many years, they are actually a pair of hands of an artist. Very talented, you can draw. Suddenly, he heard a somewhat concerned and panicked voice outside the door again. Classmate, what happened to you? You were mumbling in there just now. I was scared. Yes, what happened to you? Do you need us to send you to the hospital? Jin Sun's face was dark. Send to the hospital? I think they want to send me to a mental hospital. Sure enough, those who are one step faster than others are geniuses. Those who are 2 steps faster are crazy. And those who are 10 steps faster than me are crazy. Jin Xuanwen picked up the mineral water bottle on the ground, opened the door, and saw 7 or 8 boys standing outside the cubicle, looking at him in unison. When they saw that the person coming out was Jin Sun, they couldn't help but exclaimed, and then whispered to each other, Ah! Oh my god! It's Jin Sun! I heard that the voice just now was a bit similar, but I didn't dare to confirm it. Holding a beer bottle in the left hand, and a mineral water bottle in the right hand. What kind of posture is this? What is he doing in the bathroom? Jin Sun ignored them, with a confident smile on his face, and walked out of the bathroom with firm steps. I only heard a voice of praise from behind. As expected of a genius among geniuses, he acts in an unconventional way, making people unpredictable. He must be drinking and smoking in the toilet to find inspiration, and to create art. Jin Sun smiled slightly. After becoming famous, there will be great scholars to debate for me. He walked out the door, threw the beer and water bottles into the trash can, and went straight to the corner of the cafeteria where Xiao Ning and the others were sitting. So annoying, he's going to start pretending again. Chapter 920, I don't have the patience to accompany you to continue reading fake books here for show. Jin Sun walked over quickly, and saw that Xiao Ning and the other 2 had plates of food on their tables, and a bowl of pork rib soup. The seat next to Xiao Ning was empty, and there was also a meal on that table. As soon as Jin Sun sat down, he He saw Xia Ning put his nose in front of him and sniff gently. Did you smoke? Qin Sun answered truthfully. No. Xia Ning frowned. You lied, I smelled cigarettes. Qin Sun took a sip of the soup on the table, cleared his breath, and said, I can't hide it from you after all. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun quietly, feeling a little angry and distressed. Finally, she sighed and picked up a vegetable from her plate and put it in Qin Sun's plate. Smoking is harmful to health. Since you don't know how to smoke, there is no need to learn. After dinner, you won't go to class. Come with me to Mo Tianxia Company. After the company inspection, I will take you to Beijing to play. If we have time, let's go to Grandpa's house again. He wants to test your martial arts skills to see if they have improved. Qin Sun shook his head, picked up the plate in front of him and put it in front of Xia Ning, and reached out to pick up the pile of books beside him. Xia Ning saw him move the plate and pick up the book, and asked in confusion, Aren't you hungry? Qin Sun picked up a book and opened it to read the introduction, and replied, I am hungry. Xia Ning, then you don't want to eat? Qin Sun, I am eating. Xia Ning saw that Qin Sun didn't even look at him, and was reading a book at the last minute like a student who was about to take the college entrance examination. Xia Ning felt a little angry in his heart, and said to him, You didn't eat in the toilet, did you? Qin Sun turned his head suddenly, and said to Xia Ning with wide eyes, Ning, how dare you say such a thing? I advise you to be more careful. I always kiss you every morning before going to bed. What I eat determines what you can eat. Xia Ning. She sighed, and gently pushed the plate towards Qin Sun, but saw him immediately put his hand against the plate, and gently pushed it back and said, You feed me. After saying that, Qin Sun lowered his head and read the book seriously. Xia Ning looked left and right, and saw Huang Huai and Su Luoluo were stunned, and then quickly buried their heads to eat. Like two frightened ostriches, they didn't dare to raise their heads at all. Xia Ning felt embarrassed, ignored Qin Sun, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After a while, Xia Ning sighed. Although Qin Sun's pretentious look was annoying, she couldn't bear to let him go hungry. After all, he was fighting for a better future for the two of them. Xia Ning picked up a small piece of chicken, gently put it to Qin Sun's lips, and immediately stuffed it in when he opened his mouth, revealing a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. She stared at the chewing action of Qin Sun's mouth, and continued to feed him rhythmically, just like the maids in the palace. Qin Sun was staring at the book. He picked up a book, flipped through a few pages, and put it down, and then took out another one. He only read the first few pages of each book, and read each page very quickly. It took only about a minute to put down a book. This didn't look like reading a book, and reading comics wasn't that fast. Xia Ning thought it was ridiculous, but there was nothing she could do. If this was Qin Sun's way of relieving stress, then let him be. After a while, Qin Sun finished reading all 10 books on the table. He put aside the book that was related to the morning course, but not related to game making, and then sorted the remaining 9 books, and piled them neatly in front of him. Huang Huai quietly looked up, and looked at Qin Sun's actions, and felt a little strange. He quietly glanced at the books, and was shocked. The order of these books from top to bottom was the order I handed them to Qin Sun in the morning. They were arranged in the order from easy to difficult programming languages. After a whole morning of classes, and Qin Sun had used these books as pillows for so long, the order of these books had been messed up. Now Qin Sun was able to restore the order of these books by memory. He really deserves to be called a genius. It seems that he doesn't care about anything, but in fact, he observes many things in detail, and has a deep memory. Suddenly, Huang Huai noticed something was wrong, and his pupils trembled. No! Qin Sun didn't seem to arrange the books by memory. It seems that he just turned to the first 1 or 2 pages of each book. Could it be that he was judging the difficulty of the books based on their contents? But he was a complete layman. How could he tell the difficulty of these textbooks based on the first few pages? Could it be that he had an extraordinary comprehension? Thinking of this, Huang Huai was stunned for a long time as if she had been hit by acupuncture points. Suddenly, she shook her head gently, and laughed at herself. What was I thinking? Why was I surprised? Qin Sun had an extraordinary comprehension. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such a high level of success? He seemed to be born with knowledge? Qin Sun sorted the books, picked up a book from the top and started flipping through it. He read very fast, and could be said to read 10 lines at a glance. Xia Ning was feeding him, and from time to time, He could see him flipping through the book. Flipping through the book. And flipping through the book again. His brows furrowing deeper and deeper. He was flipping through the book so fast. He had read more than 10 pages in just a few minutes. He didn't look like a serious reader at all. Not to mention a book about programming. He couldn't read even a children's story book so fast. Right? This guy seemed to have just glanced at it hastily. Jin-sun read faster and faster. Faster and faster. The sound of flipping through the book continued. Seeing his eyes, Xia Ning's heart trembled. She was worried that he might be reading in that special state. So she quickly reached out and touched Jin-sun's forehead. She found that his body temperature was normal, and his face was not red. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Ning stared at Jin-sun carefully, and saw that he looked normal. His eyes were bright, and there seemed to be a storm in his eyes. As if he was thinking seriously. Xia Ning couldn't help but admire him secretly. He is indeed a first-class actor. His acting skills are so good. If you don't look at his book-turning movements, just look at his eyes. Who would doubt that he is not a top student? Jin-sun was reading a book, and Xia Ning was feeding him. This scene was a bit strange, and attracted many students who were eating. The surroundings gradually became noisy. Xia Ning looked up and found that many students were standing not far away with their plates, forming a semicircle around this place. They were whispering while eating. Some people were taking photos and recording videos with their mobile phones. Fragments of words floated over. Is Jin-sun so vigorous when reading? This show is a bit too hypocritical. He looked so serious, showing affection in the cafeteria. And feeding each other? The dodgy of the cafeteria? Have you ever considered the feelings of a singles? Why don't they feed each other mouth to mouth? Who said Jin-sun doesn't act like a big shot? He doesn't act like a big shot in front of us, but he is very arrogant at home. I can't stand it. I really want to stuff the roast duck, but in my plate into Jin-sun's mouth. Let him enjoy the double happiness of butt and shit. Xia Ning heard these discussions, felt a little embarrassed, and asked softly, Jin-sun, are you full? Jin-sun still looked at the book and said, No. Xia Ning put down her chopsticks, and her voice was cold. But I am full of anger. I don't have the patience to accompany you to continue reading fake books here for show. She stood up. I am going to the Magic World Game Company now, are you going? Jin-sun now clearly felt the huge benefits of the slacking value. How could he bear to waste a minute or a second to get the slacking value, he replied. No. I'm going to audit the class and draw some portraits for our dear teacher. Then, he added, when you go to the company this afternoon, tell them that the entire company will have a 3-day paid holiday. 3 days later, I will personally come to the company to help them write bugs. No. I'm going to fix bugs. Xia Ning? Portraits? Fix bugs with the company's people 3 days later? Does he think he understands all the books he just read? Really sick. Chapter 921 We are company employees in life. And ghosts in death. We don't rest. At noon that day, the employees of Hamayu Company went to the restaurant opposite to eat free food. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, 1 soup, and 1 fruit after the meal. They ate with their mouths full of fat. They chatted while eating. Suddenly, someone raised their concerns. Hey, you said we have been cleaning. Cleaning all morning. Cleaning non-stop. We feel like a good game company has become a cleaning company. Like we are holding an internal skills competition. I'm a little panicked. President Sheen won't suddenly change his mind and stop working for this company. Right? The cheerful atmosphere in the restaurant immediately became dull. No way. The audit has already started. I heard that the company will have to pay 10 million for breach of contract. 10 million is an astronomical figure for us. But I think it's just a drop in the bucket for Mr. Sheen. Don't do it. Don't be such a pessimist. I wiped my desk 20 times this morning. And I didn't even play games under the pretext of watching popular games on the market. My work attitude has reached the peak of my life. Don't say that the company went bankrupt before I could show my talents. God bless you. And make sure this company will last forever. 2:30 p.m. Xia Ning walked into the company, and was shocked by the bustling scene in the company. All the urban white-collar workers in white shirts and black trousers rolled up their sleeves, carrying buckets and rags to wash and scrub everywhere. The entire office area was clean and tidy, as if a national leader was coming to inspect. Everyone noticed Xia Ning, stopped their work, and greeted her enthusiastically. Hello, President Xia. Good afternoon, President Xia. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiaoning walked in with a smile and inspected the company accompanied by several senior executives. Dozens of Hamu employees did not sit down and looked at Xiaoning quietly. They were so nervous, and felt as nervous as when the school leaders inspected the health-related areas when they were in school. When Mr. Huang came to the company before, they all looked at him, but their eyes were filled with resentment. They wanted to use their eyes to pressure Mr. Huang to pay the wages quickly, so that they could run away. But after Qin Sun acquired the company, the benefits were too good, and they did not do any work, which made them feel guilty. Just like a mistress who is kept by someone. She doesn't speak with any strength at all, and can only provide emotional value crazily. Xiaoning walked around the company, seeing that the tools on the table were neatly arranged, and everyone's computers were turned off. She couldn't help but feel a little confused. Didn't you turn on your computers today? Manager Chen stood up and said. Because President Qin hasn't issued any work tasks yet. We don't have any work to do. President Qin and President Xia are very kind to us. We are embarrassed to pretend to be busy as before and secretly play games. So we just turned off the computers to save some electricity for the company. Xiaoning smiled gently. After she opened several companies, she found that slacking off was the nature of every employee. But as long as they could complete their work and did not slack off in front of her, she could turn a blind eye. This almost became an unspoken rule of the company. Unexpectedly, the staff of Hamu Company, because of the treatment given by Qin Sun, not only did not slack off, but also made trouble. A game company was turned into a cleaning company. Xiaoning continued to walk a few steps, and saw a pot of fortune tree at the door of the general manager's office, and asked, "Is this what Mr. Huang said before?" Manager Chen said hurriedly, No. This is a fortune tree that we all bought with our contributions. We hope that Hamu Company can last long and prosper." Xiaoning looked at the lush fortune tree with mixed feelings. How can the boss and the employees be natural opponents? As long as the boss can leave a little soup for the employees after making enough money, they will be willing to complete the task for you with guaranteed quality and quantity. If you are willing to give them another piece of meat, they can really take care of the company. Xiaoning reached out and gently stroked the leaves of the fortune tree, and suddenly felt a sense of mission. She decided to make this company prosperous and live up to the expectations of these employees. She turned around, facing the expectant eyes of the crowd with a hint of trepidation, and said with a smile, "Hello, friends of Hamu. Boss Qin is still studying at Beijing University, so it's not convenient for him to come here. He asked me to bring a message to everyone." After she finished speaking, she saw that everyone stood up straight, and some people even put down their sleeves. Xiaoning smiled and continued. Starting from this afternoon, except for those who need to assist in the audit work, all other employees in the company will have 3.5 days of paid leave. Those who participate in the audit will be counted as overtime. 3 days later, it happens to be Saturday and Sunday, which means you can have a total of 5.5 days off. You should have a good rest these days. 3 days later, President Qin will start issuing tasks to you. After saying this, Xiaoning had a smile on his face, but he was actually unsure. Did Qin Sun know the direction of the game design after 3 days? Unlikely. Not to mention 3 days after 3 days, 3 days after 3 days. Did the staff of the game company always have paid vacations? After Xiaoning finished speaking, the whole company fell silent. They looked at each other, and neither of them saw a smile on their faces. They all felt that this matter was a little strange. After Qin Sun acquired the company, he kept the salary unchanged, bought a restaurant as a canteen, and paid back all the wages they owed. In the end, I didn't do anything, but I was given a 3.5 day vacation. And it was paid? Even the recruitment advertisements in Southeast Asia that were posted to deceive pigs wouldn't dare to say that. This is too fake. Is this a sign that the company is going to go bankrupt? Manager Chen was silent for a moment, and looked at Xiaoning and said carefully, "Boss Xia, we are not tired. We don't need to rest. We are the company's people when we are alive, and we are the company's ghosts when we die. We don't rest." Other colleagues echoed, "Yes, we are not tired. We just want to stay in the company. How can we feel comfortable resting without doing any work? Boss Xia, in fact, we are really talents recruited from all walks of life. You might as well let our salesmen go to other companies to take on some outsourcing work. Before Boss Qin's game plan is fully implemented, we will just be an outsourcing company to make ends meet and try to reduce the company's losses. Boss Xia, give us a chance to perform. Hamu Company must not go bankrupt." If it goes bankrupt, how can I explain to my ancestors? In order to stay in the company, I don't even plan to prepare for this year's civil service exam. Chapter 922, I want to see what you are doing. Artistic creation. Xia Ning watched them rushing to make suggestions and taking on the work, and she couldn't help feeling a little moved. She waved her hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said, "This is what Mr. Qin meant, this is his company, and I can't go against his will. So please have a good time these days, see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland, or stay at home and play some games, watch some TV series. Based on my understanding of Mr. Qin, you will be tired after these 5.5 days. By then, you will really be working like cows and horses." When the colleagues heard this, it was as if they had taken a reassurance pill, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Boss Xia, we are not afraid of being tired. I told Boss Qin a long time ago that I am a nuclear-powered cow and horse. I love being a cow and horse. I am the holy body of the heavenly cow and horse. The price is right, the gods are useless. Boss Qin, please torture me, whip me, and ravage me." There was laughter in the company. On the campus of Jingcheng University, Su Luoluo was frowning, with a bitter face, and followed Qin Sun to audit the class. Huang Hui had a class in the afternoon, leaving her alone, which made her feel under great pressure. If Mr. Qin fell asleep in class, and was kicked out again, a weak woman like me would definitely not have the strength to pull Mr. Qin out of the classroom. Just now, Qin Sun asked Huang Hui for the class schedule, and asked Su Luoluo to take the class schedule to ask students in the school for directions. They asked for directions, took photos with students, and rushed to the classroom with difficulty. 3 p.m. They finally arrived at the classroom before class. There were already more than 100 people sitting inside, and the front row was full. But there were many empty seats in the back. Qin Sun originally wanted to sit in the front row, reading extracurricular books under the teacher's nose, which would make the teacher's blood pressure soar. But he didn't want to use his big-name privilege to exchange seats with the students in the front row, so he had to go to the back row. Qin Sun sat in the last row, piling a pile of books on the table, piled high. He felt a little regretful. The front row is so full in this class, but there are so many empty seats in the back. It seems that this teacher is quite popular with students, not as scary as Professor Zhao. I wonder how much slacking value I can get from him. Su Luoluo looked at Qin Sun, hesitantly sat down with Qin Sun 1 seat away, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he didn't say anything about her. Although there was only one empty seat between them, it made her feel less embarrassed. At this time, the class had not started yet, and many students in front of them turned their heads to look at Qin Sun. After a moment of hesitation, many of them stood up and walked towards Qin Sun with books in their arms. They wanted to be closer to Qin Sun, but they were a little reserved, fearing that others would say that they were Qin Kun's lackeys, illegitimate fans, or brainless fans. So they all sat down not too far from Qin Sun. The distance was just right, and they could see Qin Sun by turning around, or looking back. Those students were very happy. This was probably the closest they had ever been to a big shot in their lives, and it lasted for a whole class. Of course, the premise was that he would not be kicked out by the teacher. Qin Sun sat in his seat and saw someone turning back and smiling at him from time to time, secretly taking photos and smiling and greeting. After a while, Qin Sun saw a tall, thin, and 50-year-old aunt in a red dress with short hair and shoulder-length walked in. As soon as she walked in, the bell for class rang. The old professor walked to the podium, put down the lesson plan, and very elegantly held the microphone with his slender fingers, saying with a smile, "Hello, students. I know everyone knows me, but please allow me to introduce myself again today. My last name is Zhang Gongchang, and my given name is Min." She looked at Qin Sun, still smiling, and her voice was gentle. "I know that those who can come to this classroom to listen to the class are all favored by heaven, and some of them have even achieved certain achievements in society. But society has its own rules, and classrooms have their own rules. And the rule in my class is to sit in the front row. I hate those who hide in the back row. During the final exam, I must deduct some impression points from him." Hearing this, Qin Sun understood why the students all sat in the front. It turns out that these students succumbed to Professor Zhang's tyranny, and sat in the front just to get some impression points. Huang Hui really has a way of choosing courses and professors. She probably picked out the most annoying teachers in the school. Really good. Then I sit in the last row. Isn't it just sitting at the teacher's anger point? Very interesting. On the podium, Professor Zhang Min continued to smile. I have the final say in my class. I won't give face to anyone. If you don't understand, you can ask. You can read by yourself. But you are absolutely not allowed to sleep. And you are absolutely not allowed to whisper. You are absolutely not allowed to shout weird words, like you have made contributions to the school. You have shed blood for the school, etc. Otherwise, I will personally hold your hand and gently lead you out of the classroom. After saying that, she straightened up, supported her hands on the podium, and said in a deep voice, "Classmates, do you understand?" No one responded. Everyone turned to look at Qin Sun in the last row. Su Luluo stamped her feet anxiously, her two little hands clenched into fists, and her palms were sweaty. Although her grades were not particularly good when she was in school, she was always a good student, and the teacher had a natural power to suppress her. Qin Sun met everyone's gaze. Looking at Professor Zhang Min, he could see from her expression. This old professor wanted to put pressure on him, to make him give in. It seems that this old professor really likes students to cling to her and lick her. Judging from her current dress that does not match her age, she was very beautiful when she was young. So much so that she has misjudged her current appearance. She seems to enjoy the feeling of others flattering her. She should really want to hear this so-called big star shout out in a lackey's voice. Teacher Zhang Min. I understand. Qin Sun showed a half smile on his face, picked up a programming book on the table and opened it, and said something indifferently. Oh. The sound was not loud, but you could hear a pin drop. There was a commotion in the classroom. Professor Zhang Min patted the podium lightly, and said in a cold voice, "Class." Professor Zhang Min held his breath and began to lecture with great excitement, causing the students to laugh. The classroom atmosphere was very good. Su Luoluo also chuckled. Zhang Min looked at Qin Sun from time to time, and found that he never looked up, and was always flipping through the book in front of him. He flipped very quickly, as if he was pretending to read. His acting was very poor. Even the most naive elementary school students wouldn't turn the pages so fast. Who would believe this? This study show he put on to gain fame at Jingcheng University was too exaggerated. Zhang Min was teaching, and soon more than 30 minutes had passed. The class was about to end, so she asked the students to discuss it on their own. She looked at Qin Sun and found that he was supporting his chin with his left hand, and scribbling on the book with a pen in his right hand. He looked so careless. Zhang Min frowned. I heard that these books were borrowed by Huang Huai from the library. How could he scribble on the books at will? Zhang Min seemed to have caught Qin Sun's handle, walked down the podium, and walked towards Qin Sun. I want to see what you are doing. Artistic creation. Chapter 923. You are not a lazy person. You are a devil. Zhang Min walked quickly behind Qin Sun, looked down, and was stunned. Qin Sun was holding a black pen and drawing on the last page of the book. What he drew was his own head. The portrait was absolutely amazing. The face shape, demeanor, expression, and even the hair, eyelashes, and wrinkles were clearly visible, just like a real person. Zhang Min was shocked. Everyone said that Qin Sun was a genius, and it was true when I saw him today. The portrait he casually drew while slacking off in class turned out to be as realistic as a camera photo. And it also had a hand-painted artistic feel. It was incredible. Zhang Min leaned over, stretched out her hand and knocked on Qin Sun's desk, and coughed softly. Student Qin Sun, you were absent in class, and I want to confiscate your evidence. Give it to me. Qin Sun raised his pen and pressed the book with his elbow. But he felt that Zhang Min was very strong. With a swish, the last page of the book was torn. Qin Sun frowned slightly, released his hand, letting her snatch the book away. Zhang Min picked up the book and looked at the portrait on it. She liked it more and more. What a pity. You draw very well, but you can't draw my most beautiful appearance. I'm over 50 now. I'm old. If we go back another 30 years, when I was in my 20s, that was the most beautiful age for the teacher. Suddenly, she put the book back on Qin Sun's desk, and said with a smile, Student Qin Sun, painting is not photography. There is no need to be so realistic. Or you can do some artistic processing. If the painting touches my heart, I can cook for you personally. Have a family dinner. And my braised pork is delicious even after the principal ate it. Qin Sun remained silent. It was a piece of cake for him to do artistic processing on the painting. People say that more skills are better. But he has too many and too diverse skills. And the system piled them all on him at once, making him forget that he can draw. There are many animated films with high artistic level on the earth, and he is fully capable of reproducing them. He may not be an art master, but he must be a top-notch painter. However, he does not like being ordered to do things. Processing. What the hell? You look so old. Zhang Min and Qin Sun looked at each other for a second, and they were unhappy. They turned to look at Su Luoluo beside them, and saw that she was wearing a simple dress, and said, "Some young girls in school now are too conservative compared to when I was young. For example, this classmate. Her clothing style has a lot of room for improvement." As she said, her eyes fell on Su Luoluo's chest. "You have a good body proportion, but don't always wear such conservative skirts. You have to show your body advantages." Zhang Min tapped the portrait in the book with her fingers, with obvious hints, and she turned and walked back to the podium. Su Luoluo blushed after what Zhang Min said just now. She looked at the podium with a vigilant face, quietly moved to the position next to Qin Sun, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Qin, she speaks so badly. You might as well draw her as a ghost." Qin Sun looked down at the crack on the last page of the book and said, "Okay." Su Luoluo didn't expect Qin Sun to agree so readily. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands, looking at Zhang Min, who was staring at her from the podium, shaking her head vigorously, said in a muffled voice, "I didn't say anything." The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Qin Sun closed his book, started his tool life again, taking photos with classmates in the classroom one by one, and signing autographs. The break time passed in a flash. Zhang Min returned to the classroom, and started the class. She glanced at Qin Sun quietly, and found that he was supporting his chin with one hand, and drawing with a pen in the other hand, and her mood suddenly improved a lot. She was more excited when teaching, pacing lightly on the podium from time to time, and frequently facing Qin Sun with her left side, showing her most beautiful side. But Qin Sun never looked up, just focusing on drawing. I don't know how much he can process artistically. There were only 5 minutes left before the end of Get Out of Class. Zhang Min saw that Qin Sun had stopped writing long ago, and began to quickly flip through those programming books. She was impatient, and hurriedly finished, letting the students discuss on their own, walked behind Qin Sun, and looked at the table. On one side of Qin Sun's desk, a book was opened, revealing his finished painting. At one glance, Zhang Min was struck by lightning. The head of the portrait was still the lifelike head from the last class, but the body below did not match the head at all. It was the body of a young and hot girl. A slender and smooth neck, and a graceful and attractive collarbone. The chest was bulging, revealing half of the breast, and the remaining half had a momentum of bursting the clothes. And the waist was extremely slender, exposed naked, and there was a belly button ring on the belly button. The short skirt only covered her buttocks, and the hem of the skirt was slightly raised, as if it was blown by the spring breeze, and would be exposed at any time. The legs were long and thin, covered with a pair of fishnet stockings with particularly large holes. On the side of the portrait, there was a line of inexplicable words. I, Qin, am not a lazy person. Zhang Min was so angry that her face turned blue. She reached out and knocked heavily on the table, saying, "What is this? My head? Plus a two-dimensional paper man imagined by a geek?" Qin Sun replied with a smile. "Teacher, weren't you at the forefront of fashion when you were young? This is the most fashionable dress now." Zhang Min was choked and speechless for a while. This portrait, looking at the head alone, or the body alone, is a perfect work, but it looks weird when put together. She was so angry that she almost gasped for breath, and said, "Aren't you a lazy guy? You are not. You are a devil." As she said that, Zhang Min tore off the piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it on the ground. She hurried back to the podium, put away the lesson plan, and even though the bell hadn't rung yet, she picked up the microphone and spoke loudly. "Get out of class dismissed." Zhang Min left, and her hasty momentum made people have no doubt that she was going to complain to the emperor. In the classroom, there was a commotion. Everyone turned to look at Qin Sun, and found that he also stood up and put away his books, and left the classroom with Su Luoluo. He had a smile on his face, as if he was a little proud. After Qin Sun left, there was a lot of discussion in the classroom. What's wrong? What happened? Qin Sun seems to be drawing? What is he drawing? Look how angry he is. Last class, I heard that teacher Zhang said he liked Qin Sun's painting very much. The painting collapsed? A student not far from Qin Sun's position picked up the crumpled paper on the ground and unfolded it carefully. At a glance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Fuck, I'm torn. He raised his head, stared blankly at the direction Qin Sun left, muttered. Qin Sun, you are a talent. You are really a beast. Chapter 924 Luo Luo, your flattery skills have improved a lot. The piece of paper was circulated among more than 100 students in the classroom at lightning speed. Everyone was amazed and talked about it. Fuck. Is Qin Sun's painting level so high? If the head of this painting is covered, it would really be the dream of countless otakus. You beast, you actually have improper thoughts about teacher Zhang. Be careful not to fail the course. No wonder teacher Zhang is so angry. Qin Sun is courting death. I don't know why I feel a little secretly happy. Teacher Zhang always fails our courses. Is Qin Sun taking revenge for us? Doesn't teacher Zhang always brag about being at the forefront of fashion? How come she breaks down when I put on fishnet stockings? Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Be careful not to let the teacher hear it, or you will fail the course. Suddenly, someone saw a female classmate put the crumpled paper into her book and shouted immediately. Hey, why did you put this picture in your book? Do you want to keep Qin Sun's manuscript for yourself? The girl rushed out of the classroom at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a group of students beating their chests and stamping their feet and cursing. Damn, it's too late. Zhang Nin rushed directly to the administrative building and met Professor Zhao at the door of the building and hurriedly complained. Professor Zhao, you are right. Qin Sun is a piece of shit. He is really a piece of shit. It's okay that he doesn't listen to the class, but he also humiliates me. As she said this, her expression was angry with a hint of embarrassment. She covered her chest with her hand, turned her head away, and stomped her feet like a girl. I'm an old comrade in his 50s. And he actually... Alas! Before she could finish her words, she rushed to the administration building. I want to complain. I want to complain to the principal. I want to complain to heaven. Professor Zhao looked at her back and scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong? So angry? How can you be a teacher at all? Suddenly, he thought of a terrible possibility and trembled. Did Qin Sun tease her? So awesome. Afternoon. Qin Sun still wanted to go to class according to the schedule, which frightened Su Luoluo so much that she trembled all the time, opened her arms, and stopped him like an old hen, refusing to let him go to class. Her little heart could no longer bear more. Qin Sun had no choice but to go to the cafeteria and find a corner to study. The afternoon passed quickly. He had already read 4 books, thousands of pages of knowledge points. Qin Sun lay on the table and closed his eyes, but his mind was unusually active. As long as he thought about it, the knowledge he had read kept popping up, and it seemed that he would actively integrate it. Those knowledge that seemed obscure and difficult to understand before became as simple as 1 + 2 = 3. The knowledge points flowed in his mind like a stream, making him feel his whole body became lighter. Su Luoluo sat by the side and watched over Qin Sun, and she didn't even dare to go to the toilet when she had to pee, for fear that Qin Sun would sneak to class as soon as she left. She sent a WeChat message to Xiao Ning and Huang Huai, and sat quietly by the side, feeling very aggrieved. I have a bad feeling that Mr. Qin will cause public outrage in the school sooner or later. If Mr. Qin gets into trouble, I, as his assistant, will be blamed. I will have to resign. But what can I do? Who else in the world can control Mr. Qin except his mother and sister Xiao Ning? My heart is so bitter. Suddenly, Su Luoluo saw a super beautiful woman coming over. She felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and her eyes immediately turned red. She got up and ran over, grabbed Xiao Ning's hand, and cried out with grievance. Sister Xiao Ning. This cry was like resentment, love, sobbing, and made Xiao Ning's heart twist into a ball. Xiao Ning felt something was wrong. She glanced at Qin Sun, who was sleeping on the table, and asked softly, Lolo, Qin Sun got into trouble again? Su Luoluo's eyes were slightly red, and she said him softly. Xiao Ning patted her shoulder gently. Lolo, don't be anxious. Let's sit down and talk slowly. As she said that, she took Su Luoluo's hand and walked back to her seat and sat down. Xiao Ning sat next to Qin Sun, watching Qin Sun sleeping soundly, and the anger in her heart dissipated a little. She reached out and gently touched Qin Sun's forehead, and saw that his body temperature was normal. and she breathed a sigh of relief. Su Luoluo saw it, and felt depressed, and even more wronged. No wonder Mr. Qin dared to be so lawless. Besides his own ability, it was all because of you. Sister Xiaoning. You didn't even ask him what he did when he got into trouble. But you went to see if he was okay first? When Mr. Qin got into trouble, you always cleaned up his mess without any regrets. It would be strange if he could learn from it. Doting on him like this will only hurt him. After Xiaoning confirmed that Qin Sun didn't learn in that strange mode, she turned to look at Su Luoluo and asked softly, Lolo, did Qin Sun make contributions to the school again in class today, and shed blood for the school? Su Luoluo shook his head with a bitter face. No, it's more serious. Xiaoning's eyes sternly asked. What happened? Su Luoluo, Mr. Qin drew a portrait of the teacher in class today. Xiaoning, not listening to the class well, playing truant in the class, seems like something he can do. Su Luoluo, that, Mr. Qin drew the teacher wearing belly-bearing clothes, fishnet stockings. Xiaoning, it's a bit too much. Su Luoluo, the teacher is in his 50s. Xiaoning? That's really too much. Xiaoning turned his head to look at the sleeping Qin Sun, hesitated for a moment, reached out to push his shoulder, and waited for Qin Sun to open his eyes, said in a cold voice. Qin Sun, did you do something wrong again today? Qin Sun looked at Su Luoluo with sleepy eyes, and yawned. What's the matter? Xiaoning was furious when she saw him in such a dead look. A little old lady in her 50s wearing fishnet stockings, do you think this is appropriate? If you don't have talent, don't learn to paint. Su Luoluo saw that Xiaoning's tone was very serious, and it was because of her complaint, and she was worried that if she angered Qin Sun, she would be in trouble. After all, the couple quarreled at the head of the bed, and made up at the foot of the bed. She shouldn't let a working person bear all the consequences. She said quickly. Sister Xiaoning, Boss Qin draws very well. Xiaoning glanced at Qin Sun, as if she believed it, and asked. Good? Su Luoluo nodded vigorously. It can be called lifelike. Xiaoning sighed, and was sure that Su Luoluo was lying. Although Qin Sun always brings surprises to people, it shouldn't be so outrageous that he can draw again for no reason. Xiaoning laughed and teased. Luolu, your flattery skills have improved again. Su Luoluo was a little surprised. Why the #1 fan of Boss Qin actually doubted his talent, she said seriously with a stronger tone. I'm telling the truth. Although I don't understand painting, I can't tell how good a painting is, and where it's good, but I can be sure that Mr. Qin's painting skills are very strong. Xiaoning said with a smile. Lolo, your flattery skills have improved a lot. Su Luoluo was speechless, pulled out her phone, searched for the words Qin Sun's paintings on Douyin, and clicked on a video. She flipped the phone over and held it in front of Xiaoning. Here, Sister Xiaoning, look. Xiaoning picked up the phone and saw a picture of an old beauty in the second dimension drawn on a crumpled piece of paper, and a line of words next to it. I, Qin, am not a lazy person. She then believed that this was Qin Sun's hand-painted work. When she saw that the video had received more than 10,000 likes, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Xiaoning clicked into the comment area, and her face changed instantly, and she turned and glared at Qin Sun. Seeing that Qin Sun was yawning like nothing had happened, and was about to lie down on the table again, Xiaoning was so angry that she grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Qin Sun, stand up. You really dare to go up to the roof and tear up the tiles without being punished for a day? Chapter 925. His fans have been purified to this extent? You don't even criticize him for this? Qin Sun just woke up. He was still a little dazed, but was suddenly pulled up by his hair, and immediately woke up. He rolled his eyes up, looked at Xiaoning's unique skills, frowned, and said, Ning Ning, don't pull my hair at every turn. If I become bald in the future, you will be fully responsible. I tell you, baldness is very likely to be inherited. Xiaoning withdrew his hand, and handed the phone to Qin Sun with his other hand, said in a cold voice, Look for yourself. Qin Sun took the phone and looked at it. He found that the video was the fashion portrait of Zhang Min that he had drawn. The title was heartless. Qin Sun openly flirted with the female teacher in class. The number of likes has reached 50,000. The estimated number of views has exceeded 1 million. Qin Sun clicked into the comment area and found that the top comments were all from people who just wanted to have fun. The molester is a bit too kind. The real pervert has to be Qin Sun. Qin Sun's talent is really like an old sow wearing a bra. One said after another. Is there anything he can't do? An old lady would be so angry when she saw this kind of portrait that she would throw her yoga pants. Jin Sun prayed to the Hall of Heroes. The one who responded to him was the god in charge of sexual harassment in ancient Chang'an. Jin Sun scrolled down. Some of the people below were people who stood up for the teacher. Don't you understand respecting teachers? Not listening carefully in class, and drawing a portrait of the teacher, and drawing it like this, neither human nor ghost? Letting Jin Sun audit courses at Jingcheng University is the stupidest decision they have made in the past 100 years. Jingcheng University will be dethroned from now on. Jin Sun is the butterfly wing that caused this storm. Why do I think Jin Sun's paintings are pretty good? Jin Sun continued to flip through the pages, a little disappointed. Why no one paid attention to the line I wrote? I said that I, Jin, am not a lazy person. Netizens don't comment on this. When did my reputation become so good that the internet trolls could ignore my flaws? Jin Sun was flipping through the comments, and suddenly saw a comment, and couldn't help but frown. There was a netizen with the ID Painting Genius, who posted a long article. Don't be fooled by Jin Sun's funny painting style. You cover the lower body of the portrait, and only look at the head of the portrait. It's really lifelike and vivid. This is the first time Jin Sun has seen this teacher in class, and it's impossible for a teacher to stay still during class. Professional painting masters need the model to remain still for a long time when depicting portraits. However, Jin Sun was able to depict the teacher in motion so vividly, without any distortion or imbalance in the proportions of the entire face. This is definitely a high-scoring painting in the art exam. Cover the head of the portrait and look at the lower body. The lines are smooth and crisp. A super-proportioned figure. The two-dimensional goddess can be killed by both men and women. The fishnet stockings are full of details. And the stockings are hooked at the root of the left thigh, which makes people imagine. I didn't believe Jin Sun was a pervert before, after all. It was rumored that he rejected Yilan's advances. But today, I completely believe that Jin Sun is a pervert. If he is not a creature whose mind is full of women, it is impossible to depict such a beautiful figure with such delicate brushstrokes. The most terrifying thing is, Jin Sun did not use a pencil, but a neutral fountain pen. There is no possibility of modification after writing. He really did not change a single stroke. He really has a woman in his heart, and his writing is natural. From now on, I will no longer be called a little genius in painting. Jin Sun is the little genius in painting. Jin Sun found that there were dozens of comments under this comment, clicked on it, and frowned even more tightly. Is he really that good? Jin Sun gave you money, you lick him like this? Is this called licking? Cover the head of the portrait? Don't you want to lick the body of this 2D old beauty? Jin Sun is really good to be praised by an art blogger with 2 million fans. The blogger of the Little Genius in Painting replied to this post below. I dare not, it is my blessing to be able to see Jin Sun's paintings. Jin Sun was a little helpless, shaking his head. Is it necessary? I don't pay you, why do you flatter me like this? I draw. Am I good? It's just fast. Good and doesn't need to be revised, just like an ordinary printer. Is it not related to being an artist? Why do you have to flatter me so much? Jin Sun saw that most of these comments were praising himself, and he felt a little bored. He scrolled the screen quickly, wanting to see others scolding him. But after scrolling for a long time, there were only a few scolding him for being a lazy guy. He was even more annoyed. Jin Sun lowered his head, thinking about when to send Xiaoning and the others away to find a water army company to guide his slacker rhythm. Xiaoning is a housekeeper. Very annoying. Su Lulu is an accountant. Even more annoying. If they find out that I spend some money to guide my own rhythm, I will definitely be sent to a mental hospital. Suddenly, Jin Sun heard Xiaoning say coldly, You see it? Don't always do stupid things. Your behavior of disrespecting teachers will definitely be cyberbullied. Will you send me WeChat every day to keep in close contact? Asking me to keep a close eye on you. Not asking you to do anything good, but asking you not to make trouble. What's the result? You are a rebel. Make trouble every day. Jin Sun raised his head and saw Xiaoning's look of disappointment, and returned the phone to Xiaoning. You scold me without even looking at it? Look at how many netizens are scolding me. They don't scold me. But you scold me? Xiaoning was a little suspicious. She really didn't check the comments just now. But seeing more than 50,000 likes and more than 10,000 comments, based on past experience, Jin Sun will definitely be cyberbullied. She took the phone, checked the comments, and was stunned. What is this? Something is wrong. How come most of them are praising Jin Sun? Jin Sun's fans have been refined to this extent? Some heavy brainless fans? Or are netizens numb to Chin Sun's misbehavior, unless he breaks the law and goes to jail otherwise? They are too lazy to scold him? Because they can't scold him anyway? Or, were you secretly hiring a water army company to clean up Chin Sun? Xia Ning looked at it, and saw the comments of little genius of painting, and realized belatedly that Chin Sun's painting skills were so profound. She looked up, looking at Chin Sun in surprise. Chin Sun, when did you learn to paint? Chin Sun himself realized that he could paint only after drinking the 250 IQ talisman, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. He was silent for a moment and said, "Didn't you learn to paint when you were in elementary school?" Xia Ning recalled the scene when she was in school, and had oil painting teachers come to her house every week to give lessons. But she didn't believe that Chin Sun's family would have the funds to cultivate such a useless hobby. "Don't tell me. Your aunt also sent you to learn painting when you were a child?" Chin Sun was stunned and said sarcastically, "Your elementary school is really rubbish. The elementary school in our town has a painting class every week. At that time, I studied very hard. I deserve my ability to draw simple strokes now." Xia Ning looked suspicious. Is this also a skill Chin Sun learned while meditating? If he can learn it through meditation, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble if the secret is spread out. Some places in this world are very dark. Some super excellent young people are kidnapped by evil organizations. And forced sperm extraction and vaccination also happen from time to time. Chin Sun is a high-quality breeding pig. Chapter 926, what is the third word on the third line of the third page? Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun quietly, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Chin Sun turned around and saw that it was Huang Hui jogging over. Huang Hui stood still, not bothering to wipe the sweat off his face, looking at Chin Sun blankly, with a look of admiration that he tried to suppress. "Chin Sun, you are really a super genius." Chin Sun smiled but said nothing. When Xia Ning heard the words super genius, she felt a little nervous, not wanting Chin Sun to be too dazzling and attract too many people's attention. She asked with a smile, "Huang Hui, what's so genius about Chin Sun?" Huang Hui was a little confused. "Sister Xia Ning, didn't you see the painting Chin Sun drew?" Xia Ning's smile remained unchanged. "Oh, is it the painting that is neither human nor ghost?" She turned her head and glanced at Chin Sun, and said slowly, "It's just ordinary. It's just an ordinary cartoon. I can do it." Xia Ning saw Huang Hui was slightly startled, obviously didn't believe her words, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She pretended to be calm, took out her phone, and found a colorful flower-field oil painting in the cloud album. This was an oil painting she painted when she was in junior high school. It was a template painting taught by the teacher. The so-called template painting is to copy the teacher's wonderful composition. Brilliant colors, without any thoughts or ideas of your own. But once you can copy it skillfully, it is very useful to fool some layman. Xia Ning held the phone in front of Huang Hui and said, "This is what I painted when I was 12 years old. I learned this kind of painting for 3 hours a week. And I learned it in less than 9 hours. Isn't it better than Chin Sun's painting?" Huang Hui took a closer look at the oil painting. The sky, the field, and the wild flowers were painted on a canvas with bright and thick paint, which really gave people a sense of luxury. Huang Hui didn't know how to paint, and was frightened for a moment. Are they both super geniuses? But Xia Ning couldn't be a genius. So she slandered Chin Sun's paintings as children's paintings? Literati looked down on each other. And artists also looked down on each other? Seeing Huang Hui silent, Xia Ning knew that she didn't believe it at all. So she increased her strength, turned her head, and looked at Su Luoluo, and asked, "Luoluo, if you learn to paint Chin Sun's paintings for a few days, you can do it, right?" Su Luoluo thought of Chin Sun's smooth brushwork and the lifelike portraits. Just when she was about to deny it, she saw a warning in Xia Ning's eyes. She was startled and said with a smile, "I can do it." Just after saying 2 words, she saw Huang Hui staring at her in surprise, as if he was surprised by her shamelessness. Su Luoluo changed her words again, hesitatingly saying, "No. Can do it?" She was in a dilemma, and was about to cry. "Can I do it or not?" Xia Ning saw Su Luoluo's tangled look, and suddenly felt that she was a bit too much. She actually wanted to force a good girl into prostitution, and let such a heartless girl tell such a lie that no one would believe. Xia Ning realized that Chin Sun's talent was like the bright moon in the sky, and it was no longer something she could cover up with a few words. She put away her phone, clasped her hands together, bowed gently to Huang Huai, and said, "I'm sorry. I actually know Qin Sun's talent, but I don't want him to be so high profile. After all," she pointed upwards and continued, "God is jealous of talents. Be careful." Qin Sun was shocked. "Damn! Curse me?" Huang Huai looked at Xia Ning and smiled. It is said that wealthy people believe in feng shui and metaphysics more than ordinary people. It is true today. Since his girlfriend, the future wife, does not want others to praise Qin Sun as a genius, then I can only remain silent. Huang Huai looked at Qin Sun, prepared to ask him to be more low-key in class in the future, telling him that the mischief in class has alarmed the principal. However, he saw Qin Sun walk to the seat in the corner, lying on the book and closing his eyes. Qin Sun closed his eyes and opened the system panel. Slacking points, 80802000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. Oh my god! There is no movement on the internet. How come the slacking points have increased by more than 30 million? At this rate, it will exceed 100 million by evening. Right? Could it be that teacher Zhang Min is a trumpeter, and let the entire school's top management know about my slacking behavior in art creation during class? She even cried and wiped tears to the principal. She alarmed the real boss. She made the boss angry? This can really be regarded as God jealous of talents. God is jealous of talents. However, I still have to find a way to let the general public criticize me. It would be best if some extremists came online to kill me. Xia Jing stood aside, looking at Qin Sun quietly. Suddenly she hoped that he would become more ordinary, more normal, and live a plain life. After a while, Qin Sun opened his eyes, picked up the top 4 books on the table, put them aside, turned to Huang Huai and said, "Huang Huai, give me the remaining more than 100 books later. Please return these 4 books that I have finished reading for me." The one with a torn page was torn by teacher Zhang Min. Ask her to pay for it. As soon as the words fell, he saw Huang Huai was stunned for a long time, slowly opened his mouth, and slowly uttered a sentence. "Ah? Have you finished reading?" Su Luoluo looked calm. After all, she saw Qin Sun flip through the 4 books page by page. No matter if he read them all or understood them, he flipped through every page. Xia Ning heard Qin Sun pretending to be cool again, and felt that she was about to have a regular menstruation. She walked over quickly, picked up a book and flipped through it casually, and asked, "Have you finished reading?" Qin Sun, "Yeah." Xia Ning, "Did you understand it?" Qin Sun, "A little bit." Xia Ning laughed angrily, turned to page 3, and asked, "What's the 3rd word on the 3rd line on the 3rd page?" Just as the words fell, Su Luoluo pursed her lips. "It's over, it's over." Sister Xia Ning is angry. There are 4 books with thousands of pages in total. Who would remember what the 3rd word on the 3rd line on the 3rd page of this book is? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for Mr. Qin? If they are going to quarrel later, who should I help? Huang Huai smiled. Is this the little romance between lovers? Playing so extreme? What a pair of happy enemies. Qin Sun sat on the stool, supporting his chin with his left hand, looking up at Xia Ning with a cold face, and said lazily, "It's the word love. I love your word love." Xia Ning was stunned, a little embarrassed, a little speechless, and a little happy, and said coldly, "Are you kidding? Say such a cheesy love talk?" As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sun smiled and said, "I'm just kidding you. The 3rd word on the 3rd line of the 3rd page of this C/C++ programming book is a new word. Life." Xia Ning was shocked, and in less than a second, goosebumps appeared on both arms, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Her voice was trembling. "New words, are you sure?" Qin Sun smiled without saying anything. Everything was implied. Su Luoluo used her flattery skills at the right time, and said happily, "Sister Xia Ning, it's new words. Your new words for my whole life. New words for generations to come. New words for a house full of children and grandchildren." Xia Ning waved her hand at Huang Huai, staring at Qin Sun without blinking, and said in a deep voice, "Luoluo, be quiet. I want to listen to him." Chapter 927. You missed the college entrance examination and slept. Su Luoluo saw Xia Ning's serious face, and knew that his flattery had hit the horse's hoof again, and quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Huang Huai saw that Xia Ning was not right, and his eyes fell on the tall pile of books on the table, and thought of a possibility, and suddenly felt cold all over. No way. Could it be that the 3rd word on the 3rd page, 3rd line, of the book in Sister Xia Ning's hand was really the word life. Huang Hui opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Sun, and saw a monster. Qin Sun smiled and began to speak. Ning Ning, I'm sure. The third page of this book is the preface, and the third word is a new word. He paused for a moment and recited it at a faster speed. Since their birth, C language and C++ have been the most widely used programming languages. Their application range covers microcontrollers in household appliances, industrial control systems in enterprise production equipment, onboard computers in cars, and even control systems in ships and spacecrafts. More and more people came to eat around the cafeteria, and it was a bit noisy. But Qin Sun was surrounded by silence. Xia Ning, Su Luoluo, Huang Hui watched Qin Sun recite as if he were a ghost. Qin Sun had already recited several hundred words in one breath, and was still talking non-stop. With the author's rich experience in software development, this book pays special attention to the cultivation of practical skills. Computer practice is regarded as the best way to learn programming. Suddenly, the book slipped from Xia Ning's hand and fell to the ground with a click. It was quiet. Xia Ning and the other two stood still like puppets. Qin Sun stopped reciting, bent down to pick up the book, brushed off the non-existent dust on it, gently placed it on the table, and swept his eyes over the faces of the three people, saying, "What are you doing? Have you been acupunctured by a flower thief?" Su Luoluo was shocked to the point of numbing her scalp, and was about to express the endless flattery in her heart that was like the Yellow River. Suddenly, she remembered that she had just patted the horse's hoof, and closed her mouth again. Huang Hui felt that he could not speak anymore, and stretched out his hand to applaud, and then gave Qin Sun a thumbs up, and then applauded again. He looked a little funny. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun, and shook his head in amazement. "Qin Sun, you are really a super genius." Qin Sun thought of what Xia Ning had just said. God is jealous of talents, and felt a little unlucky, and said, "How am I a genius? I'm just average. Just a few ordinary books. And most of the books are in Chinese characters. Aren't they much simpler than English?" Ning Ning, you used English textbooks when you were in college, right? Xia Ning felt that this was a little familiar, as if it was what she had just said. She frowned, and wanted to drag Qin Sun to the women's bathroom and beat him up. "You learned from me?" Qin Sun did not answer, but turned to look at Huang Hui and asked, "Huang Hui, if you study for a few days on your own, you can do it, right?" Huang Hui smiled bitterly. She had always had good grades since she was a child, and was the child of other people's families in the eyes of the neighbors. At school, teachers always taught them to be humble. Every time she went on stage to give a speech to her classmates, she also emphasized diligence and studious, and the learning method was the key to good academic performance. But the better her grades were, the more she felt that the top group of academic masters, it was definitely not diligence that made them stand out. Everyone has only 24 hours a day, no matter how hard you work. Can you live without food or drink? When everyone has worked hard to the extreme, what really makes her stand out is actually IQ. Everyone can see the difference in people's height at a glance. Some people are as tall as Wu Song, and some people are as short as Wu Daoang. Is there no difference in IQ that cannot be seen by the naked eye? The IQ of people is sometimes greater than that of people and dogs. Some people can go to Beijing University after repeating a grade, while some people cannot get in even if they repeat a grade for 10 years. An IQ of 100 and an IQ of 120, these mere 20 points of IQ can be regarded as a world of difference. And Qin Sun's IQ must be above 200. Huang Hui looked at Qin Sun, and then at the pile of books on the table said, "For this pile of books, I put in the effort of the final stage of senior year of high school. It will take me about a month to finish reading them. You just got them this morning, slept in Professor Xiao's classroom in the morning, slept in the cafeteria at noon, and read through them in Teacher Zhang Min's class in the afternoon. The most annoying thing is that you still found time. No, I don't know if you took the time to draw a picture in the interval between reading, or read the book while drawing. In short, I can't," Su Luoluo said immediately. "I can't do it either." Xia Ning opened her mouth slightly, stammered twice, and said nothing. The three of them sat down in their seats in silence for a long time, as if they had been hit by two clubs. After a while, Su Luoluo came out of his depressed mood, looked left and right, and felt proud of having such a powerful boss. But Xia Ning and Huang Hui were still silent. Their eyes flickered, as if they were broken by Qin Sun. They were not Su Luoluo. They had seen many so-called geniuses, but no matter how talented they were, They could not be like Qin Sun. Right? The more they saw, the more they could feel the horror of Qin Sun. Is this still a human? Suddenly, Huang Huai looked at Xiaoning and said, Sister Xiaoning, there is a classmate in our school. He has a photographic memory. He also memorized a whole book. Huang Huai's confidence was getting weaker and weaker. He took a semester. A semester? That's amazing. It's amazing, Xiaoning said with a wry smile. I know about photographic memory. I even suspected that Qin Sun had hyperthymesia, but he doesn't seem to have it. He often can't figure out when I can't drink ice water. Huang Huai. Showing affection again? Huang Huai turned his head to look at Qin Sun on the side, and found that he was sitting lazily on the side, supporting his head, and looking at them like a clown. She was a little unhappy, but she could do nothing about it. Qin Sun, you are really... She thought for a while, and even with her genius brain, she couldn't think of a suitable word, but she finally said a word. Terrible. You are really terrified. Your talent is really terrified. Qin Sun stood up and waved his hand. What's terrified? What's terrified about me? I have been like this for so many years. Sometimes you should look for the reasons in yourself. Is it because you haven't worked hard enough? Huang Huai. Hearing Qin Sun's words, she felt as uncomfortable as being put in a sack and hit with a few clubs. She also imitated Su Luoluo, turned to look at Xiaoning, and asked for help with her eyes. Xiaoning understood, and slapped the table gently. Qin Sun. Don't be so proud. Qin Sun raised his hand to his mouth, and made a zipper-pulling motion, and then closed his mouth. After a while, Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun and asked with a smile. How did you do it? Qin Sun shook his head. Xiaoning, speak. Qin Sun still shook his head, and pointed to his mouth. Xiaoning. She stretched her hand to Qin Sun's mouth, pinched her fingers, pretended to pinch a zipper, and gently slid it to the right. Qin Sun said with a smile. Because my IQ is 250. Xiaoning was startled, and cursed softly. Stupid. I'm asking you, how did you score more than 100 points behind Jingcheng University in the college entrance examination with your IQ? You missed the college entrance examination and slept? Qin Sun put his hand on his mouth, and closed his mouth. I didn't want to talk. Chapter 928, he is about to become the nightmare of 300 million girls. Xiaoning saw Qin Sun's dead look, picked up a book from the table and rolled it up, and hit him with it as a stick. You should be more low-key in the future, and pay attention to hiding your edge. God is jealous of talent sometimes. It is not just 4 simple words. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Be careful of a prophecy. Qin Sun sighed, and made an okay gesture. I, Qin, have been low-key all my life. Now I am reading so hard, and I have shown a little IQ of 250, but there is nothing I can do about it. If I don't let you, Xiaoning, believe in my talent for learning, how can you believe that I can write a bunch of bugs in 3 days? Can I handroll Genshin Impact in a month? If I just take out a large game, you use the greatest desires of human beings to threaten me to explain the matter clearly. How can I explain? More and more people are in the cafeteria. Qin Sun saw a group of students not far away, casting expectant eyes at him, and stood up and walked over to start his career as a tool. Take a photo with them in turn. Su Luoluo looked at the students queuing up for the photo, and spoke up for Qin Sun. Sister Xiaoning. Why are other stars surrounded by bodyguards when they go out? And those fans are still shouting and yelling like crazy. And squeezing in. Why are these fans so rational and quiet when they come to President Qin? Have they all learned to queue up? Xiaoning looked at that place and said, Qin Sun has never marketed himself as a traffic star, and has not even deliberately managed his fans. Nor has he brainwashed his fans. For other traffic stars, their companies have to spend a lot of money to manage their fans. And sometimes they care more about their fan groups than their works. So the fans of other traffic stars are very fanatical. But those who like Qin Sun are relatively normal. As she said that, she looked at Huang Huai and asked with a smile. You said right? Huang Huai thought about when he learned that he had brain cancer and was depressed. He often watched Qin Sun's works online to relieve his boredom, and he was attracted by him. Although he liked him, he was not crazy about him. I always thought that I was rational enough, but it turned out that Qin Sun had no intention of managing the fan economy. Didn't he brainwash me? Huang Huai did not answer Xiaoning's question directly, turned to look at Qin Sun who was taking a photo with others, smiled and said, he is the dream of 300 million girls, and he never makes money by harvesting fans. However, judging from the trend of the internet these days, He will soon become the nightmare of 300 million girls. Xia Ning and the other two went to line up for food, and returned to their seats. Su Luoluo went to call Qin Sun back. Several people were eating. Xia Ning swallowed a mouthful of food, lowered her head, did not look at Qin Sun, said, "I will not accompany you in future classes. I have to deal with some company affairs in the hotel. Now I have 3 companies to take care of. I really don't have time to accompany you to fool around in school." She raised her head, saw Qin Sun chewing the ribs as if nothing had happened, and was not angry, then continued. "We keep in touch at any time. If you are kicked out by the teacher and beaten by students, call me. I will come as soon as possible to collect your body." Qin Sun? He lowered his head slightly, spit the ribs into the tray, and cursed softly. Bad luck. Huang Hui saw Xia Ning's reveal, and he was unable to speak just now. But now, he had more courage and said, "Qin Sun, that, you know, our final exam is very strict. I have lived in the hospital for so long. So, I want to go to the library to review during this period. I can't accompany you all the time." Qin Sun heard her say that she couldn't accompany him all the time, which actually meant that she would no longer accompany him. He was not surprised. After all, his recent behavior was a bit eccentric. Unless he had a very strong psychological quality, or ordinary people could not bear it. Qin Sun smiled and nodded, said, "Okay, study is the most important thing." After saying that, he saw Su Luoluo with a tangled face, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He guessed that Su Luoluo didn't have the face to follow him, and he was a little happy. It's just right to get everyone out of the way, so that when I pay the water army to lead my rhythm, they will scream on the side. Qin Sun smiled. "What about you? Student Su, do you have anything to do?" He glanced at Su Luoluo's mushroom head and suggested, "Why don't you take advantage of the cheap prices at the school barbershop and get a fashionable hairstyle?" Su Luoluo was startled. She was originally struggling whether to run away, but as an assistant, how could she leave her boss? Now Qin Sun took the initiative to propose. Even if she liked this mushroom head, she decided to get a new hairstyle. Su Luoluo nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'll get a fashionable hairstyle." As soon as the words fell, Xia Ning spoke to stop her. "Luolu, no. You are Qin Sun's assistant, and it is your job to accompany Qin Sun to help him deal with some affairs. And you are also working part-time as a small financial officer. And you need to record every penny Qin Sun spends." Xia Ning's voice was very soft, but it sounded like thunder in Su Luoluo's ears. She felt a little ashamed, lowered her head, and whispered, "Oh," and said, "I'm sorry." Qin Sun was a little annoyed. "I really want to beat you to death." After dinner, several people left the cafeteria, got on the business car that Xia Ning borrowed from her grandfather's house. First sent Huang Hui back to the dormitory, and took the remaining 150 books. Qin Sun and the other two took the car back to the hotel. Qin Sun and Xia Ning shared a room, and Su Luoluo lived opposite. In the room, Xia Ning sat at the table and handled work with a laptop. There were many emails to be processed in the mailbox. She dealt with them one by one. Suddenly, she heard the sound of flipping pages behind her. She turned around and saw Qin Sun leaning against the bed and flipping pages. She was a little surprised. The sun was rising from the west. After work, this guy actually took the initiative to study, instead of playing games? Xia Ning watched for a while, and found that Qin Sun flipped pages very quickly, generally taking 30 seconds to read a page, and at most 1 minute. It looked like he was just doing it perfunctorily. Looking at his careless look, who would believe that he had memorized the above knowledge? It was terrible. He probably had a biochip in his head. Xia Ning turned around and continued to deal with emails. It was getting dark. Xia Ning closed her laptop, stood up, and found Qin Sun was still working hard. She didn't bother him, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. An hour later, Xia Ning came out wrapped in a bath towel and walked to the bed. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun put down his book and stared at her intently. She was a little alert. "What's that expression on your face?" Qin Sun said with a smile. "Ning Ning, let me draw a picture for you." Xia Ning was startled, looked down at her cool appearance wrapped in a bath towel, raised her head, and sneered. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. Qin Sun restrained his smile, tightened his face, and said solemnly, "You are too dirty. This is art." Xia Ning was stunned by Qin Sun's expression. She looked at Qin Sun quietly. gently pinched the corner of the bath towel with her right hand, and pretended to untie the bath towel, but saw Qin Sun failed. Qin Sun just showed a little ungentlemanly smile. Xia Ning untied the bath towel and threw it over, covering his head. Go to your art. Qin Sun's voice came from the bath towel. Your art of this scale. I can also draw it. Xia Ning. Chapter 929 IQ of 700,000 per second. Cannot be wasted. Half an hour later. Xia Ning lay in the quilt, only her head was exposed, her hands tightly grasped the quilt, looking at Qin Sun who was sitting in front of the table, and drawing with a pen. She couldn't see the paintings Qin Sun was drawing on the bed, but every time she secretly got up to take a look, Qin Sun would turn around and grab her bag. Xia Ning was afraid that Qin Sun would lift her quilt, so she had to slowly slide back into the quilt. After a while, Qin Sun threw away the pen, picked up the paper and rolled it up, and stood up and walked to Xia Ning. He saw Xia Ning hiding in the quilt, with only her head exposed, looking frightened. How could she look like a domineering female CEO? Xia Ning looked up. Did you finish the painting? Yes. Just the head? The whole body. But I hid in the quilt. Qin Sun pointed at his head with his hand. Every look of you is in my mind. Xia Ning. She stretched out a white and smooth arm from the quilt, took the scroll from Qin Sun's hand, and slowly unfolded it. She was stunned. The painting showed her naked, only wearing a thin veil, lying on the bed. Her body was beautiful and graceful. Fortunately, Qin Sun covered up the 3 key points with his spring and autumn style. In the painting, she looked lazy and cold. She was a goddess of abstinence. Xia Ning stared blankly for a while, looked up at Qin Sun who looked very proud, and said coldly, What are you thinking about all day long? My breasts are not that big? Qin Sun remained calm. According to my observation, your breasts have been growing recently. You should know that sexual behavior may have a series of effects on women's bodies, due to changes in hormone levels in women. These changes may lead to changes in skin firmness, fat distribution, etc., which visually make the breasts look more upright or fuller. As he said this, he sat on the edge of the bed, and his eyes fell on Xia Ning's chest. So Ningning, you must be confident. Your energy is beyond your imagination. Xia Ning looked at the painting, and then lifted a corner of the quilt to look at her chest. Her face became hotter and hotter, and her brows became more and more furrowed. Suddenly, fuck you. She bent her legs and kicked Qin Sun fiercely. She kicked him down under the bed. Qin Sun got up from the floor, lifted the quilt, and got into the bed. The action was a bit rough. Xia Ning was frightened and panicked, raised the drawing paper high, and said hurriedly, Be careful not to damage the painting. Be careful not to damage the painting. Qin Sun lay on the bed and hugged Xia Ning. Do you like this painting? Xia Ning. A little bit, just a little bit. Qin Sun smiled. I will draw a picture for you every day. Every month. Xia Ning, no need. She stood up and walked to the table, picked up a folder, carefully put the drawing paper in it, turned around to go to bed, but saw Qin Sun's eyes glowing green. She felt something was wrong, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and made a no-entry gesture, and said, No! You have been reading too fast these days, and your brain power is too much. You need to abstain from sex during this period. Qin Sun frowned. Don't you need to combine work and rest when you are tired? After saying that, he pounced on her. Ping pong. Hee. What a thick root. The hair is so thick. After a long time, Xia Ning lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Qin Sun, if it weren't for the legal constraints, you would definitely be a rapist. After saying that, but she didn't hear Qin Sun's response, she turned her head, and saw that Qin Sun had fallen asleep with his eyes closed. He was sleeping soundly. It seems that overusing the brain is really harmful to the body. The next day, Qin Sun and Su Luoluo went to school, while Xia Ning stayed in the hotel to handle company affairs. According to the class schedule, Qin Sun and Su Luoluo arrived at the classroom early. This was another large classroom, with more than 100 people. He put a thick stack of books and a dozen A4 papers on the table, and took a round of photos with the students as usual, until 1 minute before class, and then he returned to his seat. He was still in the middle of the first row opposite the podium. The teacher had arrived long ago. He was an old professor with gray hair. He had just been watching Qin Sun taking photos with others without any airs, with a puzzled look on his face. The teachers in the school were saying that Qin Sun was eccentric. disrespectful to elders, and disrespectful to teachers. Why do I feel that he is kind to students? Is he only targeting teachers? He was tortured by teachers when he was a child. And now he has the ability to go to the most prestigious university in the country to torture the best teachers? The bell for class rang. The classroom fell silent. The old professor looked at Chin Sun and said with a smile, "We discussed in the office yesterday whose class you would attend today. Who would win this grand prize? I didn't expect it to be me." A burst of laughter rang out in the classroom. Chin Sun heard the students' laughter and was sure that this teacher Wang was more friendly and not the kind of strict teacher. Wang Huai put him on the schedule, probably because there were more people in his class. Professor Wang smiled kindly and continued, "I heard that you have a class schedule compiled by Huang Huai. You follow the class schedule and are called the god of hell by all of us teachers. Unfortunately, I have this good fortune today." He sighed. "But, I tell you, my health is not very good. Please don't make me angry to death." Chin Sun smiled and asked, "Teacher Wang, can I read extracurricular books during class?" "Yes." "Can I draw?" "I don't need to draw." "Okay. Can I sleep?" "Yes. I never interfere in other people's lives." "But don't snore." "Okay. In that case, then I can't possibly piss you off to death." "You almost pissed me off to death with this sentence." There was another burst of laughter in the classroom. Teacher Wang began to lecture. Chin Sun began to read, flipping the pages very quickly. The IQ of 250 only lasts for a month, and it was bought with 100 million lazy points. 300 million lazy points can draw original God worth 30 billion, then 100 million lazy points can be converted into RMB, which is about 10 billion. 10 billion bought the right to use IQ 250 for 30 days. 330 million a day, excluding eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. A day can work up to 8 hours, so an average of 42 million an hour. Almost 700,000 a second. In order to get this 250 IQ, 1 second is equivalent to spending 700,000. How dare to waste time? It can be said that every minute counts. Chin Sun turned into a book-turning machine, and in just one class, he turned through 4 books. During the break, Chin Sun turned into a tool man again, taking a photo with the students, and suddenly saw teacher Wang coming over. "Come on, Chin Sun. Let's join one too." Chin Sun stepped aside to let teacher Wang take the center position. Su Luoluo took teacher Wang's phone, took more than a dozen photos of him, and returned the phone to teacher Wang. Teacher Wang looked at Chin Sun and asked in confusion, "You spent so much money, asked so many people, and got a certificate for attending the hearing. Why don't you study hard?" Chin Sun replied, "Aren't I studying?" Teacher Wang glanced at the thick pile of books on his desk and shook his head. "If you study like this, on your own, why come to the classroom of Jingsheng University?" Chin Sun replied with a smile, "The learning atmosphere here is good." Teacher Wang, "That makes sense." The two laughed. Chapter 930. Mr. Chin is really very lustful. Netizens did not wrongly accuse him. The break was over quickly. Teacher Wang continued to teach. Chin Sun pushed the book aside, moved the A4 paper, picked up a pencil and started to draw. To make a game, you need to model it. It would be more reasonable to hand it over to the original work of Hamu Company. He only needs to make a first draft. Chin Sun wrote quickly and quickly. The tip of the pen rustled, and it was not harsh at all in the passionate lecture of teacher Wang. 5 minutes later, Chin Sun pushed an A4 paper aside, and immediately started to create the next one. Su Luoluo sat aside, and was attracted by teacher Wang's lecture, and had never noticed the painting beside her. After 3 or 4 minutes, she subconsciously took a look, and found a painting at hand, and picked it up and prepared to put it in the folder. She glanced at it casually, and her eyes lit up. There was a 2-dimensional character floating in the air on the paper, as big as a balloon. It had shoulder-length hair, and a small cape with a starry sky pattern behind it, and a pair of big eyes that seemed to have stars twinkling. Its name was written on the side of the drawing paper. Paimon. Emergency food. Su Luoluo was stunned when she saw this detailed painting. "Oh my god! Did you draw such a painting in just a few minutes? What a fast speed! Much faster than drawing teacher Zhang Min. Could this be the game character in Mr. Chin's mind? It looks like an elf, not at all. It is said on the internet that Mr. Chin is a real pervert, which is simply a rumor." Su Luoluo carefully put the painting into the folder, just put it away, and saw Chin Sun put another painting next to her. She picked it up with great anticipation. and her face turned a little embarrassed. There was a picture of a cool 2D queen with a high ponytail on the paper, floating in the air, with a bright glow on her chest. A shining sword slowly rose from her exaggerated half-naked chest. The queen held the sword in her hand and pretended to swing it. The momentum was amazing. There were a few words written next to it. Thor. Draw the sword from the chest. A milky blow. Su Luoluo looked at the picture and secretly glanced at her chest, feeling a little regretful. Could it be that men really like such exaggerated breasts? This 2D queen's breasts are too exaggerated. Drawing a knife on the chest? Aren't you worried about picking the flesh? Boss Chin is still quite lustful. The netizens didn't wrong him. Su Luoluo carefully put the painting into the folder, never listened to the class again, watched Chin Sun painting from the side, seeing him paint like a dragon. After a while, another painting came out, which was of a slender older sister. Chin. Captain Chin's hips, soul of the knights. Captain Chin's legs, water of the Starfall Lake. Su Luoluo looked at this line of notes, with an embarrassed expression, looked around quietly, and saw that no one had noticed, quickly hid the painting into the folder. Just like hiding Danmei in high school. After a while, a painting was pushed over. Su Luoluo picked it up, and saw that it was a quiet girl with a teardrop mole under her left eye, who looked intellectual and elegant, and noble. There was also a line of words on the side. Shinri Ayaka. Shinri Ayaka, I am your dog. When Chin Sun saw this sentence, his face was a little distorted. My God. Is Mr. Chin crazy? How could he say such a thing? If this gets out, it will collapse. Collapse. Collapse the house. Mr. Chin has collapsed to the limit. Su Luoluo hid the painting in a folder, turned his head and stared at Chin Sun painting, and put away the finished painting from time to time. Time passed quickly. The get-out-of-class bell rang. Chin Sun put down his pen, stretched his waist, turned his head, and saw that there was no painting on the table, and asked, Lolo, where is my painting? Su Luoluo looked proud, patted the folder lightly, and saw that she was surrounded by students preparing to take pictures. She lowered her voice and said, I hid it. Chin Sun was speechless. He just wanted to stir up trouble, let the majority of netizens criticize him, but Su Luoluo actually intervened to protect his image. This is not good. Chin Sun took the folder and said, It's not something shameful. He placed the paintings on the table one by one, looked around, and said to the students around him, Sorry, I have something to do later, so I can't take pictures with you. These paintings on the table are your compensation. As soon as the voice fell, the students around shook their heads, waved their hands, and said with a smile, No. No. We are the ones who disturbed you. It's only natural that you don't take pictures for us. You don't need to apologize to us. Yes, you make us feel embarrassed. Chin Sun, you are really a role model among stars, so humble and low-key. You are also our role model. Chin Sun smiled and bowed and left. As soon as the people opened the door, the classroom exploded. Many people rushed to the table, trying to grab the paintings left on it. And it was in chaos. Be careful. Don't tear it. Who the hell pulled my belt? Oh. How can you? A bunch of grown men. Grab something from a woman? Men and women are equal. Draw your swords. Soon, the 7 paintings on the table were divided up, except for 2 that were torn, 2 that were crumpled, and the remaining 3 were intact. The person who got the advantage put the painting into the book, laughed, and rushed out, and soon surpassed Chin Sun and the others. Seeing this, Su Luoluo smiled. They are so happy. That's right. Mr. Chin's paintings will definitely sell for money. Speaking of this, she suddenly became addicted to flattery, turned her head, and looked at Chin Sun and praised him. Chin is finally alive, not a master painter, but someone who can sell paintings at a high price. Chin Sun? This flattery smells both stinky and fragrant. For the next 2 days, Chin Sun's life was very monotonous, just taking photos, classes, reading books, painting, and so on. Because those paintings with exaggerated breasts were circulated on Douyin, Chin Sun attracted a wave of netizens to watch and criticize. His slacking value increased rapidly, and increased by more than 200 million. Slacking value, 318020000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. It was Friday afternoon in the blink of an eye, and the last class was over. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, is a holiday. Chin Sun has read more than 160 books on programming in the past 2 days, and the theory is extremely rich. even as vast as the sea of smoke. Now he can be called a professional in programming theory. He is also a top-notch technical expert. Of course, there is no practical operation yet. At night, in the hotel, Xiaoning sat at the table to handle work. Qin Sun walked up to her, hugging her from behind, lowering his head and sniffing hard at her neck, frowning slightly. Ning, why do you smell sour? Xiaoning's hand froze as she typed on the keyboard, turned her head to look at Qin Sun. Seeing that he looked serious, she took a deep breath, somewhat unsure. Did you smell it wrong? Qin Sun's voice hesitated. Well, I smelt it wrong. Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, gently broke away from Qin Sun's hand, quietly stood up and walked into the bathroom, locked the door. She decided to soak in the bathtub for an hour today. Qin Sun glanced at the bathroom door, sat on the stool, and stretched out his hand. A hard drive appeared in his palm. Plug it into the computer. Open the Genshin Impact code. Qin Sun looked serious, watched it carefully, and memorized it. 2 days later, the employees of Hamiya Company will start working. Let's take a look today. Where is the most reasonable place to start? Chapter 931. You should cooperate with me in the performance. You can't turn a blind eye. Qin Sun sat at the table and looked at the dense code on it. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared. After reading books these days, he gradually understood the game, and only then did he feel how huge this project was. The size of just a few dozen GB, I don't know how many people spent days and nights of hard work. Qin Sun rubbed his temples with both hands and closed his eyes to think. If Genshin Impact is to be released reasonably, I have to lead Hamiyu's staff to determine the game concept, formulate a preliminary plan, improve the game design, integration and testing, comprehensive testing, optimization and iteration. If we really follow the standard process step by step, it is impossible to lead Hamiyu's staff to copy from scratch in a short time. If we want to be fast, we can only use the computer to simply copy and paste. Qin Sun opened his eyes, pulled out the hard drive, put it back into the system, and made up his mind. Whatever it is, just copy and paste it. Qin Sun got up and walked to the bathroom door, knocked on the door, and said, Ning, are you there? There was only a surprised cry from inside. I am not here? Qin Sun, Ning, I have something to tell you. Xiaoning, just tell me. Stand at the door and tell me. I stink. Don't come in. I locked the door. You can't come in. Qin Sun ignored Xiaoning's narrow-mindedness and said, I will start making games with all my strength these days. And I need to use all the equipment of Hamiya Company. But, he emphasized his tone. You know, a very smart person doesn't like others to get in the way. So, I decided to complete this great cause alone. Xiaoning's voice was a little surprised. Are you going to fire the people from Hamiya Company? Qin Sun said. No, I want to give them another half-month holiday. There was silence in the bathroom for a while. Whatever you want. I don't dare to think about whether they will cry or laugh tomorrow when they know they will have another half-month holiday. Qin Sun continued. When the time comes, I will make the game, and in order to conceal my identity, I will deliberately write some bugs in the program. Just say that this is a small game designed by your game company that invested 500 million yuan before. I will just give it directly to Hamiya Company for optimization, lest they be frightened by my amazing talent. How about you cooperate with me in a play? After saying that, he did not hear a response, and then said loudly, Ning, you should cooperate with me in the performance, and you can't turn a blind eye. Bathroom, in the bathtub. Xiaoning was lying inside, silently cursing a few words, with an impatient tone, like coaxing a little kid. Okay. Just make the game by yourself first. It's your money anyway. After that, Qin Sun's footsteps were heard outside the door, and with a thump, he seemed to fall on the bed. Xiaoning frowned slightly. Silly idiot. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Too blind. The game hasn't even started yet, and he thought that he was too amazing and caused trouble? Now he wants to collude with me to make up this lie. It was really boring. At night, Qin Sun ordered a high-end computer and several hand-painted tablets online for modeling game characters the next day. After that, he flipped through a few books and fell into a deep sleep. After a while, Xiaoning quietly touched Qin Sun's head, felt his temperature was normal, quietly got out of bed, and took out a thermometer from the suitcase. He pointed it at Qin Sun's forehead and measured his temperature. 36.8 degrees Celsius. Xiaoning confirmed that he was not sick, and was even more puzzled. quite normal. Huh? Why did he go crazy? Is it really the blind self-confidence of a high IQ genius? The next day, the high-end computer and several high-end drawing tablets arrived at the hotel. Jin Sun installed them, downloaded the software, and prepared to start modeling. He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning beside him. Thinking that she had been working hard just now, she was not attracted by him tinkering with the computer at all. He felt a little unhappy. I am not interested in modeling. But I must make Xia Ning believe that I have the ability to make a game independently. But she didn't even look at it? Who am I performing for? Jin Sun coughed twice, but found that Xia Ning was still concentrating on the computer. He made up his mind, reached out, and held Xia Ning's chest. Xia Ning was startled, turned her head, glancing at Jin Sun's crotch, asked, "What are you doing?" Jin Sun let go of his hand, said, "Ning Ning, you have been working very hard these 2 days. I have been fiddling with the computer for so long, and you didn't even look at it?" Xia Ning sighed, said, "These days, you, a lazy guy, are reading so seriously. How dare I be lazy? What if I fall too far behind you? You can't really have the final say in our family in the future. Right?" Jin Sun crossed his fingers, twisted them, twisted his neck, stretched his waist, and said with a smile, "Of course I have the final say." After that, he picked up the drawing board and started to draw and model. Xia Ning watched with interest, and saw him scribbling on the board with a pen. Many lines appeared on the computer. After a while, the outline of a two-dimensional character appeared. After a while, all kinds of character details were drawn. After a while, it was colored again. 10 minutes later, a vivid elf appeared on the computer screen. Xia Ning looked at the little thing on the computer and blurted out, "Pai Meng?" She had seen the painting Jin Sun drew in class on Douyin, and knew that this little guy was called Pai Meng, and was also an emergency food. "Jin Sun, you actually know how to model characters?" Jin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, raised a middle finger to his lips, and made a gesture of silence. "Keep calm. Be careful of the jealousy of talented people. I didn't build this, but you made it when you invested 500 million to make a game. It has nothing to do with me." Xia Ning was silent, looking at the character model on the computer, and was shocked. No way, is he serious? Is he going to make a game by himself? His learning ability is too scary. He is like a devil crawling out of hell. For the next 2 days, the two seemed to be competing. One worked, the other modeled, and neither of them left the room. Meals were delivered to the room. Su Luoluo often looked at the Do Not Disturb sign on their door, and admired it very much. Mr. Qin is in great health. Sister Xia Ning is also very resilient. 2 nights later, Xia Ning's face turned pale. She really couldn't stand it anymore. From 8 in the morning until 12 at night, except for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping, Jin Sun was modeling all the time. He didn't even touch his phone. She was also drawn into this crazy rhythm, dealing with the backlog of work. But Oak and Pomelo were running well, and there wasn't much for her to do. She had to pretend to be busy, but ended up being more tired than being really busy. It was 11:30 p.m. Xia Ning propped up her chin and turned to look at Jin Sun. Seeing him continue to paint with full energy, she admired him very much. How could he be a lazy guy? He was clearly a workaholic. It was terrible. He must have painted hundreds of paintings in the past 2 days. Right? How could he fail to get into Beijing University? Did he have a premature love affair in high school? I'll ask Aunt Ma some other day. Chapter 932. You want to use my life to make your company rich again? Late at night, 12 o'clock. Jin Sun stopped writing, twisted his sore wrist, and smiled. From houses and buildings, flowers and trees, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, 7-day statues, to yellow hair, emergency food, Qin captain, fire-making girl, Ningbing Duhai Xinjuan, to Chiochio people, abyss wizard, wind demon dragon. The Mon map is almost done. Damn it! I'm so diligent. I'm so into the play. Jin Sun turned around and found Xia Ning staring at him. His eyes became a little resentful. If it wasn't for giving Xia Ning a little shock, let her believe that I can complete the production of the game independently. Why should I waste this good time? I could have directly extracted the map and character models from the game. Xia Ning saw Jin Sun's unfriendly eyes, somewhat puzzled, asked, I see your eyes. Do you have any opinions about me? Jin Sun, don't you praise me? Xia Ning, great. Jin Sun, what's great about it? Xia Ning, everything is great. Jin Sun, Do you think I can complete the production of the game independently now? Xia Ning turned her head and looked at the ferocious dragon on the computer screen. Thinking of his inhuman diligence these days, she nodded. With your terrifying learning ability and self-control, I think you can do it. Qin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ajk. Just deal with Xia Ning. She will deal with the others for me. I will never be so serious again, just copy and paste from the hard drive. But I have to find a way to get Xia Ning away. I can't let her stare at me all the time, otherwise I have to pretend to work hard. I can't copy and paste from the hard drive. Qin Sun said. Ning, everything is on track here. In the next period of time, except for classes, I will spend most of my time at Hamiyu Company making games. I don't have much time to play with you, so why don't you just help will you promote Fatal ID? Xia Ning was a little surprised. This guy likes to cling to people. I didn't want to follow him before, but he persuaded me to come. Why did he suddenly change his nature now? Diligence makes people determined? Xia Ning narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, Can you hold it in? When Qin Sun heard this, he couldn't hold it in right away. He pulled Xia Ning up and dragged her to the bed, whipped her 3 times, and then said with a heavy breath, I can hold it in. Xia Ning? Who can believe what the sage mode said? Isn't there a saying on the internet, something like a demon in front and a Buddha in the back? Xia Ning thought Qin Sun was joking and didn't take it seriously, but she heard Qin Sun say it again. Ning, Hamiyu Company has finished the audit, and we can sign the contract tomorrow. You can ask Niu Xiaojun to come here as the legal representative now, so that you can go back together tomorrow, so that you can have a companion. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun's profile, and asked, Do you really want me to go? Qin Sun explained without looking at Xia Ning. For the movie Fatal Identity, we didn't contribute much, and it was Wu Yu who was always busy. With her ability, she can do things to a good level, but she can't do it well, so you have to go back and help her. She is stubborn, and she probably won't tell me if she encounters difficulties. He turned his head and looked into Xia Ning's eyes, and said sincerely, I'm making games in the north. And you're promoting movies in the south. We call this a combination of the north and the south. Xia Ning thought for a while, and shook her head gently. No. Your request is weird. Qin Sun? Can I get you out of here and have fun at the most famous Tianshang Ringjian in Beijing? Xia Ning ignored him, and took out her phone to find Niu Shijun's number. However, it's reasonable to let Niu Xiaojun be the legal person. She knew the wonderful deeds of Qin Sun's internship. As long as the boss is not strong enough, he will be taken away by the other party, either to the police station or hit by a car. I was exploring the wilderness in the United States, but on the day Qin Sun joined the company, I had to survive in the wilderness. That time, I almost died. This is a weird thing, but Qin Sun is a weird person. I have to believe it. Xia Ning dialed Niu Shijun's number. Soon, the call was connected. She really didn't sleep. As soon as the call was connected, Niu Xiaojun complained bitterly. Oh my! What kind of wind blew the CEO of our Yuzi film and television company here? You even called me late at night to ask about the progress of the promotion of some movies? Damn. The promotional video will be released soon. And Washboard and I are so worried about editing the promotional video. Should we edit or not? Zhu Yuanju, Mao Qiani, and Gao Man are 3 sluts. Damn. 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 Xia Ning heard that Niu Shijun's accent was a bit strange, and asked, Brother Niu, why do you sound weird when you talk? Niu Xiaojun sighed. Damn it. I saw an ice cream cone on the roadside this afternoon, and I ran over to kick it. Who would have thought there was an iron stake under the ice cream cone? I fell so hard, I knocked out a tooth, and now I have a lisp when I talk. After hearing this, Xia Ning was calm. She had long been accustomed to it, and she comforted him in a bland way. Then you should have a good rest these days. After saying this, she felt Qin Sun push her with his hand, understood what he meant, and continued, I originally wanted you to go back to Beijing. Niu Xiaojun asked on the other end of the phone. Is there something? Good or bad? Xia Ning said. Didn't Qin Sun acquire a game company that was about to go bankrupt? He wants you to be the legal representative. Niu Xiaojun said on the other end of the phone. Old nun. Turn on the speaker on your phone. Xia Ning turned on the speaker as she was told. It's on. As soon as the words fell, a deep breath sounded on the other end of the phone, followed by a roar. Qin Sun. Hack you. A game company. A game company that is about to go bankrupt. You want me to be the legal representative? You want to use my strong life to make your company prosperous? Have you ever thought that if this lousy company goes bankrupt, it will affect my lifespan? This lousy company is not as prosperous as Pomelo Company and Oak Company, which complement my life, support each other, and love each other. Such a game company should not invite me to be the legal representative. Okay. I think it's unlucky. I won't be the legal representative. If you want to be the legal representative, ask your mother to be the legal representative. Jin-sun wiped his face with his hand, pretending to wipe the non-existent saliva on his face, and said lightly, 10 million a year. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and sneered. Do you think I've never seen money? Jin-sun laughed. Forget it. After saying that, he did not hang up the phone after all. Nyo Shijun's life was really tough, and he now needed Nyo Xiaojun to take Xiaoning away, so that he could pretend to make games. Both ends of the phone were silent, and secretly competing with each other. Jin-sun sighed, and said, Ning Ning, hang up. Nyo Xiaojun immediately became anxious. Hey. We can discuss it. I just said that to show off. Don't take it seriously. Just treat it as a fart. I'll buy the ticket now and arrive tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, she hung up the phone immediately, as if she was afraid that Jin-sun would regret it. Jin-sun was confused by this set of silky little combos, looking at Xiaoning and smiling. Ning Ning, you see, the dignity of the rich second generation has been destroyed by her. After saying that, he saw a half smile on Xiaoning's face. The look in her eyes was looking at a fool, or a big one. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Ning Ning, this bastard. No, this Ms. Nyo has a simple background. Chapter 933 Holiday. Are they still unhappy? Background? Xiaoning smiled meaningfully said. If one day you get into trouble, my family can't save you, and we use family can't save you. Then I will ask Nyo Gu for help, and see if she can help you. She said it very vaguely, but Jin-sun could probably guess a little. It seems that Nyo Shijun's family has something more powerful than money? Jin-sun was a little surprised, thinking of all the previous offenses against Nyo Xiaojun. It turned out that he was jumping back and forth on the edge of death. He sighed, and smiled bitterly. It seems that I have to be nicer to Fatty Nyo, Ms. Nyo in the future. Suddenly, he felt strange and asked, Ning Ning, 10 million a year can make Nyo Xiaojun fly to Beijing happily and be my dog. No. As a legal person, this doesn't seem to fit her identity. Xiaoning stared at Jin-sun for a while, and sighed when she saw that he didn't seem to be joking. It's just that money comes too easily. So you don't realize how much money 30 million is. We are not the second generation of super rich people who are loved by everyone. Hundreds of thousands can be taken out, millions are also okay, but tens of millions are really difficult. Let Nyo Xiaojun be the legal person of 3 companies, and give a minimum of 30 million a year. Looking at the current business situation of the company, with performance, it is estimated to be $500 million a year. Do you know how many listed companies don't have a profit of $500 million a year? Even when our family's investment failed, or when the economy was in recession, there was no net profit of $500 million a year. And as long as Nyo is your legal person, he can get so much money. No matter what her identity is, she will remember your kindness. Jin-sun heard this long call, and slapped his forehead. Oh no. It's too high. Xiaoning smiled, but didn't say anything. Jin-sun was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling for a while, and suddenly turned to look at Xiaoning and asked, You said I was going to cause trouble. Can Elon save me? Xiaoning was stunned, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Jin-sun noticed something was wrong. I just asked casually. Xiaoning turned away. Okay. Go find her. Jin-sun. Oh. How narrow-minded. The next day. Ami Travel Company. The working hours are 9 o'clock. At 8:30. Most of the people in the company have arrived. They sat at their seats and shared snacks and specialties with their colleagues, and kept discussing. Hey. Did you have a good time these 5 days? I went on a trip. It's not the peak season for tourism now, and there are not many people in the scenic spots. It was fun to play. Of course, it's the off-season now. Who would take a 5-day-long vacation at the end of June like us? This is not the time for a vacation. Someone said worriedly. I'm not having fun. I'm always worried that the company will go bankrupt. Whenever the message on my phone rings, I'll take it out and see if it's news that the company has dissolved. Everyone laughed, then fell silent, And then a few people said, "You're not the only one who's worried. Why did you come so early today? Isn't it just to see if the company is still there?" At this time, Mr. Chen shouted loudly, "You're out of touch with the news. The company's audit has been going smoothly these days, and it's been done a long time ago. I heard that Mr. Chen and the former Mr. Wang will come to sign the contract today." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. "Let's wait a little longer and see if they come. If they don't come, we'll go and catch them. I've never loved work as much as I do now." "Me too, I'm eager to show my work ability now. Ah, my big keyboard is thirsty." 8:50. Xiaoning walked into the company. Qin Sun and Su Luoluo went to class, and they would come to the company to sign the contract in the afternoon. She had to come alone to announce the good news of continuing the holiday for 2 weeks. Walking into the company, Xiaoning glanced around and said hello with a smile. "Good morning, everyone." Everyone immediately stood up from their stools and said good morning. One of them even clapped. The applause spread from one to another, and gradually, everyone clapped. Xiaoning looked at this strange scene and was a little puzzled. What's going on? Why are they clapping? Has this company been trained by a pyramid scheme master? Or did they know that I was about to announce the good news of continuing the holiday? This shouldn't be the case. Xiaoning raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. In an instant, the company fell silent. Mr. Chen couldn't help himself and asked loudly, "Mr. Xia, please assign us work. We have rested for 5 days and are in the best mental state now. The desire to work is high. Please assign us tasks quickly. We want to show Mr. Xia and Mr. Qin our strong working ability. The mission must be accomplished." In the office, a burst of echoes immediately sounded. "Yes, yes. Please don't be polite, Mr. Xia, and give us the most difficult work. I am willing to work overtime for free. I am full of energy now." Xiaoning looked at this scene with a bitter smile on his face and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." As soon as the words fell, the company fell silent. Everyone looked at each other with an ominous premonition. Xiaoning continued, "Because President Qin is negotiating a game business with another company, and now is the critical period of the negotiation. We have to wait until the negotiation results come out before our Hamiyu company can start working. This process will last for half a month. So, at President Qin's request, everyone will continue to take a 2-week vacation." She added, "Paid. You can leave now. Or you can leave after lunch to enjoy your vacation." After saying that, Xiaoning looked at everyone with a smile, but found that everyone was not as happy and excited as she expected. On the contrary, they looked worried, and many of them seemed to be hesitant to speak. Xiaoning's eyes fell on the face of Mr. Chen, who talked the most. Mr. Chen understood and spoke his thoughts. "Mr. Xia, I'm asking something I shouldn't ask. Are you and Mr. Qin not going to acquire this company?" Xiaoning was startled, and understood why they were not happy on vacation, because they were worried about being abandoned. She said with a smile, "No. Boss Qin will come to sign the contract with Boss Wang in the afternoon." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Chen looked at his colleagues around him, and said in a deep voice, "Boss Xia, I want to say a few words from the heart. We feel uneasy if we continue this holiday, so I dare to suggest that we go to other companies to take on some outsourced work. We will do it first, try to create some benefits for the company and reduce the company's losses. We will strive to make the company bigger and stronger under the leadership of Boss Qin, and make it as good as Oak Company. By then, everyone present here will be able to make a lot of money." Hearing this, Xiaoning was a little surprised, and didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 934. Did you eat the wrong shit? Xiaoning was silent. When the employees in the company saw this, many of them raised their hands and shouted loudly, "Boss Xia, count me in! Count me in! Count me in! I've never heard of taking 3 weeks off a month and still getting paid. I don't feel comfortable taking this kind of money. Although I don't want to be exploited, I don't need charity either. I want to work, I love work. Boss Xia, the people in our company are really capable. It's no problem to take on some outsourcing work. Yes, and we have connections in the industry, it's easy to find some outsourcing to do." Xiaoning saw everyone raising their hands to offer advice, and felt a little touched. Is this Qin Sun's personal charm? There are people who say Qin Sun is bad on the internet, but no one says Qin Sun is bad. He has grown into a towering tree, making the employees of Hamiyu Company reluctant to let him go, and want to lean on him for shade. Xiaoning sorted out her emotions and nodded with determination. Okay. You go take the outsourcing, and I will give you the highest performance. After that, she walked towards the office with a firm step. A thunderous applause sounded behind her. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. Everyone. Go ask old acquaintances. See which company needs Grandpa's business. I'll take care of this. Someone asked me a few days ago. Okay. Okay. Let's contact them. Hamiyu doesn't support idle people. Xiaoning went into the office, closed the door, was in a daze for a long time, and suddenly smiled. The price is right, and the gods are useless. Sometimes it's really not an empty talk. I hope Qin-sun really has the ability to change his fate, and can lead this group of passionate workers to become rich. Afternoon. 3 o'clock. Qin-sun and Su Luoluo walked into the company. The receptionist ran to open the door, and said in a delicate voice, Boss Qin, you haven't seen us for so many days. We missed you so much. Do you want me to record your fingerprints first, so that it won't be troublesome for you to come in every time? As she said this, she habitually wanted to put her arm around Qin-sun's arm, but was stared at by Su Luoluo. The receptionist's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! My occupational disease has come back. If Boss Xian knows about this, I will be in big trouble. The receptionist thought about it, and instantly put her hand that was about to be put around Qin-sun's arm around Su Luoluo's arm, and held it tightly. Manager Su, would you like to record one too? Manager Su looks really good. Hands are so smooth and tender. Su Luoluo was surprised and delighted. Manager Su. Is this the feeling of one person's success bringing prosperity to everyone else? The feeling of being able to rely on someone's power. So good. Qin-sun and Su Luoluo entered their fingerprints under the careful and gentle guidance of the front desk girl. Suddenly, Qin-sun came to his senses and asked, Aren't you taking a holiday? The front desk girl smiled and covered her mouth, said, We, the people of Hamiya Company, don't take a holiday. Qin-sun looked at her somewhat smug expression, knowing that there must be something fishy, and walked into the company with Su Luoluo. I saw that everyone in the office was working hard. The keyboards were clacking. Someone was on the phone, seemingly communicating with a client. They looked very busy. Qin-sun was puzzled, and walked in gently, standing behind an employee. He was hand-drawing models, his skills were first-rate, and he was only 1,000,000 miles behind me, and he could be considered a very good veteran. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Boss Qin. In the office, everyone stopped working, looked up, and saw that it was indeed Qin-sun, and they all stood up to show their respect. Boss Qin, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Boss Qin, you've missed us so much these days. It feels like a long time since we last met. Qin-sun smiled and nodded, greeted them, and didn't say much. With a lot of questions in his mind, he walked quickly to the general manager's office. He pushed open the door. He walked in. I saw Xiaoning, Niu Xiaojun, Wang Mao, and some staff in suits and leather shoes, drinking tea around the coffee table. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Mao immediately stood up, picked up a contract on the table, and said, Boss Qin, why are you so late? Qin-sun smiled and said, Sorry, I encountered something after class this morning, which delayed me for some time. After class in the morning, Huang Huai led Huang Jiangwo to appear in front of him. When the gray-haired old man saw him, he didn't care that there were students coming and going around him. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He was so scared that he wanted to kowtow to Huang Jiangwo. After finally helping Huang Jiangwo up, he thanked him with tears and snot, and insisted on treating him to a meal. This delayed some time. Wang Mao shook the contract and said, Mr. Qin, the contract has been signed. From now on, this company has nothing to do with me anymore. It's all yours. Qin-sun was a little uncomfortable with Huang Mao's way of speaking, which was very impatient and not at all authentic. Xiaoning stood up, picked up a contract, and said, Mr. Qin, according to your instructions, the contract has been signed. Please take a look. If there is no problem, we will notify the finance department to transfer the money to Mr. Wang. Qin-sun took a look at the contract in Xiaoning's hand, and knew that Xiaoning was playing a trick on him. How can an honest man like me understand a contract that can set up a trap by changing one word? He nodded seriously. It's good that you've read it. Please pay Mr. Wang. Wang Mao was stunned when he heard this, and his nose felt a little sour. Oh my God! I finally escaped from this pit. From now on, I just want to be a free ladybug. Wang Mao and Qin Sun exchanged a few polite words, and were about to leave with their people. Qin Sun and others saw him off. Wang Mao walked in the corridor of the office area, and saw everyone looking up at him, and watching him go. There was a sense of relief in their eyes. He was a little unhappy. Damn, what's that look? What does it mean? The company hasn't made any money in the past 6 months, and you haven't earned any performance bonuses, so blame me? If I leave, you'll be free from suffering? The yellow-haired man turned his head, looked at Qin Sun, and whispered in a slightly lower voice that was loud enough for others to hear. Boss Qin, you have to be careful of some slackers in the company. They are the borers in the company. They were really good at pretending when they first joined the company. Just like now. After saying that, he didn't wait for Qin Sun to react, and quickly walked out of the company. Boss Qin, I won't see you off. I won't see you off. The yellow-haired man walked to the front desk at the entrance of the company, leaning on the counter with a smug look on his face, looking at the receptionist, and said, Ching Ching, when I open another company, I'll ask you to be the receptionist. The receptionist named Ching Ching smiled slightly and said, No, unless Hamiyu goes bankrupt, I won't change companies. The yellow-haired man was startled. Why? Ching Ching said. I feel that Boss Qin can make us rich. The yellow-haired man was startled, looked her up and down, and shook his head with a look of disgust. Women are easy to deceive. Hamiyu Company. Qin Sun saw everyone looking at him, and his expression was a little nervous, as if he wanted to explain that he was not a lazy person, but he was too embarrassed to say it. After all, when he came to acquire the company, he saw them lazy with his own eyes. Qin Sun smiled and said, Slacking off? It's okay. Who isn't a lazy person? It's enough to complete the work at hand with quality and quantity. I'm not a landlord. I feel as uncomfortable as losing money to see you idle. After saying that, he led Xia Ning and others to the office, and there was a burst of cheers and applause behind them. Qin Sun walked into the office full of doubts, closed the door, and looked at Xia Ning. Ning, why don't you give them a holiday? Xia Ning explained to Qin Sun, saying that they refused to go with him, and insisted on contacting the outsourcing business by themselves. They said it was to reduce the company's losses. Qin Sun smiled bitterly and sighed. There's really nothing we can do about them. Suddenly, he thought of Hamiyu Company, which had already started outsourcing business. It was considered that the company was just starting out. According to Xia Ning's personality, he would definitely stay in the company the whole time. Then how can I pretend to be working on Genshin Impact at the company? I can't just face fate. Right? I have to find a way to get her out of here. Qin Sun turned to look at Niu Xiaojun on the sofa, with a smile on his face, and said softly, Ms. Niu, how are you? When Niu Xiaojun heard the name Ms. Niu, his scalp went numb. Did you eat the wrong shit? Chapter 935, If I don't call you Ms. Niu, then I'll call you little sweetie? When Niu Xiaojun heard the name Ms. Niu, she felt as disgusted as if she were filled with feces. She glared at Qin Sun and turned to Xia Ning to complain. When she opened her mouth, her broken teeth were clearly visible, and her accent was a little funny. Old nun. Listen to what he called me. Niu. Or Ms. Niu? Xia Ning was helpless. She didn't expect that Qin Sun's attitude towards Niu Xiaojun would change so much after he learned that Niu Xiaojun had a certain background. No dragging of feet. No shyness. When did they meet before? Didn't they fight to the death? Now, Ms. Niu? This guy can really call her that. It was rare for Qin Sun to see Niu Xiaojun in such a panic, and he found it very interesting. He took a step forward, and his tone was full of concern like a warm man. What's wrong, Ms. Niu? Any problem? Ms. Niu? Ms. Niu, if you have any difficulties, you can tell us, and we will help you, Ms. Niu. Niu Xiaojun felt like he was about to vomit, and he stood up suddenly, and kicked Qin Sun with his injured leg that smelled of medicine. Damn it! Don't call me Ms. Niu. You have a really dirty mouth. Qin Sun easily dodged her fatal blow and said, What else should I call you if not Ms. Niu? Should I call you Mrs. Niu? Or Little Sweetie? When Niu Xiaojun heard the two names of Mrs. Niu and Little Sweetie, she thought of her own sturdy temperament and majestic figure, and felt that Qin Sun was mocking her. She was angry and turned her head to glare at Xia Ning. Old nun. If you don't take care of him anymore, I'm really going to stab him into a vegetable with a fruit knife and let you live a widow. He dares to tease me now. He, pervert. Qin Sun? Tease? It's not that serious. Right? Xia Ning walked forward, gently helped Nyo Xiaojun sit down, turned her head, and looked at Qin Sun coldly, said, Qin Sun, don't go too far. Don't think that Nyo is always careless, noisy, and crazy. But she is a very loyal person, and has helped me a lot. If you tease her again, I will be angry. Qin Sun sighed and sat on the sofa. And Nyo Xiaojun was so scared that he immediately moved away. He smiled bitterly. Nyo. He wondered whether to call him Nyo brother or Nyo brother, but saw Nyo Xiaojun frowning tightly and staring at him vigilantly. Qin Sun smiled and said, Fatty Nyo. Nyo Xiaojun's brows relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief. And he felt so happy. Qin Sun was speechless when he saw this. Fatty Nyo. I just called you Ms. Nyo politely. But I wasn't teasing you. But I wanted to ask you something. He clasped his hands together. So I used honorifics. When Nyo Xiaojun heard this, he immediately put on a polite tone, endured the pain in his right ankle, crossed his legs, and leaned back on the sofa. She calmly stretched out her hand and shook it, without saying anything. Qin Sun bent down and picked up the teapot from the coffee table, poured a cup of tea, and gently placed both hands in Nyo Xiaojun's hands. Nyo Xiaojun took a sip from the cup, like an empress dowager. Say. Qin Sun turned to look at Xiaoning, who was puzzled, and said seriously, Please take Xiaoning away. As soon as the words fell. What? What? Xiaoning and Nyo Xiaojun said in unison. Both voices were filled with surprise. Nyo Xiaojun glanced at Xiaoning, with a smile on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, You are young and strong, and you are at a good age to work the land. How can you bear to let me take her away? As she said this, she glanced at Su Luoluo, who was quietly beside her. You let me take the old nun away. Are you planning something? I think the receptionist girl of this company is very coquettish. Su Luoluo noticed Nyo Xiaojun's eyes, feeling very aggrieved, pursed her lips, and her eyes were slightly red. Why is she like this? She was talking about the receptionist girl, but her eyes were on me. Am I the kind of seductive vixen? How annoying. You deserve to break your legs all year round. Xiaoning reached out and gently pressed Su Luoluo's shoulder to comfort her. She sat next to Qin Sun, stared at him, and asked, You have said several times in the past 2 days that you want to get me out of here. What is your reason? Qin Sun sighed, pointed at Nyo Xiaojun's right ankle, and explained, Ningning, what else can I do for? To make money. Of course. Look, Fatty Nyo is injured, we lost a general, and now she is the only hero left. She is working hard to promote fatal identity. If you don't go over to help now, we will hate you for the rest of her life. He paused, and said seriously, You know, women with small breasts are usually not very cunning. Xiaoning? Nonsense. Where in the world is there such a perverse logic? Xiaoning thought about it, felt that Qin Sun's request was a bit too abnormal, and shook her head. I won't go for the time being. As soon as the voice fell, Nyo Xiaojun hurriedly said, Old nun. Although Qin Sun's words are unpleasant to hear, you'd better go. Wu Yu has high demands on herself and high expectations for the box office. She is determined to break the 1 billion box office mark. These days, she is very worried because the promotional video has not been finalized. Her hormones are disordered and her menstruation is irregular. I think her breasts have signs of secondary development. At this age, it will not look good if one grows bigger and the other smaller. Hearing this, Xiaoning was silent. She knew why the promotional video had not been finalized. Mao Qianni, Zhu Yu and Zhu Gao Man, who were inserted into the crew by Beijing Films, have not yet been exposed. The film has been approved, but the film submitted for approval did not have the scenes of these 3 people. If they don't expose the truth now, the promotional video will not cut their scenes directly, which will arouse their suspicion and anger. Although the 3 of them are not worth mentioning, they are also supported by companies and capital. Although those capitals cannot really do anything to the Liu family, they can still do something to discuss people secretly behind the scenes. Unless it is absolutely necessary. We must not take the initiative to tear each other apart. However, it is almost the end of June now, and the movie will be released in late July. No matter how long it is delayed, the trailer will be edited in the next 3 to 5 days for promotion. Xiaoning felt that the situation was a bit tricky, looked at Qin Sun, was silent for a moment, and said, I still think about it again. Qin Sun was unhappy when he heard this. When did Ningning become a love-brained person? If I can't get her out of the way, How can I pretend to be diligent and hardworking in making games in the future? But in fact, I am secretly copying and pasting Genshin Impact? Qin Sun was tired. And he was broken. And shouted at Xian Ning. Ning Ning. You are trying to kill me. Chapter 936 Your beauty is the biggest stumbling block on my road to success. Xian Ning was startled, feeling confused. Ah? What did you say? Qin Sun pointed at Xian Ning, said with great sorrow. Ning Ning. I've been reading books and learning programming, drawing pictures and modeling, getting up earlier than chickens, and sleeping later than chickens. I'm almost exhausted. Didn't you say a few days ago that I had to abstain from sex and keep in good physical condition? He stood up, looked at Xian Ning from top to bottom, pointed at her, and said indignantly, Xian Ning, go take a piss and look at yourself. Big breasts, thin waist, long legs, red lips, white teeth, beautiful, and fair skin. Feels slippery. Your beauty is the biggest stumbling block on my road to success. Who can withstand a test like you? How can I abstain from sex when you are by my side? Unless I castrate myself. What else can I do to abstain? Ah? Is it a will of steel? Qin Sun scolded her. And Xian Ning blushed. Xian Ning was embarrassed and angry, and was choked to the point of being speechless. This guy was sometimes too honest. And honest enough to not care about other people's lives. Xian Ning turned her head to look at Su Lulu, and saw her turning her head away in panic, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Lulu clenched her hands quietly, preparing to ease the awkward atmosphere, and forced a smile, saying, Sister Xian Ning, President Qin is praising you. Xian Ning? Seeing Xian Ning's expression, Su Lulu knew that she had said the wrong thing, and her face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. I won't be the first employee to be fired for not flattering well. Right? Xian Ning was extremely embarrassed, feeling ashamed of having her private life exposed. She turned to look at Niu Xiaojun. Niu Xiaojun's expression was even more exaggerated. He was shaking one of his plaster legs, and his fat face was twitching because he was trying not to laugh. She tried to hold it back for a while, but finally couldn't hold it back. She laughed and slapped her thighs. Old nun. You two will definitely have a lot of fun quarreling in the future. Qin Sun is really a language genius. Ha ha. Xian Ning's face became even uglier. She had a lot of words stuck in her mind, but she couldn't say anything. She turned around and glared at Qin Sun hatefully. Qin Sun felt bad and was ready to run. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from an unfamiliar number. It was probably a harassment call. In the past, Qin Sun would have hung up. But now, as if he had found a life-saving straw, he answered the call immediately and put his ear to it. Hello? He answered the phone while walking out. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a middle-aged man on the other end of the phone laugh a few times in a mellow voice. Mr. Qin, your contact information is really hard to find. I happen to be in Beijing these 2 days. Do I have the honor to have a meal with you? Qin Sun felt that the voice was familiar. After a little recollection, he thought of Zhang Lei and felt strange. Now is the critical period for Liu Gang and Zheng Mingquan to join hands to swallow Beijing Film and Television. Why did the CEO of their company call me to invite me to dinner? Hongmen banquet? Want to eliminate me physically offline? Qin Sun closed the door again, asking knowingly, Who are you? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lei laughed twice again, said, I am abrupt today. My name is Zhang Lei. I am the CEO of Beijing Film and Television Company. Qin Sun walked to the sofa and sat down. An idea came to his mind, and he thought of a good way to get Xian Ning out of the way. Angering Zhang Lei, making him desperate, exploding the dirt on Mao Qianyi, Zhu Yuanju, and Gao Man. Qin Sun said indifferently, Oh, it's Mr. Zhang Lei, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. When Xian Ning and others heard this, they all turned to look at him, all a little surprised. Zhang Lei personally called Qin Sun at this critical moment. It must be because the company has been under great pressure from being eaten away by others recently, and now he came to ask for peace. Qin Sun is quite impressive. Xian Ning looked at the smile on Qin Sun's face, feeling a little incredible. It was because of the fight between the richest man in Shihong City and Beijing Film and Television's movie during the Spring Festival. Zhang Lei sent his trolls to slander Qin Sun. As a result, Qin Sun was as narrow-minded as a needle hole, and he wanted to bankrupt him. Later, he used his own ability to join forces with his uncle and Zheng Mingquan to set up a scheme. Beijing Film and Television Company changed its name. And it seemed to be a foregone conclusion. John Lei. John Lei. You are so good. Why did you provoke Qin Sun? Xia Ning gently reached out to Qin Sun, took the phone, turned on the speaker, and gave it back to Qin Sun. At this time, John Lei's laughing voice came from his hand. Mr. Qin, I actually saw you in Beijing from the internet. So I flew here to see you. There seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Qin Sun smiled. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding do you mean? John Lei laughed and said without taking up the topic. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Give me a chance. Let's sit down and have a meal. And you have to believe in my sincerity. Qin Sun pretended to be confused and said, What enemies were not? I don't understand what you are talking about. Besides, I'm very busy recently. I have to attend classes at Jiangsheng University. I eat in the cafeteria and don't have time to go out and have fun. John Lei was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. And his voice became a little low. Mr. Qin, please forgive me for being frank. You have talent, which can be said to be rare in a century. But you don't have enough experience in how to manage fans and make yourself a super idol. For example, Bai Han only has 3 representative works. And they are all songs you wrote for him. But, believe it or not, if he shows up at Jiangsheng University and goes to class like you, it will definitely cause a commotion. Many girls on and off campus will do crazy things to see him, and even trample people and cause deaths. He paused, with a hint of regret in his voice. But, Mr. Qin, you could obviously become a superstar. Even a world superstar. At least sweeping Southeast Asia. But the level of madness of your fans now is far from matching your talent. Can you stand this kind of bullshit? As he spoke, his voice became louder, revealing a bit of pride. But, if you are willing to cooperate with me, with the professionalism of our company, we can definitely make you a superstar. Make Qin Sun's IP worth more than 10 billion. In other words, you alone are worth 10 billion. The person on the other end of the phone spoke passionately, and the voice was very inflammatory. But Qin Sun was unmoved and yawned. Seeing this, Xia Ning smiled softly. Does Qin Sun not know how to operate a personal IP? He is just too lazy to operate it. If he is willing, he can make himself the real dream of 300 million girls in less than half a year. A person who will break the hearts of countless girls when he talks about girlfriends. However, he seems not to be interested in this. Judging from his various bad behaviors, he would rather become the nightmare of 300 million girls. Qin Sun sighed softly and said, Mr. Zhang, I'll tell you the truth. I'm not interested in money, and I don't care about fame. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then John Lei's voice, which was somewhat mysterious, came out in a low voice. Mr. Qin, is there anyone around you? Is it convenient to talk in private? Qin Sun heard it and guessed that John Lei was going to trade something really good. He glanced around and saw Xia Ning and others shaking their heads. He said to the phone, No, I'm the only one here. You can just say it. Xia Ning, Niu Xiaojun, Su Luoluo looked at each other. I'm scolding you. Chapter 937, I want to see what kind of test he can give you. On the other end of the phone, John Lei coughed twice and cleared his throat, with a hint of meaningful smile in his voice. Since ancient times, talented men have been romantic. I'm presumptuous to ask, do you like women? Mr. Qin? Qin Sun was startled, feeling a little aggrieved. Damn it! Why do everyone think that I'm a sex-hungry ghost, a tyrant among wolves, and always want to use honey traps on me? Even if I have iron kidneys, I can't stand this. Qin Sun looked up at Xia Ning and said honestly, I like it. He took Xia Ning's hand and continued. I like it very much. Xia Ning. Awkward. Socially dead. It's better not to show off this kind of affection. Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone seemed very satisfied with this answer, laughed a few times, and said, Mr. Qin is only half a foot in the entertainment industry, and is surrounded by a clear stream of the entertainment industry like Elon, so he may not be very clear about the twists and turns in the industry. There are so many good women in the industry. When Qin Sun heard him say this, it was simply an insult to his character. He was about to teach Zhang Lei a lesson. But he saw Xia Ning holding her cell phone in front of him. There was a line of words written on it in a notepad. Follow what he said. I want to see what kind of test he can give you. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning's slightly cold face, and said helplessly to the phone, Oh, really? How good are the women in this circle? Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone heard that Qin Sun was interested, laughed twice, and began to tell the story. An entertainment industry is half a history of brothels. Mr. Qin, you may have heard of couples on the set, and the hidden rules for getting promoted, but those are just child's play. I'm not bragging. 30% of the female stars in the industry, as long as you say hello to me, she can lie in your bed in a week at most. Qin Sun stared at Xiaoning's face, and saw that her face did not change, and said to the phone, "That's it?" The other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and raised the volume. "How about, I'll arrange a game for you. Eat in a private club. I'll let 10 or 8 young and beautiful female artists accompany you. Someone feeds you, someone wipes your mouth, someone massages you. There are people under the table, hee hee hee. If you want, you can strip them naked at any time, do whatever you want, as long as you don't kill them, you can kill them." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sun saw Xiaoning frowning, Niu Xiaojun shaking his head with disgust, and Su Luoluo blushing inexplicably. He thought for a moment, and said to the phone with great contempt, "Just this?" Xiaoning raised an eyebrow. "What does this guy mean? Can he accept such behavior? What's the difference between him and my uncle who doesn't live up to his expectations? He will go to jail sooner or later." Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone was provoked with a little anger, and said loudly, Okay. Mr. Qin is indeed not an ordinary person, and he has also seen the world. Then I will introduce you to some tricks." He paused, as if waiting for Qin Sun's response, but he couldn't hear it, so he just talked to himself. "Celebrity couple, a man and a woman serving you together. How about that?" Qin Sun, "Not so good." Zhang Lei, "A pair of celebrities, mother and daughter working together. How about that?" Qin Sun, "Mother and daughter? How old is the mother?" Zhang Lei, "The younger one is 17, the older one is 37. As he said that, he added one more sentence. "The older one is well maintained. The younger one is about to bloom." Qin Sun, "That's about right." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the air around him get a few degrees colder, and when he looked up, he saw a frosty face on Xiaoning. Qin Sun smiled bitterly, and spread his hands, showing innocence. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lei laughed twice. "Or, I'll treat you to a feast of female bodies. Find a second or third tier female star as an entertainer, and you can taste any part of her body." Qin Sun said hurriedly, "I don't eat beef." Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone was stunned, seemingly unable to understand this inexplicable remark, and continued, "You've heard of cosplay, but have you ever seen a female star kneeling on the ground, being led by a dog chain, cosplaying a dog?" Qin Sun sighed. He thought Zhang Lei could say something fancy, but it was nothing special. There is nothing new under the sun. When he was on Earth, he accidentally entered a forum, and saw some shocking gossips in the entertainment industry. For example, one man fought 8 women, and almost killed someone. For example, girlfriend swapping. For example, knocking his wife unconscious, and sending her to the boss bed. For example, golf balls and spring rolls. For example, picking up condoms from the trash can. Secretly doing artificial insemination. And finally using the illegitimate child to control the boss. The entertainment industry is a place where handsome men and beautiful women gather. And where there is wine, sex, money and power, it is not surprising that some people let go and have fun. Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone heard Qin Sun not speaking for a long time, and shouted, "Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin? Qin Sun, what's the matter?" "Zhang Lei, what do you think of my proposal just now?" Qin Sun sneered and said, "Not very good. Gathering for promiscuity. You are fucking breaking the law. Do you know that?" The other end of the phone was silent for a long time, as if he was suppressing his anger, but he couldn't suppress it. After a while, Zhang Lei said in a deep voice, "Leave a way for each other, so that we can meet again in the future. Boss Qin, you are a little too ruthless, aren't you?" His voice was a little angry, and he no longer used honorifics. Qin Sun knew that he was referring to the division of Beijing Film and Television, and said in a very innocent tone, "Boss Zhang, you are flattering me. Now that things have developed to this point, it can be called a war of gods. Can I? A little luo. Stop it, and it will stop." Zhang Lei was silent for a while, and said, "Mr. Qin, you are too modest. You have strong people behind you, But aren't they all in this game because of you? You have always been the key to this mess. If you are willing to negotiate money, women, wine, whatever you like, just ask. Jean heard Zhang Lei's humble look, guessed that Beijing film and television was in a critical situation, and estimated that the release of Fatal Identity would be the final word. He knew that Zhang Lei had the means to fight back, and as long as he was angered, he would definitely be counterattacked. Jean suddenly had an idea. When normal people attack their opponents, they often like to attack their opponent's most proud areas, because this can kill people and break their hearts, and get great pleasure. Then I just need to give Zhang Lei a hint, hinting to him that I hate others saying that I am a lazy person. Maybe I can get some lazy points for free. Jean said with a little excitement. Some people on the internet say that I am a lazy person. Bullshit. Jean, have been hardworking all my life, study hard, work hard, never slack off, and never slack off. I am proud of myself, and I have to fight for everything I want with my own hands. Don't bother Mr. Zhang to give me a reward. Zhang Lei's voice was suppressed and cold. Then, there is no room for negotiation. Chapter 938. It's not good. Zhu Yuingji's house collapsed. Jean sneered. Who are you trying to scare with such a mysterious tone? The sound of deep breathing came from the phone. Zhang Lei seemed to be trying his best to control his emotions, and his voice was full of oppression. Boss Jean is a young genius, and some of his personality is understandable. But I still hope you can think about it seriously for 3 days. After 3 days, I will call you again. The phone was hung up. Jean was stunned. Hey, you don't give me a chance to talk back? Niu Xiaojun gently hit Xia Ning's arm with his fist, and said with a big laugh. Old nun, look at how many beautiful women Zhang Lei brings to Qin Sun. I don't believe he is not tempted at all. You have to stay with him, drain him, otherwise I don't know how many women will throw themselves at him. Xia Ning? Why has Brother Niu become more and more rude after meeting Qin Sun? It's unbearable to listen. But although this is a bit rough, it seems to make some sense. From the first day he met Qin Sun, he didn't seem like an absolutely good person. If no one is watching, you might go the wrong way. Qin Sun ignored Xia Ning's somewhat cold eyes, made a gesture to keep quiet, and after they quieted down, he called Zhang Lei's cell phone. The phone was connected. Zhang Lei's laughing voice came. Mr. Qin, ha ha ha, have you figured it out? That's right, it's better to resolve a feud than to make one. Qin Sun didn't give him a chance to finish, and blurted out a civilized phrase. Fuck you. You idiot. Eat shit. After saying that, he hung up the phone at lightning speed and blocked the number. Xia Ning, Niu Xiaojun, and Su Luoluo stared at Qin Sun in amazement. Qin Sun met their gazes, raised his fist with a determined look, and shouted, I will never reconcile with gambling and drugs. As he said that, he saw Xia Ning frowning slightly, and immediately added, and Huang. Xia Ning, I don't know who is the biggest idiot. At the same time, a hotel not far from Jingcheng University. Zhang Lei took his mobile phone and called Qin Sun's number back, but heard a voice. Sorry. The number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please call again later. He guessed that he was blocked, and angrily threw the phone against the wall. Fuck you. I've worked hard all my life. Studied hard. Worked hard. Never slacked off. Never slacked off. Who are you? Don't I know? I've already compiled your dirty laundry. Since you don't want to be shameless, let's fight to the death. The phone hit the wall, shattered, and the debris fell all over the floor. Zhang Lei was so angry that he continued to step on the debris with his feet to vent his anger, cursing. Okay. You really dare to treat me as a lamb to be slaughtered? You want identity to be the last straw that breaks my back? Dream on it. Want it to be released? No way. In the evening, in a private room of a restaurant near the hotel where Qin Sun was staying, he was welcoming Niu Xiaojun. They were all familiar with each other, and everyone was very relaxed. Niu Xiaojun spoke well of Wu Yu, saying how she cared about the movie, how serious she was, how thin she had become, and how she had secretly wiped away tears several times. As she spoke, she glared at Qin Sun and cursed. How can there be a film producer and starring actor like you who only cares about killing and not burying? You are a marketing person, and you left Wu Yu alone to promote the movie. How could you do such a thing? Qin Sun raised his beer glass and toasted Niu Xiaojun, saying, Don't we still have you? Niu Xiaojun scratched the back of his head and chuckled twice. Although I am a person, I am useless. As she said that, she sighed. Wu Yu contacted Song Ying, Anka, and Monsieur. The three of them were very active in cooperating and actively speaking in our publicity group and offering advice. But their influence, when put together, is not as great as Yilan's toes. We wanted to make a fuss about Yilan. After all, she is still a capable person. But who would have thought that Yilan was so arrogant that she didn't say a word in the group? We asked her to arrange time for the roadshow, but she kept pushing it back, saying that she didn't have time recently, and that we had to make subsequent roadshow plans according to her schedule. Niu Xiaojun was so angry that he slapped the table and cursed. This bitch is acting like a big shot? I didn't realize she was this kind of person before. As she said that, she looked at Qin Sun. Or you go and persuade Yilan? As soon as the voice fell, Xia Ning said immediately, no need. Xia Ning knew Yilan's little thoughts, deliberately acting like a big shot, and then forcing Wu Yu to ask Qin Sun to contact her. On the one hand, she can interact with Qin Sun again. On the other hand, it can also be regarded as deliberately raising Qin Sun's status in this circle of people, so that Wu Yu and others can respect him more. This Yilan is very scheming. And she is still scheming. It's so annoying. Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning's reaction was a bit extreme. He might not have understood her thoughts before, but now he can see through her with an IQ of 250. He came up with a plan and said to Niu Xiaojun, there are more than one capable woman. Yilan, can't my Xia Ning take charge? Tomorrow, you take Xia Ning away. Give Wu Yu a surprise. Niu Xiaojun was already a little drunk, and he laughed twice. Haha, okay. Xia Ning frowned slightly and remained silent. Why did Qin Sun have to send me away? What conspiracy is he up to? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning didn't say anything, and his heart sank. She didn't really think that I was really going to do what Zhang Lei said, try some tricks, play some human Russian roulette. Right? She had to stay with me all the time? Then how can I copy and paste Genshin Impact? That's my 30 billion. It seems that I can only wait for Zhang Lei to start making trouble, and expose the black material of Zhu Yuanju Maoqiani and Gao Man. When things get lively, Xia Ning will definitely go to Wu Yu to take charge. As a big sister who aspires to be a strong woman, would she be willing to miss such an opportunity to control the situation and hone herself? Su Luoluo sat aside, eating vegetables, drinking juice, listening to their chats, and secretly playing with her phone. After so many days of attending classes with Qin Sun, she has learned many tricks to slack off. Su Luoluo was browsing the silent version of Douyin, and suddenly saw a piece of news that became a hot search. The male star of the upcoming popular movie was exposed for tax evasion and sleazy private life. She saw this hot search and clicked on it. The video started playing. Because there was no sound, she only saw a self-media anchor opening his mouth to say something. But she didn't know what he was saying. She had to read the subtitles. Recently, an entertainment blogger broke the news that Zhu Yuanju, the male actor of the movie Fatal ID, was suspected of falsifying accounts and evading taxes. From the exposed chat records, it is suspected that Zhu Yuanju tried to evade taxes in various ways. In addition, the blogger also exposed a voice message, which was suspected to involve Zhu Yuanju's chaotic private life. At present, Zhu Yuanju and his team have not responded. Su Luoluo didn't know Qin Sun's plan, and she didn't know that Zhu Yuanju was just a pawn and didn't really participate in the movie. At this time, she felt like the sky had fallen when she saw this news. Su Luoluo stood up in panic, looked at Qin Sun and Xia Ning, and shouted, "It's bad. Something happened. Zhu Yuanju's house collapsed." Chapter 939. Mr. Qin, Sister Xia Ning, why are you two so stupid? Su Luoluo was very flustered, and her voice was so loud that you could see tonsillitis. The private room became quiet. Qin Sun and Xia Ning guessed that Zhang Lei would take action in the afternoon, but they didn't expect that his hand speed was so fast. It's only been a few hours, and it's directly pushed to the hot search? Niu Xiaojun heard that Zhu Yuanju's house collapsed, and thought of Wu Yu, who was worried about this matter for a few days, and had a second growth spurt, and he was relieved immediately. Zhu Yuanju's reputation has been exposed, so he can be removed from the promotional scenes. And Qin Sun, the bastard, told Wu Yu before that he had written many scenes with Zhu Yuanju, Gao Man, and Maoqiani. As long as one of them is exposed, he can use this as an excuse to delete the scenes of the other two. Now Wu Yu can edit the promotional videos smoothly, and the smooth washboard is finally saved. Niu Xiaojun picked up the wine glass, took a big sip of wine, and was very happy. He looked at Chin Sun and shook his head. You bastard. Traitor. Who can beat you? Su Luoluo saw that the other three were silent, thinking that they were scared, repeated with a stronger tone. Zhu Yuanju's reputation has collapsed. He evaded taxes, and was also rumored to have a chaotic private life. He has become a bad artist. As she said that, she turned on the sound of her phone, and played the Douyin video again. Recently, an entertainment blogger broke the news that Zhu Yuanju, the male actor in Fatal ID, was suspected of falsifying accounts and evading taxes. This time the video had sound. Su Luoluo heard the blogger's ups and downs in tone, and was infected by his emotions, and felt that the matter was more and more serious, and her heart was getting more and more anxious. Like a fire on fire. Seeing her like this, Niu Xiaojun guessed that she didn't know about Chin Sun's scheme to use Zhu Yuanju and the other two as pawns, and thought her nervous look was quite funny. She was going to tease Su Luoluo, pretending to be panicked. Suddenly stood up and knocked over the chair, rushed to Su Luoluo, and snatched the phone. Ah! Oh my god! Zhu Yuanju's house collapsed? Su Luoluo looked serious and nodded vigorously. Yes. It collapsed. Niu Xiaojun picked up the phone and took a look. Oh! It's on the hot search? Su Luoluo clenched his fists. Yeah. It's on the hot search. Niu Xiaojun looked at the likes on Douyin and shouted in a hoarse voice. It's 100,000 likes? Wouldn't that be known to everyone? Su Luoluo stamped her feet. Yes. It's a big deal. It's easy to say that his private life is messy, but tax evasion is illegal. He will be listed as a bad artist, and all the works he has participated in will be removed from the shelves. What should I do? What should I do? Fatal Identity can't be released. Niu Xiaojun also stamped his feet like Su Luoluo, looking at her, asked. Yeah, what should I do? Su Luoluo saw Niu Xiaojun looking at her, and asking what to do. She became even more anxious. Is this something that a small assistant like me can know how to do? Su Luoluo turned to look at Chin Sun and Xiaoning, but saw Chin Sun drinking and Xiaoning eating, looking like they had nothing to do with it. Su Luoluo became anxious. Boss Chin, don't drink. Sister Xiaoning, don't eat. Why are you two so stupid? After saying that, she realized that she had said something wrong, and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, saying something weakly. Hurry up and check out Douyin. Chin Sun and Xiaoning looked at each other, both smiled. They took out their phones and opened Douyin, searching. Zhu Yuanju. The one with the highest number of likes was the one Su Luoluo had just played. Chin Sun found that the number of likes had increased to 110,000, and the number of comments was as high as more than 20,000, so he immediately clicked into the comment area. The ones with the highest number of likes were all about tax evasion. It is said that Zhu Yuanju evaded 100 million in taxes. He is not even a first-tier star. Even if such a star could evade 100 million in taxes, it is too easy to make money in the entertainment industry. Why do celebrities make so much money? The taxes he evaded are also soldiers' wages, the research and development costs of national defense equipment, the funds of social public resources, and the pensions of our parents. Tax evasion is the enemy of the country and the people. This is a red line that must not be crossed. Why is the university employment subsidy I mentioned gone? I saw a revelation before that the daily meal allowance for celebrities is more than 10,000 yuan. Which means that some celebrities spend more than 10,000 yuan on food every day. Check. Check it for me. Chin Sun looked at these comments and smiled. Such celebrity tax evasion can naturally arouse the indignation of netizens. Zhang Lei does not need to spend money to hire water army. The general public will naturally output firepower. Just after he chuckled, Chin Sun heard Su Luoluo's somewhat dissatisfied voice. Boss Chin, please stop laughing. How can you still laugh now? Chin Sun looked up at Su Luoluo, who looked anxious, and nodded with a tense face. Well, I won't laugh anymore. He lowered his head and continued to scroll down. There were a lot of revelations about Zhu Yuanju's private life in the comments section. Zhu Yuanju got someone pregnant. But he didn't pay for an abortion? He stole so much tax. Shouldn't he save the abortion money? How come he fell in love with a trainee from a company, took her to a hotel to sleep for a week, and caused her corpus luteum to rupture? I don't believe he is that fierce. It's true. I have a classmate who works as a nurse in a hospital. The trainee was covered in bruises and cried miserably. He played so much? I heard that he has a very powerful aphrodisiac. In fact, Zhu Yuanju has always been known as Teddy in the circle, I am not surprised at all that he has collapsed. Dirty! You! When Chin Sun saw this, he thought of the can of dog egg pills that he gave to Zhu Yuanju, and immediately took a screenshot and saved this comment. He knew that Zhu Yuanju suddenly became so vigorous, it should be because of the medicine. When Gooden pills are launched in the future, the victims can be invited to denounce Zhu Yuanju as a non-human, using the gossip, and insert the advertisement of Gooden pills. Now Zhu Yuanju's reputation will surely push Fatal Identity to the hot search, and it will create a wave of momentum for Gooden pills in the future. Zhu Yuanju is really a good person, sacrificing himself and achieving others. Thinking of this, Chin Sun couldn't help laughing again. He heard Su Luolu's urgent voice again. Boss Chin, why are you laughing again? What are you laughing at? You? Chin Sun raised his head, and saw Su Luolu was stunned for a moment, walking quickly towards him, and going around behind him. Are you not secretly reading jokes? Chin Sun. Even if I am a lazy person, I can't be so deceitful when reading the news. Right? Really, dog eyes look down on people. Chin Sun ignored Su Luolu, who was standing behind him to supervise, and continued to browse the comment area, and finally saw the discussion about himself. Zhu Yuanju's reputation has collapsed, so does that mean that Fatal ID cannot be released? Definitely. It will never be released. No matter how powerful Chin Sun is, there is no way to get the film approved. It has to be removed from the shelves even if it has been approved. Won't Chin Sun lose hundreds of millions? It's what he deserves. The person who can play with Zhu Yuanju can't be a good person. Comrades, go to at the official Douyin of the movie Fatal ID and cheer it up. A movie that uses bad artists must not be released. Go! 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 Chapter 940 before the class starts. I'm already being taught a lesson? Chin Sun clicks on the link in the comment area and immediately jumps to the official Douyin of Fatal Identity. The pinned video is some behind-the-scenes footage, which has more than 10,000 likes and more than 3,000 comments. Boycott bad artists. Refuse to release the movie. Boycott bad artists. Refuse to release the movie. Boycott bad artists. Refuse to release the movie. Chin Sun, you must not collapse your house. If you collapse, who will I go to have fun with in the future? Listen to my advice. Women can play, but tax evasion is not allowed. One is a moral level. The other is a legal level. If you really can't help it, play with me. I'm a man. Playing with me, it's not against the law. Chin Sun, hold on. Chin Sun, hold on. Chin Sun saw those people who were having fun in the comment area, and just when he wanted to laugh, he thought of Su Luolu, who was still haunting him, and his face became tense. He put down his phone and sighed secretly. Things really went as he expected. Zhang Lei used Zhu Yuanju to sacrifice to the heavens. The only flaw was that Zhang Lei didn't even hire the internet trolls to attack me personally. Is he unwilling to spend money? It seems that I haven't scolded him enough. I have to find a chance to humiliate him again. Su Luoluo saw Chin Sun put down his phone and stared at his expression carefully. But she didn't notice that although he didn't smile anymore, he still didn't look nervous at all. She asked, Mr. Chin, what should we do now? Our movie is over. Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Su Luoluo behind him, hesitating for a moment, and said, Student Su, you must be calm when facing major events. Be calm. Let me tell you the truth. Actually, Chin Sun told her the whole story. It was made clear that Zhu Yuanju, Mao Qianni, and Gao Men were all bad artists. It was all an accidental encounter designed by Zhang Lei for him at the ski resort, which led to this movie lineup. He was just playing along. So the collapse of Zhu Yuanju and the other three was expected all along. And it was exactly what they expected. After listening to Chin Sun's explanation, Su Luolu's scalp tingled. Her heart was shocked, and she took a few steps back in fear. She looked at Chin Sun nervously. Boss Chin, you won't sell me out one day and ask me to count the money for you, right? Chin Sun said with a smile. Aren't you keeping accounts for me now? Su Luolu? Suddenly, she heard Niu Xiaojun burst into laughter, looked up, and saw her laughing so hard, as if she was very pleased with herself. Su Luoluo thought of how she had just pretended to agree with her, and played tricks on her by pretending that something was wrong, and her face turned red with grievance. I was the only one in the room who didn't know. Were they just teasing a fool? That was too much. Su Luoluo felt more and more aggrieved the more she thought about it, and suddenly she changed her mind. Mr. Chin told me this big business secret, Doesn't that mean I have gained all the trust? From now on, Mr. Chin and I are completely on the same side. Awesome. The redness on Su Luolu's face faded, but her eyes were slightly red. She took a deep breath and said loudly, Mr. Chin, I will keep the secret. I will never let you down. Chin Sun didn't understand her sudden ambition and gestured for her to sit back in her seat. Seeing Su Luoluo sitting back in his seat, he looked at Xia Ning and said, Ning Ning, Zhang Lei is starting to exert his strength. Although we have made arrangements in advance, who knows if Zhang Lei will have any unexpected tricks? Do you think you can really handle it alone? Xia Ning lowered her head and remained silent. She knew Wu Yu's personality. Although she was jumpy, she was very stubborn. She was a person who could swallow her anger. Under normal circumstances, she would not actively seek help from him. But once she can't hold on and comes to ask for help, it means that the situation has become very difficult. The cost of taking action at that time may double. Xia Ning raised her head, looked at Su Luoluo, and said, Luolu, Chin Sun will be handed over to you for the next half-month. Keep a good account. Restrict his behavior in school. If you find him doing something suicidal, call me immediately. As she said that, she saw Su Luolu's face was embarrassed, and her eyes secretly glanced at Chin Sun. And she added, Don't worry. It's the same thing I said to you before. Although you are Chin Sun's assistant, you are my employee. Only I can fire you. Su Luoluo smiled secretly and nodded. Chin Sun crossed his legs, picked up the wine glass, sipped gently, looking like a man who would sit on the Diaoyu Island and let the wind and waves rise. Ning Ning finally left. I can start pretending to work hard and copy and paste 30 billion. Great. Early the next morning, Xia Ning and Niu Xiaojun flew back to Haicheng. Chin Sun took Su Luoluo to Beijing University, as usual. He walked in front. Su Luoluo followed behind with a thick stack of books. Walking all the way to the classroom on Huang Huai's schedule, Chin Sun found that many of the students he met on the way turned back to look at him. They were still whispering. Chin Sun had sensitive ears and heard some words. Are you still coming to class? He is so careless. Doesn't he care about the box office of more than 1 billion? Shouldn't he go to work on his connections at this time to suppress Zhu Yuanjiu's matter? Isn't he still smiling? He has guts. Chin Sun and the others walked to the door of the classroom, and actually saw Huang Huai standing at the door. Huang Huai saw Chin Sun and the other person, ran over quickly, stretched out her hand and gently pushed away several students who wanted to take a photo, and said anxiously, Chin Sun, I was just trying here. And you really came to class? She saw a group of students around her, and lowered her voice. Shouldn't you go back and deal with things now? Chin Sun smiled. What is it? Huang Huai was startled. That thing. Chin Sun, which thing? Huang Huai felt that he was playing a guessing game with her, and said helplessly, Zhu Yuanjiu evaded taxes, abandoned her after having sex with her, and sexually abused the company's trainees. Chin Sun smiled and shrugged, saying, It wasn't me who did it. What does it have to do with me? What do I need to deal with? She walked around Huang Huai, walked towards the classroom, and said loudly, Nothing can stop me from yearning for knowledge. I have studied hard, and my heart is free of worries. Huang Huai turned his head to look at Chin Sun's back as he strode towards the classroom, and frowned. So pretentious. A movie with many stars had a mess when it was about to be released. And he did not delete the scenes of the problematic artists and re-examine them. He actually came to class? And he said something like study hard. How could he have attended a class properly? Suddenly, Huang Huai saw Su Luoluo holding a pile of books and stopped in front of him and said, Huang Huai, I will teach you something. You must be calm when facing a big event. Be calm. Huang Huai. The class hasn't even started yet, and I'm being taught a lesson? The internet is arguing about this. I don't believe you can really stay calm. Huang Huai quickly followed and walked into the classroom. There's something fishy. There must be something fishy. Chapter 941. Does he want to make himself a tragic hero? Chin Sun walked into the classroom, occupied the middle seat in the first row, and took a group photo with the students as usual. However, there were not as many people taking photos today as before. I don't know if most of the people who wanted to take photos already had his photo, or if they avoided him because of the scandal that broke out yesterday. The bell rang. The teacher began to lecture. Chin Sun flipped through books, drew, slept, as usual, and there was no difference from before. Huang Hui sat beside him, and looked at him secretly from time to time, trying to observe a trace of panic under his calm face. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see any problem. He really didn't seem to care about Zhu Yuanju's thunderbolt. He really didn't care about the loss caused by the failure of a movie, with a super luxurious lineup to be released. What surprised Huang Hui the most was that Su Luoluo, who would get anxious when encountering a little trouble, actually behaved out of character today. She would pick up a bottle of green tea and sip it slowly, listen to the class with a smile on her face, and shake her head from time to time, looking unfathomable. Huang Hui was not interested in the class, and was thinking about this matter all the time. After half of the class, she suddenly had some ideas in her mind, and looked up at the teacher. Seeing that the teacher was too lazy to look at Qin Sun, she, who was sitting next to Qin Sun, had a good opportunity to slack off. Huang Hui took out her mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Luoluo. She said several messages in a row. Qin Sun had fallen asleep, and it was not good to disturb him. She wanted to get confirmation from Su Luoluo. This was an open class, and it did not involve some professional knowledge. Su Luoluo listened with great interest, tilting her head up. Suddenly, she felt her phone vibrate non-stop. She quietly picked it up and looked at it, opened WeChat, and found that it was Huang Hui who sent a series of messages. Su Luoluo turned her head to look at Huang Hui, and saw Huang Hui secretly pointing at his phone. She sighed in her heart. This Huang Hui is really impatient. How could he not pay attention to the class because of such a small matter as Zhu Yuanju's house collapse? Such an inattentive little sister. I don't know how she got into Beijing University. I was so serious in class. It's so unfair. Seeing Huang Hui winking at her, Su Luoluo opened WeChat helplessly, and was stunned when she saw it. Sister Luoluo, is Zhu Yuanju's exposure a marketing method for Qin Sun's movie? In fact, Zhu Yuanju has no real role in the movie? I paid him just for this day, to make him fall out of favor, and send Fatal ID to the hot search? When the popularity reached the highest point, Qin Sun suddenly jumped out and said that he would rather sacrifice the quality of the movie, but also cut off ties with bad artists, and delete Zhu Yuanju's role. Qin Sun wants to make himself a tragic hero, to stimulate netizens' desire to buy tickets? When Su Luoluo saw these words, the hand holding the phone subconsciously exerted force until the knuckles turned white. She turned to look at Huang Hui, then at her phone, then at Huang Hui, then at her phone, quickly typed a line of words, and sent it. You are so young. How can you be so thoughtful? Business secret, delete immediately. Don't make it public. After sending, Su Luoluo deleted the chat history first, and even had the urge to delete Huang Hui as well. Oh my god. Not only did she guess the real situation, she even predicted that Mr. Qin might use a self-torture trick later? I didn't know that. Huang Hui is really smart. No wonder he can be a top student in a place where top students gather. He can make so much money a month by doing part-time jobs. Although he almost didn't get it. Really amazing. I am not the dumbest person among all the people Mr. Qin knows. Am I? 2 classes passed quickly. Qin Sun fell asleep on the table. Su Luoluo stood up and smiled, and persuaded the people who wanted to take a group photo to leave. The people in the classroom gradually dispersed. Huang Hui glanced at Qin Sun, who was still sleeping, and said to Su Luoluo, "Is there a class in this classroom later? Are we still staying here?" Su Luoluo glanced at Qin Sun, and was a little embarrassed. As an excellent life assistant, when the boss falls asleep in class, he should cover him with a cool quilt in time, instead of waking him up. At this moment, Qin Sun felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He got up from the table, yawned, and took out his phone to check. The caller ID showed Zhu Yuanju. He waited for the phone to vibrate for more than 30 seconds. And seeing that Zhu Yuanju hadn't hung up yet, he knew that the other party was very anxious. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard a commotion at the door, and saw many students holding books and looking over here. They should be here for class. Qin Sun got up, walked out, and answered the phone. Hello? On the other end of the phone, Zhu Yuanju's hoarse voice was somewhat excited. Boss Qin, save me! Save me! Boss Qin, save me! Qin Sun heard his help 3 times in a row and sneered. Save you? How can I save you? Do you want to hear what you are saying? As he said this, he ignored the dumbfounded looks of the students around him, and squeezed out of the door sideways, and walked towards the stairs. Behind him, some students looked at each other, and immediately thought of yesterday's news, and guessed that it was Zhu Yuanju on the other end of the phone. They followed quietly to hear the celebrity gossip for themselves. Some people even took out their phones to secretly record videos. Chin Sun walked to the stairs and heard Zhu Yuanju almost crying on the other end of the phone. Boss Chin, I can handle those scandals myself. It's all consensual. But in the end, they didn't get the benefits they wanted from me. So those sluts are barking now. I can solve it with a little money. Chin Sun took a deep breath and said righteously. What do you mean by a slut? What do you mean by a dog bark? Don't you have any basic respect for women? You said they were bitches. Then were you a male dog when you were with them? On the other end of the phone, Zhu Yuanju was obviously stunned, as if he didn't expect Chin Sun to put such a big hat on him right away. After a while, he said hurriedly, Boss Chin, I lost my mind and said something wrong. Let's put this matter aside for now. Boss Chin, lend me tens of millions, and I will immediately pay the taxes and fines. Don't you have the Xia Group and the Lu Group behind you? I heard that CEO Zheng Mingquan also admires you. You have a strong background and many backers. Please ask them to help. I will pay the taxes and fines, and any big boss can help me. So I won't be listed as a bad artist. And I won't be banned. The movie may still be released as usual. Chin Sun snorted coldly and said passionately, What backer? What background? The biggest background of the people of the country is the country. The country is our strong backing. You evaded taxes, you are fucking breaking the law. Do you know that? Even if God comes, he can't save you. Even if Fatal Identity is not released, even if I lose money and go bankrupt, I will never help you. Fuck you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chin Sun turned around, as expected. He saw a group of students behind him staring at him blankly, with complicated expressions. Su Luluo glanced at Huang Huai, took the lead in applauding, thinking, Huang Huai is so amazing. Huang Huai smiled and looked at Chin Sun applauding, thinking, Chin Sun is so amazing. Those students cast extremely respectful eyes at Chin Sun, and applauded one after another. Chapter 942 Do I have the qualifications to collapse the house? In the corridor, there was warm applause, and the students encouraged him loudly. Chin Sun, well done. You made it just cut with The Criminals, which lost the box office, but won the hearts of netizens. It is said on the internet that you are a playboy. I don't know whether it is true or not, but your attitude towards women is okay. Women are not everything in the bed of big men, and they are not bitches. Well said. Chin Sun, I am a fan of you. Although this movie of yours cannot be released, but for the next movie, no matter how bad it is, I will buy tickets to support it, and watch it twice. Chin Sun looked around with a determined face, nodded, turned and walked down the stairs in the admiring eyes of everyone. After the work is done, I will leave, with my merits and fame hidden. Afternoon. A piece of news has become a hot search on Douyin. An artist with bad records asked Chin Sun for help, and was scolded. No one can save him for breaking the law. The country is the biggest background. This is a video of a student secretly filming Chin Sun making a phone call. Through this video, countless netizens saw Chin Sun's upright back, full of positive energy words. Xia Ning, Niu Xiaoju and Wu Yu, who were far away in Haicheng, were in the office of Yuzi Film and Television Company, and watched this video together. Xia Ning clicked on the comment area and started to look through it. He found that most of the tens of thousands of comments were praising Chin Sun. Awesome. I didn't expect Zhu Yuanju to be such a person. How can you say that those who slept with him were bitches? Good job. Chin Sun. Although he has all the characteristics of a scumbag, he looks very reliable at the moment. We are all men. Why is there such a big difference? The country is our biggest background. It's awkward to say, but it's great. I love it. Say more. Look at the stars you like. They are so humble in front of Chin Sun. From planning to kneel down to save his mother, to donating songs to save Huang Huai. How many good things has Chin Sun done along the way? Why do some people just don't believe that he is a good person? I promise. If Chin Sun's reputation collapses in the future, I will pretend I didn't see it. I'm going to be his crazy fan. It's just a pity for the movie Fatal Identity. I don't know if deleting Zhu Yuanju's scenes will have any impact on the movie. The movie can't be released. What a pity. I felt that this movie was crazy since it was launched. I didn't want to fight. Will I still not be able to see how crazy it is in the end? Xia Ning looked at these comments, with a slight smile on her lips, and suddenly heard Wu Yu say something weird. Oh my! You have a happy smile on your face. This sour smell of love is so stinky. Xiaoning put down her phone and looked at Wu Yu. Director Wu. How can you look like a great director now? Wu Yu snorted, laid down on the sofa, put her feet on the armrests, and took a long breath. Look like a great director? That's too tiring. Qin Sun is the master of playing the public opinion war. Look. He is pretending again. I'll leave the rest of the matter to you. I need to take a break. After saying that, she closed her eyes. Seeing Wu Yu's unruly look, Xiaoning smiled softly. These days, Wu Yu has been leading all the matters related to the release of the movie by himself, which is really tiring. After seeing her today, Wu Yu circled around her 3 times and asked, Where is Qin Sun? Qin Sun is not coming back. What are you doing back? This made her feel despised and hurt. Xiaoning had to prove her ability. So she picked up her phone and opened WeChat. She pulled all the main actors of the movie Fatal Identity, except Zhu Yu and Zhu, into a group, and changed the group name to Fatal ID Emergency PR Group. Xiaoning sent a text message to the group. Hello everyone. Everyone knows about the recent events. The collapse of the artist has had a serious impact on the release of the movie. Now the company is urgently re-editing the movie, striving to pass the review quickly, and release it in theaters as usual. Just in case, I would like to ask a question. There should be no risk of other actors being exposed, right? If so, please private message me. Let's avoid the risk as soon as possible. It took 5 minutes for someone in the group to respond. Encore, do I have the qualifications to collapse the house? Xiaoning saw it, felt a little helpless, and replied with an expression that the elderly love the most. Smile. After a while, another message was received in the group. Songying, I will probably skip 3 classes a week, but in order not to affect the movie, I did not cheat in this study test. But there is a high probability that I will fail 2 subjects. This will not have a big impact. Right? Xiaoning replied. No impact. I will study hard in the future, and be careful not to graduate. Songying, haha, thank you. Xiaoning, for your blessing. After a while, Messier sent another message. I used to be a marginal anchor. You can still find my dancing videos online, but the most explicit videos are just showing my waist. In the pub, I probably scold 3 or 4 drunks a week. The language is vulgar, and contains a lot of motherfucking. Doesn't this have any impact? Xiaoning saw this, smiled bitterly, and replied, Some people deserve to be scolded. It doesn't have any impact. Just after she finished, she saw Qin Sun sent a message. I have a perfect personality. I can't let it fall. Xiaoning burst out laughing, and just when she was about to type a reply, she saw Yilan, who had been silent, before mocking Qin Sun in the group. Cheap. Then encore Messier, Songying also copied and pasted. Cheap. Chicken. Chicken. Songying took the lead in the group again, posting some messy silly expressions. The group was a bit chaotic, not serious at all. Niu Xiaojun said to Xiaoning, while posting a shivering animated picture in the group. Old nun, look at the group, someone is ganging up to tease your husband. Xiaoning. She took a deep breath, sent a message in the group, and tagged Yilan, who was the leader of the trouble. Be serious. I'm asking if you have the risk of being exposed, not asking you to make a fuss in the group. The group immediately became quiet. Xiaoning looked at the messages in the group. After 30 seconds, another message from Yilan popped up. Yes, we have a child. However, no one dared to expose my black material, so there is no risk of collapse. Xiaoning was startled. Frowning. You have a child? She put her fingers on the phone keyboard several times, picked it up again, and thought about how to vent her emotions without being a shrew. While thinking, Xiaoning saw Qin Sun tagging her in the group. Kick Yilan out. Xiaoning did not hesitate, and was about to click on the group member list to remove Yilan from the group, when she saw a prompt. Yilan has left the group chat. Xiaoning was so angry that she slapped the table lightly, annoyed that her hand speed was not fast enough. But after thinking about it, she smiled again. What's the use? Didn't I take Qin Sun down first? All the members in the group have spoken, leaving only Mao Qianni and Gao Man. Xiaoning waited for 2 hours, but they didn't talk in the group, nor did they chat with her privately. She was not angry. After all, asking such a question in the group was stupid. However, it didn't matter whether they answered or not. She just wanted to spread the false news that the company was re-editing the movie to get a re-examination by setting up a group chat. First, It will reassure the audience and make them look forward to the movie being released as scheduled. Second, it will make Zhang Lei worried and put pressure on him, and perhaps induce him to continue to expose Mao Qianni and Gao Man. It will hype up the movie. Finally, through Lu Gang, tell the companies behind Zhu Yuanju, Gao Man, and Mao Qianni that their exposure was caused by Zhang Lei. Let more companies attack Beiying Film and Television together. 3 hours later, Gao Man replied in the group, "I'm fine." 5 minutes later, Mao Qianni also replied, "I'm fine too." Xia Ning replied one message, "That's good." Then she laughed. "I guess it won't be many days before you're in trouble." Chapter 943. You broke the rules of the circle, and sooner or later you will follow in my footsteps. In the following time, Qin Sun no longer paid attention to Zhu Yuanju's scandal. He went to class, read books, drew pictures, slept, and occasionally interacted with the teacher. This provided Zhang Lei with material to blacken him later. According to Qin Sun's speculation, Zhang Lei would sooner or later use the internet to blacken him. Just like a child fighting. Someone took off his pants and spanked him. But after standing up, he still had to curse a few dirty words to show his strength. This is called losing the battle but not the battle. In the afternoon, after the last class, Qin Sun went straight to Hamiya Game Company. As soon as he entered the office, he found that the employees were typing seriously. He was stunned for a moment, and was so angry that he walked around the office with his middle finger raised. "What do you mean? Why do we have to work overtime?" Manager Chen immediately stood up and said, "Boss Qin, we are working overtime voluntarily. This time it's really voluntary." After that, there was a burst of laughter around. Manager Chen continued, "We don't want overtime pay." Qin Sun still raised his middle finger proudly and sneered, "Overtime pay? Are you crazy? Still want overtime pay? You volunteered to work overtime for no reason, and not only will I not pay you overtime, I will fine you." Everyone looked at each other, and thought of some mythical rumor circulating on the internet. Working overtime at Oak and Pomelo is a serious violation of the rules, and you will be fined 200 yuan each time, and you will be punished if you do it 3 times in total. They knew that in some European countries, overtime was illegal, and the boss would be punished. If an individual worked overtime in public, he would be fined by the government. However, Qin Sun was taking a big step to implement this rule in China, and it really hurt them. Seeing that no one talked back, Qin Sun said, "You should encrypt some private things in your computer, and then set the password of the computer to HMY123. I will requisition your computer tonight." Although everyone felt strange, they did not ask anything. After all, they bought the company, so what's wrong with requisitioning computers? Although the number of requisition computers was a bit too much, which was a bit strange. However, they didn't dare to say anything or ask anything. Under Qin Sun's eagle-like sharp eyes, the employees, with mixed feelings, turned off their computers, cleaned up their desks, and then walked out of the company in disgrace. While waiting for the elevator, everyone was talking in a low voice. "No. Overtime fine. Are you serious? This is the first time I feel so comfortable with a fine. I just hope the company doesn't go bankrupt." "Yeah. Don't go bankrupt." "Not really. Even if we can't make a game. You can see that the soundtracks of The Legend of Chusen and The Richest Man in Shihong City were all composed by Mr. Qin. If it doesn't work out, we can always get some game soundtrack work. And character modeling. I've seen Mr. Qin's paintings on the internet. He's definitely a top-notch expert." "That makes sense. But I feel that Mr. Qin doesn't care about this little money. I always feel he's going to make a big deal." "Make a big deal? Wait until everyone in the company leaves." Qin Sun looked at Su Luoluo and said, "Su, go back to the hotel. I'll be staying at the company these nights. It's not appropriate for a girl like you to stay here." Su Luoluo was a little confused. "Boss Qin, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to report to Boss Xia." Qin Sun looked at Su Luoluo and showed a not-so-green smile on his face. "I'm going to try out what I've learned these days, and try to make a 18+ game." Su Luoluo's face turned red, and she turned and left. "I'm sleeping at the front desk. You can call me if you need anything. I will still report this matter to Sister Xia Ning truthfully." Qin Sun watched Su Luoluo leave, turned on all the computers in the office area, and logged into Cece's website. Front desk. Su Luoluo reported the situation to Xia Ning on WeChat. "Sister Xia Ning, Boss Qin came to Hamiya Company, requisitioned all the computers, said he wanted to make a small game for 18+. Xiaoning replied. He was just teasing you. You sneak in and take a video for me, so I can see what he is doing. Su Luoluo got the order, took a deep breath, quietly walked into the office area, saw that Qin Sun was not in the public office area. He should have gone into the office. She tiptoed to take out her phone, turned on the camera, walked in, and turned around to take a look. The rows of computers all had colorful interfaces, like those of adult websites. Su Luoluo's scalp suddenly tingled, and she turned around and ran out, her heart pounding. Boss Qin, is he serious? She sent the video to Xiaoning. In less than 30 seconds, Xiaoning called. Hey, Luoluo, go back to the hotel. These days, after class, don't keep an eye on Qin Sun. This person. Su Luoluo nodded frantically, as if she had been pardoned. Yeah. Hang up the phone. She sent a farewell message to Qin Sun, and rushed out of the company like the wind. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't listen to anything indecent. Don't say anything indecent. Qin Sun turned off all the company's surveillance in the computer room, walked out, picked up the phone and took a look at the message from Su Luoluo, and laughed. Fight me! Suddenly, the phone rang. Qin Sun saw that it was Xiaoning, and answered the call. Hello? Xiaoning's voice was cold. What are you doing? Qin Sun answered. Make a game. Xiaoning's voice became even colder. To make a game, you need to turn on all the computers in the company, and play that kind of thing? Qin Sun laughed, looking for inspiration. Xiaoning was silent, and then spoke for a long time. You'd better be honest. Qin Sun was very straightforward. Okay. Hang up the phone. Qin Sun locked the company door, walked into the general manager's office, locked the door again, found some snacks to eat, and lay on the sofa to play with his phone. The next day, 7 o'clock. He was woken up by the alarm clock. Stretched, turned off all the computers, and walked out of the company. After leaving the office building, Qin Sun looked up at the bright sun in the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Making games is so tiring. Although I didn't do anything, I worked hard. A few days later, Zhu Yuanju was on the hot search for several days, and was scolded again and again. True and false rumors were flying around on the internet. The amount of tax evasion was reported to have increased from 100 million to 1 billion. As for the scandals in his private life, they became more and more exciting. What about having sex with 3 women in one night? What about liking a sim? What about having an exhibitionist fetish? What about having devoted herself to a male boss in order to get promoted, but now she often can't hold her shit? In contrast, Qin Sun was also on the hot search for several days. However, he was active on the internet with a bright and upright image, and became a golden positive energy idol. Incorruptible. Open and above board. Sticking to principles. Zhu Yuanju looked at the news on the internet. His haggard face was twisted with anger, and he cursed viciously. Qin Sun, you beast. Not only did you not help me, but you also stepped on my head to gain fame. Hack you. There are few clean people in the circle. You pretend to be a gentleman. Who will dare to play with you in the future? You broke the rules of the circle. Sooner or later, you will follow in my footsteps. Die. Chapter 944. Is this house completely collapsed? Beijing Film and Television Office. Zhang Lei has been surfing the internet intensively for several days in a row. Seeing that the news about Zhu Yuanju is getting hotter and hotter, Qin Sun's justice video is also getting hotter and hotter. He is a little irritated. Now netizens are regretting that they can't watch Fatal Identity because of Qin Sun's attitude towards Zhu Yuanju and his pretentious rhetoric. The crew of Fatal Identity didn't spend any money, but I spent money to hype up the popularity? It is rumored that the movie is being urgently re-edited. Strive to make Fatal Identity released as scheduled? Is it possible that Zhu Yuanju has very few scenes? It doesn't matter if it is cut? Zhang Lei's face is grim. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly punched the table. Okay, since you won't let me have a good life, then no one else will have a good life. Wait, I'll see if you can handle it. Early the next morning, Qin Sun was woken up by the alarm clock, got up from the sofa, and habitually picked up his phone to wake himself up. As soon as he opened Douyin, a hot search came into view. Mao Qianni knocked on the director's door late at night to get promoted, and took the initiative to rape a director? Qin Sun was startled, and laughed. As the video played, a blogger said with a beaming face. Recently, the entertainment industry has revealed shocking news. According to a well-known director's assistant, a female star opened the director's door late at night, and had an inappropriate relationship with the director in a tough manner. Surprisingly, because of her excellent skills, the director was not angry afterwards and even gave her resources. It is rumored that the actress is a supporting actress in a certain movie that collapsed. As for the male director, there are many different opinions, and no one knows who it is. Jin Sun saw that this video already had more than 50,000 likes and more than 10,000 comments, and clicked into the comment area. Netizens are discussing. Explosive, too explosive. The supporting actress of a certain movie that collapsed? Malchiani Goldman, or Songing. The entertainment industry is still full of tricks. A female star raped a famous director. What a niche text. Sometimes, I really regret that I can read. Fake news. Right? It is said that gods are harder to beat than grass rolling on the ground. How can a woman have the strength to rape a man? Who told you that only men can be directors? Could it be that the female star knocked the director of Fatal Identity, the flat-chested girl? Are they having sex? True and false, false and true, maybe half true and half false. What if it is not the director, but the producer? You said it was Jin Sun? It makes sense. What's the reason? Jin Sun's muscular body. How can a weak woman rape a man? Force him to lose his virginity? What if Jin Sun half-heartedly agrees? What kind of evil did Fatal ID do? They all use some bad artists? Birds of a feather flock together. I now think Jin Sun is not clean. How many people in this circle are clean? Jin Sun is too high profile. He offended people. It's normal to be screwed. Fatal ID is G. Jin Sun saw someone deliberately throwing dirty water on him, and he didn't mind. He searched for his personal certified Douyin account. He found that the number of comments on the pinned video had indeed soared. And there were already more than 30,000 comments. He clicked in. Netizens lined up in an orderly manner. You were raped by Mao Qianyi? You were raped by Gao Man? You were raped by Songing? You were raped by Mao Qianyi? You were raped by Gao Man? You were raped by Songing? Jin Sun smiled and put away his phone. The most classic way for the entertainment industry to deal with rumors is to ignore them. Who can skip 3 meals a day to slander you for a month? Jin Sun turned off all the computers in the company and walked out of the company. The driver was already waiting on the side of the road. He took a car to Jingcheng University and met Su Luoluo at the school gate and took her up. As soon as he got in the car, Su Luoluo was a little excited and said, Boss Qin Mao Qianyi has also been exposed. What should we do now? Jin Sun said with a smile. It's okay. As he said, he found John Lei's phone number and dial it. Blocking the other party's phone number only means that you can't receive the other party's calls, but you can call the other party as usual. Soon, the call was connected. Zhang Lei laughed twice on the other end of the phone. Oh, what wind brought Mr. Qin here? But, isn't this wind a little late? Jin Sun started to curse. Hack your mother. Zhang Lei was stunned on the other end of the phone and cursed back angrily. Fuck your grandmother. Jin Sun, hack your great-grandmother. Zhang Lei, hack your great-grandmother. Jin Sun, hack your great-grandmother. You can use any tricks you want. I want to make a sound. You are the child of me and your mother. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jin Sun let out a long sigh. As long as I hang up fast enough, his grandmother can't catch up with me. Su Luoluo. Boss Qin is so childish. But Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone has a lot of dirty words in his stomach and nowhere to vent. Will he be mad? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lei jumped up from the bed in anger and smashed the phone to the ground. Okay. You want to die? I'll let you die thoroughly. Jingcheng University. Jin Sun, Su Luoluo got off the car and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast one after the other. Jin Sun noticed that many students looked at him along the way, and their eyes were a little strange. After walking for a long time, only 7 or 8 students came over to ask for a photo. Jin Sun found it funny. This world is so real. Before yesterday, he was still a positive person who made a righteous cut with Zhu Yuanju and attracted many people to take photos. Today, I became the target of a female celebrity's scandal and rape, and people avoided me again. Jin Sun sighed in his heart and turned to share with Su Luoluo, but found that she was holding a pile of books and was standing 10 meters behind him. He was stunned for a moment and hooked his finger at Su Luoluo. You come here. Su Luoluo shook his head. No. Jin Sun, why? Su Luoluo looked around and whispered. Although I believe in your innocence, there are still some people who don't believe it. I am too close to you, and I am worried that others will think that I have some messy relationship with you. Chin Sun. Rumors kill people. On the third day, early in the morning, Chin Sun got up as usual and checked his phone, and saw another hot search on Douyin on the news. Gao Man has solicited prostitution many times and has been detained. He laughed. John Lei has lost his mind, said Gao Man to the police station. Chin Sun clicked on the comment area and found that a stone caused 1,000 waves, and netizens were furious. Is it true or false? What is true or false? Look at the police report. Is it unnecessary? Gao Man looks so mature. Is there still a need to go to prostitutes? Come to me. I don't charge money. It doesn't count as prostitution if you don't pay. I can't believe my eyes. This is what I see when I open Douyin. What I mean is, what's wrong with you finding a stable boyfriend? I really can't believe it. The entertainment industry is really messy. Why is it like this? Sigh. After working so hard for so many years, I finally got into Chin Sun's crew. Why do you have to ruin yourself? What's going on? Why are there so many melons lately? I can't keep up with them all. Are you trying to suppress some other super melon? Hey, something's wrong. Ju Yuanju, Mao Qianni, Gao Man, all three of them are from the Fatal Identity crew. How weird. Chin Sun found John Lei's mobile number and did it. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone immediately yelled, "Fuck your mother." This sound was like a bell, as if it was holding back a century of anger. Chin Sun cursed back at lightning speed. What's your skill in picking on the actors in my crew? Come at me if you dare. Gao Ning's mother. He paused for half a second, and suppressed what Zhang Lei was about to say with a higher voice. I have said it long ago. Chin, have been hard-working and diligent all my life, studied seriously, worked hard, never slacked off. And never slacked off. I sit upright, behave properly, so why should I be afraid of you? After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone and cursed. Stupid. Fuck me. Chapter 945. Something terrible has happened. You are on the hot search again. After hanging up the phone, Chin Sun turned off all the computers in the company, went downstairs, and got on the business car waiting in the parking lot. The car drove towards Jingcheng University. 10 minutes later, Chin Sun's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He hung up directly. Do scammers dare to call in the morning now? Are they not afraid that I will be in a bad mood when I wake up? Just after hanging up the phone, a few seconds later, the phone rang again. Chin Sun saw that it was the same number. He guessed that Zhang Lei was angry and called from another number or someone else's phone. He took a deep breath, prepared himself, quickly pressed the answer button, and yelled, "Hack your mother." Then he hung up the phone and blocked the number. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lei was furious. He jumped from the bed to the bottom of the bed, and then jumped from the bottom of the bed to the bed, repeating this 4 or 5 times. Like a monkey. He looked so excited, as if he was going to face his fate. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. How can there be such a person in the world? Can you even call me? After cursing for more than half an hour, he gradually calmed down and picked up his phone to call his assistant. You should find a water army company right now and post all the negative information about Chin Sun, whether it's true or not, on the internet. Spend money and push this dog Chin Sun to the top of the hot search list. Fuck you. Chin Sun and Su Luoluo met and went to school. Because Gao Man was detained for soliciting prostitution, netizens determined that the female star who might have raped Chin Sun was Mao Qianni. This incident has been on the hot search. Although people in the industry have been secretly refuting the rumors and spreading smoke bombs, saying that it was not Chin Sun, but a director who had already become famous in the industry. But as one of the possible victims, Chin Sun's campus life was still affected. Chin Sun and Su Luoluo went to have breakfast and went to class. There were no many people coming to take photos. Su Luoluo was a little worried and asked, Mr. Chin, should I use your Douyin official account to issue a clarification statement? Chin Sun, no need. The innocent will be innocent. Su Luoluo hesitated for a moment and said anxiously, but this has a great impact on your reputation. You could always win back some fans by issuing a statement. Chin Sun was helpless. No need. I respect my fans, but I don't rely on them for a living. They can be fans or not. Su Luoluo sighed, very melancholy. When her employer had such a big reputation crisis. As an assistant, she couldn't do anything. This once again made her feel like a freeloader. In the morning, Chin Sun read, slept, and drew. In the afternoon, Chin-sun read, slept, and drew again. He was just like nothing happened. After class, he and Su Luoluo got on a business car and drove to the school gate. In the past few days, the driver always took Su Luoluo to the hotel first, and then took Chin-sun to Hamayu Company. Because it was on the way, it was not troublesome, and Su Luoluo felt at ease. Otherwise she would not dare to let the driver take her first. In the car, Su Luoluo frowned all the time, hesitated for several times, and finally mustered up the courage to bring up the topic. Boss Chin, do you really not need to issue a clarification statement? I've been thinking about it all day today, and I always think it's better to issue one. And I have secretly drafted 3 versions. How about sending it to you? Chin-sun glanced at Su Luoluo, closed his eyes, and opened the slacking panel. Slacking points, 538050000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. Not bad. After these days of hard work, I already have more than 500 million slacking points. However, the speed has gradually slowed down. The leaders, teachers, students in the school have become numb to their behavior of not listening to the lectures and messing around in class. Now it has reached a bottleneck period. The power of netizens' anger is needed to push up the slacking points. At this juncture, how can I issue any clarification certificate? I just hope Zhang Lei can make the storm come more violently. Su Luoluo saw Chin-sun close his eyes just after he made the proposal, and thought of the rumors about those celebrities in the entertainment industry who act like big names. For example, some stars ask their assistants to help them put on shoes and socks on the set. For example, some stars will spit chewed gum into the assistant's hand. For example, some stars wanted to eat big wontons, but bought small wontons instead, and then poured a bowl of wontons on the assistant's head. Su Luoluo looked at Chin-sun with his eyes closed nervously, and instantly thought about all the news about stars acting like big shots, and felt that she was about to be fired. Her little face wrinkled, and she was about to cry. Suddenly, Chin-sun opened his eyes, and saw Su Luoluo's bitter expression. He realized that he had closed his eyes for so long and scared her. Su, don't worry. I'm not thinking about how to expel you. I just closed my eyes and thought about it carefully. After thinking about it, I don't need to make any statement. Su Luoluo asked. Why? Chin-sun explained. Because of the status. I'm not an artist, but a big producer that a group of stars need to look up to. So I don't need to follow their way. I don't bother to explain to netizens. Su Luoluo thought about it, but still didn't understand. In addition to being pretentious, what is the actual content page missing in this call from President Chin? Even if you are not a celebrity, you can make a statement. This does not lower a person's status. Su Luoluo looked at Chin-sun, forced a smile, and fell silent. She was not prepared to be a loyal minister in the court in ancient times, who banged his head against the pillar to die for his advice. Su Luoluo looked out the window. Sister Xiaoning did not care about her man. Then I don't care. I can't care. Besides, I am a life assistant. As long as President Chin does not eat bad things and have diarrhea, I am an excellent assistant. After a while, Su Luoluo felt much better. She took out her phone, put on her Bluetooth headset, and started to watch Douyin. The first video was a cat rolling around. She loved watching it, and smiled softly. The second video was a beauty blogger sharing lipsticks. She also loved it, and her smile became brighter. Su Luoluo watched the third video, and was startled. She stood up suddenly, and her head hit the roof of the car, and she screamed in pain. She covered her head, turned around, looked at Chin-sun, and said loudly, Boss Chin, something bad has happened. You are on the hot search again. Chin-sun was lazily leaning on the chair. When he heard this, his eyes lit up, he immediately straightened up, and a smile could not be suppressed on his lips. Again? Su Luoluo nodded vigorously. Yes. Chin-sun guessed that Zhang Lei had finally attacked him personally, and he had repeated the same sentence to him over and over again. I, Chin, have been hardworking all my life, study hard, work hard, never slack off, and never slack off. This sentence will definitely become the focus of Zhang Lei's rhythm. Chin-sun asked. It's not the rumor that Mao Qianni raped me, but another new hot search. Su Luoluo looked flustered. Yes. New news. Chin-sun crossed his legs and laughed. Yes. It's 99% new, a rare item. Chapter 946, I don't have any black material, I am guilty. Su Luluo looked at Qin Sun's smiling face, and was stunned for a moment, feeling that she had just lost her hearing, and seemed to have heard her father-in-law's voice. "Boss Qin, please take a look." Qin Sun nodded, took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin and typed, "Qin Sun." 2 words. The first search prompt was that Qin Sun was a hypocritical positive person, but in fact, he was extremely lazy and liked to slack off. Qin Sun clicked in, and a video started playing. The screen was full of photos flashing by one after another, some of which were secretly photographed without knowing when. Playing games in the Haicheng office. Playing games at the filming location of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Playing games on a bamboo lounge chair in the courtyard of Shudian. Walking around and kissing with Xia Ning at Haicheng University of Science and Technology. More photos were of him drawing in class at Jingcheng University recently. Photos of the teacher holding his chest and leaning against the wall in anger. Then, he drew a portrait of Zhang Min with an old man's head and a two-dimensional beauty's body. Then, there are the sketches of the big-breasted girls in Genshin Impact that he drew. As the video plays, the voice of a blogger is heard. "Dear audience friends, big news keeps coming, big news keeps coming." It is reported that the super popular idol Qin Sun, who rose to fame last year, is a person who is two-faced. He has always emphasized to the industry and the public that he is hardworking and diligent throughout his life, study hard, work hard, never lazy, and never slacks off. But in fact, he is a complete slacker. According to reliable sources, when he was an intern at Oak Company, he liked to hide in his workstation and play games secretly. He is an addicted game patient. Later, when he gained power, he was out of control. When doing marketing planning, he played games, and went shopping and slacked off. When filming The Richest Man in Shihong City, he even slacked off with many celebrities. It is said that Bai Yihan was scolded by Qin Sun for stealing his blue during the filming of Fatal Identity. In order to enjoy himself, he even rented a courtyard house near the studio and played games all day long. When directing his own graduation party, he still did his own thing and showed his affection with his rich second-generation girlfriend every day in school, but forced the school teacher to say in an interview that he was a dedicated person. Recently, under the name of studying at Beijing University, in the holy place of learning in the minds of countless Chinese people, he slept in a mess and drew messy paintings. It's simply insulting. Can this super idol, who loves false reputation, but has no real virtue, really bring positive influence to the majority of young people? Please think carefully about it. Netizens who are parents, would you let your children follow such a lazy person? Our reporter Yuanba reports for you. After watching this video, Qin Sun was very disappointed. That's it? That's it? Zhang Lei has spent all his money. Can you find a blogger with a foul mouth? Swearing at people without mentioning their mothers is as hurtful as scraping. Besides slandering me and criticizing Bai Heng's ancestors, and the last sentence drags those parents, who can even report cartoons to be removed from the shelves, into the same camp. This video has no highlights. Qin Sun sighed, looked at the number of likes. There are already more than 100,000, and the number of comments has reached more than 30,000. He knew that Zhang Lei had spent a lot of money, and felt a little better. Zhang Lei, you are a sensible kid. You know how to spend so much money on me. Your grandpa. You probably hired a few thousand netizens to post comments. Right? Qin Sun clicked on the comment area. The top comment has more than 5,000 likes. Slacker, don't be a bad example for teenagers. Get out of the entertainment industry. Under this comment, there are many comments. His fans and netizens are fighting. What slacker? Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Whose slacker can have more than a dozen songs a year, 4 or 5 plans to go viral, a hit movie, and an internationally renowned film? Do you like those who create a diligent persona all day long, but end up not having any works? Below, another netizen responded. Talent is talent. Character is character. Don't mix them up. Okay. Talent is given by God. But character needs to be cultivated by oneself. We don't need a pure genius, but we need an idol with good quality. Below are some of Qin Sun's fans who are fighting with him, but they are drowned in the copy-paste of the same formation of the water army. Slacker. Get out of the entertainment industry. 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 Qin Sun saw his fans talking to him, and he was so angry that he clenched his fists. Fortunately, he saw a large number of water army flooding the screen, and he felt much better. Most netizens think they are sober, and will not be influenced by the online trolls. In fact, most people will be influenced by the online trolls. After all, no one is involved. Right and wrong are all learned from others. 3 people make a tiger. It's no joke. Now Zhang Lei has spent a lot of money, and is ready to swallow Qin Sun alive. Qin Sun scrolled down the comment area. The next one was Bai Hong's fans speaking up for their idol. What do you mean? Qin Sun cursed Xiaobai's ancestors because of a blue in the game? Qin Sun, I hack your uncle. Under this comment, there are Qin Sun's fans trying to clean up the mess. Unfounded rumors. Okay. Qin Sun would take photos with everyone who asked for a photo at Jingcheng University. He doesn't seem to be such a hot-tempered person. Moreover, the song Later, and the song Romance of the Three Kingdoms made Bai Hong the most popular person. If it were you, you would probably send your husband to Qin Sun's bed. 18 generations of ancestors? TSK. The following is another copy and paste of the Navy in a unified formation. Slacker, apologize to Xiaobai. Slacker, apologize to Xiaobai. Slacker, apologize to Xiaobai. Qin Sun recalled carefully, remembering the situation when he played games with Bai Hong and others, but he was just anxious, and blurted out a sentence. Steal my blue, is your mother dead? It was just an ordinary game catchphrase. At that time, I didn't notice that it was Bai Hong who stole the blue. I thought it was Yi Lan. I didn't expect that. Even such a small matter, someone would silently remember it in their hearts, and then make a big fuss about it. Zhang Lei spent a lot of money to collect these things. Right? Qin Sun continued to open the comment area. I really don't understand. How can an actor go to Beijing University to get a promotion? Did he donate money to the school? Or did he contribute to the school? Everyone saw that he didn't study hard, and was slacking off all day long. Why didn't he kick him out? It's really a disgrace. Not many fans spoke for him below, after all. Beijing University has a high status in the minds of Chinese people, and it's really not something you can just touch. Below is another group of comments in a unified formation. Slacker, get out of Jingcheng University. 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 Qin Sun saw that the comments in a unified formation were all prefixed with slacker, and he felt much better. Sure enough, it was a great idea to constantly remind Zhang Lei that I didn't want others to say that I was a slacker. He must think he was so cool. He felt that he hit my weak spot. However, Zhang Lei's revelations were not very topical at all, and had no lethality at all. Blame me for being too clean. There is no black material at all. I am guilty. Suddenly, Qin Sun's phone rang, and it was Xia Ning. He answered the call. Hello? Xia Ning, did you see the news? Qin Sun, yes. Xia Ning, is it difficult? Qin Sun, not worth mentioning. Xia Ning, then deal with it as soon as possible. Qin Sun, okay. Hang up the phone. Qin Sun wrote a line of bold words on the memo, logged into his Douyin official account, and posted a screenshot of the memo. Yes, I am a lazy person. Keep barking. Come and bite me if you don't agree. Chapter 947. You are a public figure after all. Don't lose because you can't express yourself. After Qin Sun sent this simple and crude statement, he immediately changed the password of his Douyin official account to avoid being deleted by Xia Ning. After changing the password, Qin Sun closed his eyes leisurely. Seeing Qin Sun's expression, Su Luoluo didn't dare to ask more, and secretly took out her mobile phone to search for his official account on Douyin. When she opened it, she found that there was an extra video, which was pinned to the top. The content was very simple. Just a screenshot of a memo. Yes, I am the lazy guy. You keep barking. Come and bite me if you don't agree. When Su Luoluo saw these words, her face turned pale with fear. She looked at Qin Sun, who was resting with his eyes closed, then looked at the back of the driver's head, and finally looked out the window with nowhere to go. She was a little dazed, and felt dizzy, and her eyes were a little black. After half a minute, suddenly, a piercing scream came from the car. Ah! The car was unstable, slid down a little, and then continued to move forward. The experienced driver glanced at Su Luoluo in the central rearview mirror, his heart pounding. I have been driving for decades. What kind of scenes have I seen? However, I have never seen this scene before. How could she scream so loudly? Qin Sun opened his eyes in fear, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Luoluo in the front seat turning her head to look at him. Her eyes were red. Her lips were trembling, and she looked aggrieved. Shin-sun asked. What's wrong with you? Su Luoluo asked anxiously. Delete it, delete it, delete it quickly. Boss Chin, delete the statement you just posted. After saying a few words, she shook her head again. Oh no, someone must have taken a screenshot. It's over, there's no hope. You're so arrogant. Netizens will definitely bully you. Su Luoluo was incoherent, not giving Shin-sun a chance to speak. She turned around and lay on the window, looking out the window, sniffing. I will definitely be fired by Sister Xiaoning. Blame me for being useless. Blame me for not being able to control you. Being your assistant is so stressful. Ah. Shin-sun tilted his head, looked over the back of the chair at Su Luoluo, somewhat funny. Mental stress? Your mental quality is too poor. This kind of idiot probably didn't dare to copy the answers given to her in the college entrance examination. After a while, Su Luoluo turned her head and said to Shin-sun with sobs. Boss Chin, you delete that statement and say, Woo, it's your assistant that is. I have been operating the account. Because you deducted my bonus, I have a grudge against you, so I deliberately posted such a video. Then you call the police to arrest me. I promise not to tell the truth to the police. Then netizens will definitely believe it. Woo. After saying that, Su Luoluo curled up in the chair, crying and twitching all over. Seeing this, Shin-sun fell silent. Xiaoning had a good eye for selecting people. Although Su Luoluo was a timid girl, she was sometimes quite manly. She would rather go to jail than defend my non-existent reputation. Good kid. You have to pay more. When the car drove into Jingcheng University, Shin-sun saw that Su Luoluo's crying stopped, and called her. Student Su? Su Luoluo raised her head. Her eyes were red. Her face was full of tears, and she looked at Shin-sun with a dull look. Ah? Shin-sun said. Don't cry. I won't call the police to arrest you. Seeing Su Luoluo was about to speak, he slowly raised his right hand and clenched his fist, and said loudly, Everything is under control. Let the bullets fly for a while. Su Luoluo looked at Shin-sun's solemn expression. Although she didn't know what he was up to, she felt inexplicably relieved. She nodded vigorously. Yeah. She couldn't help but laugh, and a snot bubble came out of her nostrils. Then, yeah. Okay. Half an hour later, Shin-sun and the other person got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Shin-sun received a call from Xiaoning. He got back into the car, avoiding the students coming and going. As soon as the call was connected, Xiaoning's questions came like a string of cannonballs. Shin-sun, what do you mean by this? What does the video you posted on Douyin mean? How can you say that? Do you know how much negative impact this will have on the box office of the movie? You still changed the password. Are you going to die? Wu is right next to me with a fruit knife, ready to fly to Beijing to fight you at any time. You are a public figure after all. Don't lose because you can't express yourself. Delete it, delete it. Xiaoning's tone was unusually excited, and his voice was not small. Some of it leaked out through the microphone of the mobile phone. Su Luoluo stamped her feet anxiously, and kept repeating in her heart. Sister Xiaoning, let the bullets fly for a while. Sister Xiaoning, let the bullets fly for a while. Sister Xiaoning, let the bullets fly for a while. As for what they were flying, she didn't know. Shin-sun held the phone farther away, rubbed her ears that were itchy from the vibration with her fingers, before replying. Xiao Xiaoning, don't be so excited, speaking like Niu Xiaojun, so impatient. As soon as she finished speaking, Niu Xiaojun's voice was heard over there. Fuck you. Who are you talking about? Shin-sun. The speaker is on the other end of the phone? Where is my privacy? Shin-sun sighed and said. Negative influence has a certain lethality to a movie's box office, but as long as the quality of the work is excessive, the lethality is actually limited. Speaking of this, he remembered when he was on Earth. A director who cheated the year before, and won the title of the first blind monk in the country, recovered in the second year with a suspense comedy. The movie box office is not low, and it makes a lot of money. What scandal is there? People who go to the cinema to watch movies and keyboard police on the internet are often not the same group of people. Will those keyboard warriors really stay in the cinema and kill those audiences alone? Shin-sun continued. Don't panic. Everything is under control. And I will definitely solve this mess later. Black and red are also red. And my wild words on the internet can increase the popularity of the movie. Besides, it doesn't matter how high the movie box office is. as long as we can share the box office from Beijing Film and Television. Our goal is to eat up his company. If my way of promoting the movie fails and is boycotted by the entire network, we will turn the movie into an online movie and release it online. It can also stab Beijing Film and Television in the heart. As soon as the voice fell, Chin Sun heard Wu Yu say unhappily on the other end of the phone. No. This is a movie I directed. It must be released in theaters. I will also win an award for this movie. Chin Sun said. Okay. If you want to release it smoothly and achieve both box office success and good reputation, then you will listen to my instructions from now on. On the other end of the phone, Wu Yu's voice was a little louder. Okay. I have been waiting for you to take action for a long time. Chin Sun smiled gently and said, First, you should start posting the behind-the-scenes footage to promote the movie now. Second, post the promotional video when I ask you to. I will have another move later, and I need this promotional video to cooperate with me. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then Wu Yu answered. Okay. Chapter 948. Sold and still counting money. The bell for class rang. Chin Sun sat in the middle of the first row of the classroom. He didn't read, didn't draw, didn't sleep. He took out his phone and played the silent version of Douyin. He looked at the comments section of his statement video. The haters really came over when they smelled the smell and were madly spitting out fragrance. Anxious, anxious. You are anxious. Broken defense, you broke defense? Where is the pattern? Open the pattern. I wanted to say a few words for you. Seeing you are so arrogant, you don't need our help. Go to hell. Looking at it this way, the black material on the internet is true. Not only did you slack off, you were also, oh, shame on you. The beautiful teacher at Haicheng University of Science and Technology said you were a workaholic before. It seems that there is also a dirty flesh and blood transaction between you. Bah! My salary allows me to slack off without feeling guilty. This is called asking for a salary without guilt. But you make so much money. What are you touching? Touching your breasts. You are a slacker. What are you proud of? I ask you what you are proud of? You can touch it if you want, you are the boss. Who cares what you touch? Why are you shouting it out? Stupid. Chin Sun looked at these comments with a smile. Su Luoluo also looked at the Douyin comments for a while, his brows furrowed into a shape, turned his head to look at Chin Sun, and was stunned. Mr. Chin can actually laugh when he sees others scolding him? And he enjoys it so much? His habit is a bit weird. Masochist. In our family, such people are generally called cheap bones. Chin Sun closed his eyes and opened the slacking off panel. Slacking off value 623080000. The next lottery requires 1 billion points of slacking off value. Ouch. It feels so good to be cyberbullied. How come the slacking off value has increased by almost 80 million in just one morning? Oh, many hands make light work. It's too much for life to bear. The bell rang, and the first class ended. Chin Sun stood up as usual and took a photo with the students. He found something different today. The students were shy at first, and then gathered around to take a photo after someone took the lead. The students looked reluctant and shy, which made Chin Sun laugh. The break was over quickly. Chin Sun did not look at his phone, but started to turn the pages, draw, and sleep. The morning passed happily. Chin Sun took Su Luoluo to the cafeteria for dinner. While he was eating, he looked at his official Douyin comment area, and found that the netizen cyberbullying against him had risen to a higher level. Damn you lazy bastard. I'm going to stick my umbrella into your ass and open it. People like him deliberately make outrageous comments to fish for fish. When many people reply to him, he turns his phone to vibrate, and then puts it in the steel door for self-defense. Did Mao Qianni really use force? Or are you too connected by a thread, and you are looking forward to it? How can you, a tough guy, refuse someone's embrace? I wish you get hit by a flying saucer when you go out. The crew of Fatal Identity collapsed one after another. No good will happen to you. Don't hurt Yulon. Chin Sun was happy to see this, and took a bite of rice. Oh, these netizens are really interesting. They really, they hit the nail on the head. They are really good at scolding people, artists. Seeing this, Su Luoluo thought that Chin Sun might be angry and had lost his mind. She quietly got up and went to the store to buy 2 bottles of iced Coke, put one of them in front of Chin Sun, and said, Mr. Chin, please calm down, and stop reading the comments of the haters. Chin Sun took the Coke, opened the lid, drank a few sips, picked up a piece of tofu with a smile, and hummed a little tune. Eating pickles and rolling tofu, the emperor is not as good as me. Su Luoluo held his coat tightly with both hands, saying nervously, "Boss Chin, please don't do this, I'm scared." When Su Luoluo went to buy coke, Chin Sun opened the slacking panel again, and found that the slacking value had risen to more than 700 million. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't help his excited heart and trembling hands. Chin Sun looked at Su Luoluo and said with a smile, "Student Su, don't be afraid, ha ha ha, don't be afraid. Ha ha." Su Luoluo took the coke, picked up the plate, and hid in a seat 2 seats away from Chin Sun. "Boss Chin, if you continue like this, I will complain to Sister Xiaoning." Chin Sun frowned and made an okay gesture. Suddenly, he saw a message popping up on WeChat. He opened it and saw that it was the Fatal ID Emergency PR Group. "Songing, brother. Are you crazy? Encore, it's confirmed." "Crazy. Completely. Monsieur, pretty guts." "Encore, but why?" "Monsieur, boss. You won't be on the hot search for a while. You must feel uncomfortable." "Songing, you are not allowed to say that about my brother." "Niu Xiaojun, littling doll. You lick too much." Then, Songing posted a gif of stabbing someone in the butt. Niu Xiaojun immediately replied with a gif of throwing someone into a septic tank. The two of them fought back and forth, until the sky was dark. After a while, Xiaoning sent a message. "Whoever spams the screen again will be kicked out of the group." The group became quiet. Chin Sun saw the message in the group, thought about it, and replied, "These days, I have thought a lot. And figured out a lot. Why did the crew of Fatal Identity have accidents one after another? It's probably Beijing Film and Television's fault. In order to eliminate the rival of the similar film Mystery Deep Eyes that they are about to release, that is, Fatal Identity, Zhang Lei deliberately exposed these negative materials. Before, Zhang Lei warned me, but I didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, he almost put all of our main creators on the hot search list. Since Mr. Zhu, Ms. Mao, Ms. Gao were affected because of us. So, I didn't use the contract to ask you to compensate for the loss of the movie. Now, I said a few words that will attract hatred, and put myself on the hot search list, and it's my duty to share some of the firepower for everyone. I'm thick-skinned, I'm not afraid of being scolded." After posting, Chin Sun found the call record of Zhang Lei calling him to dinner a few days ago, took a screenshot, and sent it to the group, and laughed. Presumably, it won't be long before Zhang Lei will have to endure more anger. The group immediately became lively. "Songing, brother, great, no need to say more. Encore, the wind is whistling and the Ishui River is cold, the warriors will never come back once they leave. Boss Chin, have a good journey. Monsieur, I admire you, please accept my knee. Niu Xiaojun, awesome, 666. Chin Sun smiled, and suddenly saw that the detained Gao man actually sent a message in the group. "I am Ms. Gao's assistant. When she is away, I will take over all her work affairs. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for your generosity, not caring about the trouble we caused you. You even stood in front of us like a hero, and shared the firepower for us. After Ms. Gao comes back, we will definitely come to thank you." Chin Sun replied, "You're welcome." After a while, he saw Mao Qianni sent a message again. "Mr. Chin, I'm sorry, because some rumors about me on the internet have had some bad effects on you. Mr. Chin's vision, I have never seen it before. After the storm is over, I hope there will be another opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Chin. It's free. Heart." Chin Sun didn't feel sorry for the 2 female stars, who were sold out by him, and were still counting money for him, he replied. "I also look forward to the next cooperation with you. I believe that day will come soon." He meant it. Soon after Genshin Impact is released for promotion, you can ask Mao Qianni and Gao Man to come and be cosplayers. Celebrities cosplay game characters, wearing revealing clothes, shouting lines of middle school. The eldest uncle is sick, the second uncle is looking after him, the third uncle is collecting herbs, the fourth uncle is boiling 8 jumping eggs. Dianat is hanging. Just thinking about it is exciting. Chapter 949. If you break the law, call the police. What do you mean by this? The following days, the internet trolls and haters were reveling, attacking and slandering Chin Sun wave after wave, making him hang on the hot search for a long time. The corpse was severely whipped for a few days. Chin Sun didn't care at all, still doing his own thing, eating, sleeping, going to class, drawing big-breasted girls, going to Hamayu Company to pretend to make games. June passed in a blink of an eye. July came. Students from Jingcheng University began to take exams one after another. In school, Fewer and fewer students are willing to come up and take photos with Chin Sun. When they see Chin Sun, they just look at him from a distance. Only some students waved and nodded. When Chin Sun was walking by the lake, in the woods, 1 or 2 students would often jump out and ask for a photo, and then say a few words of encouragement. Chin Sun, I believe you are wronged. Things will pass. I hope you can bring us better works in the future. Come on. Hold on. Don't care about other people's eyes. Chin Sun would smile and shake hands with those who encouraged him to express his gratitude. Entering July, school was closed. Chin Sun took Su Luoluo to the library and study in the cafeteria. That day, they took a walk along the shore of Weiming Lake. The weather was not hot, a little gloomy, a rare good summer weather. Su Luoluo was puzzled. Boss Chin, classes are closed. Why do we still have to stay in school? She remembered that Chin Sun had told Wu Yu before that Wu Yu should not release the promotional video and wait for Chin Sun's order and cooperate with this side. But it was July 4th, and all the students would finish their exams tomorrow. The movie will be released in more than 20 days. What are you waiting for? What kind of cooperation do you need to make? Chin Sun answered. I stayed in school because of the learning atmosphere. Su Luoluo blurted out. I don't believe it. Chin Sun glanced at Su Luoluo, scared her so much that she covered her mouth with both hands, said, Sorry. I didn't mean it. Chin Sun smiled, stood by the lake, looked around. The lotus flowers in Weiming Lake were in full bloom, the willow trees on the opposite bank were swaying, and a few students were drawing with drawing boards on the lakeside not far away. The world is full of wonderful flavors. Chin Sun suddenly said in a deep voice. I'm waiting. Su Luoluo, what are you waiting for? Chin Sun, I'm waiting for the school to kick me out. Su Luoluo? 6. Jingcheng University, the president's office. A bald leader stood respectfully in front of the president. The president was kind and smiling and said, Director Wang, have you heard about the recent online events? Bald Director Wang answered. Are you referring to Chin Sun's event? The president did not answer, and asked directly. What do you think we should do? Director Wang saw the principal's smiling face, but felt great pressure. Recently, there have been rounds of online violence against Chin Sun, but if people with a discerning eye think more, they will know that this is someone's rhythm. Who would be posted online for days for slacking off? Who in the world hasn't slacked off? This rhythm is obviously led by the internet trolls, and using this as an excuse to let Chin Sun leave the school directly, it seems that the school is not generous enough. However, the online violence has been intentionally directed towards Jingcheng University in the past 2 days. Some harsh words came out. For example, a holy place in the eyes of students across the country can actually tolerate a slacker who pretends to attend classes in school, but is actually sleeping, drawing big-breasted girls. It's collapsed. Jingcheng University has collapsed. How much money did Chin Sun donate to the school? Where is the character of the literati? There are so many scumbags among the literati. Jingcheng University, I am so disappointed in you. They are in cahoots with each other. In the past 2 days, the pressure has suddenly risen. Director Wang was also very conflicted. Summer vacation was about to start. As long as he could withstand this wave of pressure, he could get a song from Chin Sun. Maybe this song would be amazing and could be passed down through the ages. And all the pressure would be worth it. Besides, Chin Sun had donated 3 million yuan anyway, so it would be hard to just kick him out. Right? Director Wang quietly observed the principal's face and said carefully, Tomorrow is the last day, and summer vacation will start soon. Tomorrow afternoon. I can ask him to leave openly. Principal, Director Wang heard this for the 3rd time, and realized that something was wrong. He immediately changed his words, and said righteously, Not even on the last day. Schools should have their own attitudes. And writers should have their own character. It would be fine if he hadn't made such outrageous remarks on Douyin. It was his own failure to live up to expectations, causing public outrage. We can't be blamed. Principal, yes. Director Wang heard this yes, the 4th time, and felt a little relieved, and said, Principal, I will handle this matter now. The principal said calmly. Yes. Half an hour passed. As soon as Huang Hui finished her exam, the class teacher rushed into the classroom and took her away. Huang Hui followed in confusion, not knowing what the class teacher had to say. After leaving the teaching building, she went to a remote corner. She saw a bald school leader and 6 tall men. Huang Hui was a little nervous. The class teacher explained first. Huang Huai. Don't be afraid. This is Director Wang from the school. The other 6 are the school security guards. Huang Huai looked at the 6 tall men and saw that they were not wearing security uniforms. She felt that something was a bit strange and asked, Teacher Zhou, what do you want to see me for? Director Wang came over and said with a smile, Student Huang, don't be afraid. You have a certain personal relationship with Qin Sun. We want you to take us to find Qin Sun. I have something to tell him. Huang Huai glanced at the 6 tall security guards. Some bad thoughts emerged in his mind, and his face turned cold. What do you want to see him for? Did he break the law? If he did, call the police. I don't understand what you mean. Director Wang looked at the girl in front of him, somewhat surprised. Usually, students would be like mice seeing cats when they saw him. This little girl has such a bad temper? Did she lose her mind because of Qin Sun's life-saving grace? Qin Sun has a girlfriend. Girls' thoughts should not be allowed to run wild. That is abnormal love. Director Wang was a little unhappy, but he did not show it. Student Huang, don't be anxious. You are still recovering from your illness. It's not worth getting angry. Huang Huai looked at Director Wang with a vigilant face. He secretly observed the route from the corner of his eyes. He was ready to run to a crowded place and quickly call Qin Sun to let him escape. She was a little nervous, but more angry. What did Qin Sun do wrong? Did 6 tall security guards in plain clothes go to encircle him? Did he kill someone? Or set a fire? Even if he did, I would notify him to escape. I'll go to jail at worst. Director Wang noticed a hint of coldness in this girl's eyes. And when he thought of her glorious deeds of jumping off the building, he was so scared that he quickly opened his hands to protect her, fearing that she would hit her head against the wall and die. He explained hurriedly. Student Huang. Misunderstood. You misunderstood? Those 6 security guards were not going to arrest Qin Sun. I called them to protect me. Hearing this, Huang Huai was stunned. What the hell? Chapter 950. Hello. Can I talk to you? Director Wang saw the coldness in Huang Huai's eyes disappear, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Explaining, because of the recent online violence against Mr. Qin, netizens are now targeting us, making Jingcheng University look like a den of filth that shelters criminals. I just want to ask Mr. Qin if he can not come tomorrow. He pointed at the 6 tall security guards and said, You also know that Mr. Qin has a bad temper. I was worried that when I communicated with him, he would hit me if he was unhappy. So I found 6 security guards to protect me secretly. Huang Huai thought it was funny, and said, Director Wang, you have some misunderstandings about Qin Sun. You can't just listen to the rumors on the internet. She thought of Qin Sun's attitude towards Xiaoning, and said with some envy, He is a very gentle person. Director Wang. He sighed in his heart. Alas, this child is useless. Qin Sun is gentle? I have seen his temper with my own eyes. I was watching the match in the boxing gym at that time, but I saw Qin Sun holding Kato Oki's legs and spinning in circles. He didn't treat him as a human being at all. The last Iron Mountain backstroke knocked Kato Oki away. I saw in the news that Kato Oki was paralyzed in the end. Is this gentleness? The girl's filter makes people blind. After listening to Director Wang's explanation, Huang Huai took out his mobile phone and called Qin Sun. After asking him where he was at the Weiming Lake, he told Director Wang. They got on 2 patrol cars and drove towards the Weiming Lake. Suddenly, Huang Huai looked back at the 6 security guards in the car behind him, turned his head, and said to Director Wang, Director Wang, I'm not trying to scare you. If Qin Sun really wants to do it, those 6 security guards can't protect you at all. Director Wang, why is my life so miserable? On the school road, the speed is very slow. The group of people was particularly eye-catching, attracting many students to stop and watch. And discussing, Hey, why are the security guards in the 2 patrol cars naked? It's a secret operation. What operation? Did the school bring plainclothes police to catch criminals? Another senior student has eaten the government meal in advance? Hey. No. Look at the short-haired girl sitting in the first car. Is she Huang Huai? Yes. Damn. What happened? Qin Sun used the name of Huang Huai's savior to force Huang Huai to sleep with her. And she called the police to arrest Qin Sun? Oh my god. It's a pity that you don't go to tomato.com to write a bloody article. Many students saw the direction of the patrol car and quickened their pace to join in the fun. Beside the Weiming Lake, under a big willow tree, Qin Sun put his hands behind his back, looking at the vast lake. the lotus swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him, turned his head, and saw a bald middle-aged man with a group of people coming over. Wang Hui was among them. Behind them were dozens of students looking around. Director Wang walked over with a smile, saying with a smile, "Mr. Qin, you are in such a good mood. You are in such a good mood. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Qin Sun remembered this bald man. He was one of the school leaders who received him when he first came to the school. He said with a smile, "Director Wang, do you have something to talk to me about?" Director Wang looked around, not wanting too many people to know. But his sneaky look only aroused the interest of others, making more people gather around and listen. Director Wang was a little helpless, and it was difficult to drive others away, so he lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Qin, that, because of the recent events, the school is under a lot of pressure, so I want you to not come to school tomorrow." Although Qin Sun had expected this, he had to act well. Recently, the abuse on the internet has reached a new height. His family tree has been updated again and again by trolls. All kinds of messy and fabricated gossips are endless. Even Zhu Yuingji was born on his birthday. The popularity of netizens' abuse on him has reached the top, and the increase in the value of slacking off has no effect as before. Now it is time to reverse his reputation and stir up a wave of popularity for Fatal Identity. Qin Sun is like an actor. A touch of sadness flashed across his face, and he exclaimed, "Director Wang, what did you say? You won't let me come to school?" Director Wang nodded. Yes. I'm sorry." Qin Sun's face showed a complex expression of surprise, sadness, and sorrow. After several seconds, he said in a low voice, with a sense of sadness and request, "But I haven't written a song for Jingcheng University yet. I have a hint of inspiration, and I feel I can write it in the next 2 days. In the next 2 days, just..." He couldn't continue after saying this. Director Wang felt sorry. But he still sighed. "Thank you, but now, it's not needed." Qin Sun lowered his head, shaked it gently, smiled bitterly, muttered, Hee hee. With one eye after another, he gradually fell silent. Director Wang didn't dare to look at Qin Sun, looked at the big willow tree beside him, and said, "Mr. Qin, the school also has its own difficulties. Please forgive me." Qin Sun's eyes dimmed, and his voice was not loud, but every word was clearly transmitted to the surroundings. "Hardship? Who doesn't have hardship? You won't let me come on the last day of this semester?" Director Wang pursed his lips. He always looked imposing in front of students, but now he stood in front of Qin Sun, who had just graduated, like a new soldier in military training. After a while he said, "That..." Qin Sun didn't let him finish, and waved his hand. "Don't say anything, I won't make it difficult for you. It's all my fault. I was still disliked after all." His eyes were slightly red, and he looked around with a sad look, and murmured in a sad voice, "Life is just like this. I didn't get into Jingcheng University, and now I can't finish the last day of classes here. Regrets run through life, and we always do more regretful things in regret." Alas, Qin Sun's performance was so contagious that there was silence all around. Although there were only a few short sentences, Qin Sun's performance touched people's hearts with the emotion of things have changed. People have stopped, and tears flow before words can be spoken. The students around him looked at Qin Sun, with a hint of sympathy in their eyes, and a hint of pride at the same time. Qin Sun didn't pass the exam. "But I did." Wang Hui looked at Qin Sun quietly, and was a little undecided for a moment. He acted well, right? But he acted too well, didn't he? Su Luoluo had seen Qin Sun's acting skills on the set, and it was really one take, and there was no trace of acting. She knew that Qin Sun was acting, and she pursed her lips tightly, wanting to laugh but not daring to. It turned out that President Qin was waiting for others to drive him away by the lake, just to stab the students once? A self-torture trick? Director Wang didn't dare to breathe, and felt like a sinner. After a while, he was ready to speak in comfort. "Mr. Qin, next semester." Qin Sun heard Director Wang's invitation for the next semester, turned his head to look at the big willow tree, and sighed, "Damn it! Still can't do it?" He punched the willow tree trunk. The big willow tree shook, making a swish sound, and some falling leaves fell. Director Wang saw Qin Sun was violent, and he was so scared that he turned back and signaled the security guard with his eyes to be on guard, so that he would not be kicked into the lake. But He found that the 6 security guards actually took 3 or 4 steps back. Damn, they are worthy of being called security guards. Security guards, protect yourself. They are good at fighting, and they run fast. Jin Sun put down his fist, turned his head, and said to Director Wang, who was showing a nervous smile. Director Wang, can you give me another half an hour? Since I promised to write a song for the school doesn't need songs now, but I always have to leave something for the school. For the sake of his own life. Director Wang gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Okay. He didn't believe that Jin Sun could still poop in public and leave a bad smell in the school. Jin Sun squeezed away the students who were watching and walked to a female student who had been drawing quietly not far away and said, Hello, can I communicate with you?